So I just finished reading and recording my reactions to this book, which is Obama's newest memoir, A Promised Land, which took me longer than I thought, to be honest. Like, it took me a little while to read it, and as I was reading it, I took little notes about things that I thought were inaccurate or that I had thoughts on, and I thought that I would just make that into a relatively shortish recap of the book, maybe like half an hour long. Well, as I was reading it, the notes stacked up, and they ended up being 30 pages long of single-spaced Google Doc notes, for each line being a different thought that I had a different page. And so I was like, okay, this might take a little longer than I thought. Well, I went up here to record my thoughts on it, and it took a long time. In fact, you might notice that my hair right now is going to be like half an inch longer than it's going to be in the next clip because it took me some time to do this, and it's raining, and it's like I procrastinated some days, and it took a while. But I got through it, and I wouldn't do it again, but I've already done it now, so I might as well finish it out. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in the description of this video timestamps for the various issues that are discussed herein, so that if for whatever reason, you don't have the time to listen to a stranger talk about Obama's third memoir in a forest for 8 hours straight, you can just click on whatever issue it is that tickles your fancy at the moment. And so if it's a Sunday morning and you're like, I really am interested in Yemen foreign policy decisions, you can go ahead and do that. This is America. If it's a Tuesday afternoon, your feet hurt, you're hungry, you're like, you know what, I just want to go back to my bread and butter and listen to Dodd Frank financial reform legislation, you can do that too. And the only thing that I ask is that you should probably subscribe to this channel, because right now I'm sitting here with like 280 subscribers, and I'm gonna be honest, like, it's gonna be tough to take down the most popular living president with 280 subscribers. Like, I'm gonna probably need at least like 347, maybe even like 519 subscribers if I'm going to have a realistic chance to do this. Like Woodward and Bernstein, they had the entire U.S. media on their side, and the Washington Post, and I'm going to need at least a couple hundred YouTube subscribers if we're going to have any chance here at all. Other than that, yeah. Hopefully this is somewhat informative. I won't bury the lead here, but I think that this guy was a lot more dishonest than I had anticipated. There was a lot more things wrong within this book that I anticipated, and the fact that this book was like pretty much universally supported and applauded by the mainstream speaks a lot to the kind of intellectual framework of the United States, as well as like the ailments and the rot within our society, which is apparent to lots of people that look out the window and see us disintegrating constantly, but not super apparent to elites who think that things are going pretty well. I'm just going to jump right into it. I just read the book in the, page by page in the order that it's written. I don't jump around. I thought that was, the least that I could do for this man, who I will say, like, I got interested in politics in 2008 because of Obama. Like, I was big into it. I was only 14, but I was very inspired by him. I was like, this guy's different, and I just had a good feeling about it. I didn't really understand politics that much at that time, and so this is kind of a full circle thing for me, where I'm like, okay, this guy that was my favorite guy, I just read his book, and it's really dishonest, but I'm like, at least I owe him the courtesy of reading it page by page in the order that's written. So that's the way that I go through the book. So let's get started. So this is the first paragraph, the first page of the preface. Trump had just been elected. Obama is leaving office. He's flying away on Air Force One. He's starting to reflect on his legacy. And so he says that we took satisfaction in knowing that we'd done our very best, and that however much I'd fallen short as a president, whatever projects I'd hoped but failed to accomplish, the country was in better shape now than it had been when I'd started. And so that's going to be a repeated theme. Even though, we weren't able to get all the things done that I wanted to do, at least I know that I did everything that I could to get those things accomplished. And so any, trajectories of America's faith in the political systems going constantly down throughout my 8 years, and, my own party, the Democratic Party, losing 1,000 state house seats throughout the country, and despite me having super majorities in the House and Senate and winning in a landslide in 2008 and now losing in a landslide 8 years later, at least I know that that's not a reflection of anything that I did. That's just a reflection of other trends in America that I tried my hardest to overcome, but just wasn't able to, because that's just the nature of the country. But it wasn't anything that I did. I was just a president. Okay, next paragraph, he describes what he wants this book to be. And he says that first and foremost, I hope to give an honest rendering of my time in office, not just as an historical record of key events that happened on my watch and important figures with whom I interacted, but also an account of some of the political, economic, and cultural crosscurrents that helped determine the challenges my administration faced and the choices my team and I made in response. So he just wants to, lay all the facts out there. He just wants people to, hear his rationale, hear all the facts, you'll let the cards fall where they may, and then determine that. So there's no revisionist history here. There's no legacy padding or justifying the decisions that he made, which might have led to repercussions and consequences after his presidency or during it, that he might not want to take credit for. That's not what this is going to be. He's just going to give all the facts. I have a really long Google Doc with hundreds of reasons why I think that that's not what this book is, but let's take a look. One thing in this book that drives me insane, but everybody else loves, as in historians love it, MSNBC hosts love it, patriotic social studies teachers probably love it, is the kind of the lofty, high-minded, vague, patriotic, idealistic rhetoric, which is just, I would say, many, many dozens of pages of this book are just kind of empty, patriotic-sounding, American-y phrases that Obama just sputters in there, and so he said, this is in the preface. Do we care to match the reality of America to its ideals? If so, do we really believe that our notions of self-government and individual freedom, equality of opportunity, and equality before the law apply to everybody, or are we instead committed, in practice if not in statute, to reserving those things for a privileged few? Wow, that's a big question. He is up in the ivory tower thinking about these things, thinking about the common people, despite his high perch up within society as the most powerful person in the world. And so this is what drives Obama. Never mind the fact that Obama went out of his way to drone people, without trials, to literally explode people. That would be poor people and people without power, never people on Wall Street. While the people on Wall Street, which took down the entire economy, he went on to put in his administration, not prosecute at all, and bail out, and then go and give speeches for millions of dollars for. And so, these are the ideal, despite the fact that he did everything that, he could to reinforce the negative trajectories of non-equal protection under the law and the rich and the privileged getting preferential treatment. This is still what drives him. The non-specificity. He gets a little more specific later, but the non-specificity of what his ideals are in comparison to the actual repercussions of the policies which he pursued when he had a chance to impact those things, is probably the biggest problem with this book. Almost every chapter has to end in a cheesy, vague, aspirational kind of bone that's thrown to the standard historians and patriot class of the elite wine-sipping America, and this one is no exception. So I'll just go ahead and read it and try to reduce my commentary as much as possible. I recognize that there are those who believe that it's time to discard the myth that an examination of America's past and even a cursory glance at today's headlines shows that this nation's ideals have always been secondary to conquest and subjugation, a racial caste system, and a rapacious capitalism, that to pretend otherwise is to be complicit in a game that was rigged from the start. I confess that there have been times during my course of writing this book, as I've reflected on my presidency and all that's happened since, when I've had to ask myself whether I was too tempted in speaking the truth as I saw it, too cautious in either word or deed, convinced as I was that by appealing to what Lincoln called the better angels of our nature, I stood a greater chance of leading us in a direction of America we've been promised. And so Obama, he's being really self-reflective here. He's saying that, maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I was too aspirational. Maybe I was too idealistic. Maybe after, me being power, I realized that it's just hopeless. But then he's going to go on to say, I'm not going to give up hope. I continue to believe in the vision of America. can you, like, this is straight out of the end of a State of the Union speech, or some cheesy political ad put on by a super PAC that doesn't say anything about policies or specifics or the actual reasons that we're in the people have the material conditions on the ground and the problems with the country as they resulted. It's rather just vague nothingnesses that people eat up, a certain class of people eat up. But if people hear it too much, and if it becomes your defining political characteristic, people lose faith. Now he starts describing his background and his specifically his mother's political inception as kind of a radical and a rebel and kind of like a hippie and somebody that fight the power woman. And so he starts to describe that and pay attention to the way that he describes it, because this is typical Obama. He says that my mother, Ann Dunham, was different, full of strong opinions. My grandparents' only child, she rebelled against convention in high school, reading beatnik poets and French existentialists, joyriding with a friend to San Francisco for days without telling anyone. As a kid, I'd hear about civil rights marches and why the Vietnam War was a misguided disaster, and about the women's movement and the war on poverty. That phrase about the Vietnam War being a misguided disaster, that would be what the kind of the liberal end of the elite society eventually started to characterize the Vietnam War as. They didn't like it because it cost too much. They didn't like it because it was causing, social upheaval within the states. It was turning America from a creditor nation to one of the largest debtor nations. It wasn't good for business. It was misguided, a misguided disaster, a geopolitical disaster. The actual anti-war movement had a different opinion of it. Their opinion was that it was a murderous bloodbath carried out by criminals. And that's not something that Obama would ever say there. But if you look at the war in Vietnam, I think anywhere from 3 to 5 million Vietnamese, people from Laos and Cambodians, Laotians, died during that war, not to mention the 73,000 Americans. And so, that's, pay attention to the way he describes. He's never going to mention the actual death toll. He's going to say vague things about being a misguided disaster. He's going to echo kind of what Arthur Schlesinger, who was a historian, as well as the main dove that wrote for the New York Times, would say about the Vietnam War at the time. But nobody in the elite society is allowed to say that it's what it actually is, which is criminal and murderous, and one of the carried out by people of the same class that Obama's trying to appeal to right now. And he's not going to criticize those people. He's going to be vague, and he's going to echo some of the undercurrents of the anti-war movement in a way that tries to co-opt them and get people to think that he comes from that same vein, or rather his mother does, and so therefore his political arrival as well was shaped by that. But he's going to do it in a vague way that doesn't attack anybody specifically and actually co-opts what the actual message of the movement was. Here's a little interesting nugget that I found. He describes his best friends, Greg, Bobby, and Mike, growing up, and he says that they still hang out today, and that in later years they would throw themselves into my campaigns with a loyalty for which I will always be grateful, becoming as skilled at defending my record as anyone on MSNBC. That's an interesting admission there. And MSNBC is supposed to be a news station. The news and the media and reporting is supposed to actually hold people that are in power to account. But President Obama sees correctly that MSNBC's main role, as well as, my opinion, most liberal media, be it the New York Times, NPR, CNN, whatever it is, their main role is defending the constituency of the Democratic Party, as in like Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and the Democratic Party officials themselves, and therefore kind of propagandizing the public for that. And Obama kind of admits that. He's like, oh yeah, these are the best people in the world at defending my record, but they're not quite as good as my best friend Greg. And so that's an interesting admission. There was just a recent poll that showed partisanship among MSNBC viewers and comparing it to Fox viewers, and I believe that it was 93 and 94% respectively, partisanship for each of them. So 93% Democrats for MSNBC's audience, 94% for Fox's audience, or vice versa. And that's not an accident. That's by design. They're telling the people what they want. They're defending the Democratic Party, and they're acting as an arm for it. MSNBC is owned by Comcast, which is one of the biggest corporations in the world. And so any kind of fundamental structural critique of global capitalism and of powerful corporations and their effect on the political system, that's going to be a no-go, just systemically. And so instead what will be elevated is cultural war things and kind of the vague feel-good-isms that Obama is emphasizing throughout in terms of, like, I believe in the best of America, but Trump and those people represent the worst of America, which is true to a certain degree. But the interesting part here is that he's admitting that MSNBC is essentially propaganda for the Democratic Party, just like Fox's propaganda for the Republicans. Here's something that I saw had a lot of commentary when the book first came out, and I think it's interesting too, but not for the reason that they were talking about it. He's talking about his first couple years of college. He says, looking back, it's embarrassing to recognize the degree to which my intellectual curiosity for those first 2 years of college paralleled the interests of the various women that I was attempting to get to know. Marx and Marcuse, so that I had something to say to the long-legged socialist who lived in my dorm. Fannin and Gwendolyn Brooks for the smooth-skinned sociology major who never gave me a second look. Foucault and Woolf for the ethereal bisexual who wore mostly black. As a strategy for picking up girls, my pseudo-intellectualism proved mostly worthless. I found myself in the series of affectionate but chaste friendships. Again, this is sly, savvy Obama kind of at his best right here. He's kind of making himself seem edgy by saying, look, like I was exposed to these things. I know about Marx. I know about socialism. I know about Foucault. I know about existentialism. But look at me. I'm also being self-reflective and admitting that I was only doing this for the pursuit of women. And that's something that they're just going to, because it's not substantive at all. He makes no comment on Marx's critique of capitalism or anything else, and he doesn't throughout the entire book either, and he constantly undermines any lessons that he might have learned from any of the pieces of text in these early years, but he does give something edgy. This is something edgy for people to talk about, so it's not just another presidential biography, but really it is, because it's substanceless. He describes his first opinion of politicians, and he says that, with few exceptions, everything I observed about politicians seemed dubious. The blow-dried hair, the wolfish grins, the bromides and self-peddling on TV, while behind closed doors they curried favor for corporations and other moneyed interests. They were actors in a rigged game, I decided, and I wanted no part of it. And so that's... again, this is edgy Obama, outsider Obama, idealistic Obama, hopeful Obama, youthful Obama. He goes on to say that he wants to be an activist Obama, man of the people Obama, realizes politics are what it is. And then the rest of this chapter he's going to go on to say, but then I realized that the higher ideals of America were still out there, and that maybe, just maybe, it was possible for someone who had these steadfast values to rise, inspire a better type of politics. And that's what I did. And then the whole rest of the book is going to be and I tried to bring my best to it, but alas, maybe I underestimated the currents of darkness and was not able to accomplish everything that he wanted to do. When in reality, the whole rest of the book is him accommodating himself to the vague special interests, which he specifies here, and he specifies elsewhere, because you can talk about fat cats on Wall Street, or big money special interests, or the big bad bankers, or whatever it is, and that doesn't threaten anybody if the policies are the same and the critiques are non-specific, and that's what he specializes in. So really, he was a rebranding of the former politicians to appeal to the real apathy towards the political system, which he's speaking to, which a lot of people have, but really he's accommodating himself to that system while continuing it. And so, like I said, then he describes how he wants to be an activist. He says that he became a student of history, and I became a student of the suffragists and the early labor organizers, of Gandhi, of Lech Walesa, and the African National Congress. Most of all, I was inspired by the young leaders of the civil rights movement, not just Dr. King, but John Lewis and Bob Monis and Fannie Lou Hamer and Diane Nash. So really, this is again, he's like, I was inspired by everybody. I was a feminist. I was inspired by the civil rights movement. I wanted to be like them. The African National Congress, the labor movement, all of the good side. That was my political beginnings. In reality, he talks about when being a student of the labor movement. When he was a candidate, he said that he would stand up for the labor movement, and that if there was ever if there was ever an attack on public sector unions, he would put on a soft shoe and go join the picket lines. As soon as he was elected to office, Scott Walker in Wisconsin starts cracking down on public sector labor unions, and Obama goes out of his way to do nothing and watch those unions be crushed, despite them having huge public support and are being attacked by literal Koch brother money, tens of millions of dollars coming down from two of the richest people in the world trying to stifle public sector unions. And now he's a president, and he doesn't, he actually has the ability to do something about it, but he's not going to do anything about it, because what Obama likes to do is talk in vague generalities about ideals which he once had, and then either ignores the specific instances where he could have done something, or justify them through cruel political realism that he wants no part of, but has to recognize as a reality. And the next paragraph really just melts the cheese into the over idealistic characterization of himself, which is really the humble brag of these are my origins, and this is what I always wanted to do. When he goes on to reflect about his legacy later on, he says, "Oh, how earnest I was then, how fierce and humorless. When I look back on my journal entries from that time, I feel a great affection for the young man that I was, aching to make a mark on the world, wanting to be a part of something grand and idealistic, which evidence seemed to indicate did not exist." And he talks about his friends. "The new friends I had in New York tried to offer similar advice. You need to lighten up, Barack. You need to get laid. Haha, edgy Barack talking about sexuality. You're so idealistic. It's great, but I don't know if what you're saying is really possible. Well, I'm going to show you that it's possible. I'm not going to give up. I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to become president, and I'm going to bring these values to the highest office and change America. This was always my goal." This is what he wants to portray. This is the reason that he's putting this in there. "I resisted these voices. I resisted precisely because I feared they were right. Whatever I was incubating during these hours spent alone, whatever vision for a better world I'd let flourish in the hot house of my youthful mind, it could hardly withstand even a simple conversational road test." And so what he's saying is, I had such higher hopes for humanity and for America, and I wanted to believe in the higher aspirations of it, but my friends and the real world were always bringing me down with facts about how things were on the ground. But I'm not going to give up hope. This is the mantra that he's going for, and it's extremely self-serving, and it's if you pay attention, it's pretty narcissistic and revisionist. But he's going to keep echoing. What this is a progression into the later Obama, who finally realizes that there are sometimes pragmatic choices that you have to make, and you have to break a few eggs to make an omelet, and you have to get rid of some of that youthful exuberance. But that was always who I was at the core, because it's better to say that than to say, I really wanted to do this to advance my own career and to become a figure of history and the most famous person in the world and the most powerful person in the world and the first black president, and I wanted to have my cake and eat it too, in terms of being viewed as an outsider by the outsiders as well as an insider by the insiders. And that's really what Obama did. And so the next page, Obama, the idealistic activist, starts getting into arguments with his friends about what America is and American exceptionalism. He says that, and yet the pride in being America, the notion that America was the greatest country on earth, that was always a given. As a young man, I chafed against books that dismissed the notion of American exceptionalism, got into long, drawn-out arguments with friends who insisted the American hegemon was the root of oppression worldwide. I lived overseas. I knew too much. I knew America fell perpetually short of its ideals. I readily conceded. And then he goes on to give examples about Native Americans and slavery. I did not defend this, the blundering exercise of military power, the rapaciousness of multinationals. Yeah, I got that all. But the idea of America, the promise of America, this I clung to with a stubbornness that even surprised me. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That was my America. And so isn't that convenient? That's spoken as if, what the perfect thing for a 18-year-old to think that might help a future historian reflect on who the essence of the man Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States, was. Awfully convenient. And it's also kind of telling because it's easy like, oh yeah, no, I understand all of that. Slavery, hundreds of years, millions of people, genocide through that. He talks, he doesn't mention it here, but he talks about living in Indonesia, and he does mention it at about page 400. Not the first time he mentions Indonesia, but he does mention that the CIA overthrew the government of Indonesia before he moved there. That was in, I believe, 1965, which led to a military coup and a genocide. So between 500,000 and I believe 3 million people, they actually do not have a body count, died in a genocide caused by the CIA in Indonesia that most Americans don't even know about. So he mentions that. He does mention throughout the book a lot of the bad things America's done, and he puts them in very small sentences in the middle of paragraphs, in the middle of chapters at the back of the book, and after long, poetic passages about American idealism. So he's like, oh yeah, no, I get all of that. But it doesn't matter. I understand 3 million people in Vietnam, slavery, genocide here, CIA coup over there, war, exploitation, subjugation, as bad as you could imagine. But the idea of America, that's what I believed in, and that's the core of America. So no matter how many times they demonstrate repeatedly over and over and over again that some of the worst things in the world were done by America and were continued to be done by America when Obama was in office, a key point, that's not America. America was the first sentence of the Constitution in the preamble, or America was this poetic thing said by this American writer. Yeah, no, that is the preeminent view of American history. It's also the way that nation states and that the powerful justify their own state, whether it's America or whether it's Russia or whether it's Germany or whether it's, I don't know, any country in the world. They've done bad things, but the core of what it is to be that's what nationalism is based on, is the core belief that something underneath that is the greatest thing in the world. And so if he was born in Russia, he'd think that he was born in the greatest country in the world also. Objectively, the only way to evaluate these things is to see what the country actually does and what were the reasons for those actions, what were the underlying social currents, political currents, and core reasons that the country acted in that way. And if anything is objectively what the country it is, it's those things. It's not a vague sentence that you can pull out here or there to say, this is actually what it is. Don't pay attention to those gigantic mountain of corpses, which I know all about, but I'm going to dismiss in favor of this more idealistic version, which is awfully convenient for my presidential biography. The next paragraph, I think, is a good example of what happens when lofty nothingness meets actual material conditions on the ground and facts. And when that happens, what Obama usually tries to do is brush over the facts and continue with the lofty nothingness. So he says that this was the America of Thomas Edison and the Wright brothers making dreams take flight, and Jackie Robinson stealing home. It was Chuck Berry and Bob Dylan, Billie Holiday at the Village Vanguard, and Johnny Cash at the Folsom State Prison. All those misfits who took the scraps that others overlooked or discarded and made beauty that no one had seen before. Wow, look at that. Isn't that inspirational? Also, isn't it impressive that he knows all these different people's history? He knows about activists, he knows about artists, he knows about athletes, he knows about Americans across the political spectrum. He knows he's a man of the world. He's lived overseas, as he just said 2 paragraphs above. He knows it all, and at the end of the day, he still believes in America. For me, what stands out is he mentions Billie Holiday, and one of the last books I read before this was Chasing a Scream by Johann Hari, which is about the drug war and the origins of the drug war, and half of the book is about Billie Holiday, in her interactions with the first head of the, I believe, the Narcotics Administration, Harry Anslinger, who was in charge of starting the drug war after Prohibition ended in the 1930s, because there was all these people that were enforcing Prohibition and they needed something to do, and so they started enforcing the drug war, and they started doing it disproportionately against black people and Mexicans as a way of feeding into racist stereotypes and tropes and putting those people in prison. And so, long story short, the government, through Harry Anslinger, through the drug war, ended up killing Billie Holiday. And so she died, like, they wouldn't, she ended up overdosing. He's constantly harassing her, throwing her in prison. Harry Anslinger killed her, wouldn't let her get the medical attention she needed at the end of her life. And so that's what happened to Billie Holiday. So that's America. But that's not going to be emphasized. What's going to be emphasized is she was singing at this location and she was an artist, and that's America. In reality, the drug war has continued through the Obama administration, and tens of thousands of people have been thrown in jail for non-violent drug offenses because he's unwilling to confront what is the deeper, more dark, sinister side of America, but there would be cost to do that because it would be actually taking on power. There's no cost to lofty rhetoric like this and rewriting America or emphasizing certain parts while completely discounting other parts and saying, and even when they are not discounted, saying that that's not truly what America is. It's an interesting rhetorical trick when you're writing your biography. I feel like this book, he's just checking off all the boxes. He's like, if I'm going to be loved by everybody, these are the boxes I need to check. I was an activist. I was an idealist. I was a lover of American exceptionalism. This next page, he's like, through it all, I resolved the lingering questions of my racial identity. Oh, he talks about his racial identity endlessly throughout the first 200 pages, a way of making it edgy and interesting without really talking about the specifics of things like the drug war, which actually affect racial outcomes throughout the U.S. and are reasons that America is so divided on that front. But that's something that's confronting power. It's much easier to talk about his experience as being a black man in America with interesting anecdotes, which are legitimate. Like, I'm not discounting his experience, but not really like you could hear that from pretty much any black person in America. Most black people aren't the president with the power to do something systemically about it. That's not something he wants to talk about. But like I said, he wants to check off every box, and he says, through them I discovered a community of faith, that it was okay to doubt, to question, and still reach for something beyond the here and now. This isn't a specific critique of Obama, but it's like every politician has to be a politician of faith, whether it's Bill Clinton or Obama or anybody else. Everybody's all Christians. For the right wing, they're a certain type of Christian, which are kind of scary, and they're more literalist, and they're reading passages in Leviticus and saying that we need to enforce those into law. But for Democrats, they still see, like, it, politically, you kind of have to be a Christian, but we can't endorse any of those specific views because, like, we know that the earth isn't 6,000 years old and there was no Noah's Ark. But we don't say that specifically, and we don't say what we actually mean when we think there's a heaven, or whether we believe in the Trinity or things like that. We just say that we've rediscovered our faith, and that was a Christian faith. And then we move on to the next paragraph because the box has been checked. Last passage in the first chapter of the first part of the book, I think, summarizes everything that we just talked about pretty well. He's talking about Harold Washington, who was like a mayor in Chicago that he looked up to, black mayor in Chicago. And he says that above all, Harold gave people hope. The way black Chicagoans talked about him in those years was reminiscent of how a certain generation of white progressive talked about Bobby Kennedy. It wasn't so much about what he did as how he made you feel, like anything was possible, like the world was yours to remake. That is core Obama. That is the essence of Obama. It's not so much about what he says, about how he makes you feel. He wants to make you feel like everything is possible in the most vague, non-confrontational way possible. And that's what Obama became, and that's why he rose to power. But at the end of the day, if you're not saying anything, you're not saying anything. And you can only get so far with this vagueness. You can get to the presidency of the United States, and you can get to writing this book, but you can't get to the place where you're actually changing anything. And so the start of the second chapter has a lot of the same themes as the first chapter. Brock is just finishing up law school, and he decides he wants to run for politics, and he wants to improve the world and make a difference. And Michelle is not sure if that's the right idea because politics is just so cruel and heartless. But Brock tells her, we're going to give it a shot anyways. And, you know, if we fail, we fail, but at least we know that we've done our best. So Michelle is saying to him, but I really need to tell you, Barack, I think that what you want to do is really hard. I mean, I wish I had your optimism. Sometimes I do. But people can be so selfish and just plain ignorant. I think a lot of people don't want to be bothered. And I think politics seems like it's full of people willing to do anything for power, who just think about themselves, especially in Chicago. I'm not sure that you'll ever change that. I can try, can't I said with a smile. What's the point of having a fancy law degree if I can't take some risks? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I'll be okay. We'll be okay. So even though Michelle thinks that politics is filled with selfish people in it for power, Barack is, you know, telling her that no, you're wrong. There are people that really want to make a difference and don't care about power, and he's one of them. And so then we see just a few pages later the beginnings of a political transformation and a realization that sometimes in order to get things done and to play politics and to win and to get power, because you want to help people and you need to get power to help people, that you know, you need to play dirty a little bit. And so Barack is running for his state Senate seat. A bunch of stuff happened. This one lady kind of double-crossed him a little bit, said she wouldn't run but didn't, and he realizes that he can throw her off the ballot by having the city of Chicago review the petitions which he put in to get on the ballot, which he thinks is a dirty political move, but he decides to do it anyways because that way he can win his state Senate seat. And he says that whatever vision I had for a more noble type of politics, it would have to wait. And so, you know, this is just a few months later, and it's a carefully selected example, which is understandable. Like when I was reading, I was like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense, and you know, I could justify that. The real transformation comes in the parts that he doesn't put in the book, where he decides to reach out to certain donors and not bring up certain issues and play politics a certain type of way, which really is actually how transformations come, not in carefully crafted, relatable examples, which he puts in his book. But this is a little bit telling that just a couple months after his valiant speech about idealism, he's already moving away from that. And so then he gets elected as a state senator, and he goes to Springfield, the capital in Illinois, for the first time, and he starts to see how politics really works. And so he has actually a good quote at the bottom of this page, and he says that was the politics of Springfield, a series of transactions, mostly hidden from view, legislators weighing the competing pressures of various interests with the dispassion of bazaar merchants, all the while keeping a careful eye on the handful of ideological hot buttons, guns, abortion, taxes that might generate heat from their base. I think that's pretty accurate, but just notice the way that Obama puts it forward, as this is how the other people do things, and I was the outsider and the idealist, and I'm just calling shots. It almost gives him a credit because he's willing to call out politics for where it was, when really, in reality, he becomes the exemplar for that type of politics later on in his career. So the next 20 pages, the amount of blatant careerism that's masked as, you know, false modesty and idealism, is off the charts. Like you cannot believe it. So Barack gets to the state Senate. He says, "Oh my gosh, it's so corrupt," and he's like, "You know what? I need to make a bigger difference. I need more power." And so he decides to run for Congress almost immediately, and he loses. And so then he loses that, and he's distraught. And he's like, maybe the type of politics that I always hoped for just isn't possible. But then he realizes, you know what? Maybe I actually can make a difference. I just need more power than a congressman. He just got elected to the state Senate and hasn't done a single thing yet except for start to triangulate and give speeches like this. And he's also written two books, or no, he's written one. He's already wrote in a memoir, and he hasn't done anything yet. And he's about to write another memoir, and he still hasn't done anything yet. That's something that a very, very blatant careerist does. But he says that ultimately, wasn't this the type of politics I was after? A politics that bridged America's racial, ethnic, and religious divides, as well as the many strands of my own life. Maybe I was being unrealistic. Maybe such divisions were too deeply entrenched. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself otherwise, I could not shake the feeling that it was too early to give up on my deepest convictions. Much as I tried to tell myself I was done, or nearly done, with political life, I knew in my heart that I wasn't ready to let go. He wasn't ready to stop helping people. He wanted so bad to help that he's unwilling to let go. And if that means that I need to run for Congress, I need to run for Senate, I need to be a president, I need to go to these fundraisers, I need to triangulate, I need to take money from these people, I need to start masking, I need to start playing politics, then I guess have to, because I care so much. Okay, and so now he's telling Michelle that he wants to run for Senate. She has a few misgivings, and she's like, how are we going to make any money? And he's like, don't worry, I have a plan. He says, I anticipated this. If I win, hun, I said, it will draw national attention. I will be the only African-American in the Senate. With a higher profile, I can write another book, and it will sell lots of copies, and that will cover the added expenses. And so he is a state senator who's run for Congress and lost and not done anything, just graduated college, and he's already written a book, and he has a plan, and he's going to write another book. And so I'm reading his third memoir. It only goes up till the end of his first term in office. So he's going to write a fourth memoir, but he's been president at this point, so you can justify these memoirs. He's already written 2 memoirs, and he hasn't done a single thing yet, and he's trying to claim that he was not a careerist this entire time. How many state senators I asked you have state senators. Do you read the memoirs of your state senators, like the ones that aren't in it for their career, or is that something that you do if you're explicitly after power? I think it's pretty clear. Also, he voted while he was hardly in the state senate at all. He voted present 129 times. The reason you vote president is because some issues, like he said in the book, politicians have to calculate and they have to triangulate, and you could piss off this constituency if you vote against their interests, but you could piss off that constituency if you vote against their interests. So ideally, if you're just in it for your career, there would be a vote where you could say, I vote for both things. And there is no such vote, but the closest thing is just voting present, which doesn't do anything. You don't get to actually support or oppose any of the actual legislation, but it's a way of saying that, at least you were there so that in your future political endeavors, they can attack you haven't alienated any constituencies. So that's something you want to do if you want to run for president or run for power. You also write your second book without doing anything. And then in your third book, you write about how idealistic you were and how much you wanted to help at the time of writing your second book. So he's running for Senate. There's a quick sentence in here which I think is telling. I felt especially, he's talking about his various advisors and people in his campaign. He says, I felt especially sorry for my lone full-time fundraiser who had to push me to pick up the phone and solicit donations. And so he doesn't want to do this. He's not part of this. He's part of the higher ideal of politics. But as a practivist. Yeah, he's a practivist. He's a practical activist. As a practical activist, he realized that in order to bring that activist to the highest stages of government, he's going to have to make some calls. I looked at the stats on that really quick in terms of dialing for dollars in Congress. About half the time that congressional representatives spend during the 2 years that they're in Congress, they spend on the phone calling donors in their district and elsewhere asking for donations, just because of the power that big money has on political campaigns. Like 90% plus of the candidates that raise the most money win their races. So that's a sad reality. Obama unfortunately has to acquiesce to that grim reality, but he doesn't like it at all. But 6 to 8 hours is spent each day by some Congress people dialing up, asking for money. Is that corrupting on the political process? I think so. Is that something that Obama's going to change, or would he rather talk about vague and idealistic things? I'll give you a hint. He did not change it one bit because that same system got him to power, and you don't want to confront it if you want to be liked by the people reviewing your book. And so Obama talks about probably his most important speech prior to becoming a senator during a Senate campaign. He was at a kind of an anti-war rally with Jesse Jackson, and he lays it out tough for the anti-war activists, and he says, "Let me begin by saying that although this has been billed as an anti-war rally, I stand before you as someone who is not opposed to war in all circumstances." Which is fine. I'm not a pacifist either necessarily on the abstract, but as for the 7 wars that Obama carried out, wasn't necessarily supportive of them, but he told him, I'm going to keep bombing all these countries. And actually, that's the same thing that he says later on during his Nobel Prize acceptance speech is, I know this is a peace prize, but you can't have any peace without wars, and you can't have wars without America, and I am America, so we're going to continue this. He didn't say it quite like this, but he's like, I am not opposed to wars, and so he lays it out right there. So it's not like he didn't tell us, it's just that people weren't listening in 2008. But he says, what I am opposed to is a dumb war. So he talks about the Iraq War being a dumb war. He's opposed to it because it's dumb. One of my favorite people is Noam Chomsky, and he's talked about Obama's anti-war stance, which is what helped him beat Clinton in 2008, is being opposed to the Iraq War while Clinton was supportive of it. from the beginning, but he wasn't really opposed to the war in principle. He was opposed to it because it was a dumb war, in the same way that elites in the U.S. were opposed to the Vietnam War because it was a dumb war. It was spending too much money. It was driving stagflation. It was causing a ruckus at home. There was no way of winning it. So it wasn't strategically sound. That, in the same way that, as Chomsky put it, the SS and the high command of the Nazi Party turned against the second front that was opened in Russia towards the end of the war because that was dumb. That was a dumb war. Why were we fighting in Stalingrad and Leningrad when we should have knocked off Britain first and then dealt with Russia afterwards? It was a dumb war. So it's not against anything in principle. It's just that it's dumb. It's not that we're killing hundreds of thousands of people there, that it's illegal. It's that it was dumb. It wasn't within America's strategic interests. That's what you say if you're a pragmatic politician that puts your finger in the air, fields the anti-war forces, throws them a bone, but says it in a way that doesn't alienate your other base, which is the military-industrial complex and Wall Street and the elites within America who don't like that type of fundamental critique. So he's elected to the Senate, and he, right away, he tells people are asking him about his political ambitions and if he wants to run for this or wants to run for that or what his aspirations are, and he shuts it down right away. He says, "Listen, I'm here to work. I'm not here to advance my own career." He says, "I want to be a workhorse, not a show horse. That was my goal." And so, he's written 2 memoirs. He's run for office 100 times, hasn't passed a single thing. He's probably passed a couple things, but has done nothing but triangulation this whole time, as well as aspirational speeches on television and in books. But he's here to be a workhorse, and so it's time to get to work. A couple short years later, he'll be announcing his bid for presidency, but that was never his intention. And actually, page 58, he talks about it for the first time. He's like, he says, "I knew that I could afford to be patient. At some point, I thought I'd consider running for governor, or yes, even president, steered by the belief that an executive position would give me a better chance to set an agenda." So again, he's like, maybe I'll run for president one day, or maybe I'll run for governor. He just puts that in there. He's like, I don't really know. As if he was going to run for governor. That would actually be a step down from senator, given how well-known he'd become for being a senator. And the reason he wants to run for president is because it would give him the chance to set the agenda. Because now, if he just could get a little more power, he could actually influence things a little bit more. This is the road to hell. 100 little political calculations and letting go of your ideals in order to reach for power. He doesn't talk about letting go of his ideals because he's the one that got through, the one activist that actually got through without confronting anybody, but he did it because he spoke to a higher belief in the American spirit. So he's the only one that didn't have to let go of his ideals. But once he gets to power, then he can set the agenda and then he can make a difference. Now, despite all the elections and the new fame and the books that he's writing constantly and what seems like constant career advancement, Barack hasn't changed at all. He's totally a homebody. And he says that we continued to be homebodies, shying away from glitzy parties and career-advancing soirees, because he's not in it for the career advancement or the soirees, and because we didn't want to give up evenings with the girls, because we felt silly getting gussied up too often, and because Michelle, a perennial early riser, got sleepy after 10 o'clock. Instead, we spent the weekends as we always had, me playing basketball or taking Sasha and Malia to a nearby pool. And so nothing's changed about Barack. He, all this stuff about him gaining power and stature, it's kind of actually a nuisance, and he just wants to be a stay-at-home dad and an activist. And so Obama, the activist dad, doesn't really get all the new attention that he's getting as a senator, and he just wants to stay at home with the kids. And isn't in it for the glitz and the glamour. But one thing he does like about being a senator is that now he gets to influence foreign policy, in particular nuclear issues. So he says that since college, I'd been particularly interested in nuclear issues. And so even before my swearing in, I had written to Dick Lugar, the chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, whose signature issue was nuclear nonproliferation, to let him know that I had hoped to work with him. And so nuclear nonproliferation is just making sure that nuclear weapons do not continue to expand and be produced around the globe by different countries, and rather we're reducing the number of nuclear weapons and the number of nuclear armed nations around the world, and thereby making the world less or more secure, rather. And even though young Obama doesn't know it, in less than 4 years, he's actually going to be the president of the most powerful country in the world, with the most modern nuclear arsenal, with the biggest military by a factor of over 3, with the second most nuclear weapons, with the most influence on other nuclearly armed nations, so that he could actually steer the global conversation in a direction of disarmament. And so, not to give away the next 640 pages, what he talks about with nuclear nonproliferation, but aside from the Iran deal, nothing really systemically was done to undermine the current paradigm with nuclear weapons, which is the U.S. is still on hair trigger alert, despite constant pressure by activists for them to take the arsenal off of hair trigger alert, which just means that they're ready to launch within minutes, which means that they're, like, if there's any false alarm or a GPS malfunction or a system failure or whatever, like, you can be on red alert and have those nukes out the door in an instant. And I won't run through the record right here, but maybe I'll make another video. But the number of times that's happened between the U.S. and the USSR in just the last 70 years is in the double digits, meaning the number of times that there was almost like a nuclear war is pretty close. We were pretty close to it, is pretty high. And that fundamental paradigm was not shifted at all. The Middle East is no more secure with nuclear weapons aside from the Iran deal. But there's actually only one main impediment to getting the Middle East to be a nuclear-free zone. And the Middle East is, if there is going to be a flashpoint anywhere in the world outside of an era from the U.S. and Russia, it would be probably in the Middle East, because that's there's a lot of tension with Israel and its neighboring countries, as well as Pakistan and India are both nuclear armed nations, and Pakistan's obviously in the Middle East, and so there's tension at the border there in Kashmir all the time. And there has actually been on the table for the last number of years, if not decades, the option for nuclear disarmament. But the one main sticking point is that Israel has nuclear weapons, even though they won't admit that they have them. Everybody knows that they have them, and they're not willing to give up their nuclear weapons. And so if Israel is going to have their nuclear weapons, and they're constantly threatening Iran with annihilation, as well as maybe some of their other neighbors, as well as what they're doing to the Palestinians, that's going to continue to inflame tensions around the Middle East, and it's going to cause divisions between the U.S. kind of Israeli side versus the Arab nations, which have a problem with what's happening in Palestine. And there's going to be an incentive for these other nations to get nuclear weapons, especially if they're not aligned with the West, with the United States, in the way that Israel is or that Europe is. If you're an enemy of the United States, a lot of times what happens is you get invaded. And actually, later on in the book, right near the end, he talks about the bombing of Libya. And one of the things that the removal of Gaddafi in Libya did is it sent a signal to all the other rogue states or all the other countries in the world that are not part of the U.S. Sphere of influence, that if you don't have nuclear weapons, you don't actually have a deterrent for stopping us from removing you from power. And so that's one of the reasons that Saddam, back in the, I believe, 80s and 90s, actually said that he was interested in nuclear weapon, even though we know that the WMDs was a lie and he wasn't pursuing it. That he wanted to get one was because it's kind of a safeguard so that regime change isn't able to happen. Because if you have a nuclear weapon, that's a strong deterrent from getting invaded. And that's the reason that North Korea is going after nuclear weapons, is because they know that if they have those, that's a strong deterrent from getting the U.S. to, from stopping the U.S. to overthrowing the UN regime. Actually, John Bolton, when he was trying to undermine negotiations with North Korea during the Trump administration, said that we're pursuing the Libyan model with North Korea, which was correctly perceived by North Korea as saying, we want them to get rid of their nuclear weapons in the same way that Gaddafi did, or rather that he didn't pursue nuclear weapons, and thereby, once they're disarmed, if the U.S. decides they want to, we could just overthrow them at the drop of a hat, and they'd be gone. And that really undermined the negotiations with North Korea. That was a long-winded way of saying Obama didn't really change anything with nuclear weapons other than the Iran deal, which was then undermined immediately by the Republicans, in the way that he could have if he was a more idealistic, visionary person. But again, if you want to do these things, you need to take on the foreign policy establishment. You need to take on the current paradigm for what the U.S.'s role in the world would be. And if the answer is, we are the hegemon and we need to have our tentacles on everything and we need to be controlling the global sea lanes and supply chains and have influence in Europe and Southeast Asia and South America and everywhere, then, undermining what's happening with nuclear weapons is something that's going to be hard to do, because it requires real outside of the box thinking and an elevation of things other than the nation that you happen to represent's economic interests in the short term. This book is written in a really crafty way, in that as I'm rereading it to make this video, I noticed that for the first 200 pages, the amount of omissions that Obama does is off the chart. But then because it's 700 pages long and you need to fill those pages, he'll come back to the same issues again, or he'll mention it again. And then in the second time, a lot of times he'll mention the U.S.'s darker role in that thing. But most people don't read 700-page books, and so it's kind of an error of omission, but he can still say that it's in the book. So for instance, he's talked about Indonesia a couple times. He doesn't mention the genocide of 500,000 people, up to 3 million people, until page 400 or something, and then it's only a sentence. Right here he's talking about going to the Soviet Union, or how he's talking about nuclear disarmament, and how Dick Lugar in 1991, shortly after the breakup of the Soviet Union, Dick had teamed up with Democrat Sam Nunn to design and pass legislation that allowed America to aid Russia and former Soviet Union states in securing and deactivating weapons of mass destruction. So he's talking about, look what America did to help the Soviet Union in 1991. Really what happened as the USSR disintegrated and the Berlin Wall fell, and is that the U.S. interests and the U.S. government came in and immediately opened up markets, and there was a massive, massive recession inside Russia, and the government fell apart, and it was anarchy, and not total anarchy, but the people's quality of life went way down as the poverty rate spiked up. And there is a place a few hundred pages later where Obama says that in a sentence also. But if you're just reading the main parts of what he's writing, especially early in the book, it's just good thing after good thing that the U.S. did, completely out of context. One thing that's legitimately interesting and accurate that's in this book is that he talks about how in 2005 intelligence reports indicated that extremist groups like Al-Qaeda were scouring poorly guarded outposts throughout the former Soviet bloc, searching for remaining nuclear, chemical, and biological materials. Which is absolutely true, because if you're Al-Qaeda, you're not going to be able to create your own nuclear weapon. They're not going to be able to mine for uranium ore and then create their own machines to enrich it and then create their own bomb. They don't have the resources or capabilities to do that. What they would have to do is get a nuclear weapon or the nuclear materials, which is already out there. And the one place to do that would be the former Soviet bloc, because between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, that's almost all of the nuclear weapons that were created, and on the order of around 10,000 nuclear, or enough material to make 10,000 nuclear weapons was created in the Soviet Union, which is enough to blow up the Earth many, many, many times over. You'd think you'd only need to blow up the Earth once, not to mention what the U.S. had. But it's nope, we're going to keep on creating these nukes because they have 8,000 now. We need 9,000. Not to say that if you have 100 nuclear weapons, that's plenty enough nuclear weapons. I was in Great Falls, Montana a few months ago. Lived there, and they have a U.S. Army base there. And there's on the order of, I forget exactly, but either dozens or hundreds of nuclear weapons just in some random place in Montana. And it's if you could blow up the world with what's in this tiny town in Montana, and there's many towns like that around the U.S. and many submarines with weapons too, not to mention what's in the USSR. And if just one of them gets into the wrong person's hands, and that person is able to get it on a shipping container and put it in Hudson Bay, or put it next to Manhattan, they could kill 3 million people. And so it is a big problem, and securing this should be the top priority for countries all around the world. But it's just right now it's not really on the agenda in the U.S. because as I sit here, the Democrats are working with Republican hawks in order to inflame tensions with Russia, and increase sanctions and economic pressures and really restart a new Cold War because they think that, that's, being tough on Putin is the right thing to do. In reality, like, the world is on a knife edge, and cooperation is the only thing that's going to change it. He also talks about how, there's also in Russia, there's also Cold War era biological research samples, including anthrax and the bubonic plague, just sitting out there. So there's death and destruction all over the former Soviet bloc. It's a pretty poor nation, and so they haven't done their best, or the best job of securing those facilities. And right now, the U.S. is inflaming tensions with them instead. And Obama undermined it a little bit, but he didn't really fight his own party that much, and he's not really a spokesperson against inflaming tensions now that he's out of office, because he'd rather write idealistic books about his 30s and his hopes and his dreams than meaningfully impact the world. But this is accurate, and Obama in this regard is better than the average Democrat. So page 64, Obama is trying to pad his credentials as a peaceful, idealistic outsider some more. And so he's talking about the Iraq War. He just visited Iraq, and he says that flying back to the United States, I couldn't shake the thought of those kids paying the price for the arrogance of men like Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, those kids being U.S. soldiers, who'd rushed us into a war based on faulty information and refused still to fully consider the consequences. And so now this is a rare thing. He very rarely critiques or criticizes specific people. And so now he's criticizing Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, who are the two worst people who have been kind of ostracized from all sides and nobody defends anymore. And so Obama feels like he can attack them. And I think it's good that he's attacking them. But later on in the book, there's some anti-war protesters during Obama's inauguration protesting, Bush and calling him a war criminal. And Obama's like, I don't think that's right. And so it's Bush was the actual president during that time, and there was a bunch of other people, including people in your administration like Leon Panetta, who were pushing for that war, as well as most of the Democrats, including Hillary Clinton, who's now running foreign policy in the U.S. under you. And there's not going to be real criticism for those people. And even for these people, Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, there was real pushes by the left and by human rights organizations to hold them accountable for the human rights violations and the breaking of international law and the Geneva Accords that took place during that time, whether it was for the invasion of Iraq or the torture which they permitted, which is super illegal. You can't torture people. It's actually one of the worst things that you can do. The Nuremberg trials, where they hung Nazi war criminals, the U.S. Justice there, Chief Justice Robert Jackson, who was a Supreme Court justice later on, who was presiding over the trials, said that the biggest crime that any of the Nazi war criminals did wasn't any specific thing that happened in any of the countries that they invaded, but rather was the invasion of those countries themselves, was starting the war, meaning that the biggest criminals were the people who started the war and illegally invaded another country. So the crime of aggression was bigger than any other crime because all the other smaller crimes were encompassed from that original decision. And so therefore, those are the people that need to be most held accountable. Well, hundreds of thousands of people died in Iraq, and these are the people that you're rightfully criticizing as doing it, and your administration is going to do nothing about it, which admittedly it would be a hard thing to pull politically, to charge people with war crimes from the previous administration. But if you're really trying to make a difference, then that's what you do. But if you're not trying to rock the boat and you're trying to pad your own legacy, you wouldn't do it. And he doesn't do it. And so instead what he does is he says a few sentences about some of the most egregious violators in the Bush administration, and then he defends or puts the other people that made the same decision but aren't quite as off the crazy spectrum in terms of being bloodthirsty in his administration, and then expects it and has it work in order to co-opt the left into thinking that he was an anti-war president, and then you go ahead and bomb I think 7 more Muslim countries during your time in office as well. So page 67 is interesting. So he's thinking about running for president, and he has a meeting with not Chuck Schumer, but rather Harry Reid, who's the majority leader in the Senate for the Democrats. And Harry tells him, I think you should run for president. He says that people are looking for something different. Sure, it will be hard, but I think you can win. Schumer thinks so too. And so Chuck Schumer being the second highest Democrat. And so now all the mainstream insider Democrats see this young man who's been in the Senate for 2 years, who hasn't done anything, who's the main thing that he's told us for the first 70 pages is how much of an outsider he is, how different he is, how idealistic he is, and how much he thinks things should change. He actually talks about things changing a lot during his campaign, and how interesting that the people that are on the inside that you'd think would be the most antagonistic to change and most hostile to it, and in fact are, want Obama to run for president. It's almost as if they think and know that he doesn't represent change and won't change anything, but is rather a way to rebrand the Democratic Party to a new young audience without fundamentally altering anything. And so Obama decides he's going to run for president, and he's like sitting around a table of like advisors and stuff, and they ask him why you're running, and he's like having some hard time like thinking. It's like, why do you need to be president? And he's like not quite sure, and he comes up with some reasons. He's like, right, I said, why me? I mentioned several of the reasons we talked about before, that I might be able to spark a new kind of politics or get a new generation to participate or bridge the divisions in our country better than other candidates. But who knows, I said, looking around the table. There's no guarantee we can pull it off. Here's one thing I know for sure, though. I know that the day I raise my right hand and take the oath to be president of the United States, the world will start looking at America differently. I know that kids all around this country, black kids, Hispanic kids, kids who don't fit in, they'll see themselves differently too. Their horizons listed, their possibilities expanded, and that alone would be worth it. And so he's saying that the reason he's running, or like the main reason or the main change that he could bring, is that he's different. His name is Barack Hussein Obama, and he is black, and he talks a little bit differently, and he's more elegant, and he speaks to a different generation, and that's what the change is going to be. And it's like, okay, yeah, if your main change is that you are African American, that is change, and it is inspiring for people, but President Herman Cain would have provided the same thing, or Dr. Ben Carson could have done the same thing, or Sarah Palin could have inspired lots of young women. So you're like, look, you could be president too. Never mind that you're insane and that you're destroying the world. It's an inspiration. It's like, if this is the only change you get, this is the type of change that, will get you the support of all the same establishment people, the Schumers, the Harry Reids, and all the mainstream Democrats, which love Obama, because it's a type of rebranding change. This is the type of change that, a savvy corporation will bring to their commercials. But it's like, at the end of the day, they're still selling you crap and they're still ripping you off. And that's kind of what Obama is. All right, so we made it to part 2. This is called Yes We Can. So this is all about the 2008 presidential election. And so Obama's decided he's running for president, and he's announcing it in a speech in Springfield, Illinois. And he says that my speech, carried live on TV, captured our campaign's big themes: the need for fundamental change, the need to tackle long-term problems like healthcare and climate change. And so I'm sitting here, after 8 years of Obama's presidency, it's 2020, we were in the middle of a pandemic, and many millions of people, I think on the order of 15 million people, were just added to the ranks of the uninsured in the country, raising the level to about 30-ish million people who don't have insurance at all, not to mention the tens of millions of people who are underinsured with high deductibles and high co-payments, and also not being covered for every ailment, who don't have health care in the middle of a pandemic. And the reason that is because healthcare in the U.S. is tied to employment, and there is no meaningful government alternative to the private marketplace. And so there is no public option, something that we'll talk about later on. That was specifically because Obama made sure there was no public option. There is no single-payer system, obviously. We do not have what the other countries of the world which are advanced have, which is universal coverage and a single-payer system at a fraction of the price, which covers everybody in times like these. And so there's not a huge bureaucratic mess trying to figure out, do you have insurance? What does your insurance pay? How much is your co-payments? Are you in network? Are you out of network? What is the price of the pharmaceuticals? How much do you have to pay for that? How much do we have to pay for that? The healthcare companies, and so on and so forth. What they have is a much more streamlined process, because they've counteracted the forces, the special interest forces of the healthcare companies, medical equipment suppliers, pharmaceutical companies, hospitals, and all the special interests that have their hands tied, their tentacles in the healthcare system, trying to extract profits from what is literally life and death situations for people. And so if you have your priority, like a fundamental change in the healthcare system might say that the priority for healthcare should be getting people healthcare, and we need to make sure that that happens rather than making a profit. That paradigm was not on the agenda for Obama, so there was no fundamental change. And so his biggest legislative achievement just worked around the edges of the most inefficient system in the country. And it did help. It did get some people Medicaid, quite a few people Medicaid. It did protect pre-existing conditions. But at the end of the day, health prices have continued to rise, and they're the highest in the world. And the chickens have come to roost of the private healthcare system in the pandemic right now. And now people are more hopeless than ever because the one person that gave them hope years ago decided to sell out and not change anything fundamentally, and instead give fiery speeches at the beginning of his campaign and then work with those special interests. Same thing with climate change. I won't talk about that now. There's something genuinely informative, I think, here. No critiques of Obama in this one. He's talking about how his team's biggest fear was that he would make a gaffe being putting his foot in his mouth. And he talks about how the media will seize on those opportunities and talk about them endlessly in order to disparage a candidate's intelligence or, professionalness or preparedness or whatever it is, and thereby discuss that rather than the actual substance of what people talk about, which is very true. So I'll give just a quick excerpt. He says, it didn't take long, though, to appreciate that the minute you announced your candidacy for president, the normal rules of speech no longer applied, that microphones were everywhere, that every word coming out of your mouth was recorded, amplified, scrutinized, and dissected. And then he talks about how he accidentally said that young troops' lives are wasted, and then as soon as he said that, there was an endless media cycle about Obama doesn't respect the troops and this and that. This is very true, and this is a consequence of the media being after ratings and after eyeballs more so than they are after actually fundamentally changing anything. Because again, the media is owned by the same corporations and special interests. Comcast owns NBC. I think Disney might own ABC, or at least they used to. Like the biggest conglomerates in the world own the media corporations. The Washington Post is owned by Jeff Bezos. They don't want fundamental challenges to Amazon's monopoly rights or our foreign policy. And if people start doing that, they're not going to have a show on NBC or ABC or Fox News. Rather, what they want is to inflame people, because if they're angry, they'll watch more and they'll react more, and that's good for advertisements. And they also, without really changing or critiquing anything. And so one way to do that, if you need to fill 24 hours, is spend a couple days talking about this silly statement that Obama made or that this person made, and then thereby browbeat them into apologizing or talking about that endlessly, and then that becomes a story. It's not good. It's one of the reasons that, again, as faith in institutions declines, in governmental institutions, so is faith in the media, and people think that it's fake news. And one thing that the Trump presidency showed, I think, is that this type of political correctness, or always having to walk on edge and talk like a politician because you don't want to say anything that offends anybody, or can be used by talking head pundits in order to discredit your candidacy. People don't actually like that, and the Trump election was kind of an FU to the system in that regard. I think Obama bringing this up makes sense, but he didn't really change anything fundamentally with that. Instead, he played ball better than other people did. G87 is interesting because he just did a speech in front of some people about healthcare, and John Edwards and Hillary Clinton had also gave speeches, and he's like, man, they really showed me up. They had a much better plan about their healthcare reforms than I did. And he says, I had to confess that I didn't yet have a definitive plan for delivering affordable healthcare. And so this is like him contrasting with himself later on. He's like, look at what I did later. I passed the Affordable Care Act, and now everybody has affordable health care. And so I really, showed my younger self. In reality, he never had a plan, because you can't have a plan if you don't want to change anything systemically. He makes another good point about the media a little bit later on. So he's talking about the debates, and he's talking to David Axelrod, his advisor, and who says that your problem, he said, is that you keep trying to answer the question. Isn't that the point, I said? No, Barack, X said. That is not the point. The point is to get your message across. What are your values? What are your priorities? That's what people care about. Look, half the time the moderator is just using the question to try to trip you up. Your job is to avoid the trap they've set. Take whatever question they give you and give them a quick line to make them seem like you answered it, and then talk about what you want to talk about. He's like, that's bullshit, I said. Exactly, he said. That's actually true. They're looking for sound bites. The question, you can't have a adequate discussion about healthcare policy in the U.S., which is the most complex and convoluted system in the world, when you have 90 seconds to respond and 8 other people on the stage screaming at you, as well as a moderator that's trying to increase their ratings, and then kick it to the pharmaceutical commercials right afterwards. They're not really interested in the substantive debate. It's kind of more political theater and a reality show and a ratings driver than it is a real discussion about issues. Another reason why people's faith in the media is undermined. And so Obama recognizes this, and then he realizes, oh, so I just have to play along and I have to bullshit people as well. And he's like, okay, I will do that. And it's like, to be fair, he doesn't really have a choice, but it's like another example of him playing the game and becoming one of them. So here's a passage which Obama talks about fundraising and interacting with big donors and how he needs to get big donor money for his campaign. But in this passage, he emphasizes repeatedly, listen, I told these people, I'm not going to listen to you, special interests. I'm going to fight for the people. You're going to have no influence over me. So you can write me these giant checks if you want to, but it's not going to affect me at all. And this is the book that he's writing to shape his legacy. I want to compare that to something he wrote in a previous book, which was talking about fundraisers, which says the exact opposite, to his credit at the time. But now that he's, trying to rewrite history, literally, it's apparently the exact opposite. 8 years later, Obama, going to bigger fundraisers, has realized that they don't affect anything at all. And so he says in this book, in presidential politics, the best strategy means little if you don't have the resources to execute it. And this was the second thing that we had going for us, money. Given that the Clintons had been cultivating a national donor base for nearly 3 decades, our working assumption had been that Hillary would have a tremendous fundraising advantage over us. But the hunger for change in America was proving to be too strong, was to be stronger than even we had anticipated. And so it's the hunger for change that is powering his campaign's giant donations, even more so than Hillary's. All these rich people that are running the corporations, destroying America, aren't happy about it, and they want to change things, so they're giving their money away to someone who says, I'm going to take away your power. And that's what's powering his campaign. So early on, our fundraising followed a traditional pattern. Big donors from big cities wrote and collected big checks. Penny Prizer, a businesswoman and longtime friend from Chicago, served as a campaign's national finance chair, bringing both organizational acumen and a vast network of relationships to the effort. Julia Smoot, our tough-talking and experienced finance director, built an expert team and had a gift for alternately sweet-talking, shaming, and sometimes scaring me into engaging in the endless hustle for dollars. She had a great smile, but she had the eyes of a killer. I grew accustomed to the drill, partly out of necessity, but also because as times went on, our donors came to understand and even appreciate my terms. This was about building a better country, I'd tell them, not about egos or prestige. I would listen to their take on an issue, especially if they had some expertise, but I wouldn't shade my positions to satisfy them. If I had a spare minute, the thank you notes I wrote and the birthday calls I made would be directed not to them, but to our volunteers and young staff. So he's not going to do anything special for them. And if I won, they could count on me raising their taxes. This attitude lost us a few donors, but helped develop a culture among supporters that wasn't about perks or statues. And anyways, each successive month, the makeup of our donor base was shifting. And then he talks about he's getting more small donations. Actually, he did get more small donations, but he's getting lots of big donations the whole time. He got more money from Wallstreet than any other candidate, I think, in history at that point. And then actually what comes out of that? What comes out of that is as soon as he's elected, he gets a email from Citigroup, because he chooses somebody from Citigroup to choose his transition team, which lays out all the executives which should be in his administration. And that's the actual effect of donors. So that's what Obama says now. He says that the donors don't actually affect him at all. Let's compare that to what he wrote. What he wrote in his in the last book. He says, I can't assume that the money chase didn't alter me in some ways. Increasingly, I found myself spending time with people of means, law firm partners and investment bankers, hedge fund managers, and venture capitalists. As a rule, they were smart, interesting people, knowledgeable about public policy, liberal in their politics, expecting nothing more than a hearing of their opinions in exchange for their checks, but they reflected almost uniformly the perspectives of their class, the top 1% or so on the income scale that could afford to write a $2,000 check to a political candidate, $2,000 check. They believed in a free market and in educational meritocracy. They found it hard to imagine that they might be any social ill that could not be cured by a high SAT score. They had no patience with protectionism, found unions troublesome, and were not particularly sympathetic to those whose lives were upended by the movements of global capital. Most were adamantly pro-choice and anti-gun and were vaguely suspicious of a deep religious sentiment. And although my own worldview and theirs corresponded in many ways, we had gone to the same schools after all, had read the same books, and worried about my kids in many of the same ways. I found myself avoiding certain topics during conversations with them, papering over then he talks about papering over possible differences, anticipating their expectations. On core issues, I was candid. I had no problem telling the well-heeled supporters that the tax cuts they had received from George Bush would be reversed, which he just said there also. Whenever I could, I would try to share with them some of the perspectives I was hearing from other portions of the electorate, the legitimate role of faith in politics, say, or the deep cultural meaning of guns in rural parts of the state. Still, I know that as a consequence of my fundraising, I became more like the wealthy donors I met, in a very particular sense that I spent more and more time above the fray, outside the world of immediate hunger, disappointment, fear, irrationality, and frequent hardship of the other 99% of the population, that is, the people that I'd entered in public life to serve. And in one fashion or another, I suspected that this is true for every senator. The longer you are a senator, the narrower the scope of your interactions. You may fight this with town hall meetings and listening tours and stops by the old neighborhood, but your schedule dictates that you move in a different orbit than most of the people you represent. And perhaps as the next race approaches, a voice within tells you that you don't want to have to go through all the misery of raising all the money in small increments all over again. You realize that you no longer have the cachet as you did as an upstart, the fresh face. You haven't changed Washington, and you haven't made a lot of people unhappy with difficult choices. The path of least resistance, of fundraisers organized by special interests, the corporate PACs, and the top lobbyist shops start to look awfully tempting. And if the opinions of these insiders didn't quite jibe with you, those you once held, you learn to rationalize and change as a matter of realism. Remember that, as a matter of realism. That's something he's going to talk about later, as something that he's adopted into his young idealistic framework of compromise, of learning the ropes. This is young Obama telling old Obama how he's going to sell out, and then this is old Obama forgetting that young Obama wrote this and realizing that historians are just going to write what old Obama wrote because they don't want to talk about the actual ailments within the system as a whole. The problem of ordinary people, the voices of Rust Belt, which just happened to be lost right after the Obama administration for the first time, which was once the Democratic stronghold town, or the dwindling heartland, became a distant echo rather than a palpable reality, abstractions to be managed rather than battles to be fought. And so that was very well put, and it's a good way of illustrating, very seldom is, like, when you go to a fundraiser, is somebody going to say, I will give you these $50,000 if you give me this, pork barrel spending or this special interest loophole in the next piece of legislation that you pushed. Rather, what's going to happen is over time, you're going to secede to the interests of your class and realize that if I'm against these policies in principle, globalization, tax cuts, any type of redistributive programs, if I throw too much, if I say I want to increase welfare benefits and Social Security and entitlements, or anything of that nature, then these people won't be coming to your fundraisers. And so, like, it's just a matter of, like, if you want to be a practical activist, like I said he was, or a pragmatist, then this is just what you have to do. And Obama has already said he wants to change the world by making sure that he becomes the president and he gets as much power as possible so that he can influence things. Well, if you want to do that, you have to be practical and you have to learn the ropes, as young Obama says to old Obama. So I think that was really well put. And it's interesting how, like, Obama knows all of this, but this just shows how dishonest he is, that he's going to completely change the narrative to something that he knows and wrote about years before when he did not have the political stature. You better believe that the fundraisers that Obama's going to now, or as he's running for president and becoming a favorite, are much larger and much more co-opting, and there's much more pressure than they were even as a senator. And so this is very, very dishonest. And so here's an example. So Obama likes talking about how we stood up to special interests. So this is the example that Obama puts in for standing up to special interests. He's talking about the Iowa caucuses. He says, when a group of called Iowans for Sensible Priorities, sponsored by Ben and Jerry of ice cream fame, gathered 10,000 signatures from people committing to caucus for a candidate who promised to cut the Pentagon's defense budget, I had to call either Ben or Jerry, I don't remember which, to say that although I agree with the objective and very much wanted their support, I couldn't as president be hamstrung by any pledge I'd made when it came to our national security. And so he's like, listen, like, I understand we're spending $700 billion a year on the military, that we spend more money than almost the whole rest of the world combined, that we could blow up the earth 1,000,000 times, not 1,000,000 times, but probably 1,000 times with the weapons that we have. I understand all of that, and I agree with you, but I can't be hamstrung by these special interest priorities of these, peace activists trying to tell me what to do. And I'm going to tell the Nobel Committee the same thing later on. Like, listen, I'm a realist here, and I've been shown the ropes, and I know that, we can't do these things. As for the other special interests, they get to run my administration. But sorry, Ben and Jerry's ice cream and your 10,000 activists on your petition, I'm going to have to play hardball here and not be corrupted by your peaceful special interests. So here's something that's legitimately good that Obama did. So he's talking about meeting with foreign leaders. So he says, during a debate in July, I was shown images of Fidel Castro, Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un, and a couple of other despots, and asked if I'd be prepared to meet with any of them during my first year in office. Without hesitation, I said yes, I'd meet with any world leader if I thought it could advance U.S. interests. Well, you could have thought that I had said the world was flat. When the debate was over, Clinton, Edwards, and a bunch of other candidates pounced, accusing me of being naive, insisting that meeting with the American president was a privilege to be earned. The press corps, in large part, seemed to agree. And so everybody's attacking Obama for saying that he's going to meet with our adversaries. And again, maybe the best thing he did in the whole time in office was passing the Iran nuclear deal, which requires meeting with our adversaries. And when Kennedy met with Khrushchev, or talked with Khrushchev, in order to make sure that the world didn't explode during the Cuban Missile Crisis, that necessitated talking with our adversaries and not letting the most hawkish elements, which seems to be represented by the whole Democratic Party, by the Hillary Clintons, and by the news media, not to mention the lunatic Republicans, that want to constantly confront the Irans, the Cubas, the North Koreas, the Venezuelas, anybody that isn't in the U.S. orbit, not because they are despots, like is illustrated here, but rather because they don't play ball and they're a threat to U.S. power and hegemony. And so Hillary Clinton, she later in the book, she's going out of her way to defend the president of Egypt, Hosni Mubarak, who she says are close personal friends. And she doesn't have a mumbling word to say about Saudi Arabia, as they chop off people's heads for sorcery and don't let women outside in order to drive cars and 100 other things. And are tyrannical governments to the highest degree. But they play ball. The oil flows, the money flows, and the weapons flow from country to country, and the system is intact. And so that's not what's talked about here. And so, but the fact that even discussing peaceful alternatives with our allies is something that's attacked so viciously is kind of an indictment on the political system. And insofar as Obama was unwilling to confront that, that's a reason that U.S. foreign policy didn't really fundamentally change, because he's not the confronting type. But at least his impulses were to do so, and he pushed back a little bit in some ways. But again, you need to confront these special interests, and it's not going to be good for your legacy. But if you want to actually change things, that's what you need to do. But that just speaks to how off the wall the Democrats, the media, and then especially the Republicans are on foreign policy issues like this. And so he's talking about the Iowa caucus, about where the turning point was, and he talks about this one speech that he gave a couple months before the caucuses that really, changed things up. And he's like, he gives an excerpt of the speech, that the party had historically been strongest with leaders who led not by polls, but by principle, not by calculation, but by conviction. It was true to the moment, true to my aspirations for getting into politics, and true, I hope, to the aspirations of the country. And so, like, does that say anything at all? Like that he's, leading by principle, not by calculation. Like in reality, this is a calculating speech. He's saying nothing about his principles, any specifics about his aspirations, but he is calculating that aspirational languages and speech like this is what's going to get him elected. And it is like very true to his campaign, but that is quintessential Obama speeches like this. And he's like, oh yeah, this was one of my most proud speeches. I'm like, are you going to say anything about specifics of what you're going to do on foreign policy, the environment, healthcare, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? He's like, no, I'm going to give the media what they want to hear. I'm going to be true to myself, and I'm just going to speak in platitudes. And so the Clinton campaign is starting to feel the heat. They feel Obama's momentum. And so Obama is like, he doesn't pull any punches. He just tells it how it is, what happened with the Clinton campaign. He says, well, the Clinton camp issued a memo citing a press clip in which one of my teachers in Indonesia claimed that I had written an essay in kindergarten about wanting to be president. Proof, it seemed, that my professed idealism was merely disguised as a ruthless ambition. So Obama's, pulling the curtain back, and he's showing all the tension between the Clinton campaign. And look, they leaked something that said that, my teacher said that I wanted to be president, and this proved this was wrong. This is a little bit of fodder for political junkies to write their cheesy articles about. In reality, like some of the things the Clinton campaign did, one thing they did is they released, like you've seen the photos of Obama in like his Muslim garb. I think that was like for a funeral or something in Indonesia where he was dressing up like that. But they released that in order to stoke fears that he was some type of Muslim extremist and it was dirty politics at its finest. That's not mentioned in this book. Instead, their edgy commentary is going to be leaks about he said to his teacher in Indonesia years ago that isn't newsworthy at all. In the same way that the edgy parts earlier is Obama reading Marx in order to appeal to the socialist, bisexual lady. This is edgy, but it's like really not informative at all, and it doesn't make anybody angry. Like, you're not really saying anything if you're not alienating any constituencies, and this is a masterclass of a book of not alienating anybody. So it's like, okay, I'm going to do some jabs at Hillary, but I'm not going to remind people that all this talk about being a Muslim was originally put forward by the Clinton campaign, or at least a large part of it was. Instead, we'll talk about this kindergarten teacher thing. So I think that page 111 actually sums up the Obama campaign better than pretty much any other page in the book, in that it shows that there was actually two campaigns that Obama was running. The first campaign was the one that everybody associates with it, which was the Hope campaign, the Change campaign, the Yes We Can campaign, the aspirational, idealistic, generational movement, fundamentally alter America and better it, and we hope for the change that this man is going to bring about campaign, and that was for the people that he needed the votes in order to win. And then he had another campaign, or another set of messaging for people that were already in power, and the Democratic establishment, and the donor class, and the institutions, which might be threatened by the first campaign's fundamental change message. And for that campaign, it was more of a message of, don't really worry, this is more of a rebranding exercise, and I'm still one of you guys, and I'm in it for you. And so he talks about he just lost New Hampshire, and so he needs to give a lofty speech to regenerate support for his campaign. And so he says that the speech I gave to our supporters that evening would end up being one of the most important of our campaign. Not just a rallying cry for the disheartened, but also a useful reminder that we believed. We know, he says, we know the battle ahead will be long, I said, but always remember that no matter what obstacles are in our way, nothing can stand in the way of the power of millions of voices calling for change. I said we lived in a country whose history was built on hope, by people, by pioneers, by abolitionists, by suffragists, by immigrants. So he's part of that movement, the abolitionist movement, the suffragist movement, the people-powered movement to bring change. And this time he was just doing it in a political campaign. Civil rights workers who've been undeterred by seemingly impossible odds. And then he goes on. He goes more lofty rhetoric. Then a half paragraph later, he talks about, after the loss, how he actually got more support from other people. He says that this was followed by so he says, John Kerry, who'd previously been non-committal, came out with an enthusiastic endorsement of me, John Kerry being the previous Democratic nominee and the quintessential insider Democrat. This was followed by announcements of support from Governor Janet Napolitano of Arizona, Senator Claire McCaskill of Missouri, and Governor Kathleen Sebelius of Kansas, all hailing from states which leaned Republican, and helped me send a message that despite the setback, we were strong and moving forward. And so Obama is simultaneously growing his bases of support from, young activists disenfranchised by the political system, and also getting endorsements from the most establishment conservative Democrats in the Democratic Party. And so that's an impressive political feat, whatever else you want to say about it. And so page 117, Obama's wondering why more black leaders in the South and South Carolina in particular aren't endorsing him, and instead have been supportive of Clinton. And he talks to one of his advisors, and she goes through a long spiel, and at the end of it she has a revealing sentence, and it says, and the Clintons have a long memory, which is true. The Clintons have a very long memory, and if you cross them, there are ways that they can use the power that they have within the Democratic Party, within the donor networks which they've established over the course of decades, within the many backroom deals which they've done with everything from activist groups to conservative Republicans, mending together a coalition which should not be there, but they actually are the central power brokers of. And if people cross them, then there are things that they will do. I'm not saying they'd kill people like some certain conspiracy theorists will, but rather they will make sure that those people have negative leaks go to the media, and they will have their donors dry out, and they won't get support from other Democrats established within their states. And Obama knows this, and so do the Democrats within the South. So yeah, I think that's kind of telling. Also, the idea that Obama is peddling that he wasn't, ambitious and was rather just a public servant that just happened to reach power, rather than just an ambitious careerist posturing during his time in the Senate. Again, it's totally wrong. I found this article from Adolph Reed, who's a black socialist living in Chicago. I think he actually lived in Obama's district, and he wrote an article, I think in 2000, or maybe it was even in the 90s, talking about how the trajectory of the Democratic Party is going to move towards people like Obama, and in terms of posturing, nothingness, vapid, empty, lofty rhetoric, which doesn't confront any institutions. And then Obama from there went on to become the president of the United States, but this was still as a state senator. And so the writing was on the wall for anybody that cared to look. So page 120, Obama starts talking about Jeremiah Wright, who was his pastor in Chicago, who he later had to distance himself from after some of the quotes that Wright put out about white supremacy and America being racist and things of that nature came out, and Obama was like, I can't have that associated with my campaign, or else people won't vote for me. So he starts talking about Wright, and he says this, there were times when I found Reverend Wright's sermons a little over the top. In the middle of a scholarly explanation of the book of Matthew or Luke, he might insert a scathing critique of America's drug wars, American militarism, capitalist greed, or the intractability of American racism, rants that were usually grounded in fact, but bereft of context. That's an interesting quote to me, as if additional context is going to justify the drug war. I just read a book on the drug war. It was called Chasing the Scream by Johan Hari. And the more context you get about the drug war, the more racist and terrible it looks. In terms of, it was started right after Prohibition ended by Harry Anslinger, who was an extreme racist, and with the explicit purpose of pretty much throwing as many black people in prison as possible and keeping the infrastructure of Prohibition running and operational throughout the rest of the time. And then it was further exploited by Nixon and Reagan, and now we have the highest rate of incarceration in the world, and more people in prison than even China does, despite China having 1.3 or 1.4 billion people, and we being a quarter of the size. And so it's not great. And the same with everything, capitalist greed. It was if you had more context about the financial markets and the subprime mortgage crisis, and if you knew what derivatives and securities were and how we manipulated stocks, then people would understand that this is actually more okay. The more people know, the worse it is. That's why the media and the politicians work to keep people in the dark, because when people are informed, they get pretty angry about what's happening. So it's more important that they watch football or ever listen to their politicians speak about vague aspirational ideas without any type of context behind them. Same with American militarism. I won't even get started on that, but if you start looking into it, there were explicit reasons for America's militarism. It's mostly because we want to control the global economic system, and we are the hegemon, and so things like countries which won't align with U.S. interests, we have to coup them, and countries that will chop off the heads of their civilians for sorcery, like Saudi Arabia, we have to make deals with them so that the oil keeps flowing, and so on and so forth. The more you look into it, the worse it is. And so he says that it lacks context. I would love to hear this context, which it lacks, because the more context you have, the more accurate that critique actually is. So page 136, Obama's starting to worry that too many people are projecting their hopes and aspirations for America onto his shoulders, and that he might not be able to live up to their lofty expectations. So he says that at some basic level, people were no longer seeing me, I realized, with all my quirks and shortcomings. Instead, they had taken possession of my likeness and made it into a vessel for a million different dreams. I knew a time would come when I would disappoint them, falling short of the image that my campaign and I had helped to construct. Emphasis added. I realized, too, that if supporters could mold bits and pieces of me into an outside symbol of hope, then the vague fears of detractors could just as readily congeal into hate. And so Obama kind of buries the lead. Like, why would people be associating him with an outside symbol of hope? Well, he said it right there, a sentence prior. His campaign had helped to construct it. Not helped to construct it. They were running a campaign based on hope and change, and were trying to create a movement of millions of people associating him with fundamental hope and change. And so now Obama is worrying, Obama the candidate is worrying that it's working, like that people are actually associating him with this, and like, they should know that, like, I'm not going to be able to get this stuff done. It might have been helpful for Obama the candidate to say that at the time, for us to know this, but rather he didn't say it because that would actually lose him votes, and what was more important was gathering power. One thing I'll probably talk about later. Obama 2008 campaign won the award for the best from the advertising industry for the best marketing campaign. So it was explicitly a marketing campaign, and it was based on hope and change, fundamental change. If you watch like the television ads, and it's like, there's just like, it's like black and white, and there's sad music, and there's a man and his daughter, and like, they're able to put together like a narrative in 30 seconds, and you're like, oh my gosh, and then you get to the end of it, and it's like Pepsi, and it's like Coke, and it's because like the advertising industry, they realize like if they can get you to connect to something or really believe in something. I mean, most of them are cheesy and hopefully don't work, but they wouldn't be running them if they didn't work on the aggregate. So they do work, and if you can get people to do that, then that's the best type of thing, which is why you see all these different commercials that are cheesy to the extreme, but they're all copying each other. And Obama's campaign was the best one of all. So then page 140, Obama finally has to disassociate with Reverend Wright because he's just saying too many inflammatory things, and he's alienating middle America too much. And the straw that broke the camel's back, Obama says, was this statement. He says, "There was Reverend Wright in living color explaining how the tragedy of 9/11 might in part be explained by a record of military interventions and wanton violence overseas, a matter of, quote, America's chickens coming home to roost." And so Obama had to cut ties. Understandable politically, because that is going to lose you votes and support in middle America, inflammatory statements like that. On the other hand, on the merits, that's 100% true. It's like the terrorist networks of the world, or the Al-Qaedas of the world, do not just randomly select a country to attack by closing their eyes, spinning a globe, and sticking their finger down, and it always ends up being America. No, there are reasons which they have, right or wrong, for choosing the countries which they choose. And if you read Osama bin Laden's fatwa, he lays it out. It's that America occupies the Holy Land, specifically in Saudi Arabia, and we have our military bases all around the Middle East, and there's a giant pile of corpses associated with American intervention in the Middle East, which is the reason why he's attacking America. And then that's mixed in with a bunch of crazy religious fundamentalism, which also is used as justification. But it's like, if the reason was that they're attacking us for our freedom, which is the reason that Bush said right after 9/11, and the only other reason that's ever given for people who choose to think about it. Most people don't choose to deal with that question, especially mainstream people. Like Obama here doesn't go on to talk at all about any merits that might have. it's better. It's easier out of sight, out of mind. But for the people that do look for that answer, the only one they can give is that they hate us for our freedom. That's what Bush said.
Why do they hate us? They hate what they see right here in this chamber. A democratically elected government. Their leaders are self-appointed. They hate our freedoms.
It's kind of ironic because the people pushing that were also the people pushing for the Patriot Act, which greatly reduced civil liberties in America, for the suspension of habeas corpus, for people to be thrown into cages in Guantanamo Bay without trial for years and years and years on end, for a slew of more repressive procedures that limit America's freedom or citizens' freedom. These are people that say they hate us for our freedom. So it's almost like you're letting them win by reducing the freedoms if that's the reason. It's actually not the reason. Like, there are plenty of other free countries. I mean, they differ on this issue and that issue. In some ways they're more free, in other ways they're more restrictive. But, Al-Qaeda's not targeting Iceland. They're not targeting Norway. And, it's not a coincidence. Iceland didn't overthrow the government of Iran in the 1950s. Norway doesn't have, 100 military bases around the world, or hundreds of military bases, and doesn't do coups all the time. So this is actually objectively true, but it's not something Obama's going to grapple with, because those type of inflammatory statements could actually damage his legacy. Page 144, Obama starts grappling with, what is the major question of the Democratic Party right now for people that are paying attention, which is why is the working class disassociating with them, specifically the working class in the Rust Belt, specifically the white working class is what he's talking about right here, but it's multiracial. And he starts to give the right answer, and then he gives exactly the wrong answer and mixes it in a way that actually explains why the Democrats have been doing so bad, because they mix in garbage nonsense that they throw to their outsourcing special interest donors at the same time of speaking the I feel your pain type of language,
I feel your pain,
which they've been doing for the last 30 years, while pushing these same policies which kick people in the face. So he says, kind of outlining the problem, quote, you go into these small towns in Pennsylvania, I said, and a lot of small towns in the Midwest, the jobs have been gone now for 25 years and nothing's replaced them. And they fell through the Clinton administration and the Bush administration, and each successive administration has said that somehow these communities are going to regenerate, and they have not. As he says, so far so good. Except then I added, so it's not surprising then that they get bitter. They cling to their guns or religions or apathy towards people who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment or anti-trade sentiments as a way to explain their frustrations. And then so the reason he brings this up is because he's using an example of oops, I put my foot in my mouth. I said that they cling to their religion, and then there was a bunch of negative ads about me afterwards for that, and that was a mistake politically. That's not quite what I meant how I meant to phrase it. The real thing that's interesting to me, which he doesn't talk about at all, is that he lays out all these things, which is actually accurate and is kind of an explanation for Trumpism and how Trump won Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania in 2016, despite them usually being the traditional strongholds of the Democrats and the union movement. Then he says, they cling to their guns, religion, apathy towards people who aren't like them, or anti-immigrant sentiment, or anti-trade sentiment. So he throws in anti-trade sentiment as if it's equivalent to xenophobia. And the people that are against the people that are for free trade are also kind of the type of MSNBC, urban, upper class, Silicon Valley-y, techie, rich constituency of professional managerial class type people that Obama's kind of appealing to right now. And so what he does is he throws in anti-trade sentiment as an equivalent or as kind of another example of irrational scapegoating that these people are doing, equivalent to anti-immigrant sentiment. In reality, and which is funny because he's also attacking Clinton at the same time, Hillary Clinton, for her support of her husband's pushing of the North American Free Trade Agreement, of NAFTA, in the 1990s, which is the biggest trade agreement, or one of the biggest trade agreements that led to that outsourcing, and that's something that he would have said during the campaign, and he did say. But then he throws in here that anti-trade sentiment is, equivalent to irrational racism. It is kind of an explanation, because he'll speak the language of populism and understanding and pushing policies which actually help these people, and then go ahead and push for the Trans-Pacific Partnership when he comes into office, which would have been another trade deal that did that. And so I think that is telling. Then Obama starts talking about the Pennsylvania debate, and his campaign's not doing good because he stuck his foot in his mouth and made fun of people's religion and their guns, and that's something that they like in Pennsylvania. He talks about how an invigorated Hillary touted her newfound appreciation for gun rights. Annie Oakley, I called her. We lost by 9 points. And so that's just interesting, because Hillary Clinton is doing the type of shape-shifting, metamorphosis, chameleon-like politician move, which has come to be associated with politicians, and Hillary and Bill are if you Google politician, they're the ones that come up for people, which is interesting, because I started paying attention a lot to Hillary's record in 2016, and the one thing that she did, because I was a Sanders supporter, and the one thing that she attacked Bernie on 100 times over was that he didn't support the Brady bill, and so that he was too, despite having a D- voting record from the NRA, that he was too lax on guns, and so he wouldn't take on the gun industry. Here's her 4 years or 8 years earlier, rather, totally rebranding herself, because it's it's a opportunity for her politically to appeal to some white rural gun owners, and Obama's even calling her out on it. But that's what you can do for short-term political gain, and that's what the name of the game is for the Clintons, is short-term political opportunism at every turn. And you do that for too long, everybody thinks that you are the quintessential politician, and they don't trust you at all, and you lose to Donald Trump. So despite losing Pennsylvania, Obama does well a couple weeks later in Indiana and North Carolina, and he says, that the campaign is pretty much over. Everybody knows I'm going to win, and it's just a matter of time. And even though it's a little bit before Hillary drops out, he says that a few weeks would pass before Hillary's belated but gracious concession speech was an endorsement, but the results that night told us that the race was basically over. And this is telling for me, not because he didn't lie, but it's like what he chooses to emphasize and what he chooses not to emphasize. So he'll bring up like little tidbits here and there. Oh, she said, she brought up my, what I said to my teacher as a fourth grader, or she said this about guns and I didn't like that so much. But if there's really like something that if you were to bring up, it would be hard to justify, he's not going to put that in there, because he's counting on Hillary supporters and the mainstream Democrats supporting him and liking him so that his legacy continues to flourish. So he's not going to alienate the whole entire Clinton constituency. And so he's not going to bring up that actually before her endorsement, she said, she was asked why she's not dropping out of the race. And she says that,
we all remember Bobby Kennedy was assassinated in June.
I'm not going to drop out of the race because, even though I can't win by the delegates, he could still be assassinated like Bobby Kennedy was. Imagine if Bernie had said that in 2016 for the reason that he's not dropping out. Like, what if, a bomb blows up Hillary Clinton? Like, we never know. But this is not part of history. It's not going to be written about in Obama's memoir. It's not going to be written about in the history books. And it's not going to be brought up by the media because it's kind of inconvenient. And so then the start of the next chapter, Obama is meeting with Clinton, and they're going to come together and unify, according to Obama's narrative. Like this meeting right here and this little excerpt is kind of the perfect example for the type of ahistoric revisionism legacy packing, which is rampant throughout this book, which is mostly just errors of omission and out of context things that do not give the whole story, but rather give a narrative that is beneficial to all the parties involved, specifically Obama. And so he says here, he's describing the meeting, he says that at the outset, Hillary felt obliged to get a few things off her chest, mainly having to do with what she considered unfair attacks by my campaign. As the winner, I felt obliged to keep my own complaints to myself, but it didn't take long to clear the air. The bottom line, she said, was that she wanted to be a team player for the good of the Democratic Party and the good of the country. So the way he'd have you believe it went down was that, they just came together. Like he won in North Carolina, Indiana. She took a couple more weeks, and then they came together and worked it out because they were all on the same side. In reality, what happened was that she tried to stay into the very end, even after it was clear that she had no chance to the nomination through delegates. But then when it was clear that he wasn't going to be assassinated, then she finally decided to endorse him. But do you know what the Clinton supporters called themselves during this time? They called themselves Pumas. That stands for Party Unity My Ass. So there was no attempt made to go out of the way to make sure that there was party unity. There was every attempt made by the Clinton campaign to further her career and ambitions in any way possible. And so not only did she not endorse him until the last minute, she also asked for him to reduce her campaign debts right afterwards. So like one of the first things that Obama did right afterwards was pay off the millions of dollars in campaign debt that Clinton had accrued, staying in the race longer than she should have, waiting for him to be killed. He probably wasn't waiting for him to be killed, but she just wanted to do everything she could to push it to the very last bit so that if there was any chance at all, she would get it. And if that meant being assassinated, that's what that meant. Compare this to what Bernie asked Clinton to do in 2016 when he conceded. What Bernie asked was, rather than millions of dollars to pay off my campaign debts and a Secretary of State position, what he asked for was a bunch of policy concessions. So like, we need you to support a $15 minimum wage in the Democratic platform. We need you to support a public option in your Democratic platform. We need this and we need that. We need the different policies that I've been pushing for, which actually help other people, not just my own political ambitions. Age 154, he lands in Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan, and then he goes on to talk about how great the military is there and everything. Another interesting area of omission, Bagram Air Base, there was documented torture that was happening. The U.S. was torturing people there. But he's not going to bring that up because it's not helpful to alienate, like, the military. A lot of people support the military. That's just how the world works. So we're not going to bring up things like torture. I might be the idealistic candidate, and I might want a better world, but I'm not going to criticize people for torture or bring it up, and it's inconvenient. Rather, I will do the same type of kind of empty flag-waving, our military is great type speeches that other politicians do without any context to them at all. Page 157, Obama meets David Petraeus, and he has nothing but great things to say about David Petraeus because David is somebody that's beloved by kind of the mainstream. He's a mainstream military guy, and so as such, he's not somebody that you want to portray in a poor way. And so he's going to say he was trim and fit with a PhD in international relations and economics from Princeton and an orderly analytical mind. Petraeus was considered the brains behind our improved position in Iraq and the individual to whom the White House had essentially contracted out its strategy. So nothing but good things to say about Petraeus. Because again, he's kind of an insider. What did Petraeus actually do? He might have done those things that he was talking about, but he also supports the military establishment and the military-industrial complex and the $700+ billion that we spend each year, and isn't for any type of paradigm shift. He is the mainstream, even though he might be a nice guy personally. One other thing that he did, which Obama does not mention throughout the book, is that after he left public life, he wrote a memoir, or rather, he had somebody write a memoir for him who he was having an affair with. So he had a mistress who was writing his memoir, who he leaked classified information to, which is a felony, which is a thing that the Obama administration attacked whistleblowers for, or people who are leaking information to inform the public, like as a public service. Obama attacked whistleblowers more than any other administration in history. He used the Espionage Act, which is a World War I era unconstitutional act, to attack whistleblowers and suppress dissent. He used it more than every other president in American history combined. I think he used it like 8 times or so. And so he wants to prosecute Chelsea Manning, and did, although he did, to his credit, pardon her at the end of her, after she's been in prison for, I think, like 5 years and attempted suicide. But that was good. He went after Edward Snowden. He went after Jeffrey Sterling, who was an African American in the CIA who did leaks about things that were happening within the CIA, and so he was attacked. A bunch of different people on the wrong side of the Obama administration, but David Petraeus, never going to be prosecuted, and he is going to have a nice paragraph written in here, even though his leaks weren't for the public interest, but were rather to make him money through his book, given to his mistress he was having an affair with. So page 158, he's talking to Petraeus about Iraq, and it's pretty telling. He says that Bush deserved credit, I thought, for having selected this particular general to write what had been a sinking ship. If we had unlimited time and resources, if America's long-term national security interests absolutely depended on creating a functioning and democratic state allied to the United States in Iraq, then Petraeus's approach had as good a chance as any of achieving the goal. And then he goes on to say, but we don't have as much time. We don't have infinite time, and so I'm going to have to make the hard decisions and be the anti-war candidate, which is a way of, again, branding himself and appealing to the anti-war left while also praising George Bush, praising Dave Petraeus, and not fundamentally challenging any paradigms in terms of American imperialism, the $700+ billion that we were spending each year on the defense budget. And if Ben & Jerry's tries to tell him that, maybe we should cut this, he's going to, talk tough with him and say, sorry, I can't be affected by any special interests like you, Ben & Jerry's. When in reality, the entire establishment special interests of the military-industrial complex is influencing him all the time, and the way that he couches that anti-war tough talk to Petraeus in an assumption that it's in America's long-term national security interests to create a functioning and democratic state allied to the United States in Iraq is totally ridiculous. The U.S. is not interested in exporting democracy to the Middle East. If the people of the Middle East got to decide what happened there, they would say, we do not want America here taking all of our oil. We do not want these special interests and these corporations extracting all the resources from our country while propping up these totalitarian institutions which oppress us and siphon the money off to themselves to enrich themselves. That would be what the Democratic Middle East said. At the very least, they would say, get out of here. So that's not in the U.S. interest. It's not in the U.S. interest in Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, or in Iraq. It might be in their interest, as long as the democratic will of the people is to continue U.S. policy, that works fine. And that's the reason that because Europe and Japan are integrated into the U.S. system in a way that isn't into the global system in a way that isn't so supplying raw materials for corporations, that the democratic nature of their institutions and government isn't an impediment to the U.S. and is actually good because they have kind of the same role as the U.S. to a lesser degree in the international system. But for Iraq and the Middle East, it's not. It's that's not how it is. And so Obama suggesting that they want democracy in Iraq is ridiculous. They talk about 400 pages later, he talks about the Arab Spring and the uprising in Egypt. One thing that's totally clear there is that it was a gigantic thorn in Obama's side and the U.S.'s side to have that democratic uprising in Egypt, and they much rather would have had Mubarak in power, which is why they were supporting him to the tune of billions of dollars each year prior to that. And so much, again, it's just one little paragraph. This is why this is going to be a 5-hour long video or something, is because I'm skipping over a bunch of stuff like this, but this is so dishonest and the fundamental assumptions are so wrong that you got to make it long. Page 159, he goes to Israel and he meets with both the Palestinian leaders and the Israeli leaders, and he describes kind of the conflict in a way that only Obama can. This is actually not only Obama can, that the U.S. always does, but Obama does more elegantly and puts a better mask on it than other people. So he says, I met separately with Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert and Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas, and did my best to understand not only the logic, but also the emotions behind an ancient and seemingly intractable conflict. And so the Palestinian-Israeli conflict is an ancient, intractable conflict. And so he's he needs to understand the emotions, and he's going to come into it as a peacekeeper and a spiritual guru that's going to try to solve this ancient and intractable conflict at a fundamental level, rather than just looking at the surface like other ones. Because again, he's a visionary leader. In reality, the only reason there's a conflict is because the U.S. has blocked a peace settlement, a two-state peace settlement based on UN 242 for the better part of 50 years now. In terms of the entire international community supports a two-state solution for Israel-Palestine based loosely upon the 1967 borders, but the U.S. continues to fund Israel because they act as essentially the biggest U.S. base in the Middle East, and the U.S. has a lot of interest in the Middle East, as well as some other tangential reasons. And because of that, the U.S. has blocked it. And so the U.S. is the active impediment in that, but Obama's not going to bring it up, and instead he's going to frame it as a intractable conflict rooted in ancient disagreements of a kind that, who knows if anybody could ever solve. Okay, 177, Obama starts talking about what he wanted to do. And so he says, I wanted people to understand that there was a precedent for bold government action. FDR had saved capitalism from itself, laying the foundation for a post-World War II boom. I often talked about how strong labor laws had helped build a thriving middle class and a thriving domestic market, and how by driving out unsafe products and fraudulent schemes, consumer protection laws had actually helped legitimate businesses prosper and grow. And then he goes on to explain some more of the New Deal reforms, and he says that I was convinced we could adapt these strategies to current times beyond any specific policies. I wanted to restore in the minds of the American people the crucial role the government had always played in expanding opportunities, fostering competition and fair dealing, and making sure the marketplace worked for everybody. What I hadn't counted on was a major financial crisis. And so he wanted to do all of this. It was so close to happening, but then the major financial crisis happened, and that tied his hands, and that's the reason it didn't happen. He had to deal with the financial crisis. In reality, the financial crisis actually offered probably a once-in-a-generation opportunity because it was coinciding with a giant movement for people hoping for change to fundamentally alter the American system, and Obama pissed it away by putting Goldman Sachs people at the highest branches within the U.S. Treasury and within government, and choosing Larry Summers and Tim Geithner to head his economic response to the crash. Who are the insiders? I'll get to more of that later, but this is particularly ridiculous and revisionist that he said that he wanted to change all of this, but he couldn't because of the financial crisis. The financial crisis was the biggest opportunity to make that change, and it shows more than anything else that he never really wanted to make that change. Then Obama starts talking about the financial crisis, and he starts laying out kind of the major players that went about that were in the decision-making process for first the Bush administration, and then his administration for making the decisions to bail out the banks and not to prosecute anybody, and to all the decisions after the subprime mortgage crisis happened. And so first he lays out Hank Paulson, who was the Treasury Secretary for George W. Bush at the time. And so he says, Hank Paulson, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, was calling me. I had first met Paulson when he was the CEO of Goldman Sachs, which makes sense. So Obama goes and meets. He's an important person. He meets with people like the CEOs of Goldman Sachs, where he tells them how much things are going to change. That's probably not what he actually said to him. He was tall, bespectacled, with an awkward but unpretentious manner. He'd spent most of our time talking about his passion for environmental activism. So this is the thing that Obama, thinks is the most important thing to know about Henry Paulson in terms of setting the stage for the subsequent couple of chapters in which he is an active participant in shaping the financial reforms that Obama is going through, is that he's tall, bespectacled, and has a passion for environmental activism as the CEO of Goldman Sachs. As if it would be like if he's introducing the Raytheon CEO, who's in charge of making the missiles that blow up people in the Middle East, and he was like, I met the Raytheon CEO, and he was a shorter fellow with brown hair, but I like the look in his eye, and he was telling me about his passion for protecting dogs from hot cars, and he really just was earnest about it, and you could see how much he cared about the animals. You can humanize anybody about talking about the particularities of their passions, but if his day job is manipulating financial markets that end up crashing the global economy, and then now he's in charge of crafting the response to that, and ends up helping the very people who were his former employers in making huge amounts of money while not having any accountability for their crimes, you'd think that would be maybe more relevant than the particularities of how much he loved his wife, or how much he cares about plants and the outdoors. This is not the most relevant thing. Not to mention that companies like Goldman Sachs and the financial institutions that are running the world, which are pushing things in a direction of profit maximization in the short term as much as possible, is the main undermining factor for why the environment is being destroyed. Is because we need to make quarterly returns for all of these companies each and every quarter, which means we got to get as much resources as we can, which means that we can't take the long-term costs of environmental exploitation into account. That's not something that's on Paulson's agenda. So what he might do is donate a few $1 million of the probably hundreds of $1 million that he's made to protect some public lands in Montana or something. But in terms of the big picture, why the Earth's getting destroyed at a rate which is completely unsustainable, that's not on the agenda for Goldman Sachs, and that's something he's actually driving. But Obama won't mention that because he is trying to humanize Paulson, because at the end he agrees with Paulson on the fixes for the financial system, as the subsequent chapters show. Obama kind of lays out his analysis for the financial situation over the next chapter or so. Before I get into that, I'll just lay out really quickly what are the basic facts for the 2007-2008 housing crisis, which led to the Wall Street financial crisis, which led to the global economy crashing, because not everybody knows the story. But essentially, there's these things called mortgage-backed securities, which are essentially a bunch of different mortgages put together that pension funds and investors can invest in order to get a certain rate of return, a certain yield. And the reason they want it, and there's a huge demand for those, because they provided both relatively high rates of return, like higher rates than treasury investing in treasury bonds, but also a more secure thing to invest in than the stock market itself. So it was relatively high rate and relatively secure. And so there's a huge demand for that, because that's what a lot of people were looking for, who don't want to lose their money but don't want to just have it sitting in a bank account, essentially losing real value as inflation is higher than the rate of return for money just sitting there. And so there's a huge demand for that, and that led to Wall Street essentially lowering the standards for mortgages, because previously the reason that they were secure is because you have to have a certain income, you have to have a certain credit score. Not everybody can get a mortgage, and the reason for that was that in the old days, there was kind of an incentive for both the banks and the homeowners to not have them default on their mortgages, because the banks were the ones that owned the mortgages, and so there was an incentive to make sure that the people could actually qualify for that. Well, those standards got ratcheted down and down and down as the demand got higher, and as these major financial institutions like Goldman Sachs, which are Obama's now working with, or Citigroup, which he's working with extensively, kind of realized that the more of these we have, the more money we could make, and so we need to lower the standards. Well, if you lower the standards too much, or to the extent that they did, then the default rates go up higher. And once a certain level of default happens, those mortgage-backed securities become worthless. And not just that, the housing market becomes a systemic risk in terms of one house defaults, that lowers the home values of other houses in the surrounding communities, which makes it more likely the homeowners are going to be underwater, which is going to make it more likely that they default, and so on and so forth. And so as the rate started to tick forward, the returns got lower on the mortgage-backed securities, and then eventually the entire housing market crashed, because they're giving out mortgages to people who have no business getting them, and also they're doing it in a predatory way, where they're literally going to low-income communities and selling people on oh yeah, you can get a house, just do this. Do you remember the Countrywide commercials? Countrywide is on your side. Well, they're doing commercials everywhere. You can get a home, you can get a home, you can get a home, just sign here, a bunch of fraud everywhere. Nobody was checking it. And then they were there's these credit rating agencies, Moody's, Fitch, Standard & Poor's, which are supposed to assess the value of things like mortgage-backed securities for investors, and they can be rated AAA, 2As. I think there's triple B. They're on a different scale. Well, all of these, or a large amount of them, were rated AAA. And the reason they were rated AAA is because there was pressure from the big financial institutions to have them be rated AAA, or else they'd take their business elsewhere and they'd get it rated by a different agency. And so essentially, these were a bunch of crappy mortgages put together that were then rebranded as the best, most high quality, least risky investments for people, and then those were sold off to pension funds and different investors that wanted a relatively stable rate of return, and they were pushed forward by and every step of the way, the big banks had their tentacles on the levers of power. During that time. And so that's essentially what happened. That eventually crashed as the default rates went up, the home values decreased, more default rates happened. The entire mortgage-backed securities stopped yielding. That affected pension funds. That's why people lost a huge amount of money. That eventually affected Wall Street and the stock market and 401ks, and the banks started crashing because they were heavily invested in these funds. And it was integrated everywhere, and it was based on a house of cards that was totally unstable. And so that's essentially what happened, and it was from the start at the top. The banks and the financial institutions that were pushing these things forward, likely with the knowledge, because they're not stupid people, that this is totally unstable, but because every person in the system has the incentive to make as much money as possible in the short term, it doesn't really matter. And so if there's no regulators on the job for that, this is a thing that can happen. So that's essentially what happened for the subprime mortgage crisis. Then Obama starts to give his account, and he says for Democrats, it would be easy to lay the blame for the fiasco at the foot of the administration, meaning the Bush administration. But the truth was that plenty of congressional Democrats had applauded rising home ownership rates throughout the subprime boom. Okay, so that's his tough talk. Be like, listen, the Democrats, they're not blameless either. Is that they had applauded, increased home ownership rates. In reality, the things that had a much bigger effect on the crisis that the Democrats did, rather than applauding more home ownership rates, was a positive thing, but it again led to systemic risk, was the deregulation of Wall Street during the 1990s, pushed forward by the Clinton administration. And so one of the reasons that the subprime mortgages took down the entire economy is because the entire derivative, or a huge amount of the derivatives market, which I honestly don't even understand, but the derivatives, the amount of money in derivatives is dozens of times more than the total amount of money is in circulation in the world. It's unbelievable how they're totally deregulated. I don't even hardly understand what it is, but other than that, they essentially combine, they put links between all different branches of the stock market. So we're like, okay, if this goes up, that affects this. And so that's, derivatives put forward. And so essentially when the housing market crashed, that brought down the rest of the economy as well. And that was because the Democrats had, in 1999, passed the Commodity Futures Modernization Act, which deregulated derivatives markets, which allowed them to run roughshod over the entire economy. So that was the bigger thing. They also got rid of Glass-Steagall, which allowed giant banks to use depositors' money for risky investments like this. So that had an effect. And then a bunch of other things. The thing is with Wall Street, it's super, super complicated. So even if you pay attention to politics and this stuff, probably a lot more than maybe the average person does, I still have no idea most of the stuff that's happening, other than every time I listen to somebody talk about it, they're like, this is unbelievably criminal. With the people that actually know what's going on, that aren't just trying to stuff their pockets full of gold as they loot the treasury, are like, this is absolutely insane. And the Democrats were pushing for it every step of the way. Another thing Clinton did is that he deregulated, previously, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, the major, I think 5, JP Morgan Chase, the 5 major financial institutions did not have nearly as much power, 25 or 30 years ago that they do now. But the reason that they've been able to amass so much assets and have so much of their control over the economy is that Clinton deregulated state banking markets, or state banking law. So essentially, previously, banks had to kind of serve the communities which they were in, which actually makes sense, because if you listen to Economics 101, they're like, oh yeah, when you listen to libertarian talk about how banks are important, they'd be like, the man goes into the bank and he deposits his money, and there he has a safe place to put his money, and he's able to get a rate of return on it in terms of interest back, as if although we haven't gotten interest since 2008, when interest rates have been lowered artificially by the Obama administration's Fed. In my view, it was a good move, in order to do quantitative easing and put as much money into the housing market as possible. So we don't actually get interest rates back. That's why when you look at your dividends or whatever, your yields from the 6 months of having $5,000 in the bank, you get 60 cents. And you're like, okay, why am I even have this here? I might as well put it under my mattress. But in the old days, you actually used to get some stuff back, and and then the libertarian model would say things like, and now the bank is able to use that money to lend out to a local small businessman who's able to start his local small business. And with that extra money, he's able to lend it back to the bank, and that which is, when he deposits it, and then he'll pay the bank back, and then that additional income from his small business will be lent out to another business, and the economy does well, and the banker does well, and the depositor does well, and the small businessman does well. And so that's what banks do. Well, that's not what they do anymore. They don't work in those communities, and so instead they're pushing forward things that are going to maximize their returns in the short term and not necessarily help the communities that they're operating in, because they're global in nature. And that's what the Democrats did. Okay, and then Obama starts talking about TARP, which was the Troubled Asset Relief Program, which was passed at the end of the Bush administration to kind of buy off some of the most toxic assets from these financial institutions so that they wouldn't collapse in the way that Lehman Brothers collapsed. And when that happened, that brought down a bunch of the rest of the economy, because all of these institutions are intimately intertwined with the other institutions and the rest of the economy. And so it's not the case anymore that you can just let a bank fail and then nothing's going to happen in a rural town in Indiana. No, the unemployment rate's going to skyrocket. People are going to suffer, and that's just a result of too big to fail and these policies which have been pushed over and over again. And too big to fail was never addressed by the Obama administration. But anyways, he's talking about TARP, and he's talking about how Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reide, despite being tough, hard-nosed politicians, they were willing to set politics aside when an issue of vital importance was at stake. And so, they didn't care about politics. They didn't care that TARP was extremely, extremely, extremely unpopular. I think they're 99 out of every 100 calls to congressional representatives during that time were against the passage of TARP. Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reide don't care. They're going to put partisanship aside to do the right thing. Now, me personally, I think it was the right thing to pass TARP. However, the version of TARP or something similar to TARP, in terms of you can't let the entire economy crash just because the criminals at top, took down their institutions and then had no thoughts about how that would affect the rest of the economy. However, the version they passed had no strings attached at all. And so essentially, there was maybe a few strings attached and a few, board of directors were replaced. But essentially, the same group of people paid themselves bonuses and then continued to make the exact same decisions after getting the government money and so now the institutions are bigger than ever and the system hasn't been fundamentally reformed at all, something I'll talk about further on here. And so essentially you have these gigantic corporations take down the entire global economy, and the entire citizenry is you have to make them do something. And Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reide are sorry, we're just going to give them this money with no strings attached to do whatever they need to save their institutions. And then when they're done with that, they can go back to making money hand over fist and donate it to my political campaigns. I just saw a thing that Nancy Pelosi's net worth is increased from $8 million to $120 million over the course of the last 10 years. She's making $100K a year. So you can do the math. She should have made $1 million if she didn't spend any money. She made $100 million. And I don't know all the details for it, but I know that it has to do with the connections to the institutions and the individuals like this that she's made over the course of 30 years in politics. And that's why a lot of politicians go into lobbying right afterwards, is because it's in their immediate financial interest not to be hard on these gigantic, powerful players who were oftentimes the one that got them into office in the first place. And so if that means, standing up to the 99% of Americans who want the government to actually hold these institutions accountable, that's what they're going to do. And Obama's going to use that as an example of them standing up and doing the right thing. There are so many passages in here that are just over-the-top cheesy that and kind of filled with self-adulation and over-the-top back-padding, elevating, that I, Barack Obama, am a figure of history on the biggest stage, making the most important decisions, that it's kind of unbelievable. Pretend you don't know this is Obama that wrote this, and instead it was some, ninth grade high schooler getting ready for his JV basketball game, and tell me you wouldn't be cringing hardcore. He says, ultimately, he's talking about getting ready before the debate with McCain. Ultimately, it was rap that got my head in the right place. Two songs especially, Jay-Z's My First Song and Eminem's Lose Yourself. Both were about defying the odds and putting it all on the line. Look, if you had one shot or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? And so, yeah, no, that's Obama. He's got to capture his moment, this one opportunity to seize everything he ever wanted. What is he going to do? He's going to take his group of dedicated activist supporters hoping for change, and he's going to get them to support TARP, Troubled Asset Relief Program, to bail out the criminals on Wall Street, which he's about to put in his administration to run his financial response to the subsequent depression. And it seems like pretty much every chapter has to end with a couple sentences of just like momentous, grandstanding about values or whatever. And so Obama just got elected, so he's got to put in a big one here. So he's talking about looking at like different like the people saw pictures of people watching his inauguration, and so this one was in Chicago. It was in front of the Lincoln Memorial. And so it shows a small gathering of people on the stairs, their faces obscured by the darkness, and behind them the giant figure shining brightly, his marble face cagey, his eyes slightly downcast. They're listening to the radio, I am told, quietly contemplating who we are as a people and the arc of this thing we call democracy. Look how important it was that I was elected president. Again, yeah, I actually had the same feelings as a 12-year-old or however old I was when Obama was elected, and have since been significantly had my feelings change on that regard. Again, this is just so over the top, especially knowing how little Obama did to change anything at all. And so if he's just saying, Lincoln's freed the slaves and now I'm black and I'm the president making the same decisions as Bill Clinton would have made, okay, go ahead and say it is kind of inspirational in one way, but he's representing that he was black as fundamental change, when really the only change was that it was kind of, again, a rebranding exercise for his campaign. Like I said, the advertising industry gave their award for the best marketing campaign in 2008 or 2009 to the Obama campaign. It was a rebranding exercise, and so not super impressed, and it just seems super cringe to me. And it's all over the place. Like, you cannot believe how much just cringe cheese this is. This is a very long video. I don't have time to go over all of it, but it's like Obama. He's not a narcissist like Trump in that he is self-aware, but I don't think he's self-aware enough because this is pretty bad. And so then Obama starts talking about who he wants in his administration. And so first thing he says is he chose John Podesta to run his transition team. And John Podesta, people probably don't know who he is, but if they do, it's based on the Podesta emails, if you remember those from 2016. And so John Podesta was running Hillary Clinton's campaign and then clicked on a phishing email and leaked a bunch of emails, which eventually got out to WikiLeaks and weren't great for the DNC because they showed that a bunch of crafty maneuvers were made by the Clinton campaign to manipulate the primary and work with the DNC in a way which is against their rules in order to sabotage the campaign against Bernie Sanders and push a bunch of special interests forward. And so that's why people know John Podesta. But really what he should be known for is just being like connected to everything. I think he ran a think tank. He's connected to Obama world. He's connected to Clinton world. He's connected to all the power brokers in Washington. And so he's kind of the perfect choice for Obama to stack his cabinet full of the people that Obama's about to put in his cabinet. So it kind of makes sense. And so the first big position that Obama needs to decide is who's going to be his chief of staff. And he's like, I know just who the, right guy for the job is. It's Rahm Emanuel. And then he goes on for like a page and a half to try to convince Rahm Emanuel to be his chief of staff. He's like, come on, Rahm, I really need you. And then Rahm's like, eventually, like, okay, if you really want me to. For people who don't know who Rahm Emanuel is, well, if you have heard of him of recent, like, 2015-ish version of Rahm Emanuel, is probably because he, after running Obama's, being Obama's chief of staff, he used that as a platform to run for mayor of Chicago. And as mayor of Chicago, he might be most famous for kind of like squashing all the public sector unions and standing up to the teachers, and then also like hiding police video and shielding the police after they shot Laquan McDonald 17 times on a bridge for no reason at all. then that kind of hurt Rahm Emanuel's career. And once like they finally got out because the Black Lives Matter protesters put so much pressure on them that they had to release the tape, then Rahm Emanuel, a year later, after he'd seen the tape a year prior and decided to orchestrate a cover-up, then he like does like some like tear-driven waterworks ceremony where he's like, I'm so sorry and I need to be better, and like things like that. But it's, again, this is cynical politician, kind of not West Wing, but what's the Netflix one with the creepy criminal president? That type of House of Cards, that type of politics. That's Rahm Emanuel. And Obama actually does a good job of explaining who Rahm Emanuel is in the form of a rhetorical question, which he doesn't answer on the top of page 210. So he says, like, some people are concerned about choosing Rahm Emanuel. They said, but not all my supporters were as enthusiastic. Hadn't Rahm supported Hillary? A few groused. Didn't he represent the same old triangulating, Davos-attending, Wall Street coddling, Washington-focused, obsessively centrist version of the Democratic Party we had been running against? How can you trust him? Obama asks, without answering and then choosing to put him in the administration anyways. And the next paragraphs are pretty telling also. So he asks that rhetorical question about Rahm Emanuel, doesn't answer it, and then he says, like, these are all variations on the question that would reoccur in the coming months. What kind of president did I intend to be? What a question. Obama hasn't thought about this yet, apparently. I had pulled off a neat trick during the campaign, I couldn't have put it better, attracting support from independents and even some moderate Republicans by promising bipartisanship and an end to the slash and burn politics while maintaining the enthusiasm of those on the left. I would object to the characterization of his a promise for change does not equate like to a promise for bipartisanship. So I'm sure he talked about bipartisanship in some CNN interviews or something like that, just because he'll talk about everything because he wants to appeal to everybody. But his core message of hope and change doesn't mean triangulating between the Democrats and the Republicans to change from what the Democrats and Republicans do to doing an amalgamation of what they're doing. And that's actually what Bill Clinton did, and he was running against the Clintons as the Clinton was the kind of the epitome of the establishment, and Obama was running against that. And so the type of triangulation that Bill Clinton did and that Hillary Clinton was advocating, he's trying to represent as the change that he was pushing forward the whole time. And I think that's pretty dishonest. Like a little bit later, he says, voters had embraced my message because it sounded different and they were hungry for different. So he's like, now it's like, you didn't run a campaign on, they were hungry for change, they were hungry for different. They were hungry for, bipartisanship. They wanted me to work with Mitch McConnell, and they want Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell to try to hammer out a deal. And we want something in the middle of those two. Like, they both suck. Pelosi's approval rating is in the single digits right now, or like a 10% or 15%. McConnell's at the same one. Nobody trusts anybody, and Obama seems to think that what he needs to do is something different, which is triangulate between the two, and thereby attract the coalition of some Republicans, some moderates, and then also keep all the people on the left because they want different. No, they wanted change, and what you decided to do was the same, rebranded as different, and then appealed to what your actual constituency was the whole time, which was the Wall Street coddling, Washington focus, obsessively centrist version of the Democratic Party that we had been running against, as Obama put it. Again, the gaslighting. Overwhelming. I don't even know what a gaslight is, I don't think, but I'm breathing in the gas and I see the light. So he says that I love that. Again, this is like he bone to the left. This is what he does the whole entire book. He's like, I understand the people that say like maybe we should stop the wars, or maybe we should do something about Wall Street, or maybe people deserve health care. But I understood that as a realist, like I had to do this and that. It's the whole time he's like, I love the various up-and-comers who advised me throughout the campaign and felt a kinship with left-leaning economists and activists who saw the current crisis as a result of the bloated and out-of-control financial system in dire need of reform. So I felt a kinship with you. That said, here's Larry Summers to run my economic team, and freaking Tim Geithner, and Rahm Emanuel. And so I have a kinship with you. I'm going to give them all the power, but don't worry, the kinship is real. real. Again, overwhelming gas, the amount of gas that Obama's spewing as he's lighting it up. So he says, but with the world economy in free fall, my number one task wasn't remaking the economic order. It was preventing further disaster. Right, we don't need to remake the economic order, which just caused this disaster. We need to make sure that there's not another disaster by remaking the order exactly as it was prior without fundamental changes. And now there won't be another disaster. I say this in the middle of another economic crisis, this one catalyzed by COVID, but with a lot of the same underlying things where if Obama had taken action prior, we would be in a different situation today. And when the next economic crisis comes, which is, I think, right around the corner, it will be because action wasn't taken when there was an opportunity to take it by Obama back in 2008. He says, for this, I need people who could manage the crisis before, and who could be calm the markets. Yeah, he needs to calm the markets. I need to talk to you calm the markets by, telling them nothing fundamentally is going to change. Don't worry. Big Daddy government's going to be here to bail out your banks whenever you do things that are too risky. Yeah, we don't have capitalism. Like in capitalism, you're supposed to, like, if you do a risky investment and you lose, tough for you. You don't get your money back from a government insurance policy. If the government insures just the wealthiest banks and the wealthiest institutions in the country, there is no market anymore because the incentives for curbing risking behavior are gone for those institutions because they know they're going to be bailed out anyways, and there are no repercussions for that. At the same time, the smaller institutions, the credit unions, the small businesses, whatever it is, people that don't operate on a massive global scale, which don't pose systemic risk to the system, they're not going to be bailed out, and the regular person is not going to be bailed out, and the homeowner is not going to be bailed out. And so if you take a loan that's too bad because of predatory practices of people on Wall Street pushing subprime mortgages to people, too bad for you. There are no bailouts to come. You are not too big to fail. You are too small to help. So as for Treasury Secretary, it came down to two candidates: Larry Summers, who had held the job under Bill Clinton, and Tim Geithner, Larry's former deputy and then head of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. So here's your choice. You can either have the Clinton administration, part 2, or you can have the Clinton administration's number 2, now number 1. What's your choice? What do you want to change? Do you want that? Like, we can't go too far. Like, maybe if you'd really pushed me, I'd have chosen the third person in the Clinton administration so you could have had some real choices. But fundamentally, I don't want to rock the system too much. So we're only going to put these two people forward for the Clinton administration. And you know what? I'm going to choose Tim Geithner. I'm going to choose the other guy because you guys really want change. I know it. And then, I'm going to put the original Clinton administration guy as the number 2 within my economic team. So what he did, so this is his change. He's like, okay, so we had the Clinton administration. We had number 1 and number 2. You can choose from these people. Who do you want as number 1? Whoa, you want change? Okay, we're going to put number 2, who's going to be Tim Geithner, as number 1, and then we're going to take number 1, Larry Summers, and put him as number 2. And so this is your change. And then Obama spends like a page or 2 pages, pontificating about how great Larry Summers and Tim Geithner are. Here's their qualities. Here's their little mannerisms. I want to get you to get to know them, as if this is the most important part of who they are, not the things that they did to rip off the American people as they were running Obama's administration. Here's a sentence he has about Tim Geithner. He says that Tim worked as an Asia specialist for Henry Kissinger's consulting shop and then joined Treasury before becoming a junior trade official in Japan. And so he's just going through all his credentials. He's just going to, put that in there with no comment. As a young man, Tim worked for Henry Kissinger on his Asia plan. What was Henry Kissinger's Asia plan? Henry Kissinger's Asia plan was to destroy Southeast Asia and kill 3 to 5 million people in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. So that would be about 1,000 9/11s were pushed forward by principally Henry Kissinger, as well as people like him. And Obama has no comment about that because we don't talk about the people that U.S. militarism kills, and instead what we do is we rehabilitate the legacy of people like Henry Kissinger's, and then we talk about the corrupt Wall Street freaking Clintonite Treasury Secretary, which we just appointed as part of his credentials being working for Henry Kissinger. This would be like reading Angela Merkel's biography, and she's talking about how she was choosing the Deutsches Treasury Secretary, and he's like, as a young man, Fabian Wolfgang worked for the Joseph Goebbels commercial spin-off thing. Like, oh yeah, no problem. Just work for Joseph Goebbels commercial spin-off, and now he's at the highest levels of government within. But again, the comparison, I don't know exactly how many people Goebbels killed compared to Kissinger, but they're extremely comparable, and they're both in the 6 to 7 digit range, if you are able to parse out those type of things. But again, this is the liberal change hope president that was putting this one forward, and there's no comment about it. Obama's pretty honest about who Tim Geithner and Larry Summers are, and he's just like, yeah, this is why I chose them. So he says, still, Tim and Larry were the dominant voices on our economic team. Both men were rooted in centrist, market-friendly economic philosophy of the Clinton administration, and given the remarkable run of economic prosperity during the 90s, such a pedigree had long been considered a matter of pride. He was like, wow, look how great the economy was in the 90s. Yes, the economy was growing fast in the 90s, principally because the rise of the internet, and also because in capitalism, you have booms and then you have busts, and sometimes they don't align with administrations in the way that the policies of those administrations that directly is proportional to the impact that those policies have. And so things like the Commodities Futures Modernization Act and deregulating derivatives and deregulating the banking markets, the state banking markets, and getting rid of Glass-Steagall, those things would catch up, to the U.S. in 2007, 7 years later. But it's not that like the president is not like, it could have been that the economy crashed 3 months later and it would have been during the Obama administration, but it wouldn't have been Obama's fault in that instance if the economy had crashed in February 2008 instead of October 2007. It's just that's when the presidential administration takes place. Most of the impacts has to do with things outside of the specific people within an administration. But insofar as they weren't, many of the reasons that the economy crashed in 2007 was because of things that happened in the 1990s that didn't catch up until later. And those things in the 90s were pushed forward by Tim Geithner and Larry Summers. Some of these paragraphs you can't believe are written here. They're earnest, not for the reason that Obama's actually trying to be earnest, but rather that he's trying to kind of like get attention and get people's wow factor up by writing these things that are provocative. You're like, oh wow, what a bold move by Obama to do this. So this is what he said. He's thinking about choosing Robert Gates as defense secretary, or Bob Gates. He says, this is what he says about him. He was a Republican, a Cold War hawk, a card-carrying member of the national security establishment, a prior champion of foreign interventions I had likely protested while in college, and now defense secretary to a president whose war policies I abhorred. And here comes the but, or the and yet I was in the firehouse that day to ask Bob Gates to stay on as my Secretary of Defense. I couldn't, you can't write these things. Obama writes them, but you can't write these things. He's like, don't worry. Like, he, Cold War hawk, body of corpses, everything I ran against, part of the deep establishment, fundamentally the opposite of what I ran against, which is change from the Bush administration and those type of policies. And yet here I was using all my political capital to keep the same people in power. Again, my change isn't even going to be just from, thing one from the Bush administration to thing two, or from the Clinton administration to the Obama administration. It's going to be from the Clinton administration to the Clinton and the Bush administrations mixed together. And so this is Obama's change. This is one of the top positions. He's just going to give it to the Bush guy who's part of the deep establishment. Because, again, Obama doesn't want to challenge these people. If you challenge these people, then there is political prices to pay. If you can rehabilitate them and rebrand it, then you can get books like this reviewed very positively by people across the political spectrum and by most of the big media outlets. And so then Obama starts to rationalize his keeping of Gates. He said, I also had sound political reasons for keeping Gates. I had promised to end the constant partisan rancor, and Gates's presence in my cabinet would show that I was serious about delivering on that promise. So here's a promise that he's going to deliver. Again, he said 100 different things, mostly about ending wars and changing things. But he said, I'm sure he's going to fill in, the thing that he's going to actually keep is like, I'm going to keep my bipartisan promise. So I'm going to give my most important cabinet position to a Republican. And And he says that wielding a military budget larger than those of the next 37 countries combined, leaders in the Defense Department and IC were still with strong opinions, blah, blah, blah. Again, he acknowledges it. Oh, yeah, 37 countries combined. That's what the U.S. is. That's just how it is. I'm the change candidate. But sorry, Ben from Ben and Jerry's, or Jerry from Ben and Jerry's. I know that you want me to just commit to reducing it. Didn't say by how much, but not making it bigger. And I can't make that, promise, because then, what if we were only bigger than the next 32 countries combined? And then, 33 countries all attacked us at once. We wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. There is no reason for this other than not wanting to confront any power. And then he says, so he just said prior, like the previous page, that, he was part of the national security establishment. That was, Gates was a card-carrying member of the national security establishment. Fast forward one page. Still, I understood that moving America's national security apparatus in a new direction wasn't easy for any president. Yeah, it's not easy, especially when you decide to choose the guy that is a card-carrying member of the national security establishment as your guy who's supposed to move that forward, and then commit to not changing anything in terms of the budget at all, and pretty much continuing the Bush administration policies in Afghanistan as well as Iraq, because the withdrawal from Iraq was negotiated by Bush, as Obama talks about later on here. And so really, Obama changed nothing at all other than he elevated the drone programs, continued the war in Afghanistan, and rebranded the military in a way that allowed it to continue for years and years to not be confronted by the anti-war movement, because that was co-opted by the election of Obama, and so it was a good move. I'm getting pretty worked up reading this right now. Then Obama described, this is Obama. Well, let me read the paragraph. There was a final reason I wanted Gates on my team, and that was to push against my own biases. The image of me that had emerged from my campaign, the starry-eyed idealist who instinctively opposed military action and believed that every problem on the international stage could be solved by high-minded dialogue. He wants to push against that Obama. The image of him as a, peace-loving idealist trying to work things out peacefully without, military action all the time. That guy. Obama recognizes that as a fault, and he needs to push against those biases by putting back in the military establishment, which he was elected to oppose. And so, in this way, Obama, in this paragraph, Obama is simultaneously reinforcing the young, starry-eyed, idealist, different type of politician, which he spent the first 100 pages of the book branding himself as, while also justifying the continuance of the military establishment and this national security state that he was elected to oppose, but then rebranded, and he's using it as a way to virtue signal about how much he just wanted to do what was best for America. He's not going to let the starry-eyed idealist get in the way of continuing these wars if that's what America needs. In the middle of Obama's diatribes here, he has kind of a telling sentence about his view of American foreign policy, and he says that he tempered a belief in American exceptionalism with a humility about our ability to remake the world in our image. And so what he's saying is he believes in American exceptionalism. He believes that America is allowed to do things that other countries can't do because we're just special. And so if we want to overthrow the government of Iran or the government of Venezuela, we actually tried to in 2001, and again, we're trying to right now under the Trump administration, which the Democrats are supporting and don't talk about because there are things that they agree upon almost all the time, and coups and military action is one of them. If we want to overthrow Indonesia or any other country, or we want to invade Iraq, or we want to invade Vietnam, or we want to do whatever we want to in the world, that's okay, we're allowed to, because we're exceptional, because we're different, because we have high-minded, lofty ideals. And once in a while, we'll fall short of them. But in general, we just want to export democracy and free speech and liberalism to the rest of the world. And that's why we should be the hegemon. That's kind of what Obama's saying right here. Never mind that, when you look at the specifics on the ground, every single military interaction and engagement and intervention comes from a pretty pure Machiavellian power maximizing rationale, economic pressures from domestic corporations and the like, which are exactly the same and not exceptional in any way from the other power dynamics in other countries, which would do the same thing but just can't because they don't have as much economic or political or military power. But never mind all that. America is exceptional because Obama says it, no matter how many times the evidence goes against that. It's just by definition true, but he's going to temper that. He wants to remake the world in our image, and he thinks that we should, but he's a little different. we probably can. He's kind of a realist. We're not quite strong enough to make the entire world exactly how we want it. So he's going to temper that down a little bit. He's not quite like the neocons or the Republicans in the previous administration, even though he's putting them in his cabinet to run his foreign policy. So then Obama keeps laying out his cabinet. He talks about how he chooses Leon Panetta, a former California congressman and Clinton chief of staff, as the head of the CIA. I think he was also a big supporter of the Iraq War. Change in hope. And then he's like, oh yeah, and I needed my Secretary of State, and it had to be Hillary Clinton. And he says, so he went around begging for her to help, and she's like, okay, there are some things that she'd have to consider. And he says, and then there was Bill to consider. His work in global development and public health at the Clinton Foundation had made a real difference around the world, and both Hillary and I knew the need to avoid even an appearance of conflicts, particularly with respects to fundraisers, would likely place him and the foundation under new constraints, as in, like, you don't want to appear that there's any type of conflict of interest. If there's one thing that the Clintons hate, it's the appearance of conflict of interest. They would never allow any conflicts of interest to, occur within the Clinton orbit. They are the squeaky clean American angels, who, corruption just runs away and cowers in fear whenever they think of the Clintons. And so you don't want to, that type of appearance of conflict of interest. Actually, a funny thing. So Clinton was appointed as the Secretary of State, and during that time, the Clinton administration got a bunch of donations from the most repressive governments around the world for things, and the Clinton administration said that they were used for helping women's rights. And so the Clinton administration is getting like gigantic checks from the United Arab Emirates and, Qatar, and like these most repressive regimes around the world who want to have connections to the Clinton administration, or to the Obama administration and to Secretary of State Clinton, and they just happen to be giving gigantic donations to a foundation that says that it's working explicitly against the policies within those countries. And so the government of Qatar says that they want women to be able to have more economic and educational and political and civic freedom as they restrict all those things within their own government. So they decide to give taxpayer money to the Clinton Foundation. Now there's two options. The first is that these governments are totally irrational and run by idiots and have no idea what's in their immediate self-interest, or the other option is that they're making the calculus that by doing these donations, they are getting, in one way or another, maybe not an explicit quid pro quo, but in some way or another, or influence things to a certain degree, that they'll have a greater influence within the Clinton State Department. So there's those two options. They're just throwing their money away, or their money is being spent on something. I think it's, what my opinion's on this. In terms of corruption, it's almost never a bag of money, for a vote. Instead, what it is here's a Wall Street speech, here's a campaign donation, here's this, here's that, and it's implicit that if you vote against, what my immediate interests are, as the Qatar government, as the fossil fuel industry, as the healthcare industry, whatever it is, then, I'm obviously not going to be supporting you. And so if they have, any gray cell functioning, they'll understand what that is without having to lay out the explicit type of corruption, House of Cards styles that you might see on television. But it's more nuanced than that. And the Clintons were the king and queen of that type of politics. Interesting sentence in page 227. He says that I would soon be vested with the authority to blow up the world. Absolutely true, but it's just insane. There's another quote by like Richard Nixon that said something like, he was kind of like bragging in the way that he said, he's like, I could like go into my office and 10 minutes later 100 million people could be killed, or something to the effect of that. I'll put it on the screen. But that's the system we live in. I think we have 6,800 nuclear weapons. You only need like 20 nuclear weapons to blow up the world, probably. We have 6,800 in case we want to, take out the whole solar system and the better part of the sun. And that's just one country, and one person could blow those up. It was Obama in this case. It was just Trump for the last 4 years, who was tweeting at Little Rocket Man for, whenever he, made fun of his hair or something like that. That was the guy. He could blow up the entire world. And that's the system we live in. It's not a stable system in the long term. It's interesting that Obama says that here. Not that I'm criticizing him for it, but he didn't change anything fundamentally about that dynamic, despite saying earlier on in the book that was his number one issue, was reducing nuclear nonproliferation. Again, outside of the Iran deal, he did nothing substantially at all to reduce the risk of that, especially when it came to confronting things like the military-industrial complex and the U.S. national security establishment, because instead what he does is put Leon Panetta and, Rob Gates and the people from the Clinton and Bush administrations in there with the hope that that's fundamentally going to change things. No, to actually change dynamics like that and, the risk of the world blowing up, you actually need to confront the current institutions because they're the ones, by definition, which are shaping the world today. Obama wasn't willing to do that. More gold from Obama. So he's talking about his first trip in the limousine in the White House, and it was with George W. Bush. And as they were driving around, they passed a group of protesters chanting into bullhorns and holding signs that read, indict Bush and war criminal. Whether the president saw them, I couldn't say. He was deep into an enthusiastic description of what it was like to clear brush at his ranch in Crawford, Texas, where he'd been headed directly after the ceremony. But I felt quite angry on his behalf. To protest a man in his final hour of the presidency seems graceless and unnecessary. So this was unnecessary. These people trying to attack this poor man, the president of the United States, just because he destroyed an entire country and killed hundreds of thousands of people with his decisions and is going to likely face no repercussions at all for those things because my administration is going to choose not to pursue criminal liability for any of the illegal things that he did. Not just he did, but the people around him, the Cheneys, the Rumsfelds, the Gina Haspels, whoever it is within the CIA or within the U.S. national security establishment that decides that we're allowed to just abduct people, throw them in planes, fly them halfway around the world, throw them to some despotic government, which we're aligned with, like the Syrian government under Assad or the Egyptian government or whoever it is, and then have those governments torture them for us. That was called extraordinary rendition, which was just one of the many things the Bush administration did, which there was no repercussions for at all for anybody that was involved, not to mention Guantanamo Bay or, the suspension of habeas corpus or the invasion of Iraq, which is, again, the chief international war crime, according to the Nuremberg tribunals. The number one war crime is illegally invading a country because all the other war crimes that follow from that were the result of that original invasion. That's what George Bush did, and the amount of bodies stacked to the mountains would be hard to quantify, but it's certainly 6 or 7 digits worth, but that's not what Obama's, Obama, the empathetic unifier, is not concerned about that. What he's concerned about is the graceless and unnecessary protesters asking for accountability. So then Obama starts talking about the stimulus bill, which he had to pass in 2008 to stimulate the economy, $800 billion. And he's like, here's where the money's going to go, not just to traditional infrastructure spending like road construction and sewer repairs, but also high-speed rail and solar and wind power installation. The solar and wind power, there was some of that, like in Arizona and stuff, but almost all of the, like Chevron, was a company that was creating the solar power, as well as other. The companies that got the money were mostly the well-connected, gigantic companies that just branched off in order to suck up from the government teat of renewable energy money. And that's, good to a certain extent so far as we get it. But, Chevron got the money and then shut all their stuff down, 5 or 6 years later, once the money dried up. And so that's the way of making change without really changing anything. Is if your change is okay, I'll give all the same money to the same power brokers as before, without confronting anybody, but it'll just be on slightly different initiatives. Yeah, you can change things a little bit that way, but that's the only type of change he's allowed to bring. And then he's also, not just traditional infrastructure, but also high-speed rail. So that was a great move by Obama. I was really glad he does that. And now, 12 years later, I'm so happy that all the high-speed rail that we have here in America, there is no high-speed rail at all. That was a total failure, and Obama didn't fight for it. I don't know exactly what happened with it. It was it was supposed to be in there, and it just never happened at all. So page 245, 246, 247, Obama has mini biographies of all the main people within the House and the Senate, of Mitch McConnell and Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi. I'll just read a little bit from Nancy Pelosi's one. This is a quarter of the book. It's just not a quarter of the book, but a ton of the book is just he'll talk way more. He'll go on endlessly about the specifics of like the somebody's college education or previous life or inner convictions or anything that's really not relevant at all, but like helps shape a narrative about who people are personally without confronting anything systemically. It kind of gets old. So here's about Pelosi. But politicians, usually men, underestimate Nancy at their own peril, for her ascent to power had been no fluke. She'd grown up in the East, an Italian-American daughter of Baltimore's mayor, tutored from an early age in the ways of ethnic ward bosses and longshoremen, and unafraid to play hardball politics in the name of getting things done. After moving to the West Coast with her husband Paul and staying home with the 5 kids she built while she built a successful business, Nancy eventually put blah 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 going on, and she kept her caucus in line with a combination of attentiveness, fundraising prowess, that's an important one, and willingness to cut off at the knees anyone who failed to deliver on commitments they'd made. And so that's Nancy. She's a tough, hardball lady, and Obama loves her for it. Yeah, right now, like Nancy Pelosi, it's 2020, and Nancy Pelosi's still there, and she's got $120 million somehow from being in public service. You tell me how she made that money. You make $100K a year, and somehow you've made $100 million in like 10 years. I can tell you how it is. It's because the fundraising prowess also helps fundraise for herself, because those connections, those swampy connections, is what got her to power in the first place, and is what also gives her additional power financially as an individual, which is why people hate Washington, which is why like you can't really change anything. Again, these people are the problem. Mitch McConnell is a problem, but so is Harry Reid, and so is Nancy Pelosi, and so is Barack Obama. But they all love each other. They don't like Mitch McConnell, but everybody else, we're all on the same team. Obama's talking about getting the Recovery Act passed, and he's going out of the way to do everything he can to try to get some Republican supports. And even though he eventually gets 0 Republican supports, he's still going out of the way to try to work with Republicans, and he's putting in all the provisions that they want in there. He's like, Eric Cantner had an idea for this tax thing, and I said, let's do it. And he's like, and he says, and truthfully, Obama says, just the act of negotiating with Republicans served as a handy excuse to deflect some of the less orthodox ideas that occasionally surface from our side of the aisle. And then he gives a funny example. Funny Obama says, I'm sorry, Congressman, but legalizing marijuana isn't the kind of stimulus we're talking about here. Yeah, okay, obviously you can't pass legalizing marijuana in 2010 on a federal level, but that's not real. Like the real things that he kicked out of the stimulus and other bills were ideas that had broad support from the American public and most of his party, things like cram down, which would have allowed, again, homeowners to reduce the amount of money that they owed on their homes when the housing market crashed to a level that they weren't underwater, so that the default rates would not go down that far, so that the housing crisis wouldn't have been continued in the way that it was, exacerbated, and other ideas like that. Those ones, it's helpful to have Republicans saying that you're negotiating with Republicans as a way to do that. People know what the Overton window is. The Overton window is the window of acceptable political ideas, and so right now, Obama's elected. We think it's over here. We think we're hoping change. And instead what Obama constantly does is he slaps the left in the face. And he says, sorry, we can't do this idea. We can't do that idea. Republicans who are moving over here to the Koch brothers and to Mitch McConnell and to the freaking Tea Party crazies, they're the ones that we need to negotiate with. So we're going to keep moving this way in the hopes of getting some people over here. And eventually all these ideas, which actually have mass support, things like the public option, not to mention single payer, not to mention the reforms that I mentioned for the stimulus bill or Wall Street regulation, new Glass-Steagall, whatever it is, these ones have massive support. They have support from your own party, and instead you're slapping them in the face to try to get Republican votes, which you don't get any at all. And so he talks about at the end of here, like eventually the stimulus passed with 0 Republican votes. and the ACA passed, we'll talk about later on, with 0 Republican votes. But they still had a Republican bill that came from the Heritage Foundation, and it copied Mitt Romney's healthcare plan in Massachusetts. So they essentially adopted a moderate Republican bills, but there were no moderate Republicans left, so they got no moderate Republican votes. And the Democrats on the left that were actually pushing for ideas that the rest of the world is somehow able to institute, and that they had the political capital to use, those aren't possible anymore, because Obama would rather negotiate with Republicans that have no willingness to give him any support at all. He didn't get any support in the House for the Stimulus Act, the Recovery Act, but he did get some support in the Senate. And the way he was able to do it was to throw in a bunch of pork barrel spending and specific demands of the moderate Republicans, of Specter, of Olympia Snow, of the couple other people that he got. So whatever they wanted in the bill, they got. And that made some people on the left angry that he's just working like to give Republicans whatever they want, despite having a gigantic majority. And instead he's like, no, I'm going to constantly kick my base in the face and not give them anything they want, and then complain about them asking for more later. So he says that women's groups were unhappy about the contraception provisions that had been removed. Transportation groups complained that the increase in mass transit dollars wasn't all they had sought. Like, what a bunch of dummies. These mass transit groups complaining that they don't have enough money to actually do the things that they were looking to do. Well, look at them now. Look at America covered in high-speed rail, like I promised. No, like I said, no high-speed rail in the U.S. after this recovery bill, so clearly those transportation groups were right. Environmentalists seem to be spending more time objecting to the small fraction of the funding that went to clean coal projects than celebrating the Recovery Act's massive investment in renewable energy. Like I said, it wasn't a massive investment. The U.S. is still way behind most of the other industrialized countries in terms of renewable energy, and most of the money that did go out there went to the Chevrons of the world to throw up panels in the middle of Arizona at taxpayer expense, which is okay, but it's like, don't act like it was a massive investment in renewable energy. And it's like, why are these environmental groups complaining about clean coal? Like, I'm just here working with the Koch brothers, or working with Republicans who are run by the Koch brothers, and negotiating with them. And so we have to throw some freaking taxpayer money at clean coal, which is actually not a thing at all, because coal is the dirtiest of the fossil fuels. And if you're actually serious about addressing climate change, you don't do the triangulation with the Koch brothers and the freaking Republicans who deny it its existence. You don't triangulate between them and the environmental groups and then come up with some solution for clean coal, which is rebranding and propaganda for a technology which is the dirtiest of all. What you actually do is look at how much carbon's in the atmosphere, what the life repercussions for a lack of action is, and then act in that way. Or else, if you're not doing that, you're just doing political posturing for your memoir to say that, look, I was trying to work with everyone. Well, you know what? If the polar ice caps melt, it doesn't really matter. Like, once we hit over 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2 degrees Celsius, and the feedback loops start kicking in, it doesn't really matter how much your triangulation and your bipartisanship, how much goodwill it should have gotten you from the environmental groups. And then Obama, the reflective figure of history, poetically kind of sums up his precarious situation. He says, poor Obama. He doesn't say that, but he says, poor Obama. Between Republican attacks and Democratic complaints, I was reminded of the Yeats poem, The Second Coming. My supporters lacked all conviction, while my opponents were full of passionate intensity. Why do my supporters lack conviction? Just because I constantly kick them in the face and tell them to go screw off, because I'm going to work with these Koch brother Republicans on environmental legislation. It's like, poor Obama. I was just doing my best to bring about the change that I promised everybody by working with the Republicans after stuffing them full of my cabinet if they're not Clintonites. And like, somehow my base is unhappy about this. Hey, do you know that Obama, so when he won election in 2008, there was a group called Obama for America or something like that, and they won it, which was hundreds of thousands, if not millions of grassroots organizers, people on the ground that were knocking doors and that were pushing for Obama to get elected, because they thought it was a movement, because it was kind of a movement. It was a establishment rebrand or co-opting of a movement. And what Obama did is he said, you all should go away, because I'm here to negotiate with John Boehner and Mitch McConnell and Arlen Specter and Olympia Snow and give them whatever they want in order to try to get a couple of votes. And you all can go away and stop complaining about all these giveaways that I'm putting in for corporate America. that's what he did. What do you actually do to get change? Like, you never fundamentally, like, there is nobody that's that savvy that they can just out trick and out fox and out negotiate and out talk the other, power brokers within Washington in order to get something that's better for everybody. The best you can do is very marginal things here or there, and then you have to give away the house on other things in order to get that, because whatever they are, they're not idiots. They're power hungry politicians acting for their donors and the political entrenched establishment, which dictates policy, because that is where the power is in the country, because that's where the money is in the country. If you don't confront that, there's never really any fundamental change. Obama says, hey, movement that came to confront that, you can all go away so that I can work with Mitch McConnell and John Boehner on these bills, and get no support at all, while kicking my base in the face and then poetically complaining about them not helping me. And so, true to form, the chapter is ending, and so of course Obama has to end it on a magnificent overture of self-pity and grandiose, in order to cement his status as the historical hero of the early 2000s. And so he says, I now found myself looking out over a series of successively more perilous peaks, while realizing that I had twisted my ankle, bad weather was coming, and I had used up half of my supplies. I didn't share these feelings with anyone on my team. They were frazzled enough as it was. Suck it up, I told myself. Tighten your laces. Cut your rations. Keep moving. And then it doesn't say it here, but I'm sure he puts back in his M&Ms, and he's like, if I only have one shot and one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, would you capture it? Obama, as he cheers himself on, and he goes from fundraiser to fundraiser, negotiating with John Boehner, Mitch McConnell, punching the left in the face, and feeling pitiful for himself as the president of the United States with the biggest majority in decades, an entire movement which he could be utilizing. He's just stuck out there with a hurt ankle in the middle of the snow, trying his best to keep moving and be the strong general. So then Obama starts talking about the housing market and the housing crash, which is pretty revealing. So he says, he's talking about it, he says, on February 18th, the day after I signed the Recovery Act, I flew to Mesa, Arizona to announce our plan to deal with the collapsing housing market. Other than job loss, no aspect of the economic crisis had a more direct impact on ordinary people. With more than 3 million homes having gone into some stage of foreclosure in 2008, another 8 million were now at risk. Over the final 3 months of the year, home prices fell almost 20%, meaning that even families who could manage their payments suddenly found themselves underwater. Their house worth less than they owed, their primary investment and nest egg, now a millstone of debt around their necks. And so then he goes on to give an example of somebody they ran into that, like, he purchased his house for a $400,000 mortgage at the height of the bubble, then the market crashed, and now his house is worth $200,000, and he's hundreds of thousands of dollars underwater. And so he's about to default on his loan. And the guy's like, I thought he says, how the most important thing was to work hard, buy a house, raise a family, do the right thing. What happened to that? When did that just become a load of crap, he's about to say, as he trailed off, looking pained before wiping the sweat from his face and restarting his mower. So this is, again, Obama feels this guy's pain. And so then he lays out what his actual housing plan was. He says that affordable housing advocates and some progressives in Congress were pushing a large-scale government program to not only reduce monthly payments for people at risk of losing their homes, but actually forgive a portion of their outstanding balance. At first blush, the idea had an obvious appeal, a bailout for Main Street, not Wall Street. Like, obvious appeal there. But as proponents suggested, but the sheer scale of home equity loss around the country made such a principal reduction program cost prohibitive. Our team calculated that even something the size of a second TARP, a political impossibility, would have a limited effect when spread out across the $20 trillion real estate market. So he's like, again, like, we had a first TARP where we bought all the crappy assets of all the big banks. That had to happen. That, even though 99% of the public, as Obama says, or as the constituent calls during the passage of TARP indicated, didn't support TARP, didn't support bailing out the banks. That had to happen. Now we have the same type of bailout for Main Street, not Wall Street, and that's just not realistic. That's a political impossibility. He's probably right, it's a political impossibility when the political dynamics are, Wall Street makes all the decisions, they run my administration, and, we can tinker around the edges for homeowners, but fundamentally, they're the ones who own the mortgages, so they are not interested in reducing the principal on those mortgages or a bailout for Main Street. And so instead, they settled on the two more modest programs, which he lays out here. And then he's like, oh, here's HAMP, the Home Affordable Modification Program, and HARP, the Home Affordable Refinance Program. And he's like, we had to make sure that there was lots of things that these didn't cover. They would not help those through subprime loans who had bought way more home than their income could support, which again was explicitly what the Wall Street was pushing for with the, like, you remember the Countrywide commercials? Every single commercial, Countrywide is on your side. Like,
homeowners want to refinance and get cash? Countrywide has a great reason to do it now. A no-cost refi. It has no points, no credit reporting fee, no processing fee, no document fee, and no third-party fees. No title or escrow fees. Absolutely no closing costs. So you wind up with a lot more cash. Call now and ask for a no-cost refi. We're America's #1 home loan lender, and no one can do what Countrywide can.
Like you could, like you thought you couldn't afford a home, but you really can. Like, we're here to help you. Every single commercial on every television station for like years up until 2006, 2007. And that was just one company, and that was just one avenue. They were also doing direct marketing, going door to door. There was some leaks from one of the big banks, I forget what it was, of people talking about the process, and they're like, we need to go after mud people. They called them mud people, meaning like poor, older African Americans. So they would go to poor black communities and they would knock on doors of like the elderly, and they'd be like, hey, like, sir, would you like to have a little bit more spending money like next month? Like, all you have to do is sign this piece of paper. We'll refinance your home. That way you get a little bit extra money and your rates reduced. Little did they know that in whatever 18 months their rates would go from whatever $900 a month to $5,000 a month, like literally like up like that. And what do you know? Like, people can't afford their houses when that happens, and they default. When that happens too much, the entire housing market crumbles down. And so Obama's like, we're not going to help these people. And then he lays out his reason for why doing that. He's like, and just who exactly was deserving of government assistance. So he's a fiscal conservative. He doesn't want to give any extra money to people who don't deserve it, like homeowners who are underwater after being scammed. And he's like, was it fair to devote the hard-earned tax dollars of those Americans, like people who hadn't gone underwater in their mortgages, to reduce the mortgage payments of a neighbor who'd fallen behind? What if the neighbor had bought a bigger house than they could really afford? So he's like, oh man, these are moral risks out there. Like, I don't want any of that. So we might have to let the entire housing market, crumble, and the middle class to fall further and further behind as wealth inequality spikes. As I'm bailing out Wall Street. Again, he's packed Wall Street with his administration. He just spent $700 billion buying the crappy assets from the banks, but it's an impossibility for homeowners. And now he's going to, wax poetic about like how, it's important it is to act morally when this was not a bottom-up problem. There wasn't a bunch of just out of the blue, a bunch of poor people decided like we're going to act especially irresponsibly today, and then the banks were like, okay, if you make us. No, it was like a top-down scheme, because they were like, the more subprime mortgages we get, the more we can repackage them into AAA-rated bonds, which are supposed to be as reliable as Treasury bonds, meaning they should never default. But really, it was a bunch of crappy loans of the character that I just described, put together into a amalgamation of hundreds of those crappy loans, and then those were somehow rebranded into a AAA-rated bond, which you could sell off to pension funds and investors as a reliable rate of return. And then when the whole entire market crashes, because it was built on a house of cards, the homeowners are screwed, the pension funds are screwed, the Wall Street banks get bailed out, and then they spend that money giving themselves bonuses. And Obama makes sure not to prosecute anybody for it, because he says that there was no crimes committed here, when in reality fraud was rampant and the whole entire system was criminal. But he goes out of his way not to do anything, because again, you don't like those people are the ones reviewing his books and donating to his campaigns and paying for his Wall Street speeches and at the cocktail parties which he associates themselves with, and the same class of people that are going to that kind of run the institutions in the media that are going to be kind of the determiners of his historical role as the first black president. And so he's not going to step on their toes. Instead, he's going to talk endlessly about how these underwater homeowners need to cancel their TV or spend down savings intended for their retirement or their children's college expenses if they're going to be acting in a fair way. And again, cram down was something that his administration explicitly advocated against, which was which was the the reduction in principle for those home ownership rates, the affordable housing advocates and some progressives in Congress were pushing for. Rahm Emanuel went out of his way to block that, despite the fact that the senator who brought it up, whose name escapes me right now, said that without the administration, the Obama administration, actively lobbying against it, it would have passed. So if they just done nothing, this would have passed. There was enough momentum for it. But Obama went out of the way, and his friend Rahm Emanuel, who was, I'll put the quote on the screen again, but the type of Davos attending, Wall Street, overly centrist type of politics that Obama characterized earlier. That guy went out of his way not to help homeowners, and now Obama's justifying it right after they bailed out the banks. Page 276 is kind of interesting because Obama goes on a long rant about why how we got to the current situation that everybody's distrustful of the government and worrying about too much money going to the poor and to welfare queens and to people who don't deserve it. And that's kind of viewed as where government money is wasted and why the middle class has been left behind, rather than the corporations which outsourced their jobs and automated them away and busted their unions and so on and so forth. And so he characterizes it mostly correct. But what's most interesting to me, especially having just read this book, including 8 pages ago, is that Obama totally adopts this framework and did so even for his housing bailout, which I just talked about. And so just as an example, he says, for why this happened, as the U.S. growth rate started to slow in the 1970s, as incomes then stagnated and good jobs declined for those without a college degree, as parents started worrying about their kids doing at least as well as they had done, the scope of people's concerns narrowed. We became more sensitive to the possibility that someone else was getting something that we weren't, and more receptive to the notion that the government couldn't be trusted to be fair. And then he gives a long example of how the GOP totally adopted this in talk radio and at the federal level and all the way down to the local level of governments for all the candidates that they run. And then he says he characterized it. The government was taking money, jobs, college slots, and status away from hardworking, deserving people like us, says the resentful white working class who's having their wages decline, and handing it all to people like them, disproportionately minorities, but that's kind of a dog whistle. Those who didn't share our values, who didn't work as hard as we did, the kind of people whose problems were of their own making. And so Obama says that this is a problem that pretty much has hampered his administration. Well, again, a few pages back, Obama was just talking about the housing bailout and how the reason why he could not help homeowners who had their house underwater that might have, adopted a subprime mortgage, gotten a subprime mortgage and taken on a gigantic interest rate because maybe they didn't work hard enough or maybe they weren't vigilant enough, and so they weren't deserving of government help. And that's one of the reasons that the housing market was a gigantic drag on the Obama administration all throughout his first term and even through his second term, and that the housing recovery was extremely slow, and that huge amounts of wealth was lost by the lower and middle classes because that's where most of their equity is, because they don't own stocks. All they have for real wealth is in their home. And when the housing market crashes, that exacerbates inequality. That was all caused because Obama was unwilling to help those homeowners and went out of the way to block cramdown. While the Democrats had enough votes for it, he went out of the way to advocate against it. And his rationale, like I said, a couple minutes ago in this video, was that we don't want to give anything to people that might have been going out to dinner too much or don't deserve it, and so instead, better to let the housing market crash while we bail out Wall Street and then adopt the framework, which I'm going to go on to complain about 8 pages later. Page 274 is kind of interesting in that Obama starts talking about the CNBC rant, which led to the creation of the Tea Party. And so there's this anchor named Santinelli that goes on this rant, which is kind of in a bunch of different directions and a bunch of tangents. And at the end of it, he's like, why don't we start a Tea Party? And then the Tea Parties are like, yeah, and that's kind of what catalyzed the Tea Party movement. And so Obama, and I don't think it's a good rant either, and so Obama, as he's characterizing it here, makes an interesting commentary, in my opinion. So he says, this is what Santinelli is saying, according to Obama. Santinelli is saying, the problem isn't sexual harassment in the workplace, it's humorless feminazis beating men over the head with their political correctness. The problem is not bankers using the market as their personal casino or corporations suppressing wages by busting unions and offshoring jobs. It's a lazy and shiftless, along with their liberal Washington allies, intent on mooching off the economy's real makers and doers. And so that's something that we've probably heard a lot from different people from conservative circles, that are big fans of the Republican Party. That's kind of interesting. But what's interesting to me is Obama's characterization of what he thinks the problem is. He's in saying that these people are saying this isn't the problem. He's implying that he thinks that the real problem is bankers using the market as their personal casino or corporations suppressing wages by busting unions and offshoring jobs. And so I agree with him. That's the real problem. The corporations or the bankers were using the market as their personal casino. And then you put them in your administration, did not do anything to reform the banking system at the foundations, and then went on to give giant speeches for hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to those same people who are now reviewing your book. But again, you throw a bone to the progressive left in acknowledging, it's these fat cat bankers that are the problem, and then do nothing substantially to change that. In terms of unions, he talks about corporations suppressing wages and busting unions and offshoring jobs. There was plenty of union busting going on during the Obama administration, including, as soon as he goes into office, Scott Walker in Wisconsin immediately attacks public sector unions. And Obama, the candidate, had promised that if anybody goes after unions while he's president, he's going to go, put on a soft shoe and join the unions on the picket line in solidarity. Instead, what he did is he zipped his mouth and he continued to negotiate with Mitch McConnell and his lobbyists and did nothing at all while in Wisconsin those unions were crushed. And that goes there were other examples throughout his administration as well. And in terms of offshoring jobs, he was the one pushing for the Trans-Pacific Partnership the entire time, which was negotiated almost entirely in secret and written by corporate lobbyists. I think there was maybe one person from the environmental, all of the environmental movement that was allowed at the table, and almost no union representation for that trade deal, which is typical for trade deals, which is typical for Washington, because in Washington, the power goes to the people with the finances, and increasingly that has been corporations and the ultra wealthy, and union membership has been declining precipitously for the better part of 40 years. And so Obama acknowledged that in his when he pushed the TPP in the same fashion that other ones are pushed, but at the same time you still have to throw that little populist bone to your disillusioned left-wing constituency, which brought you to power by saying things like corporations are suppressing wages by busting unions and offshoring jobs. Yeah, that's true, but you're the one who accelerated that offshoring, did nothing substantially to challenge anything in terms of the global economic system or the forces of globalization, because those forces are just too strong and they're the ones who brought you into office. But you still might write just a couple sentences on page 274 about vaguely about that being a problem without doing anything when you were actually the president. So then Obama starts talking about the financial crisis more, and he's like, there are these 5 big bombs. He says, 5 massive institutions, quote, 5 big bombs, Tim called them, his friend Tim Geithner, who runs his recovery program, were in particular peril. The ones he identifies here are Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, which are partially government-run, partially private issuers of mortgages. AIG, giant insurer, but they do a ton of other stuff, which I don't even totally understand. Bank of America and Citigroup were the ones he mentioned here. But then there's also other ones, and so Obama's saying that we have to stabilize the system. We have to make sure these institutions, don't go down in the same way that Lehman Brothers did, because when they failed, that affected the rest of the economy. So we have to help these institutions. And there are other ones which are of a similar size. Goldman Sachs, you mentioned that, Wells Fargo, Merrill Lynch, and other ones that if they go down, that's going to have gigantic repercussions across the whole economy, which is true. At this point, you can't let them fail. But on the other hand, because they're about to fail, the government would have huge amounts of leverage to institute programs and push them to do things and institute reforms that at other times they wouldn't, especially considering how gigantic of a mandate Obama had just got elected with, and then how much even larger the mandate was bipartisanly to do things against these corporations. And so the next page, or a page later, he says Obama's talking about one of his many good ideas, which he just wasn't able to institute, about forcing out the boards and ripping and making the bondholders take haircuts, which was one of the things that he wanted to do. He says that it also had the benefit of satisfying what Tim liked to refer to as Old Testament justice, the public's understandable desire to see those who done wrong punished and shamed. And so that's true. So the public wants them punished and shamed They're about to go under. The Obama just got elected with a giant mandate for change, and so this is as much leverage as you're ever going to have to reform the system. And then Obama goes on to explain why his more radical proposal could not be done. He says, as usual, though, what looked like the simple solution wasn't so simple. Once the government nationalized one bank, stakeholders at every other bank would almost certainly dump their holdings as fast as they could. So he's got to do everything he can to make sure that the stakeholders of the big banks and the shareholders, they don't do anything because they run the entire global economy. So Obama seems to think that the dynamic is do everything we can to help Wall Street and the people who just crashed the economy, and we're not going to be looking backwards or trying to prosecute anybody, because he inevitably does not prosecute a single person that was part of this economic crash, which was based on fraud. And then he stuffs the same people into his administration and then goes give speeches to them later. But it's true. Old Testament justice was what the public was looking for. And the rest of the chapter, Obama goes on explaining why we couldn't get that done, and then why he was the one standing between the people with the pitchforks and the Wall Street bankers they were going with. So he viewed his role as a protector of Wall Street. He even says that in here at some point. So then the next 5 or 8 pages, Obama goes on to explain all the way, how his plan to bail out the banks was going to work, and how they were going to perform a stress test to make sure that all the banks were solvent and that they weren't just relying on government assets. And once they showed that, then they could get certain amounts of government loans, which they'd have to repay, and all this different stuff. And it wouldn't hurt the taxpayers because the taxpayers would be paid back, and it wouldn't hurt the banks too much or the overall economy. It was just the perfect plan, and somehow everybody is misunderstanding the plan, when in reality what he did is he moved heaven and earth to prop up the banks as much as possible with taxpayer expenses. And then at the same time, when similar things were happening to small businesses and regular people, he did nothing, or to homeowners, to help them when that actually has posed systemic risk for the economy as well. But a systemic risk down here doesn't really affect the stock market up here, if we could protect the stock market up here first. So that was Obama's priority. And then the fact that everybody hates his plan, he goes on to paint himself as a victim for the rest of this time. And one thing that Obama's really good at is doing extremely conservative mainstream things and then reframing it as him doing extremely progressive things, and then him picking out right-wing people who criticize him for stupid things, with the most stupid arguments, kind of like the CNBC guy with the not Occupy Wall Street, but the Tea Party rant, and then saying that that's what he was up against. So he was just pushed constantly against from the right, when in reality, as Obama acknowledged, all the push on the ground from people was from the left to get him to take action against the financial institutions and to help them. But when he didn't do that. So instead, what he's going to frame it as is, I was getting all this pressure from all these other people who said I was doing too much. And, I just don't think they understand that, I needed to try to do something. And so that way he's justifying his lack of action while also still rebranding himself as the hope and changey idealist who, just got into politics to help people and not to pursue power to further his own career. And so second paragraph, 245, he says, he's talking about how he still wants to do all these other things, even though this financial crisis is taking up all his time, because he just needs to make sure the global economy doesn't sink, which of course it does for the next 4 years. He says, it was as if nobody had been listening to the campaign promises I'd made, or after he lays out all these bold ideas, or as if they assumed that I hadn't actually meant what I said. The response to my speech had gave me an early preview of what would become a running criticism during my first 2 years in office, that I was trying to do too much, that to aspire to anything more than a return to the pre-crisis status quo, to treat change as more than a slogan, was naive and irresponsible at best, and at worst a threat to America. So everybody was criticizing him because they said, Obama, you can't change anything. I don't think you should try to change anything. And they thought he was naive. But he said, no, I should try anyways. And so this is the pity party that Obama is throwing for himself on page 245. I was around in 2009. That's not what I remember people saying, is that we need to just go back to how things were running before, and that we don't want you to change things. I thought you just got elected for the opposite reason, and now you're justifying not changing things by saying these people who are only on CNBC and at your fundraisers and your donors from Wall Street are saying not to change anything. I don't even think they really existed, but you have to make up some type of boogeyman to justify what you end up doing. So then Obama starts talking about why he was unable to prosecute all of the banks. And he says that my attorney general, Eric Holder, who right after finishing out of the Obama administration went back to Sullivan and Cromwell, which is a gigantic corporate law firm. So I think what Eric Holder did is he worked for the Clinton administration, and then he went to work for Wall Street, and then he went to work for the Obama administration, protected the banks, and then went to work for Wall Street. And what Eric Holder did while in the Clinton administration was that he wrote something called the Holder Memorandum when he was like the number 2 attorney general or whatever. And that one, what that said is that it laid out the framework for why it was important for the government to not prosecute executives or banks because there could be further repercussions downstream for the economy, and it might scare markets. And so better to search settlements so that the government can get a few $1 billion and nobody from the banks have to go to jail. A few $1 billion is like a fraction of one bank's quarterly earnings because of how consolidated they are, because of the policies pushed by the Clinton administration and other administrations. And so nobody really loses if the only threat is that you're going to have to pay a percentage of your earnings if you are caught. And so what happens is these type of risky things and pushing the limits and taking advantage of people becomes the norm, because you know that you're not going to be prosecuted, and if if your institution goes down, you're going to be bailed out by the government. And then Eric Holder is the one who pushed that, and Obama of course puts him back as Attorney General. But Eric Holder would later point out that as egregious as the behavior of the banks it may have been leading up to their crisis, there were few indications that their executives had committed prosecutable offenses under existing statutes, and we were not in the business of charging people with crimes just to garner good headlines. So he's like, he wanted to do stuff, but it's just nobody committed any crimes. This was all legal. That's absolutely not true at all. I just read an article about how during the subprime mortgage crisis, the mortgages are all owned by banks, and pretty much there was these special courts that were set up to get through them as quickly as possible, the foreclosures, because the banks were trying to foreclose on people as rapidly as possible because the mortgages represented liabilities for them, and so they were trying to foreclose on people. So they got the state governments to set up all these crooked banks, but a lot of the times the banks didn't even have a record of who owned the mortgages because they were sold so rapidly that they would just literally make up stuff in retrospect. I guess I'll link to that article here. But that was one thing. There's a ton of criminal stuff. Obama talks about, like a half page earlier, how Goldman Sachs, who of course he put a bunch of people in his administration from Goldman Sachs in his administration, but here he's trying to pretend like he's not one of them. So he says that, so he's complaining about them. He says that, as well as the fact that Goldman in particular had been one of the biggest peddler of subprime-based derivatives and had dumped them onto less sophisticated customers right before the bottom fell out. So Obama's literally complaining about this behavior, which is illegal. One of the things, which is true what Goldman Sachs did, they were literally, first of all, pushing the subprime mortgages, taking advantage of people, ripping them off, going into the poor neighborhoods, tricking people into signing mortgages that they couldn't afford, and then they end up losing their houses. And then they would repackage those derivatives or those mortgages into giant freaking financial instruments and derivatives that say, oh look, these are AAA rated, and they'll give you a giant rate of return. And then they'll sell those off to whatever groups of investors and pension funds, and knowing that they're total crap, but they're making money on every aspect of the deal. And they know that they're making money on it. And Obama knows that they're doing it because he put it right here. One of the deals was called the Timberwolf deal. So I'll put that on the screen here. But that was essentially, I don't know, I think it was to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. It was like they knew it was total bullcrap. They sold it to these pensioners, and then people end up losing their retirement off of it, and Goldman's making money on every step of the way. That is illegal. Like, you're not allowed to do that. I don't know all the details of financial laws, but if there was any political will to hold those institutions accountable, it would have been there. But like Obama says, he was the one standing in between the Wall Street banks and the pitchforks, and so he had no desire to hold any of them accountable. Not to mention that there were extreme examples of the Obama administration settling with banks for doing some of the most criminal things that you could possibly imagine while Eric Holder was Treasury Secretary, where he went out of the way not to prosecute anybody. So this might have not been directly related to the financial crisis, but at one point the Holder administration settled a case with HSBC where all they had to do was pay a few $1 billion to the government in fees, which is like, again, a fraction of 1/4's profits. After they got caught laundering $800 million in cartel money for the Sinaloa drug cartel, which is suspected in thousands of murders across South and Central America. So they are literally laundering hundreds of millions of dollars for the most violent drug cartel, which goes around chopping off people's heads and abducting them and doing all the things that you see on Netflix shows to people. Tons and tons of money, and Obama, they caught them doing it. They knew that they did it, and they went out of the way not to prosecute anybody. And I think the only thing that any executives faced was that they had to partially defer some of their bonuses for 4 years. And so that's Old Testament justice that Obama is talking about right there. But that, again, that's not how this picture of we can't prosecute the banks, that's not how he wants to portray it here. So he says, but to a nervous and angry public, such answers, no matter how rational, weren't very satisfying. The answers that nobody committed any crime, so we just couldn't do anything. So that wasn't satisfying to the public. Concerned that we were losing the political high ground, Axe and Gibbs urged us to sharpen our condemnation of Wall Street. Tim, on the other hand, warned that such populist gestures would be counterproductive, scaring off investors we needed to recapitalize the banks. So again, they're scared, they're like, oh, maybe we should say... This is Obama's big argument. Do I say some mean things without doing anything to Wall Street, or do I not say anything because I don't want to hurt the investors' feelings anymore? It's totally catering to Wall Street in any case, and the Overton window of things that you could actually do is so far to the right that it's almost ridiculous. But again, Obama has to paint himself as a victim. He says that trying to straddle the line between the public's desire for Old Testament justice and the financial market's need for reassurance, we ended up satisfying no one. So if I wonder, in the Old Testament, it was an eye for an eye. So I wonder what an eye for an eye would look like if they were actually pursuing Old Testament justice for laundering $800 million for the Sinaloa drug cartels like the banks did, and Obama went out of the way to make sure that nobody did anything except for partially defer some of their bonuses. That's not quite what happened in the Old Testament. I think what would have happened is that many thousands of people would have had their heads and arms chopped off, so in order to counteract the other arms and heads that were chopped off by the cartels that they were helping. Then Obama meets with the bankers, and they're pretty unhappy with him because he's just been so hard on them. And but despite all their complaining, Obama doesn't care. He's going to keep on tightening the screws. And so he says, they're complaining to him about why their children were now asking whether they were fat cats, because in one interview, Obama said that some bakers were fat cats.
I did not run for office to be helping out a bunch of fat cat bankers on Wall Street.
And then right after that interview, there was indications that Wall Street might not be donating as much to his re-election campaign. So he went out of the way to protect the Wall Street people. I remember that was a 60 Minutes interview. And then a couple of days later, he went out of the way to say, there's nothing wrong with, presuming the American dream. And we're not going to, blame the wealthy or people who've made it for our problems, even though they just crashed the global economy. But he's just going to bring up the former part where he called them fat cats, and that was him being tough on them rather than prosecuting any of them for gigantic crimes. And then he says, I tried to understand their perspective after they do all this complaining, but I couldn't. And then he goes into a long diatribe about his grandmother, not liking bankers. And then they say something about something, and he says, I finally let out something between a laugh and a snort. He's not going to have any of their crap. He says, let me explain something, gentlemen. I said, careful not to raise my voice. People don't need my prompting to be angry. They're saying that he's prompting the public to be angry. They've got that all covered on their own. Absolutely true. The fact is, we're the only ones standing between you and the pitchforks. Yeah, extremely true. Obama was the ones stopping the people from getting the reforms that they wanted, not pitchfork reforms, but actually getting them to meaningfully reform the financial system. And the Obama administration was the one thing that was barricading that, because he was viewed as kind of an agent for change that people could trust and put their faith in. And what he ended up doing was betraying that faith, protecting the bankers, and standing between the people and the reforms. Absolutely true. Here's an interesting little tangent. So he says here that Hank Paulson had used a creative reading of the TARP authorization to provide GM and Chrysler with more than $17 billion in bridge loans. And so what he's saying is that Bush's Treasury Secretary had used the Troubled Asset Relief Program money in a creative way to help the auto industry. So he's starting to talk about the auto bailouts right here. And so the Wall Street bailouts, some of the money ended up going to the TARP bailouts. Only reason I bring that up is because I just happen to remember that in 2016, Hillary Clinton, during a debate in, I think it was in Flint, Michigan, or in Michigan, right before the Michigan primaries, went after Bernie Sanders, attacking him for not supporting the auto bailouts.
We just had the best year that the auto industry has had in a long time. I voted to save the auto industry. He voted against the money that ended up saving the auto industry. I think that is a pretty big difference.
Well, if you are talking about the Wall Street bailout, where some of your friends destroyed this economy.
When in reality, he did support the actual auto bailouts, which came later, but he did not support the TARP bailouts, which was the Wall Street bailouts, which just happened to be used by the Goldman Sachs executive running the Bush administration named Hank Paulson to give some money to the auto industry. So Bernie Sanders had voted against the Wall Street bailouts, which again was extremely, extremely popular, but Hillary Clinton was in Michigan knowing that the auto bailouts were extremely popular because they had helped save Detroit, which Bernie actually voted for when they were the actual auto bailouts. But she's going to recharacterize the Wall Street bailouts as the auto bailouts because a little bit of that money had creatively went to the auto industry, thereby lying and saying that Bernie had not supported the auto bailouts. Again, this is the type of dirty, ugly political tricks that the Clintons were extremely well known for, as politicians in general are, which is the regular person isn't going to know. She's going to say, oh yeah, I guess Bernie didn't want to help the auto industry. In reality, Bernie didn't want to give all the taxpayer money to the banks with no strings attached, and then Hillary Clinton is going to slyly lie about it and attack Bernie Sanders by saying that he didn't support it. This is why Hillary Clinton lost to a game show host who was the most unpopular person in the world, because you can do that 100 times, and each time you might get incremental political gain. But once people realize that you are a slimy, lying war hawk interested in power, they don't trust you anymore, and you lose to a lunatic. And then Obama acknowledges that maybe some people have criticisms of his plan. He says, for many thoughtful critics, though, the fact that I had engineered a return to the pre-crisis normalcy is precisely the problem, a missed opportunity, if not a flat-out betrayal. According to this view, the financial crisis offered me a once-in-a-generation chance to reset the standards for normalcy, remaking not only the financial system, but the American economy overall. If only I had broken up the big banks and sent some white-collar culprits to jail. If only I had put an end to the outside pay packages and Wall Street heads I win, tails you lose culture, then maybe today we'd have a more equitable system that served the interests of working families rather than a handful of billionaires. I understand such frustrations. Again, he understands. Like Obama, he understands all of it. He understands that wars aren't good. He understands that Wall Street bailouts aren't good. He understands, and that's what he's going to give to the left, the fig leaf of understanding. While for the right and for the military-industrial complex and Wall Street, he's going to give them hundreds of billions of dollars and seats within his administration and the power to push legislation, while he stands between them and the pitchforks for the people. Sometimes I wonder whether I should have been bolder in those early months, willing to exact more economic pain in the short term in pursuit of a permanently altered and more just economic order. The thought nags at me, and yet even if it were possible for me to go back in time and get a do-over, I can't say that I would make different choices. Yeah, that's core Obama. He's gonna wax poetic and pontificate about potentially, like, there are aspirational ideas to redo the system, and I am sympathetic to those ideas, but I didn't do them, and I'm glad I didn't do them, and I wouldn't do them again if I had the chance to. And so then Obama starts talking about foreign policy, and specifically about protecting the American people from terrorism. And so he says, it's a truism that a president's single most important job is to keep the American people safe. He says, Whether Republican or Democrat, the one thing that every president must obsess over is the source of chronic, unrelenting tension that burrows deep inside you from the moment that you're elected, is the awareness that everybody is depending on you to protect them. And so from terrorism, he's talking about. It's interesting that, they want protection from terrorism, but not protection from the opiate epidemic, or not having health care, or, high blood pressure, or alcoholism, or suicide and depression. Like, these things all have massively higher levels of fatalities in the U.S. than terrorism does, which I think is on the same order of, people falling in the shower and dying and getting struck by lightning over the last decade in terms of number of people that are killed by terrorism. Even 9/11, that was 3,000 people that died in 9/11. I'm sitting here in 2020. I think we're at 315,000 people have died from COVID, and most of the, right wing, we have to blow up the world because of 9/11. Republicans are also saying, we need to open up the economy. So what if a few 100,000 people die? That's not that big of a thing. And so, terrorism, any way that you splice it, even if you include the single biggest attack, which makes up the vast majority of everybody that's ever been killed by terrorism in the U.S., is still an extremely minor problem if your main priority is protecting the American people. You'd think that, and including the foreign policy responses to terrorism, I think 4,500 or around 5,000 Americans died in Iraq during the Iraq War, so that's almost twice as much as 9/11. Not to mention Afghanistan, not to mention the civilians that died in those countries that were not Americans, which were to the tune of hundreds of thousands of people. And so terrorism is extremely small. I'd say it occupies, terrorism and shark attacks occupy a much higher priority of fear in most Americans. I'd say that's from Shark Week in the case of sharks, and then maybe Jaws. And then maybe they're just kind of scary-looking creatures. And then in the case of terrorism, it's from the media, constantly hyping it up. And I don't think that's an accident, because when you constantly hype up terrorism as the number one threat to America, that means that you have to do something about it. And if you listen to the Republicans, they will say, and the Democrats as well, they'll say, we have to go bomb these countries. We have to go, kick down some doors in Iraq and tell them to suck on this. If you're Thomas Friedman at the New York Times and a liberal.
Well, suck on this, okay? That, Charlie, was what this war was about. We could have hit Saudi Arabia. It was part of that bubble. Could have hit Pakistan. We hit Iraq because we could.
And we just have to, show them who's boss as we, demonstrate our higher values to the rest of the world. And so it's helpful for terrorism to be a fear, kind of a fear-based thing for the foreign policy establishment, just like it's helpful for sharks to be in people's mind for the Discovery Channel. But even if we grant that reducing terrorism is the most important thing to a president, or to all the presidents, the actions that the presidents take explicitly increase the risk of terrorism. And the presidents know this, and they've known it for a long time. And so in the 1950s, the Eisenhower administration noticed that the Muslim countries don't seem to like us, especially in the Middle East. Why is that? And they commissioned a report. I think it was through the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And the report said it's because, there's a perception there that we just, exploit their resources and prop up dictators in order to keep all the money flowing out of those countries back to Western interests. Furthermore, that's correct, and we should continue to do it. So that's what they decided in 1954 when he asked that question. It's the same thing in, I think, 2004. Donald Rumsfeld commissioned a report shortly after 9/11. Why do all these Muslim countries hate us? Same answer. We prop up all their, dictators around the world as long as they're aligned with U.S. interests, as long as we're making money and it, subjugates the people within those countries so that they're not getting the money flowing back to them. That creates some animosity. In Iran, they say death to America. They don't say that because, there was some pop artist in Iran that just there's a song on the radio that was really catchy and it just took off. They say it because we overthrew their government in 1954 in order to make sure that what became BP, the British oil companies, had all the money flowing back towards them, which was interconnected with the U.S. Economic system as well. And now we put gigantic sanctions on them in order to try to overthrow their regime, or even talk about potentially bombing and overthrowing their government in the same way that we did to Iraq. They don't like that very much, and it inflames tension. It also empowers extremists within Iran in the same way that when the U.S. is attacked, it empowers extremists within the U.S. You remember what what happened after 9/11. Bush's approval rating went up to 80%, and they realized, hey, we have enough of a political mandate because Americans are angry enough at these other people for doing harmful things to our country that we can invade Iraq now. Same thing happens when we overthrow their governments, except for instead of 3,000 people dying like happened in 9/11, we'll kill hundreds or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. They get pretty angry about it. We don't talk about it here because it's inconvenient. And so the things that Obama is doing, which is continuing that same exact policy, defending the military, never committing to doing any cuts, continuing the war in Afghanistan, not challenging anything in terms of U.S. hegemony, continuing to, kiss the ring of the Saudis or any country in the Middle East, never confronting any of them, and actually working to maintain the dictators which are aligned with the U.S., which Obama actually talks about later on in the book. That's why they hate America. And so if your actual main goal was to reduce terrorism, that's what you would confront that, and you would say, okay, maybe we should try to ratchet things down here and stop exploiting these countries because that leads to blowback. But that's not on the record. Also, one of the things that Obama is very well known for, but does not talk about in this book, is that he went around droning people all the time in Yemen, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Somalia, and other countries, Syria, Iraq. When you drone people, and they actually don't keep track of how many people die in drone attacks, but around 88% of them, in the one leak that we do have for a 6-month period, 88% of the people killed in drone strikes were civilians and not the people that were targeted. And so when you kill, 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 9, 8 out of the 9 people you kill are not the right people, that makes the families and the friends and the communities of the people who were just killed by this death missile from the sky without any comment from the U.S. not like the U.S. very much, and that makes them susceptible to terrorist propaganda and becoming extremists. So if you think back to the beginning of the book, there was a part where Obama was talking about Indonesia. And he's like, oh yeah, I have this great understanding of the world, and I'm a worldly person, and I understand things better than all these Americans that grew up in rich suburbs, because I'm a person, I'm a traveler of the world. I've lived in different cultures, and as an idealist outsider, I'm the perfect person to bring about change. And I said back then, funny how he didn't mention like the gigantic CIA-backed coup in 1967, which killed hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in Indonesia and led to a brutal dictatorship that went on for over 3 decades, which was the single most important thing that happened in Indonesia, which was brought about by the U.S. You'd think if you were talking about the U.S.'s role in the world and how you understand that better because you were in Indonesia, you might bring that up. And then I said, he actually does bring it up hundreds of pages later, in the middle of, long paragraphs, just to say that he did bring it up, and then goes back to pretty much dismissing them and not really adding them into his actual evaluation of the U.S.'s role in the world in foreign policy, because at the end of the day, he's the new face of the American empire. And so you can't really confront these things, but you still put a sentence here or a sentence a couple hundred pages later there in the book to realize that you acknowledge them, but they're just not that important. And so he says, when I heard Indonesians talk about the hundreds of thousands slaughtered in a coup widely believed to have CIA backing that had brought a military dictatorship to power in 1967, or listen to Latin American environmental activists detailing how U.S. companies were befouling their countryside, or commiserated with Indian American or Pakistani American friends as they chronicled the countless times that they'd been pulled aside for random searches at airports since 9/11, I felt America's defenses weakening. I saw chinks in the armor that I was sure over time made our country less safe. And so he's kind of acknowledging what I just said a little bit ago, that our foreign policy leads to terrorism around the world. But then he goes on over the course of his 8 years in office to continue those policies and to expand them in many cases. And again, it's a funny characterization. Chink in the U.S. armor, hundreds of thousands of people killed over in just one country. This is just one country that he happened to live in. This happened in many, many countries. Millions of people killed around the world. It seems to be a pattern. Obama starts talking about his foreign policy team and how it's like it's a conglomeration of like these new outsider idealists like him, and then some old established foreign policy brass, which he describes as CIA Director Leon Panetta, members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as my National Security Advisor Jim Jones and my Director of National Intelligence Denny Blair, had come from the age during the height of the Cold War and had spent decades as part of the Washington's national security establishment, a dense, interlocking network of current and former White House policymakers, congressional staffers, academics, heads of think tanks, Pentagon brass, newspaper columnists, military contractors, and lobbyists. So this is half of his foreign policy team, and the other half is just filled with idealists. And the idealists want to know things about like the importance of restoring legal guardrails to the fight against terror, which is a little bit true because Obama was not as lawless as the Bush administration was. On the other hand, like the Bush administration would do things like extraordinary rendition, where they would abduct people off the streets and then they would put them in planes, fly them to dictators around the world that the U.S. is aligned with, like in Syria or Egypt, and then have those dictators torture them for the U.S. because technically you're not allowed to torture people in the U.S., but actually the Bush administration did that also when they tortured people in Guantanamo Bay, which actually is not part of the U.S. The U.S. just occupies it. They have no legal claim to it at all, but because we're powerful, we can occupy it and nobody's going to stop us, and we're going to torture people there. And the Obama administration didn't do that, but what they did do is they protected all of the people who did do that torturing once he got to office and made sure that they were shielded from crimes, and then put some of them back in his administration. And so, that's a change that Obama's talking about. He also went around and started droning people without trial that were American citizens. And so imagine if Trump did that. Imagine if Trump started killing people that he decided he wanted to kill at his Terror Tuesday meetings, which is what Obama held, that were American citizens, people like Anwar al-Awlaki, which Obama does not talk about at all. He never talks about the assassination of al-Awlaki. He just talks about how al-Awlaki at one point inspired some terrorist attacks, which is interesting, but you don't get in trouble for inspiring a terrorist attack in the same way that there are op-eds in the Wall Street Journal saying that we need to go bomb Iran, which would have much bigger of an impact on people's lives than anything that Anwar al-Awlaki ever said. But those, you can't prosecute people for inspiring likely violence in the future. And even if you could, you would have to actually take them to court in order to do so. You're not allowed to just drone people, and kill them without trial just because you don't like them. That's what Obama did. And so the legal guardrails in the fight against terror, I think, is a little bit of a overstatement. There are legal guardrails. There's things called international law, which is like the Geneva Conventions, the UN Declaration of Human Rights. The U.S. signed an anti-torture treaty, although they did put some loopholes in that. But there are things which are supposed to keep the U.S. in check. It's just that the U.S. doesn't listen to these things. It's like it's never been legal to assassinate a U.S. citizen, but who's going to stop Obama from doing it? Nobody's going to. So a power has much more of an impact on how the law is applied than actual, letters written down in the Constitution or things like that. Page 314, Obama starts talking about the withdrawal of troops from Iraq, and he says that thanks to the status of forces agreement that President Bush and Prime Minister Maliki had signed about a month before my inauguration, the broad outlines of a U.S. withdrawal from Iraq had largely been settled. And so here's acknowledging that the Bush administration are the ones that negotiated the withdrawal from Iraq. Compare that to Obama all 2011 and 2012 claiming credit for ending the war in Iraq. And then when ISIS came back, he immediately went out of the way to say, I actually didn't negotiate this deal. So he'll take credit for ending the war in Iraq when it was right here. He's acknowledging he didn't. And then when ISIS comes back and it looks bad for pulling out troops that early, he's going to say that was actually Bush's idea. And so heads I win, tails you lose. Either way that you interpret it, I get credit. Then Obama starts talking about the exit from Afghanistan and the strategy in Afghanistan. He says, depending on who you talk to, our mission in Afghanistan was either narrow, wiping out al-Qaeda, or broad, transforming the country into a modern democratic state that would be aligned with the West. So you'd think that if the goal is to transform a country into a modern democratic state, then you can't have one of the prerequisites for that being aligned with the West. In other words, if the country is democratic, then the will of the people of that country should be able to be followed, regardless of which country they want to align themselves with. So if the people of Iraq want to nationalize their oil, or the people of Guatemala want to nationalize their oil, or the people of Chile want to nationalize their ore and their aluminum, then they should be allowed to do so. But the U.S. isn't in favor of that type of democracy, and when that happens, that's why they've overthrown all those governments. But if they had been democratic, like Europe's democratic, or like Japan is democratic, and allows U.S. trade to flow, and the U.S. to have military bases there, and they play ball, and U.S. investors and companies are able to build in those countries, then that's fine. Then those countries can be democratic. So we're fine with democratic as long as they're aligned with the West. A lot of countries don't want to just let the U.S. do business all over their country and extract their wealth all the time. So in that way, they don't want to align with the West, and that's why the U.S. doesn't allow them to be democratic. And so the democratic, they have no preference for democratic at all. It's just by happenstance that some countries are democratic and do align with the West because of the post-war Reconstruction era and the Marshall Plan and a bunch of other things. But that's not a priority at all. But he has to put that in there because if he says from wiping out Al-Qaeda to transforming the country into a modern U.S. client state that we don't care about if there's a dictator at the top or if they're democratic, that doesn't read as well for the layman. So he has to say democratic state that is aligned with the West, which is a contradiction. Obama starts talking about Robert Gates here, who's his head military guy, the head of the Pentagon, head of the Department of Defense, and he says that as a CIA deputy director in the 1980s, Gates had helped oversee the arming of the Afghan Mujahideen in their fight against the Soviet occupation of their country. The experience of watching that loosely organized insurgency bleed the mighty Red Army into retreat, only to have elements of that same insurgency later evolve into Al-Qaeda, had made Gates mindful of the unintended consequences that could result from rash actions. And so he's saying here is like, look, this is the guy who helped give weapons to Al-Qaeda and Osama bin Laden before they were Al-Qaeda, and so he helped launch them. And so that was a mistake. And so because he learned so much from that, I think he should run the Pentagon. Yeah, that's pretty much Washington 101. You can make the worst decision in the world, but as long as you're an insider and one of those lobbyists, you'll continue to have jobs. You'll continue to have, be able to go on to MSNBC as a consultant if you're, Brennan, or if you're any of the other Bush administration or Obama administration intelligence officials who've been wrong about everything consistently, but at least they're one of the insiders, and so they're allowed to continue to be wrong. So Obama's got his whole cabinet together. They're talking about the war in Afghanistan, and he's talking about how Hillary and Leon Panetta want to continue the war. And he says, so did Hillary and Panetta, which didn't surprise me. As effective as the two of them would turn out to be in managing their agencies, their hawkish instincts and political backgrounds left them perpetually wary of opposing any recommendations that came from the Pentagon. And so thank you for putting in the people with hawkish instincts, and of course you have to couch that in a compliment sandwich because you don't want to alienate anybody that you hope says good things about you after you leave office. But yeah, in order to do that, we're just going to put in these people with hawkish instincts, which is a nice way of saying people who love starting wars, which is a nice way of saying people who have killed hundreds of thousands of people and have no remorse for it at all and want to continue to do so. And these are the people that Obama has put in charge of the most powerful military in the world to continue to push for those wars. So Obama, to his credit, actually talks about how Pakistan was helping the Taliban in Afghanistan, despite Pakistan being a U.S. ally. And so he says that the report added emphasis on Pakistan was key. Not only did the Pakistan military tolerate the presence of Taliban headquarters and leadership in Quetta near the Pakistani border, but it also was quietly assisting the Taliban as a means of keeping the Afghanistan government weak and hedging against Kabul's potential alignment with Pakistan's arch-rival, India. So here we have Obama acknowledging that one of the U.S. allies is helping the Taliban that the U.S. is fighting. A couple pages before, he recognized that the U.S. was helping the Mujahideen, who turned into Al-Qaeda, in order to fight Russia. At other points, probably not within this book, he probably doesn't acknowledge it, but the U.S. was also helping prop up Turkey later on in the Obama administration, while Turkey was bombing the Kurds in Turkey and Syria, who were the principal people that were fighting ISIS. So the U.S. was in essence helping ISIS in that regard. So we've helped Al Qaeda back in the 80s. We helped ISIS in other ways by literally helping Turkey bomb the Kurds in those countries. Hezbollah is on like the top of the terrorist list. People would probably associate them with Al Qaeda or ISIS. Well, they were actually fighting ISIS. They were one of the main groups fighting ISIS in Lebanon. The U.S. was not doing that. At one point, I think Al Qaeda actually. Let me make sure of this. Al Qaeda was actually fighting ISIS in parts of Yemen and Syria. So there's a gigantic mesh of different alignments and things, and the U.S. has been on the side of helping some terrorists to fight other terrorists, as well as helping some U.S. allies fight or support the terrorists that we're supposed to be fighting. This is what happens when your main priority isn't stopping terrorism, as Obama said a few pages ago, and is actually maintaining the global economic order, is that you have 100 things like this. And there are things called blowback, which are first of all, when you kill civilians, which happens when you're occupying and invading their countries and bombing them all the time, but also when you support groups that are the enemy of my enemy and think that they're your friend, but actually they're some of the most extremist groups, within the Middle East. And so for a long time, the main threat to U.S. interest is kind of democratic nationalism, like real nationalism, where they're like trying to nationalize the resources of a country in order to help better the people and reduce U.S. and outside influence. That's a real threat. And so in order to subvert that, we need to support whoever it is, whether it's a Saudi monarchy or it's the Turkish government as they bomb the Kurds, or it's this group or that group. That's the main priority, and then we'll kind of like glue in other priorities like stopping ISIS or fighting the Taliban here and there as well. But the main thing is continuing the main economic order. Obama's about to expand the war in Afghanistan, and he says, I didn't like the deal, but it was becoming a pattern. The alternatives were worse. The stakes involved, the risks of a possible collapse of the Afghan government or the Taliban gaining footholds in major cities were simply too high for us not to act. So we had to act. And then I'm reading this like 11 years later, and the thing that sticks out to me is we're in the exact same situation 11 years later, and we've spent hundreds of billions of dollars, which might make one, and people are saying we can't withdraw from Afghanistan, the government's not strong enough, the Taliban is still too strong. It's almost enough to make you think that maybe this was just a giant waste of time meant to grease the kind of levers of power and make sure the money keeps flowing. And there's no, the people in his administration, which he characterized as from like the military industrial complex and the Pentagon and the defense contractors and all those people, maybe they don't really care about how much money is spent or how many lives are lost. Maybe what they care about is continuing the system as it is, and if the war goes on forever, that's just fine with them. Then Obama starts talking about Stanley McChrystal, who he's like talking about as some like Rambo-like figure. He was the head of the JSOC, which was the Joint Special Operations Command, and he says that within the U.S. military, members of the Special Ops were considered a breed apart, an elite warrior class that carried out the most difficult missions under the most dangerous circumstances. The guys in the movies rappelling from helicopters into enemy territory or making ambitious landings under cover of darkness. So Obama's like, hyping this up like it's some type of, Sylvester Stallone movie. I just watched like a kind of a special on China, the rise of China. There was a big long PBS special, which was actually pretty good about it. And one of the parts they were talking about how like China nationalism, like the movie industry in China is like propping up movies like Rambo style movies in China, and they show some clips of it, and I'm as undoctrinated in terms of this, this rah-rah mentality as almost anybody, I'd think. But I'm like watching it, and there's like a Chinese Rambo just shooting Americans that are like invading China in the same way that Rambo would do for a bunch of different people, Russians or Chinese or whoever it was in all these different movies.
The flag. It's more than dedication to China. The good guys are the Chinese military. The bad guy...
Welcome to Africa, son.
...is a violence-loving colonialist American.
People like you will always be inferior to people like me.
That's history.
And it was like kind of like disturbing. I'm like, but it's like exactly what the U.S. is doing all the time in their movies, and not just in movies. This is what we do in the real world. And our liberal Nobel Peace Prize winning presidents will, talk about it in the same type of rah-rah mentality that the most hardcore right wingers will. And so I think that's telling about the U.S. political culture and how deep that's seeped in to the mindset of people. When you see other countries do it, everybody would be like, oh my gosh, that's disturbing. Why are they doing that in Pakistan? Why are they doing that in China? Why are they doing that in Russia? That is, like, we have to stop that. They're doing exactly what we're doing. Well, first of all, they're not even doing it, but if they were doing it, or to the extent that they are, everybody's like, we have to stop doing that. But the only thing that's different is the geography of the people or where the people were born and which team you're rooting for. So Obama's about to talk about how the global, the New World Order, how the global economic military order got established. But first, he, in order to lead into that, he talks about what it's like when he landed in different countries. And he's like, people would gather at the airport to look out the windows, and there would be a bunch of, press that were taking pictures as soon as I got off the plane, and sometimes people would give me a bouquet of flowers. And he says, in all of this, one sensed the faint but indelible residue of ancient rituals of diplomacy, but also rituals of tribute to an empire. So that's going to be his springboard, which he's going to jump off into talking about how it became that way. And spoiler alert, as he talks about it, he will insert a caveat here, he'll insert a caveat there, he'll qualify this, he'll qualify that. He'll actually give a relatively good account of how it kind of got like this. But fundamentally, he's not going to challenge any of it, because that would be subversive, that would challenge his power as well, and he knows who butters his bread. And so if he can rebrand himself a little bit so he can do things like win the Nobel Peace Prize and get elected president with support from the anti-war movement, but he's not going to challenge it too much as he talks about this. And so the rituals of tribute to an empire, that empire he's happy to be the head of. So then Obama starts talking about how did this world order get established, and he starts talking about after World War II, how there were a bunch of institutions that were created, like the IMF and the World Bank and the Bretton Woods system for the economic institutions, and the Marshall Plan in order to rebuild Europe and kind of align it with the U.S., as well as the same thing that we did in Japan, and then NATO. So he talks about the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, and the Pacific Alliances to serve as a bulwark against the Soviet Union and bind former enemies into an alignment with the West, which is correct. So all these things happen. He lays it out correctly, and that is what NATO was said to be there for, was to stop the Soviet hordes from attacking Western Europe. We have to keep the East Europeans and the Soviets out as they try to export communism and destroy freedom around the world. That's what NATO is for. What's interesting is that in 1989, the Soviet Union fell, or the Berlin Wall fell, and then 1990, 1991, the Soviet Union fell, and they became aligned with the U.S. And you know what NATO did then? What NATO did is, first we promised Gorbachev that NATO would not expand 1 inch to the east, meaning that NATO would not incur into former Soviet territory and Soviet influence, and instead, it will stay where it is. What actually happened is that NATO immediately expanded eastward all the way up to the doors of Russia. And so by the, 2010 or so, or maybe 2012-ish, pretty much every country all the way up to Russia had been incorporated into NATO. Not every country, but a lot of countries, I think around a dozen or so. Poland, I can't name all of them off the top of my head, but even Ukraine was about to enter into NATO, and Ukraine was right next to Russia. And so this would be the equivalent of the Warsaw Pact, which was essentially the Soviet equivalent of NATO, which was like a military alliance in order to expand Russian interests. If they expanded after, the U.S. and Russia were supposed to be allies, all the way up to Mexico, like the borders of Mexico, or up to Canada, U.S. would never allow that. And so notice where these foreign policy fights are happening. They happen on the borders of Russia, in the case of the Ukraine, or in China, like the tensions in the South China Sea, which is right next to China. Tension isn't in, Ecuador for China's influence. And so the reason that is because the U.S. assumes that its influence is global. And so as soon as any regional power tries to slightly expand or do the same thing that the U.S. does, the U.S. immediately has to subvert it. Now, I'm not supportive of any powers doing the things that the U.S. does, but just be aware that the reason that the U.S. is doing that is not because they're interested in human rights. It's because that's a threat to U.S. hegemony, and they want hegemony, but just for the U.S. to control what happens to other countries, not for Russia or China to do it. And so that's interesting. But what's interesting about NATO is NATO was there to be a bulwark against the Soviets. The Soviet Union is no longer there, but NATO continues to expand for 20 years afterwards, even during the time, from, the 1990s till the mid-2000s, or even up until Trump was elected, that Russia was supposedly an ally. And so why do we have this military alliance continually expanding if the reason for it is no longer there? The reason, I think, is clear. It's because the reason for NATO was never to stop, it was to protect the people of Europe. It was to expand U.S. and European and Western interests around the world, and that's why it continues today. And Obama understands all that, and he says he understands it right before dismissing that understanding. So he says, to his credit, our motivations for erecting the architecture had hardly been selfless. He's talking about like all the global economic systems and expanding Western influence everywhere. Beyond helping to assure our security, it pried open markets, which is totally untrue. Like the Cold War was maybe the most dangerous point in U.S. history, and a lot of times America thought it was about to be blown up by the Soviet Union because they kept expanding tensions. So this was not helping the U.S. become more secure. Now, the Cold War never turned to a hot war, but that was just a lucky coincidence, not something that the U.S. was doing. They were constantly inflaming tensions for the betterment of, U.S. business interests and, playing chicken with the Russians. But it wasn't enhancing security. But he says it pried open markets to sell our goods, kept sea lanes available for our ships, and maintained the steady flow of oil for our factories and cars. It ensured that our banks got repaid in dollars, our multinational factories weren't seized, our tourists could cash their travelers' checks, and our international cars would go through. At times we bent global institutions to serve Cold War imperatives or ignored them altogether. We meddled in the affairs of other countries, sometimes with disastrous results or actions often contradicted the ideals of democracy, self-determination, and human rights we professed to embody. So he's acknowledging all of that, and we could go through a long, long list. And if you go through the list, it's like you could not. Everything he's saying is true to a scale that you could hardly imagine. But then he says, still, to a degree unmatched by any superpower in history, America chose to bind itself to a set of international laws, rules, and norms, which is ironic because we just talked about how Obama went out of his way not to enforce international law, rules, or norms. More often than not, we exercised a degree of restraint in our dealings with smaller, weaker nations, relying less on threats and coercion to maintain a global pact. Over time, that willingness to act on behalf of a common good, even if imperfectly, strengthened rather than diminished our influence, contributing to the system's overall durability. And if America was not already universally loved, we are at least respected and not merely feared. I mean, that's true to an extent in certain countries, principally in U.S. ally countries. But the U.S. has invaded more countries than any other country in the world, maybe as much as every other country combined. That's probably not quite true, but in terms of I don't know how you can make that statement if you actually look at the data for the number of countries that the U.S. has invaded. I think we've been at war pretty much every single year for the past 150 years, not every year, but there's only been a few years where we're not at war. That's not how it is for other countries. Iran hasn't invaded another country in I think 200 years or something like that. And Iran is supposed to be the boogeyman for the U.S. One of the lunatic the lunatic country that's off the rails about to destroy the world. When in reality, the U.S. has been doing this the longest time and is still somehow able to get its Nobel Peace Prize winning president to rebrand it as an unmatched superpower in history, choosing to tie itself to an international law more than any other country. Totally untrue, but it's a myth that you have to believe if you're going to be the head of that superpower and continue to expand that system. Again, Obama knows where all the bodies are buried. He's just not interested in talking about them, and so he'll mention that he knows all the things I'm saying. He knows them. And so he's talking about the fall of the Soviet Union and how he says in nearly every instance the United States had stepped in to save the day, which is totally not true. But in exchange for emergency financing and continued access to the global economic markets, folks like Bob Rubin and Alan Greenspan, parentheses, not to mention Rubin's aides at the time, Larry Summers and Tim Geithner, i.e. the people who I put at the head of my economic system, so I know what they did, had pushed ailing countries to accept tough medicine, including currency devaluations, deep cuts in spending, and a number of other austerity measures that shored up their international credit ratings but visited enormous hardship on their people. So what he's saying is that the U.S., through the international institutions which they dominate, and through people like the people that are top of mind administration caused enormous hardship on people by devaluing their currencies and doing everything that it could to make sure that international investors were paid back first, and that there was no investment, to the people, and that markets were always open, and everything that people complain about the global capitalist economic order, including like Trump Republicans, as well as Bernie Sanders Democrats, as well as Obama supporters in 2008. He knows about all of it. He knew the people that were doing it, and he acknowledges it in one half a sentence in a parentheses, in page 330. But at page 120, he was giving 3 pages about the families and about the values of these people as he justified putting them in his cabinet. Again, it doesn't matter how much they love their kids. What matters is what they were actually doing with their power. And Obama knows what they were doing, and he knows what they were likely to continue to do, because these are the people, these are the same people, but he has no problem with that. And so we made it to part 4, which is called The Good Fight. And so in this part, Obama's going to be fighting the good fight of protecting the world from the economic crisis. And so he says, he's at an international conference, and he's talking about Lula da Silva, who's the president of Brazil. And he said, or the former president, he says he also reportedly had the scruples of a Tammany Hall boss, and rumors swirled about government cronyism, sweetheart deals, and kickbacks that ran into the billions. So he says a couple nice things about Lula, then he says he's a crony, and he has, billions of dollars in kickbacks and sweetheart deals. That's kind of interesting, because Obama, it's true that there was some allegations of corruption within PT, or the Workers' Party in Brazil under Lula, but that level of corruption was like the least corrupt government in the history of Brazil, because the amount of corruption and cronyism in Brazil is even higher than in the U.S. due to the legacy of colonialism and how high the wealth inequality is there. But outside of that Obama is able to criticize him when Obama literally packed his administration with people from Wall Street that worked on Wall Street, then worked in his administration, literally writing legislation that helped give Wall Street hundreds of billions of dollars and not hold any of them accountable. And then those same people go back to Wall Street, which Obama also does, to give speeches for right afterwards. That's not cronyism. That's just what everybody does in the U.S. And so Obama is going to hold himself up as some squeaky clean, embodiment of anti-corruption, when in reality, he's one of the most corrupt people. It's just that everybody's corrupt, and he's the top of that corrupt system. And Lula was not that corrupt. In fact, the Javalato, the car wash investigations, which were running in Brazil, which ended up leading to the fall of Dilma Rousseff, who was Lula's successor, and the fall of PT, the Workers' Party in Brazil, and as well as the imprisonment of Lula for corruption in the early, or I don't know when it was, probably in 2017 or 2016 or something like that, which is probably when Obama was writing this book, is because the view was that, look, Lula's in prison for corruption, therefore he's corrupt, therefore I can call him corrupt. That was totally undermined by the Intercept reporting in Brazil, and it was shown that the head of that investigation was working with the head judge in that investigation, Sergio Moro, who ended up being one of the top justice ministers in the Bolsonaro government, which benefited from having Lula imprisoned, because Lula was going to run against him, and he was way up in the polls, because when Lula left office, he had an 80% approval rating. He was the most popular politician in the world at that point. And he was actually a genuine reformer that actually did real things. He didn't do as much as I thought he would do, but he legitimately reduced poverty rates and worked to grow Brazil and take on the established interests that had been dominating the country. And Obama didn't like him for a number of reasons I'll mention later. Maybe because Lula was actually running on the same platform as Obama, but he didn't really sell out. He didn't accommodate himself to establishment like Obama did, and so Obama will go after him as being corrupt here. But Bolsonaro put him in prison for the corruption charges. It was then shown that the judge was literally texting the prosecution, telling them what arguments to make in order to do that. And then that judge, which put Lula in prison, which allowed Bolsonaro to become president, then gets appointed as the head justice minister for Bolsonaro. So that's a level of corruption that you could hardly even imagine. Judge working with prosecution to imprison political opponent for nothing, who was the most popular in the country, in order for this president to become president and then appoint that judge as the top minister. Doesn't get any more corrupt than that. That's what happened to Lula. That's not something that he's going to mention in this book, and I don't think he's going to mention it in his next book either. Instead, it's better for him to call Lula corrupt, when in reality he was the least corrupt and not even anywhere close to as corrupt as Obama was. But he did embody some actual populist reforms, which I think Obama is bitter about, because he accommodated himself to Wall Street and to the business classes at every turn, and so therefore he has to throw some stones at Lula. I know this video is way too long. I know nobody's listening to me, but I can't just read over these paragraphs without commenting on them, and so it's gonna just keep getting longer. He says, he's talking about, he's at an international conference, he's talking about America's high-minded idealism compared to these other self-interested countries. And so he says that few nations felt obliged to act beyond narrow self-interest, and those that shared America's basic commitment to the principles upon which a liberal market-based system depended: individual freedom, the rule of law, which I just talked about, he's undermining all the time. The U.S. does not follow international law and follows it to a lesser degree than most developed countries do, because again, we control the system so we don't have to follow the law, but it's still helpful to say that we support the rule of law, because then we can be the high-minded people that have higher intentions, and so therefore we should export those to the rest of the world and use that as an excuse to continue the economic system and our militarism, and then we deny the rule of law in order to do so. That is the circle that he's supporting there. Strong enforcement of property rights. Yes, that's an important thing for the U.S. for sure, because who owns the property? The corporations own the property because they own all the wealth, and the rich people own all the wealth, and rich people own the government, and so enforcing property rights is very important. So if people in Iran want to undermine the international system of property rights by saying that these multinational corporations that struck sweetheart deals with autocrats a century ago should not be able to extract all the wealth out of Iran and Guatemala and Chile and the many other countries which we've overthrown and invaded, that's not good, because the international system is based on supporting property rights. And so land reforms in Brazil under Lula and PT and the movements in Brazil, I forget what it was called, but the land reform movements, which was the largest in the country or in the world at that time. Those are things that undermine the economic system. And so, and he says strong enforcement of property rights and neutral arbitration of disputes. Neutral arbitration is ridiculous. In some of the trade deals that Obama was pushing, I think certainly in NAFTA, but also in the TPP as well, there are provisions in there that corporations can sue governments for actions that would cost potential future profits. So if a country wants to enforce environmental laws that might stop an oil company from polluting a waterway, that oil company can then go to these neutral arbitrators of disputes and then sue the country and the people of that country for the loss of future profits. And so this is the international system. Plus baseline levels of government accountability and competence. Yeah, right. Okay, whatever. Lack the economic and political heft, not to mention the army of diplomats and policy experts to promote these principles on a global scale. And then he says that these other countries, they don't have the ideals like us that I just laid out. So he says China, Russia, and even genuine democracies like Brazil, India, and South Africa still operate on different principles. For BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and what is the S? I forget what S is. I forget, South Africa. Responsible foreign policy meant tending to one's own affairs. They abided by established rules only insofar as their own interests were advanced, out of necessity rather than conviction. Unlike the U.S., we just out of necessity follow international law. When we're invading Iraq, we are out of necessity following international law. When we're torturing people, when we're passing all these trade deals and overthrowing governments, we are out of necessity following international law, unlike these other self-interested countries. It's weird, because you think that a state, they're similar institutions globally, they have similar populations, they have similar domestic interests and pressures, they would probably respond to the same things. But no, as it turns out, the people in the U.S. are so much better than the people of other countries, that the way that our state works is that we do it out, we abide by established rules out of necessity, just because we're different as a people. And these other countries, they're just not as high-minded, and so they just have totally different interests, and because their people aren't as good. That's the only way that you could explain this if you're taking this approach. If you look at it on a systemic level or on a case-by-case basis, it's clear that the U.S. does exactly what other countries do, and even to a greater extent, because the U.S. has greater power. But then all countries will rebrand themselves as the best country because that's in every country's interest. And Obama is just the one that is acting as the rebrander right now. He says these nations certainly felt no obligation to underwrite the system as a whole, maybe because they're not benefiting from it as a whole in the same way that the U.S. is. As far as they were concerned, that was a luxury only a fat and happy West could afford. The poor, fat, and happy West has to underwrite this whole system for all these poor countries that don't have high-minded ideals like us. And so then Obama starts talking about his negotiations with the Russians, and he's like, because he's a tough guy, like, you know, if you're a tough president, you have to negotiate with the Russians, and so he's got to put that in his book. And he says that, let's see. I was most interested in engaging with Medvedev. The U.S. relationship with Russia was at a particular low point. The previous summer, a few months after Medvedev had been sworn into office, Russia had invaded the neighboring country of Georgia. And so he's like, this is unacceptable. They just invaded Georgia, and we need to tell them not to do invasions of other countries. Do you know the thing I'm going to say about the U.S. invading all these other countries, including under Obama, and continuing those occupations? You'd think that would maybe lose some credentials for you to lecture other countries about invading other countries. It doesn't for the U.S. because, again, we can do whatever we want to because we control the world, and then we complain about having to deal with the global system that we set up for our own benefit, the previous paragraph, as Obama did. If other countries, like Russia, invade countries that are within their, right next to them, that used to be Soviet bloc members, or that even like a large amount of the population wants to go back to the Soviet Union, as in the case of Crimea, which has a long history of being part of Russia, and then also was used twice to invade and destroy Russia by Hitler, as well as during the First World War as well. So there's strong interest in Russia having influence right next to it, especially as NATO creeps further and further to the east, including during the Obama administration, when in theory the Soviet Union is already gone. Why are they expanding this hostile military alliance right up to our borders? And so Russia invaded this other country. It still wasn't the right thing to do, but like that Obama thinks that you can lecture other countries about that when he's the one that's presiding over the U.S. occupation of a bunch of countries around the world and hundreds of U.S. bases and expanding the war in Afghanistan and droning people in 7 different countries. It's kind of unbelievable. It might sound like I'm ragging on Obama all the time, but there's plenty of times where, not plenty of times, there are times throughout this book where I'm reminded that Obama oftentimes was attacked from the right, from the Republican Party and the media, in a way that was totally ridiculous and says a lot about the political culture in which Obama accommodated himself to. But like right here, he's talking about how he's at the international conference, and he's like, 2 days later, a reporter would follow up on this, asking my views on American exceptionalism. He says, I believe in American exceptionalism, I said, just as I suspect the Brits believe in British exceptionalism and that the Greeks believe in Greek exceptionalism. Is that like a controversial statement? Like, do people not understand that other countries have the same type of nationalistic myths about their country and why they are superior and why they need to support their sports teams and have solidarity with their countrymen that the U.S. has? Like, this is what nationalism is. It's also a reason that the belief in American, like, that Obama says that and then is like, oh yeah, no, I believe in it. I understand how ridiculous it is and how it's based on geography, and that is pretty much arbitrary. But I believe in it because he has to believe in it because he's the head of the American empire. But at least he couches it in a recognition that this is not unique. It's just kind of nationalistic and tribalism expanded to hundreds of millions of people and a global economic order over which he presides. But then, like he says, 1 week later, I would learn that the Republicans and conservative news outlets had seized upon this unremarkable statement, one made in an effort to show modesty and good manners, as evidence of weakness and insufficient patriotism on my part. Yeah, that's true. There's 100 different ridiculous things. Pretty much there's a ton of attacks of Obama online. Most of them are from the right wing, and most of them are totally ridiculous and off the wall. And so, as you read this 10-hour or listen to this 10-hour critique of me browbeating Obama about all the terrible things that he did and the things that he didn't do, which he could have done, just remember there's no way I would ever vote for any of these Republicans that are totally insane, especially with their critiques for Obama, the few times that he does do things that are marginally okay or even good. Page 345 is interesting because Obama starts talking about Europe's reluctance to support American militarism after what the British has done, and how that's making it difficult for the governments of Europe to supply troops and resources towards NATO, which is again a military alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, with the U.S. at the head of it, and European kind of junior partners, meant to upkeep the global international order with an emphasis on Europe. And they're having trouble convincing or getting the political will to continue support for NATO, because the populations of Europe are not supportive of it anymore, because the Bush administration invaded Iraq, which was not popular at all by anybody. They were kind of scuttling international law and international norms, and were kind of a global pariah. And so that was not that put these governments in a difficult position, because they want to continue to help the U.S. because, again, they're tied to the same kind of global interests that have led to the world order as it now stands. But at the same time, they have domestic political pressures, which they have to take into account also if they want to get elected. And so they're like, it's going to be tough for us. We want to do it, but it's going to be tough. That's actually one of the main reasons that Obama got a lot of support from generals and from the military establishment and from the establishment in general, especially of the Democratic Party, and the donor class. Like, he got more donations from Wallstreet. Like, he wasn't viewed as an outsider from them. One, because he branded himself well, but also because the military understood that the Obama administration represented an opportunity to kind of hit the reset button. And here we had this fresh, young face, like an outsider, hope and change, wants to, do things differently for the public, and he's viewed differently by the U.S. population as well as by the global population. There's one point where Obama's talking about doing a speech in, I think, Berlin or somewhere in Germany, and he's getting like 100,000 or hundreds of thousands of people to come out to speak, and here in Germany, Bush wouldn't get that. You might get tens of thousands of protesters. John McCain wouldn't get that, but Obama would get that because, again, he was a rebranded kind of changey candidate, but he didn't threaten anything fundamental. And so in that way, I'll put the link to there was a leak early on or late in the Obama campaign in 2008, where the Defense Department, I think it was, talked about how important it would be for Obama to win so that support for the military domestically didn't start to get undermined by the terrible actions of the Bush administration, which were unpopular, and how Obama could rebrand that. Well, that same dynamic is being talked about right here. And so one of the negatives of having a fresh, young, intelligent, polished, outsider-y kind of vibe politician as the head of the American empire is that it gets the left to shut up, and it gets the anti-war movement to shut up, and it gets the populations domestically as well as internationally to kind of have more support for the American militarism, which has been long-standing but was just not done very efficiently or well during the Bush administration, and so needed a rebrand. So Obama starts talking about how important it is to work with Turkey, and how they, him and Erdogan had a close working relationship on a number of issues, even though we didn't see eye to eye on everything, and Obama was skeptical of his commitments to democracy, and he thought he might have some autocratic tendencies, which of course is a good thing to know in retrospect, because going forward, he actually did become more of a dictator. And Obama knew he would the whole time, and he put it in this book, but he didn't talk about it, and instead worked closely with him. Because, again, it's not a problem for people to be autocrats. It's a problem if they're autocrats and they're not aligned with U.S. interests, as the discussion about the Arab Spring in a couple hundred pages is going to demonstrate. But in terms of Turkey, he talks about the relationship. He says, Turkey looked to the United States for support of its EU bid, which of course Turkey never got, in my view, because Europe had no intention of allowing Turkey into the EU, because despite all the, the identical houses and the lovely, communities and surface when you go to Europe, there still are a lot of dark forces kind of under the curtain there, which were aroused just 70 years earlier, and I don't think they were going to ever let in. I don't think they ever wanted to let in a majority Muslim country into the European Union, even as a bridge to the Muslim world. Just look at what happened when the Libyan immigrants tried to come to Europe. Immediately, far-right backlash, and every country, closes up its borders in the same way that Trump would have, the U.S. do with the Muslim ban. Even in Germany, where I'm half kind of from, Merkel and the Conservative Party said that they wanted to let some of them in, and immediately her own party within it, there was a backlash, and then also a backlash in the far right. And so now the Alternative for Deutschland has like the highest, which is a far right party, not quite a neo-Nazi party, but it's not good. But they have the highest amount of seats that any far right party has had since World War II. And the same trend is going all throughout Europe, in Hungary, in Poland. There's a big far-right backlash in France. Le Pen almost won. There's a big far-right backlash against the kind of establishment powers for a lot of reasons, but part of it is xenophobia. And so the idea that they were going to allow Turkey in 6 years before all this kind of started to happen was not really in the cards. And I think that's one thing that Erdogan realized, and he's like, okay, this liberalization that the EU keeps demanding as a prerequisite for being allowed into the European Union is just a charade, because they keep moving the goalposts as we hit their standards. But that's kind of just a tangent. But he says, as well as military and intelligence assistance in fighting Kurdish separatists, this is what Turkey wants from the U.S., assistance in fighting Kurdish separatists who'd been emboldened by the fall of Saddam Hussein. Meanwhile, we needed Turkey's cooperation to combat terrorism and stabilize Iraq. And so the way Obama's portraying it is that Turkey just needed help fighting these Kurdish separatists, and we needed help in fighting terrorism. This is funny because like 4 years later, ISIS starts, or around 4 years later, ISIS begins. And the biggest group fighting ISIS was the PKK, or the Kurdish Workers' Party, or they were one of the main groups on the ground actually fighting ISIS in Iraq and Syria. And the PKK is a group that the Turkish government has on the defines as terrorists, and used U.S. missiles and bombs to bomb. So pretty much Obama's saying that they just need our help fighting the PKK, and we need their help fighting terrorists. PKK is actually fighting terrorists, and they're extremely liberal and like in terms of like sectarian groups on the ground there, like they're as good as you can get in that region by a long shot, actually. And they have a lot of individual liberties for people, and they're fighting for the values that the U.S. claims to have as their top priority in terms of democracy and human rights against ISIS. So you think that would be a top priority. Instead, the U.S. supports Turkey in order to allow Turkey to bomb the PKK and try to destroy the PKK, which they define as terrorists, when the PKK was fighting ISIS. So it makes you think that whatever the U.S. foreign policy is, it's incoherent if you were to take Obama's words here at face value. And so then Obama goes to Prague to meet with the president of the Czech Republic, and they talk about a bunch of different diplomatic stuff, and then at some point he goes out of the way to make sure he had a chance to meet with Václav Havel, who was a playwright and former dissident who had been the president of the Czech Republic for 2 terms, finishing in 2003. A participant in the Prague Spring, he'd been blacklisted after the Soviet occupation, had his works banned, and had been repeatedly jailed for his political activities. And so he's like the most well-known dissident, one of the most well-known dissidents in Eastern Europe during the 1980s. And everybody in the U.S. talks about Václav Havel all the time in terms of when they talk about, look at what the Soviet Union was doing over here, and look at these brave Eastern Europeans standing up to it. What he did was brave, but what's actually more revealing is what he didn't do and who they don't talk about as dissidents during that same time. And so during, I think it was 1989 or so, Václav Havel came to the U.S. to give a speech to a joint session of Congress, which is extremely rare. I think that's only happened like 10 times or something, that the Senate and the House come to hear a speaker from outside the country. All the press talked about it. There was, after the speech which he condemned the Soviet Union, everybody, was totally on his side, being like, look at this magnificent person standing up for human rights. Well, at the same time, there was oppression in Eastern Europe going on through the Soviet Union, but then at the same time, there was much larger repression and violence and massacres happening in South America and Central America, at the hands of the U.S. through the Reagan administration. And none of that was covered at all. And so by coincidence, I think it was like a month or so afterwards, or before his speech about the importance of supporting human rights and dissidents around the world to Congress, where he exclusively talked about the Soviet Union as the orchestrator of violence and human rights abuses. The U.S. had just supported or trained a bunch of assassins to go kill 6 Jesuit priests in, I think it was El Salvador, who were the leaders of liberation theology in South America and Central America that were trying to get the U.S. and U.S. corporations from controlling the politics of the Americas, which they've been doing for the better part of a century since the Monroe Doctrine. And the U.S. was running an underground war through the CIA, through a bunch of intermediaries to kill tens or hundreds of thousands of people in Nicaragua, El Salvador, Honduras, and then also in Guatemala. And that was on a scale much larger than what was happening in Eastern Europe, but nobody talked about it. But you'd think if the world's like #1 leading dissident was in the U.S., like that would be something that he brings up. He did not bring it up, and instead he played the card. The reason that he got so much press, and that and that Obama will put him in his book here, and that he's talking to a joint session of Congress, is because he's able to paint the Soviet Union as the big bad wolf, and they are one of the big bad wolves. And at the same time, in doing so, he's like, "Thank you, U.S., your beacon of hope, democracy, freedom, human rights. Like this is why I love. Like you support dissidents, we don't." That's the perfect message for the State Department and for the kind of power centers in the U.S. to use this propaganda to bludgeon the Soviet Union over the head with. But if you were to talk about what the U.S. does, then that would undermine that message severely, and he wouldn't be talked about, and he would be treated in the same way as other dissidents around the world who are just ignored. Or in the case of those Jesuit priests who were the leaders of that movement, which was a mass movement of millions of people in South and Central America, which people probably have no idea what I'm talking about right now, but you can look it up, and I'll put some references on the screen, I guess. They'll just be, gunned down in I think it was in church. So I think that's kind of revealing. Obama starts talking about the nuclear weapons issue, which is his top issue. So he says, like, I had one big speech on the trip to lay out a top foreign policy initiative, the reduction and ultimate elimination of nuclear weapons. So that's his top foreign policy initiative, which I believe he's sincere about that, but it's just that the way he went about it was like, how do I reduce nuclear weapons without alienating any constituencies or any of the entrenched interests, which got us to the point that there are tens of thousands of nuclear weapons around the world, including principally by the U.S., which has the biggest military, which I don't want to confront. And if Ben and Jerry has asked me to commit to slightly reducing the size of, I'm going to tell them, sorry, special interest ice cream man, not today, but I want to reduce all the nuclear weapons. Well, within that framework, it's going to be limited success. And so I won't run through all the things here, but he's like, oh, this is what I said to this country's leader, and this I said to that, and this is how I balanced this interest with that interest, and it was a balancing act. But, since I'm such a skilled diplomat and a force for change, this is what I did. He did slightly reduce the risk of nuclear war with the Iran deal, and maybe he did a couple other steps, but like fundamentally the same exact dynamics are there. Like I just got back, I was in Great Falls, Montana, which is like a medium-sized town of, I don't know, maybe 50,000 people in the middle of nowhere in Montana, and there's like a military base there, and there are I forget exactly how many. I don't know with the exact number, but there are like hundreds of nuclear warheads, or at least dozens, I think hundreds of nuclear warheads in Great Falls, Montana. And there's and that's only a couple hundred of the around 7,000 or so nuclear warheads that the U.S. currently has. And it's like, if the number of nuclear weapons in Great Falls, Montana, not to mention the dozens or hundreds of other places and submarines that just the U.S. has, any one of those places could destroy the world. If you have 60 nuclear weapons, or if you have 100 nuclear weapons, that's plenty enough nuclear weapons to do as much damage as you could possibly imagine. Maybe cause a nuclear winter, maybe cause the Holocaust, or not a Holocaust, but the apocalypse. Whatever it is, and it's like that dynamic was not really changed by Obama, despite his being his top foreign policy initiative. It's not because he didn't, he wasn't quite crafty enough in trying to deal within the system. It's because he didn't want to confront the system. Obama starts talking about the Velvet Revolution and the fall of the Soviet Union and just revolutions in general, and at just how wholesome and nourishing they are to his soul as a idealistic revolutionary that just happens to be the president now. And so he's like, I had been in law school in 1989, I recalled sitting alone in my basement apartment a few miles from Harvard Square, glued to my secondhand TV set as I watched what would become known as the Velvet Revolution unfold. I remember being riveted by those protests and hugely inspired. It was the same feeling I had had earlier in the year, seeing the solidarity the solitary figure facing down tanks in Tiananmen Square. The same inspiration I felt whenever I watched grainy footage of freedom riders or John Lewis and his fellow civil rights soldiers marching across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma. To ordinary people sloughing off fear and habit to act on their deepest beliefs, to see young people risking everything just to have a say in their own lives, to strip the... It goes on. And so, this is what Obama lives for. Compare this, just remember, put a pin in this, and then if you're still here in 2 hours when I get to the Arab Spring, then remember this, because in that chapter he goes around pontificating about, oh yeah, no, I feel like I'm on your side, but I kind of can't really be on your side because like we support these leaders, and now that I'm actually in a position as the most powerful person on earth to make a difference in these things, I'm going to stand directly. I'm going to be the tank that's going after the man at Tiananmen Square, but I don't want to be. And so the start of chapter 15, Obama just saved not Captain Sullenberger. What was his name? He saved the captain from, he saved Tom Hanks from the pirates, and he had the Navy SEALs assassinate them. And then he kind of goes on a long diatribe about like, I didn't want to kill these poor boys. But he says, but I also realized that around the world in places like Yemen and Afghanistan, Pakistan and Iraq, the lives of millions of young men like these 3 dead Somalis had been warped and stunted by desperation, ignorance, dreams of religious glory, and the violence of their surroundings or the schemes of older men. They were dangerous, these young men, often deliberately and callously cruel. Still, in the aggregate, at least, I wanted somehow to save them, send them to school, give them a trade, drain them of the hate that had been filling their heads. And yet the world that they were a part of and the machinery I commanded more often than not had me killing them instead. Whew, that's powerful. So he's, ahead, like he says, the world that they were a part of and the machinery I commanded more often had me killing them instead. So he's like, I'm the head of the machinery that's killing them, but I wish that I could do something about it. This is the gaslighting of somebody that easily could do something about it if he had principles, explaining why he's not doing something about it, and at the same time trying to get credit for realizing that he should be doing something about it. Like I remember there's a Louis C.K. joke where he's talking about being in the airplane and like having a soldier pass him by, and he like thinking to himself like, I should really give that guy my seat. He's like, that would be a really good thing for me to do. He's like, I'm not going to do it, but like I'm going to enjoy this thought about me potentially doing that. So this is Obama, like, yeah, I'd like to not be killing all these people as the head of the American empire, but here I am. But do I get credit for like not wanting to? No, you don't get credit for it, Obama. Well, actually, you do get credit for it for most people, but you shouldn't get credit. Next page, Obama continues. He's talking about all being the head of the empire. He says, I took no joy in any of this. It didn't make me feel powerful. I had entered politics to help kids get a better education.
How do I reach these kids?
Help families get health care, to help poor countries grow more food. It was the kind of power that I measured myself against. So he doesn't like it. He doesn't like that he's spending all the resources that could be going towards giving people education or health care or food to blowing up people as he expands the drone war and justifies all of this and rebrands everything. He doesn't like it, but he's doing it anyways. So then Obama starts talking about the Bush administration and kind of rebranding the Bush administration's counterterrorism programs and the war on terror as, things that were maybe misguided or over the top, and I didn't agree with this, and I didn't think the invasion of Iraq was that good, and like maybe Abu Ghraib was kind of bad. But overall, like, we have to give him credit, and I don't question his motives at all. Because again, Obama's like, he's a president now. You can't question other presidents if you're a president. You're in the president's club. You don't want the next president questioning your legacy, as you see what happens with Trump. That's why Trump is the one president that's attacked by all the other presidents, is because Trump, even though we've had pretty much the same policies as the Bush administration on most issues, Jeb Bush hates him because, he was, he attacked Jeb, he attacked the insider Republicans, he attacked McCain, and he wasn't cordial about it. And so even though he just did most of the same terrible policies as the Bush administration, most of the insider Republicans hated him, as did all the Democrats, even though the Democrats like George Bush, and they'll post pictures of him with Ellen and laughing with Michelle Obama and this and that, because he's kind of a lovable guy, even though he objectively did probably worse things than Trump even did in terms of did Trump invade Iraq? Name something that Trump did that's worse than invading Iraq. You can't think of anything. but Bush is okay, Trump is not. And so he says that, Obama says, but the actual wars in Afghanistan and Iraq hadn't involved the indiscriminate bombing or deliberate targeting of civilians that had been a routine part of even good wars like World War II. And so because the U.S. wasn't deliberately targeting civilians, like that's some credit for. Point for George Bush. You didn't deliberately target civilians. If you, i.e., what terrorists do. So you didn't intentionally target civilians. Instead, you just. He says there was no indiscriminate bombing. First of all, there was. Actually, when the U.S. invaded Iraq, it was called shock and awe. That was the shock and awe. We'll see how much stuff we can blow up as quickly as possible, so we can shock and awe them. So that is, even though it wasn't, they probably weren't targeting schools in order to kill as many children as possible. If you're trying to shock and awe, by definition, you're going to lose some safety precautions, and there was many thousands of people that died from that as well. Not to mention what happens when you overthrew the government in a volatile region and had no plan to do anything other than to extract the oil and assert U.S. influence. The entire region is destroyed, and that's led to a lot of consequences in the aftermath. But Obama's going to go ahead and give Bush credit here, because you need to find things to give Bush credit for, because, again, he's part of the club, and, you disagree on this or that, but fundamentally, he's kind of your guy right now. And he says deliberate targeting of civilians that had been a routine part of the good wars like World War II, which is true. I mean, the U.S. bombed, or the Allies bombed Dresden and Tokyo indiscriminately and killed hundreds of thousands of people. But that's not a defense. It was like, but you get credit for not doing that. Also, World War II was kind of first of all, it was like 70 or 80 years prior, 70 years prior. And also the U.S., it was kind of a bigger, the world was about to come to an end. You can understand why they might have gone a little bit overboard. And this one, 3,000 people died, not 60 million. And the U.S., it was, 2 years later, and it was just the U.S. deciding how many people to kill pretty much out of nowhere, a country that didn't even attack us. So it's not quite an equivalent analogy, but there's some brownie points from Obama for Bush. And he says, with glaring exceptions like Abu Ghraib, Abu Ghraib was not the only exception, but with exceptions like that, our troops in the theater had displayed a remarkable level of discipline and professionalism. That is... I think that's quite an exaggeration. If any country had invaded the U.S. and then done things like Abu Ghraib or Guantanamo Bay, or the torture that happened in Afghanistan at the airbase there, which name is escaping me, or any of the other, there was a lot. It was not just Abu Ghraib. There was extraordinary rendition programs. There was there was Blackwater and U.S. contractors just indiscriminately killing people, which is something that continued, maybe not for contractors at the same level as during the Bush administration, but during the Obama administration, just night raids in the middle of nowhere in Pakistan, killing people indiscriminately, not to mention I don't know what he's talking about, to be honest with you. There's so many exceptions that it's hard to claim after all of them that the rule was we didn't do it. The only way that you can get to that is if, by definition, the rule is our intentions are always the best. And so each of these exceptions are exactly that. They're things that we can discount because fundamentally, because of our exceptionalism and who we are as a people, and what the character of people like George Bush, that was kind of an accident, and that's not the core thing to pay attention to. And then Obama starts talking about how he's going to reform the Bush-era counterterrorism programs. And he says that, as I saw it, my job was to fix those aspects of our counterterrorism effort that needed fixing, rather than tearing it out, root and branch, to start over. And he's like, one of the things we're going to do is try to close Guantanamo, something that he actually never did in 8 years. But then he's like, we're going to try to do this. We're going to try to institute legal frameworks into this and that, which I'll get to. But he says, for that, I needed the fresh eyes and critical mindset of mostly liberal lawyers who worked under me in the White House, Pentagon, CIA, and State Department counsel's office. But I also needed someone who had operated at the very center of U.S. CT efforts, someone who could help me sort through the various policy trade-offs that were sure to come, and then reach into the bowels of the system to make sure that the needed change actually happened. So he's like, okay, we need to make some changes here. I don't want to really change things, but we need to tinker around at some aspects that aren't working quite perfectly. The American military machine is not operating quite as efficiently, and here's Obama, the moderate, to come, tinker with it and rebrand it. And in order to do that, we're going to have the liberal people from the CIA, the State Department, and the Pentagon, and then we're also going to have the conservative people who were at the heart of the problem prior. And he says that the conservative person that we're going to give this to is John Brennan. And then he's like, in his early 50s with thinning gray hair and a face of an Irish boxer, he had a blah, 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 blah. He did this, he did that, he was smart, he did this, he was a nice guy. Long sentences about all these great people that he's working with. One of the things that John Brennan did during the Obama administration is that there was, I don't know if you've seen like I forget what it's called, like the Torture Report. I think that's a movie that was made about it. But that movie was made about the efforts of some lawyers to reveal the U.S. torture during the Bush administration. And there was actually a Senate report that was being compiled by Dianne Feinstein, the one good thing that she ever did, even though she usually is licking the boots of the Pentagon. She was compiling this report because, for a long list of reasons, the CIA had just gone too far, and they were like, okay, we're going to actually compile this report. Well, John Brennan broke into the computers of the Senate aides of Dianne Feinstein and others within that committee and stole all the data, trying to figure out what was going to be in that report.
As far as the allegations of CIA hacking into Senate computers, nothing could be further from the truth. I mean, we wouldn't do that.
So this is a guy that literally robbed important classified information from a senator and had no repercussions at all, and now is an MSNBC contributor. That's just one little. So if you're in power, you can do whatever you want, and Obama will write long overtures with you after promoting you from the Bush administration to redo and tinker with the program that you ran against the Bush administration doing, and then now you work for MSNBC. And then the next paragraph, Obama's like this book just keeps on giving. Just when you think you're done, it drags me back. It's like, I don't want to talk. Do you think I want to talk this long? I do not want to. He's like, still, Brennan had been, so he says all these great things about Brennan. Still, Brennan had been at the CIA when waterboarding took place, and that association made him a non-starter as my first agency director. And so he's like, okay, well, he's a great family man, but he was a torturer. We tortured some folks, as Obama would put it.
We tortured some folks.
And so he's like, that's going to be a non-starter as director of the CIA. As the first director. And so what he's like is okay, the change has come. No more tortures as my first director for the CIA. Instead, we'll put you into another high position and then make you the second director of the CIA, which is what Obama did. And as a director there, he broke into the Senate aides' computers to steal information about the torture that he had took place at the CIA when he was there prior in order to cover his ass because and then had no repercussions for it because that's how it works in Washington. But yeah, not the first director, the second director. So you waterboard too many people, there could be repercussions for you. You might not be the first director of the CIA when the new administration comes in. If you smoke some marijuana, you might be a felon for the rest of your life and not be able to get a job. If you waterboard some folks, you might not be the first director of the CIA when the liberal president comes in. So there are repercussions for our actions, people. And so Obama's about to give a big speech to the Muslim world to bridge the cultural divide between Arab nations and the West. And in leading up to that speech, he talks about the situation, and he says that surveys showed that Muslims around the world believe the United States was hostile towards their religion, and that our Middle East policy was based not on an interest in improving people's lives, but rather on maintaining oil supplies, killing terrorists, and protecting Israel. And so Obama's like, well, there's there's just a disconnect here between the two countries. I need to get them to realize that the U.S.'s interest is in improving people's lives. And so the way to do that is through the speech, not through changing the things that we've been doing, because it's just been a huge misunderstanding. We've been out here trying to improve people's lives, overthrowing Iran, invading all these Middle Eastern countries. We have dozens, if not hundreds of bases in the Middle East alone. And we give money to despots and we prop them up. And when there's a giant revolution, the Arab Spring, that happens under my watch a couple of years later, I decide that the best way to improve people's lives is to stand in the way of that revolution as much as possible, despite my convictions as an idealist. Is anything that Obama said here actually controversial? That Muslims think that their policy isn't improving people's lives, but rather on maintaining oil supplies? Who would oil has there's a big misconception that oil and wealth and power is what kind of directs nations and their decision-making processes. But actually, the United States, we're kind of different. We just happen to be the wealthiest wealthiest country with all our, with our hands on all the levers of power around the world and all control of the oil. And, when we buy oil from Saudi Arabia or any country, it gets transferred into petrodollars, which pumps up the U.S. dollar. And, we sell weapons to these countries to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. But this is just a coincidence because our interest is in improving people's lives. Like if you've ever, studied political science, countries compete with each other. It's in an Arctic world. And if you're a realist, you realize that countries are interested in improving people's lives at the, to the detriment of maintaining their own power domestically. Obama's like, okay, we need to clear up this miscommunication, like this misconception that the U.S. isn't here to improve people's lives. And so, I'm going to have to admit some things. It says it meant admitting past U.S. indifference towards corruption. So there was indifference towards corruption in the past, but that's a thing of the past. But I'm going to admit it. They used to be that way. It's like there was, little exceptions here and there as we were trying to improve people's lives. There was a little bit corruption, back in the, 1950s, our complicity in the overthrow of Iran's democratically elected government during the Cold War. So if you go back to ancient history, like there was a couple things that we might have did which weren't improving people's lives, which might have made you think that like we were here for the oil, but it was just a huge miscommunication this whole time. And the searing humiliations endured by Palestinians living in the occupied territory. So that wasn't acknowledged before, and so now I've acknowledged it, and now look at it. Like now look at Palestine. Like the separate state of Palestine made huge strides over the 8 years after I acknowledged that I'm sorry you're living in squalor under an illegal occupation of a regime that we give, about $5 billion a year in military aid to, so they can expand settlements into your territory and continue that occupation at gunpoint. But we're going to acknowledge that in the past, you might have been humiliated by it. Hearing such a basic history from the mouth of a U.S. president would catch many people off guard. It's like, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to catch you off guard. I'm going to say we messed up before, and I'm going to continue doing what we did before while acknowledging that we did it in the past. Obama, to his credit, actually has a pretty good synopsis of Saudi Arabia. So he's in Saudi Arabia right now. He's about to give this big speech, but right here he's kind of describing what it's like in Saudi Arabia. And he says correctly, the Saudi monarchy struck a bargain with its most hardline clerics in exchange for legitimizing the House of Saud's absolute control over the nation's economy and government. The clerics and religious police were granted authority to regulate daily social interactions, determine what was taught in the schools, and mete out punishments to those who violated religious decrees, from public floggings to the removal of hands to actual crucifixions. You thought the crucifixions stopped thousands of years ago, but no, they're going strong in Saudi Arabia, our ally, Saudi Arabia, that we give billions of dollars to so that they can crucify people for, sorcery. They literally chop people's heads off for sorcery in Saudi Arabia. Maybe they crucify them too. And that's your tax dollars hard at work. Obama's telling it like it is here. So he's like, this is how it is. Let's see what he does as he's the president to confront the crucifixion nation. Perhaps more important, the royal family steered billions of dollars to these same clerics to build mosques and madrasas across the Sunni world. As a result, from Pakistan to Egypt to Mali to Indonesia, fundamentalism grew stronger, tolerance for different Islamic practices grew weaker, drives to impose Islamic governments grew louder, and calls for purging of Western influences from Islamic territory through violence if necessary grew more frequent. The Saudi monarchy could take satisfaction in having averted an Iranian-style revolution, both within its borders and among its Gulf partners. And then he goes on to say here, but it done so at the price of accelerating a transnational fundamentalist movement that despised Western influence, removed suspicious Saudi dalliances with the United States, and served as a petri dish for the radicalization of many young Muslims. Men like Osama bin Laden, the son of a prominent Saudi businessman, close to the royal family, and the 15 Saudi nationalists who, along with 4 others, planned and carried out the September 11th attacks. So Obama's like laying it out right here. He's like, look, pretty much all of terrorism, everything that we think of terrorism, 9/11 planned by, people very close to people high up within the Saudi Arabian government, within ideology that's very close to the Wahhabist Salafist doctrine, which Saudi Arabia literally exports to the tune of billions of dollars by creating and funding madrasas, which are essentially, Sunni-based religious schools where they're taught this stuff, and does that throughout the Muslim world. This is what Saudi Arabia does. They carry out 9/11. And so going back a page, if you remember when Obama said that, there was a misconception that like the U.S. isn't there to improve people's lives, if you were to believe like that on its face, that is the U.S.'s driving interest, like the U.S. policymakers must be really stupid, because like they know there's crucifixions here, they know there's public floggings, they know that they're chopping off people's hands for doing things against the religious police's decree, and they know that they're exporting that ideology around the Muslim world, that is expanding terrorism. And Obama, if you go back, he says that the misconception, there's an idea that that's what the U.S. is there for, and not to, go after terrorists. And it's like, okay, if the U.S.'s goal is to reduce terrorism, and they're literally funding the most terrorist state, is the only logical conclusion that the U.S. had just like made a mistake before, or are there fundamental undercurrents that keep the money flowing in that direction and keep the U.S. from exerting any influence on our ally within the Middle East, Saudi Arabia? Everything he said here is true, but it's happened for a reason. Like, the U.S. is happy to look the other way as terrorism is exported throughout the Middle East and people's human rights is violated as their hands are chopped off and they're freaking nailed to a cross. But only if the oil keeps flowing. And so Obama knows all of this. All U.S. policymakers know all of this, but again, they're in power because they've accommodated themselves to that system, because there's just too much money involved, too much power involved, and it would be going against the grain too much for those people to do that. As soon as they'd be kicked to the curb, or there'd be domestic political pressures against them from private power that they probably couldn't withstand. It wouldn't be good for their career. So if you want to put it in your memoir, 8 years, 4 years after you're out of office, after you're president for 4 years, what's actually happening there, you can do that. But when you actually go to Saudi Arabia, here's what happened when he actually went. Like, King Abdullah died. He cut short his trip in India. This is a couple of years later, and he flew to Saudi Arabia right away to show his respects to the guy that instituted all these programs. You got to show your respect. You got to kiss the ring. Like, you got to know where power lies. You got to know when not to raise your head and say anything about it, and that's when you actually could do anything. And the time to have a long paragraph on page 361 of your third memoir where you criticize this so that you get brownie points for actually saying something about it, when you have no influence after you're not president, that's what you can do 4 years later. So Obama knows his role. So Obama's in Saudi Arabia, and he's in his room, and apparently the Saudis have left a bunch of jewelry and gold watches in his room and all the other U.S. diplomats' room as bribes or gifts or something. And Obama, of course, doesn't accept them because he's an emblem of anti-corruption. He says, a little something for the missus, Dennis said. He explained the others in the delegation has found the cases with expensive watches waiting for them in their rooms. Apparently, nobody told the Saudis about our prohibition on gifts. Lifting the heavy jewelry, I wondered how many gifts like this had been discreetly left for other leaders during official visits to the kingdom. Leaders whose country didn't have rules against taking gifts, or at least not the ones that were enforced. I thought again about the Somali pirates I had ordered killed, Muslims all, and many young men like them across the nearby borders of Yemen, Iraq, and in Egypt, Jordan, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, whose earnings in a lifetime would probably never touch the cost of that necklace in my hands. Radicalize just 1% of those young people, and you had yourself an army of 500,000. Oof. Ready to die for eternal glory, or maybe just a taste of something better. I set the necklace down and closed the case. All right, I said, let's get to work. Let's get to work. It's time to change that. He's like, I frauded about thinking about the young, poor Muslims around the world that, would never be able to touch any wealth as it's hoarded by this gigantic, monarchy, despot monarchy at the top that's trying to bribe me right now. And I said, I didn't like that. And then I got to work. The end. Did you do anything about it? Because it seems like they're still in power and we're still propping them up, and we still sold them weapons to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars and kept the oil flowing and kept the petrodollars coming back to the U.S., and nothing was done to fundamentally change or address that at all. But good. It's like, all right, let's get to work. Yeah, let's get to work. You were president for 8 years. Did you do anything? No, he didn't do anything. Here's what Obama did. He wrote about it 4 years later. He, continued the shipment of weapons as Saudi Arabia destroyed Yemen in his second term, which he doesn't write about here because he needs a new book to get to that. In, page 497, paragraph 2 is a new book. I'm sure he's going to talk about how we funded them, tons of weapons as well as intelligence so that they could kill people in Yemen to the tune of tens of thousands of people that nobody even knows about what's happened in Yemen. But he's like, oh yeah, let's get to work. Right here, he's talking about getting to work. He's like, we give them weapons, we buy their oil, we don't challenge them fundamentally, we fly to their country to, kiss the ring during the funeral of their leader, and nothing at all. But it's like he thinks that he's getting points for like acknowledging that he knows that he should have done something and then not doing anything. So then Obama meets with Jose Mubarak in Egypt when he was still in power. And he has a good sentence here. He says that, like, after meeting with Mubarak, I was left with an impression that would become all too familiar in my dealings with aging autocrats. Shut away in palaces, their every interaction mediated by the hard-faced, obsequious functionaries that surrounded them, they were unable to distinguish between their personal interests and those of their nations. Their actions governed by no broader purpose beyond maintaining the tangled web of patronage and business interests that kept them in power. Do you know the thing I'm going to say? You might have been, this is like, I don't know, hour 4, hour 5, hour 8, hour 3. You might have been watching this for a while. Do you know the thing I'm going to say? Are you on my wavelength yet? Yes, I think that is a good characterization of people in power and how they justify their own behavior. Some people in power will, equate the nation's interests with their own personal interests, so that when they act transparently in their own personal interests, bailing out Wall Street, not helping poor people, continuing wars, they're able to justify that as by being in the broader interests of the nation and the people of the nation, and thereby maintain their tangled web of patronage and business interests that kept them in power. And then some of the more savvy ones will write retrospective memoirs about other people that did that transparently, criticizing them and thereby implying that they are somehow different. So then Obama delivers a speech and then kind of has a retrospective about his interaction with the Muslim world and whether or not his lofty ideals that were presented in those speech actually, was followed through with. And so he says, in later years, critics and even some of my supporters would have a field day contrasting the lofty, hopeful tone of the Cairo speech with the grim realities that would play out in the Middle East during my 2 terms in office. For some, it showed the sin of naivete, one that undermined key U.S. allies like Mubarak and thus emboldened the forces of chaos. For others, the problem was the forces of chaos. As we prop up Saudi Arabia, which I just acknowledge is the force that's exporting all the chaos across the Middle East, any challenge to that, as subtle and non-direct as they are, that could unleash the forces of chaos. This is what Obama's saying people are criticizing for. He's like, some people say I was too hard on these people by saying a couple things passive-aggressively in a speech once. Okay, yeah, that's one way that you can paint yourself if actually trying to do something about it is saying, again, this is what he always does. He's like, everybody says that I do too much, but I'm not going to apologize for trying. That's not what they're saying. That's not what the YouTube commentators in the forest are saying. Who's saying that? The people that are saying that are, again, he's amalgamated a consortium of business interests that represent the Republican Party all the way to the Nancy Pelosi end of the Democratic Party. And some people over here said that you might have went too far, and the other people are like, that's okay what you did. Really, you didn't do anything at all. But this is all that he hears because he's, as he said a couple pages ago, he has a tangled web of patronage and business interests that kept them in power, as he described other autocrats. But yeah, that is what maybe some of them would say, and it is a useful tool in order to paint yourself as just being overly optimistic and idealistic in your actions. That's a much better legacy to have than a power-hungry sellout who accommodated himself to the worst forces in the world in order to be able to write memoirs like this and be in history books later. So Obama continues. He says, I was tempted to answer, of course, to point out that I was the first to say that no single speech would solve that region's long-standing challenges. So Obama's like, my critics said that, this speech would solve everything. But I knew that a speech couldn't solve all the problems in the Middle East. So they were wrong. No, actually, your critics were saying, hey, maybe you should have done the things that you said you were going to do in your speech, and if you had done those things, then the Middle East would actually be in a better situation right now. It's not the straw man that your critics thought that your speech was what was going to solve it. They thought the things that you said you would do in your speech were the things that would solve it, and you didn't do those things. But now you're saying that they thought that it was the speech itself. That we'd push hard on everyday initiatives I mentioned that day, whether large, like a deal between the Israelis and Palestinians, which I'm not going to get into right now because that would be another 15-minute tangent, but suffice it to say that the major impediment to a two-state solution was the U.S. constantly undermining the prospect for a two-state solution based on UN 242, roughly along the June 1967 borders, which the entire world acknowledges, and supports, but the U.S. always vetoes when it comes to a resolution in the Security Council, at the same time as they're giving the Netanyahu government billions of dollars each year for weapons which they use to kill the Palestinians and then bulldoze over their lands and construct more on occupied territories, making the prospect for a two-state solution worse when you left office than when you got into office. Like, Obama knows all of these things. He says, or the creation of training programs for would-be entrepreneurs. Okay, maybe he did some of that. I actually have no idea. Obama is like, hey, we're going to change up fundamentally what happened in the Middle East, and look what I did. The creation of training programs for would-be entrepreneurs. Like, I have no idea what he's talking about. In the meantime, like, the Middle East is being destroyed. ISIS, freaking no settlement in Israel-Palestine. I'm going to undermine the Arab Spring. But look at this. I helped create this initiative for training programs for would-be entrepreneurs. And so, dozens of Arabs in, Bahrain learned how to code. So take that, monarchies and despots, which I'm not able to confront. But he says, in the end, the facts of what happened are the facts, and I'm left with the same set of questions I first wrestled with as a young organizer. How useful it is to describe the world as it should be when efforts to achieve the world are bound to fall short. Was Václav Havel correct in suggesting that by raising expectations, I was doomed to disappoint them? Was it possible that abstract principles and high-minded ideals were and always would be nothing more than a pretense, a palliative, a way to beat back despair, no match for the more primal urges that really moved us, so that no matter what we said or did, history was sure to run along its predetermined course, an endless cycle of fear, hunger, conflict, dominance, and weakness, says the retrospective, scholar, Obama, activist. It's like, did I try to, was I shown that nothing can really change? Smallest violin. You didn't do anything. You didn't try anything, and now you're rebranding it as like, look, like maybe I was too idealistic, and that was what my naivete as I dealt with these people. There is no examples in here where you did anything to fundamentally challenge pretty much anything. He's like, I'll tinker here. Here's a training program for would-be entrepreneurs, somehow it didn't change. Like, yeah, no, it didn't change because you didn't try to change it. And so the chapter's coming to an end, and so Obama puts back on his poet hat and goes, thinking in the forest as he writes his concluding paragraph here. He says, maybe nothing would come of my Cairo speech. Maybe the dysfunction of the Middle East would play itself out regardless of what I did. Maybe the best we could hope for was to placate men like Mubarak and kill those who tried to kill us. Maybe, as the pyramids had whispered, none of it mattered in the long run. And so he's like, maybe, the pyramids are whispering to me, as spiritual Obama reflects on the nature of humanity. And in doing so, they're whispering to him, you can't do anything, placate Mubarak, continue killing people in the drone program. So it's not like the establishment or the defense contractors, which he put in his administration, or all the people that led him to getting to power that are telling him this. The pyramids were whispering it to him. The kind of the historical nature of Obama's reflections, just on a grand scale and time scale that most of us lay people can't understand, as the magnificent Renaissance man reflects on humanity itself. That's what led him to the conclusion that we need to placate people like Mubarak and kiss the ring of the Saudis and continue to kill people that try to kill us. And maybe they're trying to kill us because we've killed lots of their people and we're propping up people like Mubarak and the Saudis also. And Obama has acknowledged all of this at some point. But again, the pyramids are whispering to him, like, Cleopatra and, just the spirit of humanity. Millennia in the sand are what's telling him this. And so there the chapter ends. So the start of chapter 16, Ted Kennedy is starting to pass away, and so Obama needs to reflect on his legacy. And so he says that through 7 presidents, Teddy had fought the good fight. During the Clinton administration, he'd helped secure passage of the Children's Health Insurance Program. Over the objections of some in his own party, he worked with President Bush to get drug coverage for seniors. And so, look, he's just willing to do whatever, is right for the American people. I actually kind of like Ted Kennedy. He did a lot of good stuff, but he's bringing up, working with the Bush administration to expand to expand Medicare to include prescription drugs, which was good for some seniors, but it also, like the Republicans complain about the debt, they weren't complaining about this because this was unfunded, and this led to an explosion of the debt, in large part because one of the provisions that was put in that thing was that Medicare was unable to negotiate prescription drug prices with corporations. And so essentially it was the taxpayer footing the bill for more revenue going towards prescription drug companies who by law made it so that they're paying as much as possible for those drugs. So it's like, yeah, that was good for some seniors, but it's essentially a giveaway. The corporations are all for government spending and big government as long as the money flows in their direction. So we spend, $800 billion a year on the military and on bombs and weapons. That's fine because the money goes into the coffers of defense contractors. And yeah, the Republicans are like, oh yeah, we can expand Medicaid. We can get some people some prescription drugs coverage here, as long as all the money goes to corporations at as high of expense as possible to the taxpayers. Because fundamentally, they're not concerned about cost or the debt itself. They're concerned about making sure that corporations are ripping off people as much as possible and making as much profit as possible. And if that means big government stepping in to spend more money to go to those corporations, that's fine. And so Obama's going to use that as like an example of the great things that Ted Kennedy did. Stood up to the Democrats. Some of the Democrats didn't want to give all those money to the pharmaceutical industry, but Ted said, no, we're going to do that. So Obama starts talking about healthcare reform, which was his biggest legislative accomplishment, which was Obamacare, the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. And he says that he kind of gives both sides of the story why we haven't been able to get universal coverage. And he says that, meanwhile, defenders of the status quo could point to the many innovations brought to the market by for-profit medical industry, from MRIs to life-saving drugs. So he's like, let's not be too radical. These for-profit companies are doing a lot of great things for the medical industry, like MRIs and life-saving drugs. There is some of that, but a couple things. First of all, the amount of money that is spent on actual research by pharmaceutical companies in comparison to their other costs, especially advertising, is it's a fraction of it. They spend way more money on advertising drugs, which they try to market as high as price as possible, than they actually spend on giving on the research for those drugs. And a huge amount of the research that's done by them is funded by the government. Actually, I worked at the U of O, and you see, there's all these government grants that are going into research at all these labs across the country, at universities and other places as well. And if there's a breakthrough, what always happens is that that will get privatized and go to the pharmaceutical companies who will mass produce it and maybe tinker with it or make it a little bit better. But it's the public research that goes in towards finding these drugs is very high. It's just that the socialism is reversed, and so the cost is brought on by the public. And then if there is ever a breakthrough, it's taken on by the corporations, who would much rather not spend their money on research and spend very little of it on it, and instead spend their money on marketing, trying to push as many pills as possible to people at as high a price as possible. And so it's okay, yeah, no, there is some good things that the private industry will do, but it's they're trying to spend as little money as possible on this research, because research is expensive. They'd rather have a sure deal and rather have the taxpayer pay for that. So Obama kind of gives his synopsis of the problems of the healthcare system, which is partially correct and partially incorrect, but I'm not going to run through the whole thing here. But he just goes through it, and then he says, all this explained why the United States spend a lot more money per person on healthcare than any other advanced economy. 112% more than Canada, 109% more than France, 117% more than Japan, for similar or worse results. So in other words, we are spending twice as much on healthcare, have 20 million people uninsured still, and these other countries have universal care, and we don't even get better healthcare results. And so if that's not a dysfunctional system, I don't know what it is. The difference amounted to hundreds of billions of dollars each year, money that could have been used to provide quality child care for American families, or to reduce college tuition, or to eliminate a good chunk of the federal deficit. And so, yeah, no, that's absolutely true. The funny thing is that Obama's about to justify. It's where are we right now? We have healthcare costs have continued to increase since the ACA passed, because the fundamental system itself, which is a for-profit system, which says that making as much money as possible is what is going to be the driving incentives for the hospitals, for the pharmaceutical companies, for the healthcare companies, and not providing care at affordable prices. You can have one or you can have the other, but if you're not willing to challenge the private power which pushes forward this system and the lobbyists and the special interests, which Obama is not, then all you can do is tinker with the previous system, which is good that he did expand healthcare coverage so that, I don't know, like only, I think right now, I think it went down to like 17 million Americans were uninsured. So he got more people insured. But other than that, it's like the costs are higher than ever, and they continue to rise because the fundamental system itself was not changed. And so Obama kind of needs to set the stage and the narrative for the rest of the chapter. For what the forces he's up against in the situation with the healthcare reform bill, as well as his own motives for trying to push for this. And so here he's arguing with his advisors whether or not they should try to do anything to help people. And he's in the middle of it. He's arguing with Rahm Emanuel and David Axelrod, and he says, Rahm Emanuel says that, I know that, Mr. President, but the American people don't know that Obama's been helping with the economy so much. And they say, so what are we saying here, I asked. Despite having the biggest Democratic majority in decades, despite the promises we made during the campaign, we shouldn't try to get health care done? Rahm looked at Axe for help. They're both saying, no, we shouldn't do anything. We all think we should try, Axe said. We just need to know that if we lose, your presidency will be badly weakened. And nobody understands that better than McConnell and Boehner. I stood up, signaling that the meeting was over. We better not lose then, I said. And so here's the situation. He has the biggest majority in decades, and he made a bunch of promises to them, and he's doing the right thing by standing up to his own advisors, which he pointed there, which are saying, don't do anything at all. And so Obama's like, sorry, we're going to do something. Well, let's see what he's actually going to do. That's what the rest of the chapter is going to be about. And it turns out he's really not going to hardly change anything at all. And he admits very, very quickly that he does not want to take on any established special interest and really only wants to tinker with the system. But even that he needs to like frame in a representation of it as being like just taking on everybody, when he's admittedly taking on very few of the special interests, which he actually promised to run against, while framing it as taking on all of them, despite it being against his own political interests. Totally untrue. And so then Obama starts actually talking about the way that he wants to get healthcare reform done. And just kind of as a background, like there are two major ways that you can actually pass legislation in Congress. Like right now, there's currently a lot of gridlock, but there are still like two ways that you can actually get things to pass. The most common way, and the way that's been happening, pretty much my whole lifetime, is that you kind of amalgamate a coalition of stakeholders, special interests that have the current positions in Washington, which is overwhelmingly dominated by big money and corporations and the wealthiest people and companies within the country, special interests essentially, which donate the most to political campaigns, have the most lobbyists by a factor of like 100, and they have their finger on Washington. So nothing's really gonna be passed if it undermines their collective interests fundamentally. And so there are ways to if you accept that framework, there are ways to pass things. And what you have to do is you have to tinker around the edges, and you have to give up things to this industry and give up things to that special interest, and then maybe like you can get slight concessions or slightly tinker around the edges in a way that might marginally benefit people on the aggregate without fundamentally changing the systems by making it more efficient. The other way that you can actually pass things is the way that any major legislation has really ever been passed, whether it was the New Deal reforms or the Great Society reforms of the 1960s, or the environmental movement, or the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act during the Civil Rights era, or even like abolition, like even like getting rid of slavery. If people in the 1840s were like, okay, well, we have to work with the current stakeholders, like the situation on the ground is like these people are too powerful, like cotton is bringing in too much revenue for us to like take them on. And so if the politicians or the activists all had to say, okay, we need to figure out a way to make slavery better without really, challenging any of these fundamental assumptions about what the right way to operate a society is, or take on any of their financial interests, then maybe you could like reduce like the amount of lashes that a slave would get, or like slightly benefit their standard of living, or maybe like get like subsidies for their food, which would be better for slaves and also better for the slave owners, because then they have to spend less. And so you could like get like some type of thing like that, which wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing, but it's like fundamentally, if there's like a giant problem within the system, you have to take on some of the stakeholders that are the problem. And my fundamental gripe with Obama in this book as a whole is just that he had no willingness or intention of taking on any of the stakeholders. while at the same time he frames it, well, he promised to do so to millions of people when he said he would get elected, and then like frames it in a way of like, I wanted to really badly, but like, I'm a realist and I just wanted to help people, and so I had to get, let go of my youthful convictions, which are really at my center in favor of working with all these special interests. No, like there was the political will from the actual grassroots that got you elected to take them on, and you ended up being the impediment for that change by justifying your incrementalism and your selling out to those very special interests. And so 12 pages later, Obama describes more of the actual process in creating this bill, the sausage making, as it were. And so he says, because of his own inclinations and his interest in producing a bipartisan bill, Baucus hoped to avoid anything that could be characterized as a tax increase. Instead, he and his staff calculated the windfall profits that a new flood of insured customers would bring the hospitals, drug companies, and insurers, and use those figures as a basis of negotiating billions of dollars in upfront contributions through fees or Medicare payment reductions from each industry. To sweeten the deal, Baucus was also prepared to make certain policy concessions. For example, he compromised the pharmaceutical. He promised the I should have said compromise. He compromised and promised the pharmaceutical lobbyists that his bill wouldn't include provisions allowing the reimportation of drugs from Canada, a popular Democratic proposal that highlighted the way Canadian and European government-run healthcare systems use their massive bargaining power to negotiate much cheaper prices than Big Pharma charged inside the United States. It's absolutely true, and Obama's acknowledging that his big change platform was going out of the way to make sure that the pharmaceutical industry could charge Americans whatever they want for drugs. Politically and he didn't like it though. So politically and emotionally, I would have found it a lot more satisfying to just go after the drug and insurance companies and see if we could beat them into submissions. So he would have loved to do that. They were wildly unpopular with voters, absolutely true, and for good reason. But as a practical matter, it was hard to argue with Baucus's more conciliatory approach. We had no way to get 60 votes in the Senate for a major healthcare bill without at least a tacit agreement for the big industry players. And so he had no way of getting 60 votes in the Senate unless we compromised with the most corrupt, right-wing insurance, pharmaceutical, healthcare, hospital, lobbyist, compromised members of Congress, and just somehow patch a smoke-filled room compromise deal together and then give that as our major healthcare reform to the people. By this logic, it's like, I'm sorry, like we'd love to get the Civil Rights Act passed, but look, here it's 1960 and we only have 44 votes for it. So if we are going to get anything, we're going to need to compromise with 16, Dixiecrats and Republicans that are racist in the South, that are supportive of segregation, and, if we're going to get anything. So he's like, okay, so let's say that's what LBJ had done in 1965. He's like, okay, well, there is all these racists in Congress and we need to compromise with them to get a Civil Rights Act passed. What are we going to do? We've got 44 good votes and we need to get 16 more votes. And so for these other 16 votes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to promise that, okay, we're going to have integration, but still the schools are going to have an extra wall between, they're going to be in the same school, but the whites and the blacks will be in a different school, and we were able to get some more funding for better drinking fountains in the segregated areas of parks for the African American community, which isn't perfect, but this is how the sausage is made. But in order to do that, we need to give an extra $100 million in pork barrel spending to the special interests in Alabama, and we're going to do this and that, and then at the end of the day, look, it's a little bit better in the South in 1966 than it was in 1959, and this is just how politics is done. Like Obama the activist understood or says that he understood that, like, again, changing things means putting pressure on politicians through actual grassroots movement and representing the people rather than the special interests. Obama, the healthcare reformer, is going out of the way, despite having a gigantic majority and all of the American people on his side, to work with those special interests and then saying that he had no choice. It's completely incorrect. Drug reimportation was a great political issue, but at the end of the day, we didn't have the votes for it. So, we didn't have the votes. How are we going to end slavery? We don't have the votes. How are we going to, get the EPA passed? Like, there are no votes for it. It's 1962. Like, people don't care about clean air and clean water. We just can't get the EPA. Do you know who passed the EPA and the most environmental regulations in modern in history? It was Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon doesn't care about the environment, but he did it because the movements pushed him to do it. And so again, Obama's main thesis here is we're not going to challenge any of the special interests. We're going to work with the pharmaceutical companies to ban reimportation. We're going to work with the insurance companies and the hospitals to make sure that the windfall profits that a new flood of insured customers would bring to them, that's going to be the leverage that we use in order to get support on some of the other things. And so rather than taking on the fundamental problem, which is a private for-profit healthcare system which wants to maximize profits, which means increasing expenses for people, whether it's for drug purchasing or for healthcare or at the hospitals. There was just a report that showed that that hospitals are charging around 18 times, so 1,800% the actual costs of the services that they're doing to customers, which I totally would believe because I had the experience in a hospital recently where I found out they were charging, I think they were charging like $45 for like a small bowl of mac and cheese. And it's like, okay, yeah, no, that you would do that. And that's all across the board, every industry, whether it's hospitals, medical equipment suppliers, pharmaceuticals, obviously, or the health insurance companies themselves, they're all trying to make as much money as possible, and they're all kind of ripping each other off as well as the American people. And so part of the reason the healthcare prices are so high is because the pharmaceutical companies will try to charge as much as possible for it, but they're all ripping the American people off, and for all of them, the fundamental problem is the for-profit nature of it. That's a reason that we don't have universal coverage, is because at the end of the day, insurance companies do not want to cover people that have pre-existing conditions. That's why the fight for getting the pre-existing conditions in here was like the only major concession they could get, and it took giving the house away on 100 different issues to get it. They don't want to cover sick people, they don't want to cover old people, and the people that they do want to cover, they want to charge as much as possible while giving as little service as possible, which is why for even people that are insured, they have high deductibles. I'm sure people know what I'm talking about. High co-payments, so you have to pay a lot of money even after you have the insurance. And then there's lifetime caps on the insurance, and they'll max out. And so the insurance isn't even really health insurance, and it's still way more costly than other countries are doing for it. All of this comes back to the healthcare system itself being for profit. It's like you can have a healthcare system that has a goal of giving people the best healthcare for the lowest cost universally, or you can have, and that's be your driving goal, or you can have the goal of the healthcare system to be maximizing returns for shareholders of all these various special interests. This is the U.S. system, and Obama's totally accommodating himself to that, and then saying you couldn't do anything. But like for the Bretton Woods system, which FDR, helped reform the global banking system at the tail end of World War II. They were like, okay, how are we going to, reconstruct the banking system in a way to benefit, people going forward? And there was an industry which was not allowed at the table there. He made sure to not allow the banking industry or any bankers to be present at Bretton Woods. Contrast that to Obama. He was going out of the way to make sure that all of these special interests have a seat at the table and are the ones actually crafting the legislation. If you do that, you can't get any fundamental change. And so then Obama describes where he got his healthcare plan from. And he got it from Mitt Romney. And Mitt Romney got his plan from the Heritage Foundation, which is a right-wing think tank that, like back in, I think, the 80s, came up with a plan to counteract the left-wing plan of universal coverage and a single-payer system that mirrors the rest of the developed world's healthcare, which is much more efficient and universal. And so they came up with a counter plan which empowered the private industry, which Mitt Romney copied that Heritage Foundation plan, instituted in Massachusetts, and then, as Obama says, Obama used that plan as his scaffolding to construct the ACA. And so what was that plan? These two ideas, the individual mandate and protecting people with pre-existing conditions, went hand in hand. So it was individual mandate and pre-existing conditions were the center point from it. With a huge new pool of government-subsidized customers, insurance no longer had an excuse for trying to cherry-pick only the young and healthy for coverage to protect their profits. Meanwhile, the mandate ensured that people couldn't game the system by waiting until they got sick to purchase insurance. Touting the plan to reporters, Romney called the individual mandate the ultimate conservative idea because it promoted personal responsibility. And so what Obama did is he used all the movement energy for real healthcare reform that he had promised, and he co-opted the ultimate conservative idea and made that into his plan. Yeah, it is the ultimate conservative idea because conservatives have no problem with government spending a lot of money on anything as long as the money goes back to shareholders and billionaires and millionaires. And if that means that we're subsidizing insurance companies and pharmaceutical companies and whatever, and that has a trickle-down benefit to the people people who actually have more healthcare coverage. That's the way that you can incrementally improve what is a tragically fundamentally corrupt system, which is dysfunctional. And so that's what Obama did. He's like, we're going to tinker a tiny bit and we're going to co-opt Mitt Romney's plan. We're going to make that the Democrats' plan. And then he goes on to dump on Medicare for all. And he says the need to replace private insurance and for-profit health care with a single-payer system like Canada's was an article of faith for like the people that are pushing. So it's just like an article of faith. Like he's already acknowledged that we have the most inefficient system in the world. But this is an article of faith. And then he says he agrees with it. And so he like, it's an article of faith that he agrees with. So he's like, there are good reasons to believe in this article of faith. Well, if you have reasons for it, it's not an article of faith. But okay, whatever. Again, he's just trying to dump and dismiss this idea while getting credit for supporting it. He wants to get credit for everything that he didn't do, as well as all the terrible things that he did do, which the terrible people that support him give him credit for already. So he wants support from the bad people for the bad things that he did, and from the good people for the good things that he wanted to do but didn't do. He says, had we been starting from scratch, I would have agreed with them on their article of faith. He didn't say that. The evidence from other countries showed that a single national system, basically Medicare for all, was a cost-effective way to deliver quality health care. Surprise, surprise. Another reason our system's so inefficient is because there's 100 different insurers, and there's, some operate in this state and that state, and they all have different plans, and they all have different deductibles and copays. And so the administration of our system, it's like a fifth of the cost goes towards administrative paperwork. If it's just one system that everybody has, that bloat goes way, way down. And so it's just there's 100 different reasons why single payer is better, and Obama realizes them, but then he goes on to dump on him. But neither Massachusetts nor the United States was starting from scratch. Oh, unlike these other countries, did you know that in Canada before there was just a bunch of naked people in the Garden of Eden, and they from scratch they decided what type of healthcare system they want to do. No, nothing starts from scratch ever. You obviously start with what you were given with before, but the thing that is a variable which determines how successful it's going to be is whether political leaders are actually willing to push and take on what was the entrenched interest from prior for the benefit of the population, or if they're not. But Obama's going to be like, I wanted to, but I couldn't take on these people that I'm now working with to write my own bill. No, you can't do that if you go with the assumption that you have to accommodate those people. Ted Kennedy, who despite his reputation as a wide-eyed liberal was ever practical, understood that trying to dismantle the existing system and replace it with an entirely new one would be not only a political non-starter, but hugely disruptive economically. And so it's like, we don't want anything to be, first of all, it's politically a non-starter, and so we have to think about our politics, and it's going to be disruptive economically, and so we can't disrupt the economy. Like, if the economy, it's flowing perfectly right now as people go bankrupt constantly for not being able to afford their health insurance, and they die prematurely because they're cutting their pills in half, or they aren't going to the doctors when they're sick because they're worried about their high copayments or deductibles or the lack of insurance. And then when they do go, the cancer has reached stage 4 and they're not able to be helped. That's one of the major reasons our costs are so high, is because a lot of people will go to emergency rooms when they should have been in the hospital months prior, and they could have dealt with the situation earlier than that, but they don't, because they don't have health care. If it was universal and people were getting checkups when they needed them, then those extremely high costs of the emergency room would be much diminished. But it's like, again, it's working just right for the right people. So it's the most dysfunctional system, but it's not disruptive in the sense that the money keeps flowing towards the shareholders. But it might be disruptive for the shareholders and the economy if people start getting good. Like, it wouldn't be disruptive to people who have health care. It would be disruptive to the special interests that Obama's accommodated himself to. And so he says, instead, he'd embrace the Romney proposal with enthusiasm and help the governor line up the Democratic votes in the state legislature required to pass a law. And so it's like, okay, Mitt Romney, the Heritage Foundation, that's as far as we can go in America, because everybody agrees that we can't challenge the system as it is, and so the best we can do is tinker with it with a right-wing plan, Romney Care, as it eventually became known. 10 pages after Obama goes out of his way to twist himself into pretzels to say why he has to accommodate the right-wing healthcare plan and the insurance companies and special interests, because you can't take them on, and he doesn't want to, do anything with the movement. Now comes the Tea Party, and, he has a grudging respect for how rapidly Tea Party leaders had mobilized a strong following and managed to dominate the news coverage using some of the same social media and grassroots organizing strategies we deployed during my own campaign. And so here is the Tea Party, which is kind of a weird movement, but is a grassroots movement in many respects that is changing the conversation and pushing right-wing agendas into the forefront. Like, look at their party, Republican Party right now in the Freedom Caucus, and compare that to the Republican Party of the 1990s. The reason for it is because the Tea Party and its predecessors and its successors with the Trump campaign have gone so far off the rails that it's pushing things that are totally insane into the mainstream. And so that same energy could have been used for things that were actually popular and helpful by the movement candidate, the change candidate, to get things like health insurance, but instead he co-opted himself to the special interests, which people like the Tea Party, like Tea Partiers, they're not fans of getting ripped off by insurance companies either. And I think even 47% of Republicans still support single-payer health care, despite nobody advocating for it. But when the left wing goes out of its way to shoot its own base in the face, then those dark forces from right-wing populism will take over, shift the spectrum to the right, and then become the thorn in the side of Obama that he starts complaining about now, while in reality the reason that energy is there is because Obama failed to use his own leverage to fight for people when he had the chance. And then Obama starts talking about the public option on page 414. So he says, from the very start of the healthcare debates, policy wonks on the left had pushed us to modify the Massachusetts model by giving consumers the choice to buy coverage on the online exchange, not just from the likes of Athena and Blue Cross Blue Shield, but also from a newly formed insurer owned and operated by the government. Unsurprisingly, insurance companies had balked at the idea of a public option, arguing that they would not be able to compete against a government insurance plan that could operate without the pressures of making a profit. Let me read that again. Balked at the idea of a public option, arguing that they would not be able to compete against a government insurance plan that could operate without the pressures of making a profit. And so the insurance companies know that this public option, like if the government was to come into healthcare and didn't have to make billions of dollars for their shareholders by ripping people off, they would not be able to compete with that. So the special interests go out of the way to squash that deal. And he goes on and he says, of course, for the public option proponents, unlike Obama, who's not one, that was exactly the point. By highlighting the cost-effectiveness of government insurance and exposing the bloated weight and immorality of the private insurance market, they hoped the public option would pave the way for a single-payer system. Yeah, okay, so what is the problem here? It was a clever idea, and one that had enough traction that Nancy Pelosi had included it in the House bill. But on the Senate side, we were no closer to having 60 votes. So we didn't have the votes for it. Like, again, we didn't have the votes. Like, we have to work with the insurance companies to go out of the way to squash anything that would give the American people a more efficient system that would threaten their profits. So we don't have the votes for that. We're never going to have the votes for it. Like, if the system, if nothing fundamentally changes, we are never going to have the votes for anything, because the system is run by the special interests, which are currently in power, and it's run to their benefit. And unless they're challenged, it's going to continue to be run by them. And so in 4 years, in 8 years, and 10 years, they're going to continue to make more money. They're going to continue to have more lobbyists and donate to more political campaigns. And you're not going to have the votes then either. In fact, like right now, we just finished 4 years of Trump, and we're crossing our fingers that maybe you'll get to 50 votes again. You had 60 votes here. Like, do you think it's more likely that we're going to get it now with 50? I think in 2 years we'll probably have like 40, 46 votes. Like, it keeps going down as American people lose faith in institutions, as their progressive politicians that are promising hope and change decide to sell out to the very insurance companies which are going out of the way to block the reforms that these same politicians, namely Obama, promised during the campaign trail. And so, again, he goes out of the way. Yeah, no public option. He's like, we can't have it. My team and I thought a possible compromise might involve offering a public option only in those parts of the country that were blah, blah, blah. But even that was too much for the more conservative members of the Democratic caucus to swallow, including Joe Lieberman of Connecticut, who endorsed John McCain. He's like, okay, we have Joe Lieberman. Like, I know I have the entire American people, the presidency. I'm the head of my party, the biggest majority ever. But look, one of them is Joe Lieberman. And so I have to go out of my way to accommodate Joe Lieberman and the insurance industry to block a public option, which isn't even as good as the other countries have with their single-payer systems. And so that's not even a partial public option is impossible, because, you can't overcome the political, behemoth that is Joe Lieberman. It's like, politicians are supposed to move to the will of the people if there actually is genuine force for a movement, if you do want to change things. And Obama's like, look, I understand all the people and ripped off, millions of people dying, uninsured, blah, blah, blah. Joe Lieberman. over here. Gotta work with Joe and the insurance companies. And so Obama blocks everything that could actually fundamentally help the healthcare system, whether it's single payer or a public option or even a partial public option. And then he holds the pity party for himself, which he holds every 50 pages or so, it seems. When the word got out that the public opinion had been removed, the public option had been removed from the Senate bill, activists on the left went ballistic. These are rational activists going ballistics. I found the brouhaha exasperating. What is it about 60 votes that these people don't understand? These people don't understand politics. These people don't understand politics. Sorry, women's suffrage activists of 1910. Don't you see that we don't have the votes here? Why are you always complaining about that? We couldn't get you the right to vote, but instead we were able to, work with the Joe Lieberman of 1910 to get you all nice decorative hats and to, allow for the rule of thumb. There used to be a rule of thumb that you couldn't beat your wife with a stick that was larger than your thumb. We've got that reduced to a rule of the index finger, and this is going to tangibly affect your lives. We don't have the votes to get you the right to vote, but we have actually made a difference in your lives. No, actually what you're supposed to do is go out and get the votes by using public opinion, which is already there, to make a difference for them. Part 4 of the book, The Good Fight, is coming to an end, and it's going to be succeeded by Part 5, which is The World as It Is. And so this is not just the end of the chapter, but the end of a whole part, one of the 8 parts of the book. And so this is going to be exceedingly sappy, and Obama's got to kind of connect the good fight, which is the idealistic version of Obama, with the next chapter or the next part, which is The World as It Is. So the bridge between the idealist, the young idealist trying to do everything that he can, and the pragmatic president trying to help people in the real world, dealing with the world as it is. That bridge is going to be gapped, and this paragraph just does it perfectly. And so he says, it's not hard to find people who hate Congress, voters who are convinced that Capitol Hill is filled with posers and cowards, that most of their elected officials are in the pockets of lobbyists and big donors and motivated by a hunger for power. When I hear such criticism, I usually nod and acknowledge that there are some who live up to these stereotypes. I admit that watching the daily scrum that takes place on the House and Senate floor can sap even the hardiest spirit. But I also tell people about Tom Perello's words. Tom Perello talked about how he's going to vote for the healthcare bill despite maybe losing his job for it. To me, before the healthcare vote, I described what he and many others did so soon after they'd first been elected. How many of us are tested in that way, are asked to risk careers we've long dreamed of in service of some greater good. To those people those people can be found in Washington. That is politics too. And so, the nihilism and the, just the constant pessimism about the motivations of our politicians are sometimes aided by the scant outsider, the exception. But in general, that is politics too. Civil servants trying best to help the people. And so now Obama talks more about the war in Afghanistan, and specifically he talks more about Robert Gates. And so he's got lots of great things to say about Robert Gates. Here on page 430, he says that, his skillful management of the Pentagon made me willing to overlook those times he tried to manage me as well, and he wasn't afraid to take on the Defense Department's sacred cows, including efforts to rein in the defense budget. And so the guy who's been part of the State Department for 30 years, including part of the Bush administration, really just has no problem taking on orthodoxy and wants to fundamentally reform the State Department, not the State Department, the Defense Department, and including by cuts to it. We have to cut military spending. We're spending $700 billion a year on the military, more than the next, Obama said 30 nations combined. Right now I think it's 12 nations combined. We got to take on their cash cows. Okay, let's move forward 6 pages. Here he says, throughout the debate, Gates was quick to ascribe any objections Rahm or Biden might raise about the difficulty in rounding up the votes in Congress for the $30 to $40 billion a year in additional spending that McChrystal's plan might require, or the wariness of the nation might feel after close to a decade of war as mere politics. So anyways, here 6 pages later, the reformist, cash cow budget cutter, cutting cows and budgets, Robert Gates is now in support of giving an additional $40 billion a year to the military when McChrystal asked for it. And so it's almost as if he was part of the system the whole time, and Obama, wanting to brand himself as a reformer while also a realist, is now ascribing those same characteristics to the Bush administration entrenched bureaucrats, which he decided to appoint as head of the biggest military in the history of the earth. Okay, so Obama's about to win the Nobel Prize, and so he has to, again, he's the war president. He was the war president a few pages ago, but now he's also the peace president. And so he, like, you know, it's 11 years later, war in Afghanistan is still going. A lot of people say it's a disaster, but including Obama. Like, Obama knew that, like, it would be a disaster if we stayed there this whole time. And because, again, he plays both sides of every issue, despite being the commander-in-chief of the army and the policy that he's now criticizing. What does that mean exactly? I'd sometimes say shortly that we keep doubling down on bad decisions we've already made. Does anyone think that spinning our wheels in Afghanistan for another 10 years will impress our allies or strike fear in our enemies? So Obama's like, you know, this is gonna, like, why are we, like, we shouldn't be committing to this long-term quagmire, which probably isn't going to result in anything positive and is just going to be a huge expense, going to lose a bunch of lives, and when we leave 20, 30, however long, a decade later, it will be in the same situation. Well, here I am 11 years later reading Obama's book, and he's exactly right. We're in pretty much the exact same situation. The Taliban still controls vast swaths of Afghanistan. The government's corrupt, and it's said that the U.S. isn't allowed to pull out or else the government will collapse, and there is no timetable for withdrawal, and it's been 11 years. And so now the war is 19 years old, which means that there are people fighting in Afghanistan right now who weren't alive when the war started or weren't alive on September 11th. And so Obama's totally right. And for that type of skepticism, he wins the Nobel Peace Prize. He says, "You were just awarded the Nobel Peace Prize," Gibbs says. "What do you mean? They announced it just a few minutes ago." "For what?" Obama asks. That's a good question. It is a good question. He absolutely shouldn't have won the Nobel Peace Prize, but he got it for not being Bush, despite putting Bush's people back in office and continuing Bush's war. He still won the Nobel. It's actually an impressive, just like getting elected with the support of the establishment and a movement was impressive. Winning the Nobel Peace Prize while having support of the war hawks who got us into all these wars, and keeping the peace movement kind of on your side is an impressive balancing act that Obama should be applauded for if that's the kind of things that you're impressed by. And so Obama's about to accept the Peace Prize, and he's going to use it as a platform to fight for his values and his calls for action. So he says, "I saw the prize as a call for action, a means for the Nobel Committee to give momentum to the causes for which American leadership was vital." See, this is what American leadership is fighting for, and Obama especially. Reducing the threats of nuclear weapons and climate change. So nuclear weapons, climate change, like the threats have been reduced. I just saw a thing, the bulletin of atomic scientists who have a doomsday clock, which is calculated principally on the risk of nuclear war as well as global annihilation for other threats, like climate change, and then also of recent authoritarianism. It's now closer to midnight than it's been at any time since I think like 1954 or maybe the Cuban Missile Crisis. And that's because the threat of nuclear proliferation has expanded, principally because of the long-standing policies which Obama defended, namely not criticizing Israel's having of nuclear weapons, continuing to, bang the war drum all over the world as we have bases in every country around the world, bombing countries everywhere, and not fundamentally challenging the global order, which is to the benefit of the United States, but does make things unstable when people don't want to go along with that and do things like build up their own military as a deterrent or want to pursue their own weapons, as in the case of Iran and North Korea, so that they're not invaded like Iraq was or like Libya was, which is going to happen a little bit later, which Libya was invaded when that happened. Libya had been convinced Gaddafi had been convinced prior not to pursue nuclear weapons, and then as a result, when he was able to be invaded and overthrown by the U.S. In I think 2011, and actually, when Trump was negotiating with North Korea and South Korea about getting nuclear nonproliferation there, John Brennan, who Trump put as his national security advisor, who's a total war hawk from the Bush administration, tried to undermine that. And one of the things he said to undermine the negotiations to get rid of weapons there was that he thinks that North Korea should follow the Libya model. The Libya model being Libya gets rid of their nuclear weapons. And it was very clear to the North Koreans and anybody paying attention that the U.S. pushing for the Libya model in North Korea would lead to a lack of a deterrent there, and the same fate for the North Korean government as potentially the same fate as what happened to Gaddafi, which is not in their interest, which means that the risk of nuclear annihilation is large. And so far as the U.S. goes around overthrowing governments like Obama did, that is what cause things like nuclear weapons and nuclear nonproliferation to be not a success and to have expanded further, and the trends of authoritarianism that we're now living through with, Trump was elected, he just got unelected, but the right wing is still extremely strong, and as are right wing populist movements or even neo-Nazi movements in Europe in terms of Hungary and Poland, and the rise of the National Front and Marine Le Pen in France, and what is that called? UKIP, United Kingdom Independence Party in UK, and Brexit, and the forces of disintegration are very strong. Alternative for Deutschland in Germany. In Brazil, you have Bolsonaro, like a very strong right-wing current of exploding all of the things that Obama says that he cares about are continuing because of the policies of the Obama administration. Climate change, I won't talk about climate change too much here. Obama was better on climate change, especially during his last couple of years. But there's also videos of Obama talking about how we're going to drill especially during his first term, we're going to drill everywhere and we're not apologizing for it. And we've built so many pipes that it could circle the globe. And so we're drilling all over the place.
Under my administration, America is producing more oil today than at any time in the last 8 years. That's important to know. Over the last 3 years, I've directed my administration to open up millions of acres for gas and oil exploration across 23 different states. We're opening up more than 75% of our potential oil resources offshore. We've quadrupled the number of operating rigs to a record high. We've added enough new oil and gas pipeline to encircle the earth and then some. So we are drilling all over the place.
And he was a big supporter of fracking, and so was Biden up to this day. And he expanded that around the world with the help of Hillary Clinton and a number of other things. And so the U.S.'s carbon footprint was not any smaller under the Obama administration, and he again was able to shut the environmentalists up, just like he's able to shut the anti-war movement up by saying flowery words here and there, including in this book now, in order to maintain their support while really not doing much to help it. And so he's talking about these reducing the threats of nuclear weapons, climate change, shrinking economic inequality. Is this a joke right now? Did Obama do anything to shrink economic inequality? It proliferated substantially under Obama. And I'm like, right now, during the pandemic, I think overall wealth for households diminished to a very large extent for the poor and middle class, while at the same time, I think the richest 100 billionaires made $700 billion during the first few months of the pandemic, including Jeff Bezos. I remember one day he made how much he make? He made on the order of $20 billion in a day or something. It's inequality has not been addressed at all because you have been defending these people and you just bailed out Wall Street. But he's okay, yeah, upholding human rights. Yeah, human rights have been upheld. It's Obama wants to uphold human rights, except for when there is conflicts with U.S. interests, as in the case of Saudi Arabia, Egypt, any of our allies, anywhere. Which means that if you talk out of one side of your mouth to all of your allies, which says, we don't like that you're chopping off people's hands and crucifying them for being sorcerers, but here's all this money. They can understand that. That's not a threat to them. But then there's actually countries which are in opposition to the U.S., some of which are human rights violators, like Cuba or Iran or North Korea. They'll criticize them, or Russia, China to a certain extent. But that's only because it's leverage in negotiations with them, and they are economically in opposition to us and for various things, and they're not kind of accommodating to themselves to U.S. hegemony, and so they can be criticized. But it's you don't have any authority or any you don't have any, I don't know, the word I'm thinking of, any credibility when you do it that way. And you also make no success. And so the things that Obama's talking about in his Nobel speech, you can talk about in a Nobel speech, but the other 363 days of the year, you're president and you can do something about him. He doesn't want to do anything about him because he wants to be a popular president that keeps getting elected and keeps getting donations and support from Wall Street and everything else, while also getting credit for making Nobel speeches like this. And so that's what Obama really cares about. And it was under any metric, these were like, this was absolutely not a success. Bridging the racial, ethnic, and religious divides. Oh, the racial divide, it was like, it's not like Black Lives Matter started under a black president and a black attorney general under your watch because you didn't do anything to substantially impact the criminal justice system, prison reforms, anything like that. He did a tiny bit during his last year. But again, it's just tinkering around the edges because he wants to be viewed as one of the figures of history. And to do that, you don't take on the powerful people who write history and who, bring you to power. So Obama is visiting, I think, a hospital with some soldiers who are injured in Afghanistan there, as he does quite a few times. And it's interesting that when he did that, he always let the press know that he was doing that. So we'd go to like midnight salutes for it's like, if you're actually doing that, then like, why do you need the press there? Why are you telling them this? Well, you do it because it's a public. It's like, if you actually care about that stuff, would you need to tell the press about it? It's kind of like donating to, like, if you're going to donate charity, you're going to be like, guys, I just donated. It's like that Seinfeld episode where like George puts his money in the tip jar and but the guy doesn't see, so he like tries to take it out. He like puts a 20 in, then he like takes it out, and the guy like thinks that he's stealing from him. He's like, no, I was just trying to like get it so you saw it. And that's what Obama, and it works. The press eats it up. But he's like, okay, so he's visiting these ones here. I mean, maybe actually, I assume to a certain extent he does care, but again, this is a image thing as well. So he runs into, I could remember from the entire visit, were one of those soldiers' mothers. Don't leave those boys who are still over there hanging, she said. She looked exhausted, her face howled with grief. I promised I wouldn't, not knowing whether that meant sending more soldiers to finish the mission for which her son had made the ultimate sacrifice, or winding down a muddled and lengthy conflict that would cut short the lives of other people's children. It was left for me to decide. Well, I mean, he decided, like, that we're still in Afghanistan right now, and it's been 11 years. I mean, you just got the Nobel Peace Prize, but you can't just go around ending wars willy-nilly. Like, that would be irresponsible. And so then Obama makes his decision, and he's going to expand the troop presence in Afghanistan, but he's going to do it responsibly. And so he says his plan, it forced us to refine America's strategic objectives in Afghanistan in a way that prevented mission creep. Here we are 11 years later. I don't know what the mission is in Afghanistan to like not totally have lost everything. It's like we keep fighting. It's like, okay, Taliban has 50% of Afghanistan. Let's try to get that down to 30. Oh, they're back up to 45. Let's try to get that back down to this. Oh, we just lost this guy in this government. Let's try to get it back. It's like constant. It's like this is the mission right now in Afghanistan. Nobody knows what the mission is in Afghanistan. Originally, it was to get Osama bin Laden and Al Qaeda. Nobody even claims that that's what it's there for anymore. And so if mission creep didn't happen, I don't know what happened. It's like, clearly mission creep crept, and so Obama's plan was a total failure. But he still had to say it in this book as if we don't know that the war is still going. And so Obama's about to give his Nobel speech here, and he says, with the help of Ben Rhodes and Samantha Powers, I wrote a first draft drawing on writings of thinkers like Reinhold Niebuhr and Gandhi to organize my argument that war is both terrible and sometimes necessary, that reconciling these seemingly contradictory ideas requires a community of nations to evolve to higher standards for both the justification and the conduct of war. And so Obama is like, he is continuing these wars as the head of the U.S. empire in the spirit of Gandhi. So he's picked out a couple people who have actually credibility here. And he's like, look, Gandhi wasn't an actual literal pacifist and thought that there were certain instances where war could be justified. Therefore, all these wars, which the U.S. is doing, which is by definition for the highest reasons, because we are exceptional in that way, and our value of human rights and, bettering liberalism and freedoms around the world trumps everything for us. Therefore, we are acting in the spirit of Gandhi. And of course, Samantha Powers is the one that would write this, because of course she is, because Samantha Powers has made a career of justifying wars while crocodile tearing, atrocities and massacres that our adversaries did, like in Eastern Europe, or in Kosovo, or anywhere that like the U.S. is in opposition to a massacre, you're allowed to oppose it. This is manufacturing consent 101 in terms of if there's a massacre in Cambodia, or there's a massacre in Russia or Eastern Europe or China at some points, or it's done by the Viet Cong. Like, you're allowed to talk about those, and in fact, they will be talked about endlessly as the only ones around the world, because doing so, undermines, public opinion globally for those other countries or organizations, and B, like, makes us look like we are the ones in support of human rights. Now, if there is a massacre in East Timor or in Iraq, like, I remember I watched a debate with Samantha Powers and Jeremy Scahill's where they were talking about A Problem from Hell, which is like one of her books about like the problem of genocide and stuff. And she was like talking about this, and Jeremy Scahill was like, okay, well, let's talk about what happened in Iraq during the 1990s. There was hundreds of thousands of people that were killed and died in hospitals because of the U.S. sanctions that the Clinton administration put forward, which Madeleine Albright and others talked about openly, knowing that they would kill hundreds of thousands of people. Samantha Powers was like, no, we don't want to talk about that. That one doesn't count. I don't think that one counts.
In response to some of what Samantha was saying, in the 1990s, the worst humanitarian crises in the world, certainly Rwanda and other African nations, certainly in Europe, but Iraq. I mean, where is the label of genocide for the U.S. policy toward Iraq? It was Bill Clinton who initiated the longest sustained bombing campaign since Vietnam against Iraq under the guise of humanitarian intervention in the north and south of that country. The sanctions killing hundreds of thousands of people. I mean, we have had one of the greatest mass slaughters in history, in modern history, in Iraq, going from 1990 to the present, and yet everyone talks about this as though it's not genocide, as though it's not part of that bigger picture. Clinton selling weapons to the Turks to slaughter the Kurds. I mean, there were all sorts of horrific things happening in the world, and it's the selectivity of U.S. foreign policy that I think is really outrageous. It's not that no one should do anything about it. It's that the Iraqis, it's sort of, good victims, bad victims.
Samantha Power.
Where does one start? I mean, I would just like to know, I guess, or just ask the question is, since you've spent so much time there, at the moment that we're at now, what do we do, in fact? I mean, are you suggesting that then basically the Kosovo should become part of Serbia? I mean, I felt like we hit a stalemate and something had to budge. There was going to be violence in Kosovo, and I don't mean to brush all the crimes of American foreign policy under the rug, and I've written extensively also about sanctions and the toll of sanctions and so forth in Iraq, but just to
but
stick
is that genocide,
to stick to this moment, no, but we can talk about that. I don't think the Clinton administration set out to deliberately destroy the Iraqi people as such.
Oh, I totally disagree, but what Madeleine Albright said, it was worth the price, the hundreds of thousands of Iraqi victims.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Because of course she doesn't think it counts, because you don't get to being an advisor to the president, the Nobel Prize award accepting president, unless you understand how the game is played and you crocodile tears for those people, but not these people, the ones that you could actually affect. I think she's repugnant. But she would be the perfect person to write this speech for Obama, because this is exactly the narrative that he tries to put forward as he assassinates people that he just picks out of the lineup during his Terror Tuesday meetings. Literally, just Terror Tuesday meetings. We are going to decide which people to blow up. And there was a leak, I might have mentioned this earlier, but this is an 8-hour video, you probably didn't even watch it, of during a 6-month period of what percentage of the people that Obama killed in his drone programs were civilians. It was over 80%. 80% of the people that were killed were civilians. Many of the people, they don't even know who they are. They're just, they just have a cell phone and have a certain algorithm pops out like this person might be a terrorist. They don't even know the name of them. And then once the drones are hits, every single person that's killed that's a military-age male is presumed to be a terrorist. So they just count everybody as terrorists, and thereby reduces the civilian numbers. But this is Obama's war, and he knows this. He's not going to write about it, but he knows all this. Samantha Power knows all this, but that's not what she does. She freaking cries and writes her books on genocides while supporting everything that the U.S. does, and but thereby is the perfect person to write this speech for Obama during his Nobel acceptance, which is ridiculous that he even won it. So my cholesterol is already through the roof and my blood pressure is spiked from all the cheese I've consumed from Obama thus far, but this one might just put me over the top. So let's hope I can get through the video after reading this. But he's this is he's justifying war while completing his Nobel speech, and so the circus act to pull this together needs to have a bow on it. of the cheesy, inspirational chapter ending, which he's known for. So he says, each person, this is at the end of his speech, each person held aloft a single lit candle, the city's traditional way to express its appreciation for that year's Peace Prize winner. It was a magical sight, as if the pool of stars had descended from the sky, and as Michelle and I leaned out to wave, the night air brisk on our cheeks, the crowd cheering wildly, I couldn't help but think about the daily fighting that continued to consume Iraq and Afghanistan, and all the cruelty and suffering and injustice that my administration had barely even begun to deal with. So it's like, it's not that his administration is causing it. He just hasn't dealt with it yet. This is Obama's fault that he's not able to fix everything which he didn't cause, that other people caused, but he's just trying his best to fix as much as he can. The idea that I or any one person could bring order to such chaos seemed laughable on some level. The crowds below were cheering an illusion, and yet, in the flickering of those candles, I saw something else. I saw an expression of the spirit of millions of people around the world. The U.S. soldier manning a post in Kandahar, the mother in Iran teaching her daughter to read, the Russian pro-democracy actor at Fist muttering his courage for an upcoming demonstration, mustering his courage, all those who refused to give up on the idea that life could be better and that whatever the risk and hardships, they had to play a role. Whatever you do won't be enough, I heard their voices say. Try anyways. Okay, chapter ends. I've gave my thoughts on this, but this is just total nonsense. Obama starts talking about how he went about doing the hard work of rehabilitating the U.S.'s image around the world after the Bush administration had diminished it with their, over-the-top militarism and so on and so forth. Obama's got to rehabilitate it. So he's like, I did the hard work. I chose the smartest diplomats, and they had lots of talks with people. And me personally, I even went to other countries, and I had town halls where I lectured the starry-eyed, idealistic youth about the importance of democracy and never giving up on your dreams, and that's really what changed things. So he says, the young people that I met in those town halls were a steady source of personal inspiration. They made me laugh and sometimes made me tear up. In their idealism, they reminded me of the youthful organizers and volunteers who had propelled me into the presidency. And so he's like, yeah, no, this is my bread and butter. I'm, at heart, a starry-eyed idealist that just happens to be the president. Now I'm lecturing these people. This is what Obama loves to do, lecture youth about idealism. And then he says, this is, this, and then, the smart people and the change in tone, which I provided, that changed the world. So he says, around the world, public attitudes towards the United States had steadily improved since I had taken office, demonstrating that our early diplomatic work was paying off. I think that's extremely unlikely that they increased throughout Obama's presidency because, he just talked about getting the Nobel Prize. That was right at the start of his presidency, which is a reflection of global public opinion. They just gave you a peace prize before you did anything. He didn't even make any major foreign policy decisions. This was before he decided even to expand the war in Afghanistan. He literally hadn't done anything with foreign policy except for reappoint George Bush's Secretary of Defense. So he's like, what could they possibly have given him the peace prize for? He even acknowledged this. So what did I do? Other than the change in style. There was nothing of substance there. And that's a reflection of global public opinion, too. When he went to Germany as a Obama the candidate, over 100,000 people saw him in Germany. And that was the same trend around the world because he was a much prettier, younger, different, more polished face of America than as a representative of America than was Dick Cheney, who was the head of the Bush administration. And so that change led to a change in public opinion, just like it led to, worldwide, just like it led to a change in public opinion in the U.S., which led to Obama getting elected. But was there anything of substance there? I don't know really what it would be. And so then Obama starts talking about Iran, and to his credit, he puts the history here of the U.S. intervention in Iran and U.S. policy and how it led to the current situation, and it's mostly accurate. Just like his rendition of, what happened in the Philippines was mostly accurate. And I'm sure if you asked him about the war in Vietnam, he would give the correct figures in terms of casualties and the timeline. And, the Philippines, you could do the same thing, or Nicaragua or Guatemala if you, were to push him, or the Iraq war. Obama understands what the U.S. does. It's just that he understands it, and then he continues to to believe that the U.S. is the shining city on the hill with, motivations that are pure, despite these occasional admirations, which, despite the fact that there is, literally tens of millions of people that died from them, more than any other country in the world, that's just an exception, which is awfully inconvenient if you're going to continue the same policies and the belief in American exceptionalism, which led to these massacres during your own administration. And thereby you can play the role of somebody who doesn't change anything and continues things as normal, and thereby gets the support of the establishment, while also trying to get credit for being somebody who understands things at a different level than these, these old cold warriors who, went against America's pure ideals of human rights and democracy. And so then he goes through the history of Iran. He says that in the 1940s and 50s, it was generally viewed as just another poor Middle Eastern country. Its territory shrunk by civil conflict and ascendant European powers. In 1951, though, Iran's secular left-leaning parliament moved to nationalize the country's oil fields, seizing control of profits that had once gone to the British government, which owned a majority stake in Iran's biggest oil production and export company. Unhappy to be boxed out, the Brits imposed a naval blockade to prevent Iran from shipping oil to would-be buyers. They also convinced the Eisenhower administration that the new Iranian government was tilting towards the Soviets, leading the Eisenhower to greenlight Operation Ajax, a CIA MI6 engineered coup that deposed Iran's democratically elected prime minister and consolidated power in the hands of the country's young monarch, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. So Obama's, he puts it in there. He's like, I'll just add the democratically elected prime minister, Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. He was also liberal in terms of he supported human rights and freedoms in Iran and the Middle East to an extent that the Shah certainly didn't, and the current administration absolutely doesn't, and most of the other U.S. allies in the Middle East don't. And he was democratically elected. So this was a democracy that was, for liberalism and human rights and the ideals that America claims to have as its guiding beacon for its foreign policy. And Obama recognizes right here that as soon as he tried to nationalize the oil or cut into the profits of Western oil companies, in this case, what was the predecessor to BP, British Petroleum, the U.S. came in with Britain and immediately overthrew him and then supported a dictator. So Obama's like, oh yeah, no, it's right here. He still, maintains throughout the rest of the book that this is just an exception, despite, mentioning or not mentioning the dozens of other exceptions that happened throughout the U.S.'s, history of imperialism. But he puts it in here. So then Obama has to explain how this could have happened. And so he talks about it. He says, Operation Ajax had set a pattern for U.S. miscalculation. So it was just a big miscalculation in dealing with developed countries that lasted throughout the Cold War. And so there was just this short, 50-year period during the height of U.S. power that we were just constantly miscalculating. And so we miscalculated in Iran, we miscalculated in Guatemala, we miscalculated in Chile, we miscalculated in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia and the Philippines and East Timor and all these a lot of miscalculation, but and it was because we were mistaking nationalist aspirations for communist plots, equating commercial interests with national security, subverting democratically elected governments and aligning ourselves with autocrats when we determined it was to our benefit. That was a huge mistake. We didn't want to just align ourselves with autocrats when it was to our benefit. The people that we're talking about being the shapers of U.S. policy and the special interests in the oil companies and the like that Obama had talked about in the previous paragraph, they were just making a mistake. So if they had known that there wasn't really any communist plots or they'd thought a little bit more about it, then they would have realized that, okay, we're going to lose money when these countries nationalize their own resources and try to empower their own populations instead of letting their resources be exploited by Western corporations. But, because our ideals are so high, we're happy to lose out on that money. No, this was from the beginning, U.S. foreign policy worked exactly as it was supposed to. And it continued in more or less the same exact way after the Berlin Wall fell and the Soviet Union crumbled. And the only thing that changed was the justification for the armed interventions and the propping up of dictators in the 1990s and in the 2000s, which shows that the whole Cold War wasn't just a big grand mistake. Like mistakes like that don't happen decade after decade after decade in one direction that just happens to help the same wealthy people which are crafting U.S. foreign policy. But Obama, by saying this, Obama allows himself to acknowledge that there were mistakes made, which his Nobel Peace Prize supporting left-wing activist base, might not have supported things like the coup, things like wars, while also still maintaining the facade of America having higher ideals, which allows him to continue the interventions which are to the transparent benefit of the same special interests as happened in the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s throughout the 2010s while Obama is overseeing the empire. And remember what he said about how we made mistakes about aligning ourselves with autocrats when we determined it was to our benefit. And it was like, okay, the Arab Spring's about to happen, and Obama's about to twist himself into a pretzel for a few dozen pages, explaining why he has to maintain all these alignments with autocrats when it's to our benefit. And so then Obama starts talking about the Iran nuclear agreement. And let me just preface this by saying the single best thing that he did during his presidency was the Iran nuclear agreement, which was during his second administration. But still, in talking about that very issue here, he twists the facts so much that it causes me to have long-winded responses that nobody wants to listen to that go on for minutes and minutes to what are really just 4 sentences in a small passage here. But I have no choice but to do that. So he says, an Iranian nuclear arsenal wouldn't need to threaten the U.S. homeland. Just the possibility of a nuclear strike or nuclear terrorism in the Middle East would severely limit a future U.S. president's options to check Iranian aggression towards its neighbors. The Saudis would likely react by pursuing their own rival Sunni bomb, triggering a nuclear arms race in the world's most volatile region. Meanwhile, Israel, reportedly holding a trove of undeclared nuclear weapons itself, viewed a nuclear-armed Iran as an existential threat and was allegedly drawing up plans for a preemptive strike against Iran's facilities. Any action, reaction, or miscalculation by any of these parties could plunge the Middle East and the United States into yet another conflict at a time when we still had 180,000 highly exposed troops along Iran's borders, and when any big spike in oil prices could send the world economy deeper into a tailspin. So he kind of gives away the game at the end there when he's like, okay, oil prices could spike. That would be a big problem. That's like the fundamental reason for all U.S. foreign policy. Like, would we be propping up a monarch in Saudi Arabia that chops people's heads off for sorcery if they didn't have the most oil supplies in the world? Like, no, we would not be doing that. If Iraq's chief export was asparagus, would we have invaded Iraq? No, we would not have invaded Iraq if that was the case. And same with everything. He actually acknowledges it when he was talking about the coup in 1954. He's like, yeah, they were going to try to nationalize, the oil supplies there, and that wasn't good for BP, and so we came in and overthrew their government. And then he says, and then here too, like, we can't have oil supplies, like, that chain can't be tampered with. And prior to that, Obama talked about Iran can't get a weapon because if they do, then there would be proliferation throughout the region. There would be a nuclear arms race, and Saudi Arabia might want one, and then other countries, and that can't be good in a destabilized region. So we can't allow them to have it. And Israel especially doesn't want one. And Israel, which has a trove of undeclared nuclear weapons itself, might have to attack this other country for trying to get nuclear weapons. So Israel, which has attacked and invaded its neighbors, I don't know, probably like a dozen times or something since its inception, which was only like 70 years ago. It's attacked Lebanon like 4 times, Egypt multiple times, Jordan, like the West Bank and Gaza, if you're counting that, many, many times. They're constantly invading and bombing and attacking people, and they have a bunch of illegal nuclear weapons, which they're not allowed to have under international law, because countries aren't allowed to just start, under the nonproliferation agreement, aren't allowed to just start making nuclear weapons because they want them. If you do that, then the whole world is going to explode, because if there's any miscalculation in any country, then boom goes the dynamite. But Israel can, and we're going to continue to give them billions of dollars each year in military aid so that they can, occupy Gaza and the West Bank and invade their neighbors and destabilize the region with their nuclear weapons, which are highly provocative, which Obama doesn't mention in the case of Israel because, again, he's kind of got to kowtow to U.S. foreign policy interests and the establishment here, and you don't criticize Israel like that. But with Iran, he acknowledged that if they were to even get one, like, that would totally destabilize the region. Israel's attacked countries, like I said, over and over and over again, and they'll probably do it within, maybe by the time I'm done reading this next sentence, they do it whenever they want to. But Iran hasn't attacked a country, I think, since like the 17th century or the 18th century at the earliest. It's been over a century since Iran has attacked another country. Like, they've been attacked. They were attacked by Iran by Iraq and Saddam Hussein during the Iran-Iraq War, when the U.S. was giving aid to Saddam Hussein for his attack on Iran. Because, again, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If that's a Saddam Hussein, or if that's, whoever it is that continues the current paradigm in the Middle East, that's just fine. But, like, so the idea that Iran is, Iran is the rogue state, when in reality, by every metric, Israel is the rogue state, which is destabilizing the Middle East to a much greater extent than Iran. And whatever you say about the Ayatollahs or the leadership in Iran, they're not suicidal. They've, constantly, in fact, they made the nuclear agreement with Iran with Obama later on, but they don't want, they're a little bit kooky in the head with their religious ideas and this and that, and the laws in Iran aren't great, but they are very comparable to the U.S. allies in the region. But they don't want to lose their own power. And so the reason that they're pursuing a nuclear weapon is because it's a deterrent. It's because once you have a nuclear weapon, it's much less likely that you'll be overthrown by the United States or Israel, which are constantly provoking and saying that they're going to invade you and just invaded and destroyed your neighbor. And so it's a very real threat. And so in order to deter that, what you do is you pursue a nuclear weapon, which would stop a ground invasion of Iran in the same way that a nuclear weapon in North Korea would stop an invasion of North Korea and an overthrow of the regime there. Actually, I think I mentioned this earlier, but you probably didn't see it because nobody's watching this whole thing. But when John Bolton was trying to undermine the Trump administration when they were negotiating with North Korea for disarmament, he said that the North Korea should follow the Libyan model. And the Libyan model was that Gaddafi did not pursue nuclear weapons. And then, as is about to happen in 50 pages here, Obama decided to overthrow the regime in Libya and take out Gaddafi. And so what Bolton was saying is they should pursue the Libyan model so that we can overthrow and invade them whenever we want to, because they won't have a deterrent. And that was saying to North Korea, hey, you better go after this nuclear weapon. And John Bolton was trying to blow up the nuclear agreement because he's a giant war hawk and doesn't want anything that could lead to peace. But he was right in that instance. A nuclear weapon is a deterrent. And Obama even kind of acknowledged it. He says that it would severely limit a future president's options to check Iranian. He has to phrase it as Iranian aggression. Again, Iran. There's no reason to think Iran would invade another, one of its border countries or attack Israel. Like, the idea that Iran would attack Israel out of the blue with a nuclear weapon is totally insane. Like, if one country is going to be attacked, it's going to be, from the other. It's going to be Iran from Israel. In fact, I think Israel just a couple of weeks ago just assassinated Iran's top nuclear scientist in the same way that the Trump administration at the start of the year killed Soleimani, the top general of the kibbutz forces, the military in Iran. And so it's the U.S. that's assassinating their top people. Iran is assassinating their top people. They're both constantly invading and destroying Iran's neighbors. Obama mentioned it here, but we have thousands of people on Iraq's border, in this case because the Iraq war was still going on. But also we have like a dozen bases directly on Iran's border. I'll put that on the screen now. But it's like, imagine if the roles were reversed. If Iran was constantly invading, destroying countries, they first went to Canada and then to Mexico and Colombia and this and that. They are constantly saying, we're going to attack the United States, and they have a military that's exponentially larger than ours. Would the United States just like cross our fingers that the hawks in Iran don't decide to, because out of the niceness of their heart or whatever it is, don't decide to invade? Or would they try to get something which is a deterrent? Like, that everybody, like all the strategic analysts, everybody understands that if Iran gets a nuclear weapon, it's a deterrent, and it limits the U.S. and Israel's options in a potential invasion of Iran, and thereby stops the potential for a regime change, which is what the U.S. is really afraid of. And so this whole narrative is totally wrong. Like, Iran is not the rogue state. They're kind of run by, religious lunatics in the same way that the rest of the Middle East is. But it's the U.S. and Israel that's constantly undermining the prospects for peace or nuclear nonproliferation or anything. And Obama knows this because there's little things, if you read between the lines here, where he acknowledges it, trove of undeclared nuclear weapons itself. For Israel, they're going to take action against. We have all these things on the border. You could disrupt oil prices. Like, if you read between the lines and you know how to read it just right, you can see what's happening here. But this is just 1/3 of one page in his 700-page book. And most people aren't into stuff like this, and nobody's listening to me right now anyway. A few pages later, Obama starts talking about Russia and what happened after the wall fell there in the Soviet Union. And he says that if the turmoil that engulfed left Russia in the 1990s. Economic collapse, unfettered corruption, right-wing populism, shadowy oligarchs gave me pause. It gives him pause. So he's like, nevertheless, I held out hope that a more just, prosperous, and free Russia would emerge from the inevitably difficult transition to free markets and representative government. So he's like, this is going to be inevitably, again, it's like just like with the Iran a few pages ago, it was like a miscalculation. Like this was inevitable that like you're going to transition to markets. There's going to be some growing pains. He acknowledged earlier in the book that the people that were pushing the opening of all these markets and the deregulation in Russia were Larry Summers and Tim Geithner. And Rob Rubin and the people in the Clinton administration, the same people that he put in his administration, he acknowledged earlier in the book, were the reason for the collapse in Russia. Now it's just inevitable part of the difficult transition to free markets and representative. So he's like, this is just inevitable. And so it's like, again, awfully convenient that, this had to happen, and the people that were pushing it are the same people that I put in power that have been pushing things for a long time. But, I still had an optimism that I held out hope that a more prosperous and free Russia. So if everything, even though the people that are actually shaping the things are corrupt, oligarchs, trying to benefit Western corporations, and they're the same people in my administration, I still held out hope about it. And so then Obama starts complaining about how Russia and Putin keep blocking U.S. initiatives to further human rights. And so he says that when U.S.-backed initiatives came before the Security Council, he made sure that Russia blocked them or watered them down, particularly anything touching on human rights. And so it's not fair. Like Obama and the U.S., our goal is to export human rights around the world, and we do our best. That's the reason we have to have the biggest military in the world and American exceptionalism. We're different. We want to expand human rights. These other countries are trying to undermine human rights, especially Russia. It's making our job tough as we try to shape the world in an idealistic utopia where nobody exploits anybody and human rights predominate. And in reality, like the U.S. has blocked more Security Council initiatives than I think any other country. Like the U.S. and Russia, go back and forth as 1 and 2, but like pretty much anytime there's a war, there's a U.S. Security Council. There's an initiative in the Security Council to condemn it, and the U.S. vetoes it. Or anytime there's a call for a settlement in Israel-Palestine, there's a vote in the Security Council, and the U.S. vetoes it. Or anytime the U.S. overthrows a dictator, or not a dictator, overthrows a democratically elected government and institutes a dictator, as in the case of Iran or Guatemala or Indonesia or Chile or any country you can mention, there's usually a Security Council initiative condemning it, and the U.S. vetoes it. And so what really happens is that because the U.S. is like kind of in tension with Russia, they'll call out what Russia does, and when Russia does the exact same thing as the U.S., in the Ukraine or in Jordan or whatever it is, then the U.S. will say like they're blocking human rights. But when in reality, whenever there's human rights violations that benefit the U.S., they have nothing to say about it. But again, Obama wants to paint himself as the opposite of Putin rather than just the kind of like his equivalent in the West. And then Obama has his talk with Putin, and Putin like goes into a long diatribe about all his complaints with U.S. foreign policy. Uh-oh, that's an omen. Oh my God, there's like 12 crows above me. Can I see that? It's freaking... So anyways, here's what he says. He says that, he liked Bush personally, Putin did, and reached out after 9/11, pledging solidarity and offering to share intelligence in the fight against a common enemy. He'd helped the United States secure air bases in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan for the Afghan campaign. He'd even offered Russia's help in handling Saddam Hussein. And where had it gotten him? Rather than heed his warnings, he said, Bush had gone ahead and invaded Iraq, destabilizing the entire Middle East. The U.S. decision 7 years earlier to pull out of the anti-ballistic missiles treaty and his plans to house military defense systems on Russia's borders continued to be a source of strategic instability. The admission of former Warsaw Pact countries into NATO during both the Clinton and Bush administrations has steadily encroached on Russia's sphere of influence, quote-unquote, while U.S. support for the color revolutions in Georgia, Ukraine, and Kyrgyzstan under the specious guise of democracy promotion had turned Russia's once friendly neighbors into a government hostile to Moscow. As far as Putin was concerned, the Americans had been arrogant, dismissive, and unwilling to treat Russia as an equal partner, and constantly trying to dictate terms to the rest of the world, all of which, he said, made it hard to be optimistic about the future of relations. And so That's what Putin said. Obama acknowledges a couple things, like, so then he talks to him more. He's like, okay, there's this and that point. You have a little bit of a point, but mostly Obama had to play hardball with Putin, and he just disagree with him. And he had to stand up to the dictator that's against human rights. In reality, everything that Obama listed here is absolutely true. What he says about Iraq is true. What he says about the admission of former Warsaw Pact countries into NATO is totally true. And if the shoe was on the other foot, and Russia, like, let's say Mexico and Canada and all of Central and South America were joining the Warsaw Pact, or the equivalent of NATO, if there was still a Warsaw Pact, which was allying itself with with Russia, which was the enemy of the U.S. or someone that the U.S. was hostile with, in the same way that when the shoe was on the other foot, it's the same way for Russia. Then there would be a problem. If people know what the Monroe Doctrine is, that was like 100 years ago, and it said that U.S. gets to control every country in the hemisphere, and if anybody steps out of line, that's a problem. So attack against the U.S.'s sphere of influence is attack against the U.S. And the U.S.'s sphere. Take a note where all these like hostilities are happening. Like Ukraine is a flashpoint, Georgia is a flashpoint. Like with China, stuff is happening in the South China Sea. The stuff that's happening, which is a problem for the U.S., is happening right on the borders of the other major powers. And they're not happening on the U.S. borders. And so the U.S. has military bases all around these countries and is expanding its sphere of influence, as these countries join NATO and do the exact things that he talked about, despite the fact that that Bush and his administration had promised Gorbachev, when he allowed the wall to fall in East Germany, that NATO would not move 1 inch to the east, in terms of like, we're going to allow this to happen, but you're not going to be allowed to totally incur upon Russia's interest in its neighboring countries. What happened was, just like Obama said, the U.S. expanded all the way to the point where NATO was right now on Russia's doorstep, and that continued throughout the Obama administration. Let's see. And then he pulled out of the ballistic missiles treaty. Yes, no, this is absolutely true. And it kind of illustrates that the U.S. is the one that's mostly undermining global stability. And it's not surprising, because the U.S. is much more powerful in this relationship. I think Russia's GDP is less than Italy's. But this is all true. But Obama puts it here, but then he goes on to be like, okay, then I had to talk tough with Putin and let him know. So page 472 is kind of interesting, because Obama is trying to get the UN to take actions against Iran for their nuclear program, and Obama just received this highly classified, important intelligence report on Iran's nuclear program, that they're building a facility near the ancient city of Qom, and he's like, oh, this is a bombshell. I need to tell the other people at the UN so that they can increase the sanctions. So the first thing he does is he tells the Russians, and without going on too much of a tangent, I'd like people to think about what the reaction from, let's say, MSNBC would be if it was found out that Trump was leaking highly classified information to the Russians. It would be very different than this reaction, which was no reaction at all, or just applause from the media, because they like Obama, and B, because in this instance the leaks were to the benefit of U.S. power, and I'll talk more about that in a second. So he tells the Russians, he's like, okay, we need to increase the sanctions, and then he's like, instead we gave the story to the New York Times just before the G20 leaders were scheduled to meet in Pittsburgh. So next thing he does is he leaks this highly classified information to the New York Times, and he writes about it in his biography here, and there's no comment on it. There's no comment from anybody on it, even though the Obama administration itself prosecuted more whistleblowers for leaking classified information than any president in history. And actually more people were prosecuted under the Espionage Act under Obama for leaks of classified information than every other president combined. And this is the same person that is ordering leaks of highly classified information. Now, the difference between let's say a Chelsea Manning, who was prosecuted and imprisoned for years and years and put in solitary confinement under Obama for leaking information to WikiLeaks about war crimes, was that the crimes that Manning leaked were not helpful for the government and not helpful for power. So it's not helpful to know that the U.S. is, shooting down journalists, Reuters journalists and civilians from a Black Hawk helicopter in Iraq. That doesn't really help the administration. Now, this does help the administration because it helps increase tensions with Iran and garner support for the sanctions which Obama is trying to press for. And so in this case, there's no comment at all. And then the other difference or distinction is also obvious, which is that the Obama's the president. So he is the person in power. Who's going to hold him into account? Who's going to take on the president? Nobody's going to take on the president. Now, if it's Chelsea Manning, if it's Bill Binney, if it's any of these other leakers that leak information which is unhelpful for the president, you can throw them in prison, and there won't hardly be any outcry at all from the press. But in this case, classified information, and also Washington leaks like a sieve. Like, there are leaks all the time. In fact, whenever you read the New York Times or the Washington Post and it says a senior administration official said, or something like that, most of the time that's classified information, and it's just fine because the Post, like that, those people are insiders. The reporters who reported on that are insiders. The administration officials are insiders, so it's totally fine, and there's going to be no prosecution. If it's let's say Julian Assange or somebody else that's leaking to directly to the public, they're outsiders. They have to be prosecuted. They're not being helpful at the moment, and so the Obama administration leaks all the time. Later he's going to talk about the raid on Osama bin Laden. Pretty much all the information, that was a really classified raid, but all of the information about that raid was like leaked immediately. Like the name of the special dog that was on the helicopter, like all the details of the mission, highly classified information immediately leaked to the press because it was helpful. It was like this is helpful American-y information. People want to know about the Tom Clancy novel that Obama just pulled off, which increased his approval ratings by like 8% overnight. That's good information to leak. So page 473, Obama has an anecdote about how just over the top the Chinese are with their spying of U.S. officials at these international gatherings. And so he says, occasionally the brazenness of Chinese intelligence verged on comedy. And then he goes on to tell a story about how one U.S. official left his motel room and then came back, and there was like Chinese officials with a maid spying through or going through his diplomatic papers. And Obama kind of just shrugs that off, and he's like, yeah, we have to do business with them. This is just how it is. It's kind of funny because the Obama administration literally got caught tapping the phones of Angela Merkel as well as other world leaders. That was one of the revelations of the Snowden leaks, which again is a big contrast to the leaking. This is unhelpful leaking that the U.S. is spying on world leaders. Now, if China leaking, like Obama will write about that in his book, but that leaking, that's the type of thing that will get you exiled in Russia for years and years and try to be prosecuted for the rest of your life and thrown in solitary confinement. Not helpful. The type of leaking that he just did one page earlier to the New York Times about the Iran nuclear facility, that's just business as usual. That we can tell the public. But this other stuff that all the shady things that we're doing, that is kind of a thorn in the side, and we're not going to talk about that. We're going to prosecute that. Page 474 is apparently the complaint about China part of the book, and so Obama says here about China, it helped to obscure how systematically China kept evading, bending, or breaking just about every agreed-upon rule of international commerce during its quote-unquote peaceful rise. For years, it had used state subsidies as well as currency manipulation and trade dumping to artificially depress the price of its exports and undercut manufacturing operations in the United States. So he's like, China is just, we're playing by the rules and China is breaking all these rules, and they're using state subsidies to prop up their industry. This is a guy that just, a couple chapters ago was talking about the hundreds of billions of dollars that the state spent under his orders and his advisors' orders, Larry Summers and Tim Geithner, to bail out the largest banks in the U.S. If that's not a subsidy, what is a subsidy? The U.S. spends the military budget, the $700+ billion that the U.S. spends on the military each year. Most of that is a state subsidy to Raytheon, Halliburton, Lockheed Martin, General Dynamics, Boeing. There's a bank called the Import-Export Bank, which is also known as the Bank of Boeing, which is a government-run institution, which essentially subsidizes U.S. industry, predominantly Boeing, so that they compete more competitively with international competition. Exactly what China is doing. Like the corporate tax rate, extremely low. The effective corporate tax rate, extremely low for corporations. There's offshore havens. We all know that the corporations have, get a much better deal than do the citizenry. Like Amazon paid $0 in tax a couple of years ago. Is that a state subsidy? They also have like a $600 million CIA contract to run their cloud operations. Is that a state subsidy? Like there's a ton of different state subsidies that happen all the time. Like the U.S. spends tons of money on research in universities and at NIH and government-funded subsidized research. And when there comes out a pharmaceutical breakthrough or a new technology, what happens is that becomes privatized. And then that money goes towards private corporations. And so even with things like the iPhone, I think every single major piece of technology was developed by the state. I mean, then they were put together by Apple, and so they added to it also. But GPS, that's a state subsidy. The GPS was started by the Navy, I believe. Even I think touch screens were developed by the U.S. Transistors. I'm not a technology guy, but I believe that every major piece of technology within the iPhone was originally developed at places like MIT and Bell Laboratories. And then eventually they become, same with computers in general, the internet. Like these are giant state subsidies, which are the public is paying for, and then eventually the profits become privatized to corporations, U.S. corporations. And so the state subsidies for the U.S. are off the charts, but Obama isn't going to mention them because his job is to defend U.S. corporations while complaining about China, because it's more of just a kind of tug of war and a power dynamic as to how much what's going to benefit U.S. corporations the most. And right now, complaining about China is the way to go. He goes on. He starts complaining about how China is stealing intellectual property from U.S. companies, and it's just not fair. He's like, the big mean man China is bullying not only Uncle Sam but also his good friend Mr. Walmart, and I don't think that's right. He's bullying the poor Walton family, stealing their intellectual property, or Apple or whatever it is. He says that embargoes, it also engaged in the theft of U.S. intellectual property and placed constant pressure on U.S. companies doing business in China to surrender key technologies to help speed up China's ascent up the global supply chain. So the way he's putting it here is that, like, they just had no choice. They choose to do business in China, and China has certain laws or standards or things that they expect from companies doing operations there. It's not labor standards, it's not environmental standards, and that's the reason they were attracted there instead of to the U.S., these U.S. companies. But the other part was that they're going to be like, China has a different system that developed under Deng Xiaoping, where pretty much the companies that, like the Chinese companies, are quasi-private, but also still part of the state and run by the state. And in order to develop rapidly, as China's done over the past few decades, one of the things that they've had as a prerequisite for doing operations there is that if you want to do work here, then we're going to get access to your technology. And this is something that, like, whatever you say about U.S. corporations, they're not stupid. They didn't just get swindled for 30 years. They knew exactly what the deal was. It's just now that as China's developing, and as some of the companies which is developed in China, which are again quasi-state run, are competing with the major companies in the U.S. Like, there's the only country which has real competitors to Facebook, Google, and the major tech companies in the U.S., Apple, is China. They've developed Huawei. They've developed. I had to get WeChat because I was thinking of doing some stuff in China. They have actual competitors for U.S. companies there because of this system. And the U.S. companies knew that this was going to come down the pike. But in the short term, the big profits from having Foxconn factories paying people 20 cents an hour to assemble their iPhones was just too good of a deal. But now the U.S. is coming in and acting like they're getting swindled. This is exactly what they knew was happening the whole time. And so Obama's, again, he's fighting for his team, and his team is U.S. corporations. But this is pretty dishonest. And so the next page, Obama starts strawmanning unions again, something that he likes to do. Again, Obama, he doesn't attack many people, but he'll get his jabs in on unions and environmentalists and the anti-war. Like, he'll get his jabs in for sure. And he says, my own views on China didn't fit neatly into any camp. I didn't share my union supporters' instinctive opposition to free trade. So the unions just instinctively oppose free trade. Like, what is free trade? Like, there's free trade, like the idea, like free trade is you say that and it polls well in the same way that support our troops, polls well. But, like, what does it mean? Like, it's kind of a hollow phrase that is used to, like in the latter instance, to suppress dissent about the war. And so you're like, you don't support our troops, you don't support the war. Well, another way to support our troops would be to not have them blow up in wars for oil and U.S. hegemony that really result in the development of you don't support our troops. It's a way to subvert dissent while using a poll-tested, like, vacuous, empty phrase for that. And free trade is kind of the same in terms of free trade. Like, the free trade he's talking about is like the TPP, which was the free trade agreement which he pushed for, or free trade agreements like permanent normal trade relations with China, or the or NAFTA. Like, he never did anything to undermine it. He continued. Like, this is the free trade that Obama's talking about. Things like that. Like, those trade agreements have provisions in them that are just 100% corporate giveaways. They're written by corporate lawyers in empty rooms with very little, if any, union or labor representation there, and then they're negotiated in secret in the dark and then shoved through Congress without public consent. Like, people don't know what's in these trade. One thing that was in, I think it was in the TPP, but or it's in NAFTA as well. There's provisions in there that say that you can that corporations can sue governments for environmental or labor law also, I believe, but certainly environmental law, which would threaten the future profits of those corporations. And so if we have, let's say Hershey's in Bolivia exploiting water there, and they Bolivia and like polluting in the waterways and everything. And Bolivia passes a law that to a Clean Water Act or something like that. Hershey's can now sue Bolivia, the government, because they're costing them their profit. This is what the free trade agreements are. And so that's the type of opposition that unions have to free trade, or having to be like, okay, free trade, I guess that means that this corporation can now go, manufacture and pay people 50 cents an hour rather than $20 an hour, and then they can sell that back into the U.S. without having any tariffs or anything at all. And so there's totally undermines U.S. wages and leads to the poverty and depression and rise of right-wing authoritarianism, which we saw with Trump in places like the Rust Belt, and total disillusionment with the political system as corporations spike their profits, at the same time exploiting labor, pretty much screwing over the workers of the world and also putting them at each other's throats when really it's the corporations that are exploiting it. That's the problem that they have with the free trade agreements. But Obama just characterized it as free trade in a way that makes it seem like they're Luddite, backwards, people who just don't understand the economy, when in reality they're trying to better it for the middle class and for help workers. But Obama is just going to go ahead and strawman them right there. He also didn't, and I didn't believe that we could fully reverse globalization, like as if anybody is arguing for fully reversing globalization. As in, like, part of globalization is, now you can, like, travel. You used to not be able to travel anywhere, and, now people are able to travel all over the world. Or, there's globalization in terms of, like, cultural influences, are now, like, nobody knew what was happening in Africa 500 years ago here, or vice versa, or this and that. Now that internet, like, there's 100 different things of globalization. Nobody says you're going to reverse all of it. The part that he's talking about is just U.S. corporations going over there and exploiting labor to make as much money as possible. Like that, we can't really do anything about. If they want to exploit labor over here, destroy the environment over there, and then just sell all their stuff back into the U.S. to make tons of profits and utilize our markets while destroying the environment and the world and exploiting labor over there, like, we can't say. Now, he's not going to say that. He's just going to, he's going to strawman it as, I didn't share my union supporters' instinctive opposition to free trade, and I didn't believe we could fully reverse globalization. Nobody's arguing that at all. But Obama, like, he can't just say, I think that we just need to prop up U.S. corporations and do massive giveaways to them all the time while screwing over workers, and I don't really care about the third world at all or environmental standards globally, because that would be kind of a tough political fight to have. So he writes just garbage sentences like this, which are total strawmen and totally inaccurate, in order to slyly jab at unions, which, again, supported him, but probably shouldn't have in retrospect. So Obama really enjoys blaming unions for not doing progressive things, and so right here he says, he's talking about climate change. He says, still, key democratic interest groups, especially the big industrial unions, resisted any environmental measures that might threaten jobs for their members. So it's like these unions, they're always out here undermining the environmental work that I want to do. In reality, like, yes, there is some tension between unions and environmentalists on certain issues. Like, for example, like if you were to shut down all of the coal-fired power plants and then all of the coal miners went out of work, that would be something that the coal miners' unions would oppose. On the other hand, any real environmentalist or all the major environmental groups, the Green New Deal, like, it all calls for what's called a just transition, which means that as jobs are lost in the extractive industries of the past that were, around fossil fuels like coal mining, then that would mean that as we transition towards solar power, towards high-speed rail, towards wind power, towards retrofitting like the buildings in the U.S., which is one of the biggest reasons for climate change is the inefficiency of heating in our buildings. This is work that requires a huge amount of resources and a huge amount of labor, which could be to the benefit of unions and working people. In fact, would be to the benefit to them in the same way that the massive industrialization of World War II after Pearl Harbor was to the benefit of working people. And so there really isn't a tension there, but it's that type of legislation Obama never supported. And it's important for him to, again, paint unions as not only Luddites that are in opposition to, free trade or, want a total reverse, want to totally undermine globalization is what he characterized them as last chapter, but also they're, not environmentalists. So I got to take on these interest groups. In reality, union membership has been declining for the past 30 years, and the corporations have a much stronger hold on Democratic Party politics as the trade deals and tax cuts of the Clinton administration and the bailouts of the Wall Street bailouts of the Obama administration show. But still, he needs to get jabs in on them as they can, while also explaining why he didn't do environmental things and blaming them for it. So it's really a win-win for Obama to attack the unions, but it's not really accurate. And this next page, Obama lays out his triangulation and his lack of principles regarding the environment, but you can extrapolate to his general political philosophy right here for the world to see. And so he says, he's talking about his environmental policy when he first came into office, and he says, and in a nod to the political center, I promised in all of the above energy policy that would allow for the continued development of domestic oil and gas production as America transitioned to clean energy, as well as funding for ethanol, which is a total sham. Like the amount of money that goes towards, like ethanol is like the most, again, I was talking about, because I'm the only one here, state subsidies earlier on. One huge amount of state subsidies goes towards agriculture, into the giant agro businesses, specifically towards corn subsidies. And one of the biggest grifts was ethanol, which is like totally inefficient. I think you use almost as much money almost as much oil in creating the ethanol as the energy that the ethanol actually has, and it's totally uneconomical if it wasn't subsidized massively by the government. So he's like, oh yeah, ethanol, clean coal technology. Yeah, again, clean coal is a total grift also. There is no such thing as clean coal. Coal is the dirtiest of the fossil fuels. Getting it from extremely, extremely dirty to just extremely dirty does not make it clean. But calling it clean coal does get you some political capital and allows you to triangulate with Republicans and centrists while supporting fossil fuel industries and not getting attacked as much from environmentalists. And nuclear power. Nuclear power is another long tangent. I'm not supportive of nuclear power. I think in the long run it's probably the worst energy, but in the short term you kind of do need nuclear power in order to take away some of the load capacity of our current grid while transitioning towards renewable energies. But he's like, okay, so all of the above. So he's like, okay, this is my energy policy. Like, I want to do environmental stuff, but we also need to make sure that we're continuing to do everything. So if you're doing everything, you're doing nothing. Like, at the end of the day, a ton of carbon is still a ton of carbon, whether it comes from clean coal or regular coal, or fracked oil from America during a recession that we need to make sure we're making jobs fracking in Pennsylvania and Ohio, or domestic oil production that's off the shore. Later it's going to come back to bite them in the butt as the BP oil spill destroys the entire Louisiana coast. But he's like, okay, yeah, I know we need to do everything. You're not doing anything if you're doing everything. And he says, my happy talk about a painless shift to a carbon-free future prompted grumbling from some climate change activists. They hope to hear me issue a call for a bigger sacrifice and harder choices, including a moratorium or outright ban on oil or gas drilling in order to confront an existential threat. Obama says, in a perfectly rational world, that might have made sense. So he's like, in a rational world, maybe, but in the actual and highly irrational world of American politics, which I am the center of, I'm the center of the irrational world of American politics. My staff and I were pretty sure that having me pay in a doomsday scenario was a bad electoral strategy. So he's like, in the rational world, this doomsday scenario is the rational actual world. But in the politics world, which I'm the head of, then we don't want to scare people. So we're gonna tell them that we could easily transition while I do nothing at all. He did do a little bit of stuff, but mostly I just subsidized giant corporations and rebranded dirty technologies. with my hope and change message and shut the environmentalists up, as we didn't really do anything. And also, again, another caricature when he says that environmentalists hope to hear a call for bigger sacrifices and harder choices. The harder choices were not for like people to stop driving cars. The harder choices was for the U.S. to invest in green technologies and solar energy and battery storage technologies and high-speed transit, which Obama talked about earlier in the book as being one of his promises for the Recovery Act, which actually we don't have any high-speed rail in the U.S., so we obviously didn't do that. So that's what the environmentalists were calling for, was kind of a Green New Deal, but 10 years earlier, so it wouldn't have had to be as expensive, and the threat wasn't as existential. And the political dynamics were better because it wasn't during a Trump administration. It was after the Hope and Change progressive was elected with huge support from everybody to change things and do things on the environment. But as Obama says, in the actual and highly irrational world of American politics, Obama's world, my staff and I were pretty sure that painting a doomsday scenario was a bad electoral strategy. So he's like, we're not, we can't do it. He says, we won't be doing anything to protect the environment. Floof barked when questioned by a group of activists, if we lose Ohio and Pennsylvania. And so he's like, sorry, if we're going to have to, frack in Ohio and Pennsylvania and continue with all these irrational policies just because I think it's good for my electoral strategy. In reality, his vote share diminished from 2016 to 2012, and the Democrats were obliterated over the 8 years of the Obama administration and lost 1,000 seats across the country, and led to Trump getting elected with the support of Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin in the next election, because nothing substantially changed and there was no real paradigm shift in American politics, and this was a part of it. And so in the long term, it was actually a terrible electoral strategy. But again, Obama's constituency that he was appealing to was the corporations, the special interests, and the establishment as it was, rather than to the activists or the hope of idealism that had propelled him to victory, but it was mostly just a charade. And so this is a revealing passage, in my opinion. So here on page 504, Obama, the idealist, makes a quick return, and he starts opining about how much he wishes that things were different when he was elected, because presumably if things had happened differently in the 90s, then he wouldn't have to be talking about clean coal and fracking all over the place, and drilling off the Gulf of Mexico and all over the U.S. coastline, and subsidizing ethanol, which is a total sham, and all these other things which are terrible for the environment. He wouldn't have to do them if we could just review the history and change it. He says, I sometimes imagine a parallel universe which the United States, without rival, immediately following the end of the Cold War, had put its immense power and authority behind the climate change fight. I imagine the transformation of the world's energy grid and the reduction in greenhouse gases that might have been achieved. This is what he's, imagine, if only there was a way. I personally imagine what would have happened if Obama had started doing stuff on climate change, 10 years ago, when he had a chance and a giant majority to do stuff and didn't, expand fracking. And as he said in his speech in Cushing, Oklahoma, we're drilling all over the place, and we have enough oil pipeline to, circle the earth.
We've added enough new oil and gas pipeline to encircle the earth, and then some. So we are drilling all over the place.
He's bragging about how much, because again, he wants to have it every way. He wants support from the fossil fuel industry and the environmentalists. But at the end of the day, you cannot have support. If the carbon's out there, it's out there. So you can't do both things. It's you can't, he's I want support from the war, the anti-war activists, and I want support from the military. Well, if you have a war, the war is still going on. Doesn't matter how flowery your speech is or how pure your soul is deep down. What matters is your actions. And so he somehow wants to maintain support from every single interest group that there is. And when that happens, he ends up pivoting back to what had been happening before, and then giving big long speeches like this. He continues imagining here. He says, I imagine the transformation of the world's energy grid and the reduction in greenhouse gases that might have been achieved, the geopolitical benefits that would have flowed from weakening the grip of petrodollars and the autocracies supported by these dollars. So he's like these I don't want it, but these regimes are supported by petrodollars, and that the autocracies are there because of petrodollars. In reality, petrodollars strengthen the U.S. because petrodollars are when oil is bought from Saudi Arabia or any country on the international market, they have to be bought in dollars. Those are petrodollars. So that boosts the U.S. dollars because there's a huge demand for dollars so that they can buy the oil there. So that boosts the U.S. And then the U.S. props up those countries. And so petrodollars are a benefit to the U.S., not vice versa. And then the U.S., as thanks for that, gives them, buys the oil and then also gives them huge amounts of money for weapons, or buys or sells them weapons to the tune of, I think, $100 billion Obama sold during his last term to Saudi Arabia. And so that's what it is with petrodollars. It's not that petrodollars aren't something that the U.S. wants that are supporting them. It's that petrodollars help the U.S. and the U.S. helps in kind to these autocracies. And so really this whole chapter is Obama complaining about how environmentalists and environmental groups are just being really unfair to him, and they just don't understand how it is in the real world, that they're blaming him for the expansion of fracking, or the rebranding of clean coal, or of the giant subsidies to ethanol producers, which are just giveaways to the oil companies and big agribusiness, or offshore oil drilling, or the expansion of pipelines around the world, and not taking position on the Keystone pipeline, the tar sands, which is the dirtiest form of energy, and really not doing anything on the environment. His position is it's not fair. He says more specifically it would be viewed as my failure. It's not fair, said Carol. Like, this is, bam, smallest violin for the President of the United States, getting unfairly attacked by environmental groups who don't understand that, even though in the real world, we need to keep the carbon out of the atmosphere, in Obama's political world, we need to give away a bunch of secessions to the fossil fuel industry. His view is like, okay, it doesn't matter what the facts are or what the science is. If the fossil fuel industries and the Koch brothers are pulling for this and environmentalists are pulling for this, I'm going to need to meet them somewhere in the middle here, even though the science says that if we're going to save the coastlines on the planet from destruction, then we need to do this. This is politics, so we're going to have to give some stuff away here, and I'm just going to point myself as a victim. And so this whole chapter, Obama's pretty much explaining why the do-nothing agreement that he agreed to in Copenhagen and fought for, which was actually less than what other countries were asking for, which was the Kyoto Protocol type agreement, and to fight for the U.S. to ratify it, which Obama said, sorry, we can't, or I can't do that, but instead here's this lesser agreement, and now he's unfairly getting blamed. It's not fair. They're blaming me, these environmentalists, for my lack of action. And then the pity party kind of comes to an end here. He says, I realize that for all the power inherent in the seat I now occupied, there would always be a chasm between what I knew should be done to achieve a better world and what in a day or a week or a year I found myself actually able to accomplish, which is maybe true to an extent that, even a powerful seat like the presidency, you can't do everything that you want. But what the moral person would actually do, or Obama, the idealist, would do, if he actually was an idealist that wanted to fight for these things, the activist Obama would fight as much as he can and push it as much as he can, and if he came up short, then that would be something. Instead, what he does is triangulates and gives away the house to the oil, gas companies, the Republicans, and everything else, and then just has a pity party for himself when he didn't even really try, because politically it wasn't like that actual fighting, that's not in his best interest politically. But again, this is Obama has to do this, or else he would have to take account for his lack of action on climate change as well as the other issues during his presidency. And so we made it to part 6 of the book, which is called In the Barrel. And so this part, Obama is just getting pummeled constantly, as he puts it, like the daredevils and fools of the old Niagara Falls. You find yourself trapped in the proverbial barrel, tumbling through the crashing water, bruised and disoriented, no longer sure which way is up, powerless to arrest your descent, waiting to hit, so he is powerless to arrest the descent, waiting to hit the bottom and hoping without evidence that you'll survive the impact. So Obama is just totally out of, has no agency in the situation, and is just being unfairly maligned by all sides, particularly by the population. And so as he says a couple pages later, across the political spectrum, voters considered the bank bailouts a scam that had allowed the barons of finance to emerge from the crisis relatively unscathed. So the voters are unhappy, and that's seeping into the press, and that's eating into his approval ratings. And so he's just got to sustain this unfair barrage of attacks and insults. And Obama's Treasury Secretary is keen to point out that this isn't true. This is just unfair attacks at the president and at the administration by people who don't understand economics. So he says that Tim Geithner liked to point out that this wasn't strictly true. He would list all the ways Wall Street had paid for their sins. Investment banks had gone belly up. Very few of them had. I think Lehman Brothers was like the only one that had, maybe a couple other ones did, but most of them got bailed out. CEOs ousted. Okay, again, Lehman Brothers, for instance, the CEO got ousted and then got like $100 million golden parachute.
Another remarkable document is a request submitted to the Compensation Committee of the Board on September 11th, 4 days before Lehman filed for bankruptcy. It recommends that the board give 3 departing executives over $20 million in, quote, special payments. In other words, even as Mr. Fuld was pleading with Secretary Paulson for a federal rescue, Lehman continued to squander millions on executive compensation.
So this is what Tim Geithner is talking about with Old Testament justice, as he calls it in a little bit. Shares diluted. Oh, so the share prices went down. So there was really some big repercussions before they were immediately bolstered by the quasi-government insurance policy called Too Big to Fail, in which the government steps in to make sure that the biggest corporations continue to do well while small businesses and regular people have no safety net for recessions that are caused by the Wall Street banks. Billions of dollars in losses. And so, they lost billions of their trillions of dollars. They were lost, or hundreds of billions were lost. And so page 529, Obama talks a little bit about the Greek debt crisis, which I understand is an issue that nobody is interested in. So go ahead and skip this. But I kind of am interested in it because I did just read the autobiography of the Greek finance minister for the second half of this crisis, and so I know a little bit about it. And so essentially what happened is there's a global financial crisis caused by Wall Street. Greece is like one of the first countries to go down because was corruption from previous governments, and then also because they were exploited by European banks, and they're one of the biggest debtor countries. And so essentially, Greece is about to default, which wouldn't be a problem normally for countries, except for most of the debt that they owe to people goes towards other countries' major banks, specifically German banks and also French banks. And so there's a big push to save Greece, because if Greece defaults on its debts, then that could bring down the whole European Union financial system, which is kind of a house of cards to begin with, in the same way that a few percentage of people defaulting on their subprime loans took down the entire house of cards that was built on that, because of all the derivatives and financial instruments that were aggregated together for mortgage-backed securities and the like, which were sold to pensions funds. So essentially, this unstable ground floor, which was the subprime mortgages, led to the collapse of the global economy, in the same way that the Greek default, which is relatively small, maybe like to the tune of, tens or maybe at most hundreds of billions of dollars, would lead to, a much bigger economic collapse throughout Europe, which could have negative repercussions that spiral out of control as more authoritarian, kind of racist, xenophobic leaders, which we've seen in recent years, actually, as Europe continues to disintegrate with Brexit and Marine Le Pen and Orban in Hungary and fascist or right-wing parties gaining power throughout Europe, Poland, Germany, the Alternative for Deutschland. Pretty much Europe is disintegrating, and it's there's kind of been a breakdown east to west and creditor versus debtor countries, and there's the tensions within Europe have been strained significantly by the financial crisis, in the same way that tensions within the U.S. or racist undertones, which might have been papered over in times of growth or times of industrialization, manifested themselves in 2016 after a bunch of trade deals and the hollowing out of industry in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and the Rust Belt, and then that creates the fertile grounds that demagogues can rise. Actually, in Greece itself, right now, Greece is in one of the pretty much Greece lost out, and they got screwed over by the European Union about 5 years after what Obama talks about in this book. And I think right now, maybe the second biggest party in Greece is called Golden Dawn, which is it's not a neo-Nazi party. It is literally a Nazi party. There's literally a swastika in there. They're Nazis. They're not like Nazis in the sense that Proud Boys are Nazis, or that Ben Shapiro's a Nazi. No, there are actually Nazis with a Nazi swastika, and that's continued throughout Europe as pretty much the central powers and what is viewed as like the central kind of established liberalism, kind of the adults in the room, as Yanis Varoufakis puts it, continue to act completely irrationally for the good of Europe, but totally irrationally for their own personal interests, and thereby the interests of the respective German, French banks, and that speeds up the disintegration as nobody's able to look at the systemic problems within Greece or within Europe. And so Obama pretty much says that he was pushing the IMF and the European Central Bank and the creditors and Angela Merkel to make sure that Greece is thrown a lifeline, that they don't default, so that the system doesn't go under with that default. And he says that we don't need to like totally squeeze them to the edge. And he says that once again, this is from the book, once again, our European counterparts had other ideas. As far as the Germans, the Dutch, and many of the other Eurozone members were concerned, the Greeks had brought their troubles on themselves with their shoddy governance and spendthrift ways. Although Merkel assured me that we won't do a Lehman by letting Greece default, both she and her austerity-minded finance minister, Wolfgang Schäuble, appeared determined to condition any assistance on inadequate penance, despite our warnings that squeezing an already battered Greek economy too hard would be counterproductive. He says the desire to do some of that Old Testament justice and discourage moral hazard was reflective in Europe's initial offer, a loan of $25 billion, barely enough to cover a couple months in Greek debt, blah, blah, blah. And so then he also says, a couple of pages later, to his credit, leaders like Merkel and Sarkozy were too invested in European unity to traffic in such stereotypes, like about like Greeks are just lazy and the French are like this and there's smelly people over here and all the racist stereotypes which are just under the surface, which the leaders are too high-minded to talk about, but their actions actually inflame and empower these demagogues. But their politics dictated that they proceeded cautiously in agreeing to any rescue plan. I noticed that they rarely mentioned that the German and French banks were some of Greece's biggest lenders, or that much of Greece's accumulated debt had been racked up buying German and French exports, facts that might have made clear to voters why saving Greeks from default amounted to saving their own banks and industries. So Obama, he says it right here. This is the reason that the Germans and the Europeans were sort of squeezing the Greeks so much and destabilizing the whole system and empowering movements like Brexit and all the right-wing demagogues that I talked about, is because they wanted to save their own banks, which is actually the same reason that Obama did the extremely unpopular Wall Street bailouts and didn't prosecute anybody, is because they wanted to say, and so it's almost as if like the banks and the financial institutions and the corporations dictate government policy, and then the politicians have to scramble for alternate rationale as to why they weren't able to do anything that would have helped the actual people. This is politics 101, but what he's saying here is totally true. On the macro scale, like if there is going to be a creditor nation or a nation that produces a surplus, like Germany, there's going to be a debtor nation also, or there's going to be debtor nations like Greece, which need to buy those additional cars, or like right now the U.S. is a debtor nation, and so we'll buy the extra surplus produced in China, and it used to be the other way, so we used to export to the rest of the world. But if we are going to have a global economic, like an integrated global economy, there's always going to be debtor areas and there's going to be creditor areas, and if there's not like a framework that ensures that wealth isn't constantly transferred from the debtors to the creditors in the system, which is to the benefit of the creditors in places like Germany, then there's going to be shocks to the system. And this is something that the framers of the Bretton Woods understood, but that kind of ended in the mid-1970s with Nixon, and we've had kind of just a muddling through of a really unstable system, which kind of manifests itself in 2008, and the Greek debt crisis was one of the main things. But John Maynard Keynes and other economists understood this, and actually Keynes argued for kind of a system where countries that were creditors would have like not like a tax, but there would be mechanisms by which they have to like transfer wealth back to the debtor countries to ensure that the system as a whole continues to operate like that. This is just one of the many quirks of global capitalism. It doesn't just work like some PragerU video that markets, cure all or whatever it is. There actually has to be decisions made here. And insofar as the decisions are constantly made by bureaucrats and politicians that are trying to benefit their own local banks and thereby the people that bring them to power, then these disintegrative forces manifest themselves, and this is what's happening with Greece. Then Obama starts talking about how high-minded and idealistic and uncorrupted his administration is. So he says, with few exceptions, we avoided the open hostilities and constant leaks that characterized some previous administrations. Without exception, we avoided scandal. I'd made clear at the start of my administration that I'd have zero tolerance for ethical lapses, and people who had a problem with that didn't join us in the first place. And so Obama's like, hey, sorry, like we are going to have the most uncorrupted, angel-like representatives and public servants in my administration that you'd ever seen. And so it's true to a point that like Obama didn't have scandals in the same way that like Bill Clinton had scandals for the things that he did in the Oval Office, or that Trump had scandals with just over-the-top illegal behavior by some people. And so in that sense, Obama, like, he followed the rules which were laid out. On the other hand, the entire system's completely corrupt. And so Obama like picked a bunch of people from Wall Street that there's something called a revolving door in Washington. So that means is you'll have a regulator who's in charge of regulating the banks, let's say, that will work in an administration and then immediately get offered a job as a lobbyist in Washington or for the industry that he was supposed to regulate. That happened all the time. Like he's talked about Attorney General Holder, and then he was bent himself into pretzels, saying like all the reasons that they didn't need to prosecute anybody that actually brought down the world economy at the same time as they're throwing tons of people in jail for petty crimes. That guy went on to be a corporate lawyer. First, he came from a corporate law firm. I think it was Covington and Burling, and then he worked in the Obama administration and helped all the corporations and banks and made sure nobody went to jail. And then he went back to that law firm and made millions of dollars. And Obama's like, oh yeah, we had zero ethical lapses. Like, this is the top prosecutor in the country, and he's coming from a corporate law firm as he settles deals with companies laundering drugs for the Sinaloa drug cartel, and making sure that their executives don't have any price to pay outside of like stock deferments and fines, which amount to like less than 1 quarter's quarterly profits, so like nothing. This is the type of corruption which is all throughout Washington, but Obama doesn't confront it all. But he pats himself on the back for not having like other types of corruption which aren't as acceptable inside the Beltway. And then the back pattery continues about what a great cabinet that Obama chose. He said, I'd long believed that more perspectives around the table, the better in organizing organization performed, and I took pride in the fact that we'd recruited the most diverse cabinet in history. Wow, the most diverse cabinet. So what Obama did is he said, do you want to defend Wall Street? Do you want to continue to the wars? Do you want to not attack corporations? Do you support these trade deals? Do you? And he's like, okay, women, black person, LGBT, Indian, blah, 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 white person, blah, blah, blah. And then he got an amalgamation of people that were able to make the same decisions as have always been made, and it was the most diverse in history, until the change maker Joe Biden just came into the office, and now he's got an even more diverse cabinet, actually, and he brags about it too. When in reality, they're all they're all acting in the interest of the same constituencies and continuing the system exactly as it was before when it was less diverse. But like, this is a token that you can throw out to people and be like, look at Attorney General Eric Holder not do anything in the same way that he did during the Clinton administration. But look, he's the top prosecutor, and I'm black, and I'm the president too. And so we are super not white old men making the same decisions as all of them as before. Are you happy now? Some people are happy for a little bit, and certainly the corporate media and kind of liberal intelligentsia is happy because that doesn't threaten anything. Like ExxonMobil making the same exact decisions as they've always made with a board of directors that is 40% female and disproportionately or equally to the proportions within the population, black, Latino, etc. That doesn't really matter. What matters is, are they still drilling into the ground and causing oil spills and releasing tons of carbon in the air? Is Lockheed Martin still drone bombing people? One of my favorite tweets, which I saw, was somebody, I think it was Freddie DeBoer or someone, that says something to the effect of 21st century feminism is, or not feminism, but 21st century politics or something is, making sure that, or liberalism is making sure that, the next panel on how to build a more, deadlier drone has adequate gender diversity. It's like, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we can do that. Obama's trying to build the most deadly drones, but the people making the decisions are, super diverse. Like, does that make you feel better? People getting blown up by drones, disproportionately, obviously people of color and who are at the brunt of U.S. imperialism. Does that make you feel better that people like you are making these decisions? Obama's going to brag about it here because he has nothing else to brag about in terms of actual substantive change, which was accomplished during his administration, aside from a few things on the margins. And then Obama talks some more about why he wasn't able to do anything with the economy, but he has an interesting sentence here, which is telling. He says, "Finally, we contended with sharp differences within the Democratic Party about both the shape and scope of the reform. For those who lean closer to the political center," that included Tim, Larry, as well as the majority of Democrats in Congress. I don't think that's true. It includes Tim and Larry insofar as the center is what he's calling it, the political center. The political center is not the same as actually the population center. In terms of, Obama already acknowledged, everybody in the world or everybody in the U.S. won an action on Wall Street, and somehow the majority of politicians were able to buck that. Where right now, like, there's a big push for healthcare reform, and people, I think around 2/3 of people support universal government-run healthcare, i.e. a Medicare for all system, and even the Democratic Party won't even allow that to come to a vote. And so this is not the political, this is like supposed to be kind of the left of center party, and they won't even allow what's unbelievably popular by the population to come to a vote. And there's a ton of issues like this. Taxing corporations. The people aren't the ones that want tax breaks for the corporations constantly, but they continue to get it, and it's disproportionately Republicans, but it's something the Democrats push too. Same with trade deals. There's 100 different things like this. It's actually most of the decisions. The war is usually people are tricked into it by the corporations and by the media and by the politicians, but they're not in as much support of it as are the special interest groups. But that's because the political center is not the same as the actual center of what the population wants, and that's because the democratic institutions have been eroded by big money, as well as platitude spewing, rebranded change politicians like Obama, that people don't trust it anymore, and they, regardless of who you vote for, most of the decisions remain the same because those aren't on the agenda, because those would fundamentally take on power, which isn't something that can happen. So in reality, like in terms of what people actually want, Larry Summers is on the far right on many issues in terms of austerity and his financial policies and deregulation and the like, and same with Tim Geithner. And so Obama characterized that as the center, which is inaccurate. And so while after explaining all the reasons that a new Glass-Steagall was a bad idea, then Obama has another reason why he couldn't do it. And he says, and then there was the politics. We didn't have anything to the votes in the Senate for either reviving Glass-Steagall or passing legislation to shrink U.S. banks. So Obama seems to think, well, first of all, he's in opposition to it. So I wonder if being in opposition for the policy, which are you saying now that you'd want to do, but you just don't have the votes for it, or is this just another excuse? Like, I'm sitting here, we just had a thing with the 2000, people, we might be able to get $2,000 checks, despite it looking like a couple weeks ago there was going to be zero direct payments, and then Bernie Sanders and Josh Hawley pushed to try to get $1,200 direct payments, and then they ended up getting $600 direct payments and continued to push. And then Trump came in and it was like, we need to do this. And then the Republicans, who don't want to give anything to anybody outside of a couple of them like Josh Hawley, now might actually have to do it because of the political pressure of what would happen if they stand in opposition to their own president. And so now it looks like we might be able to get $2,000, even though Mitch McConnell is probably still going to block it, which isn't actually good for his political future. And the reason for that is because when a president or when politicians actually push for things that are unbelievably popular, like a Glass-Steagall or taking on the banks, you can get the votes. The votes, it's not a zero-sum game. Like, it's not a static thing that can't be changed and is just like okay, once we get this senator, he's not accountable to his people, and so there's nothing that can be done to change the votes. This is an issue where you could have gotten the votes, and you were supposed to be the progressive, president taking them on, but you didn't want to. So in this last page, you explain all the reasons you don't want to, and on this page, you say we don't have the votes for the thing that you don't want to do anyways. Page 548, Obama kind of continues his pattern of taking both sides of every issue rhetorically, while at the same time, on the substance, always siding with the establishment. So here he's throwing a bone to the left when he talks about financial reforms and what he wants to do. And he says that I had some sympathy for the left's indictment of the status quo. Rather than effectively allocate capital to productive uses, Wall Street really did increasingly function like a $1 trillion casino. Its outsized profits and compensation packages overly dependent on ever greater leverage and speculation. okay, yes, that's true. Wall Street is super leveraged at the moment as well, and if any of the too big to fail banks failed, they would still go under. I mean, they might be there was slight reforms in terms of not being able to leverage in the same way that they were in 2006, 2007 that were passed in Dodd and Frank, but it wasn't systemically altered. Its obsession with quarterly earnings had warped corporate decision making and encouraged short-term thinking. So Obama phrases that as like an obsession, as if there's some, pathological people or people that have just gone off the rails a little bit, and now they're too obsessed, and they've taken over all of Wall Street and all of corporate America. Now, what actually happened is that there are things called corporate charters that legally mandate that corporations need to maximize profits for their shareholders. So that means they need to make as much money as possible each quarter, and if, for some reason a CEO did start to think more about, the impact of their short-term profit-making had on the rest of the world, they would immediately be thrown out because they are actually violating the law or what their obligation is to their shareholders. So they'd be immediately gone and put in with somebody else. So the system is a problem, and the individuals just accommodate that that are doing bad things accommodate themselves to that system. But Obama can't take on the system because he can't fundamentally change anything because he wants to be embraced by it, and so he has to frame it as if it's individuals and then not do anything about even the individuals. Untethered to place, indifferent to the impacts of globalization on particular workers and communities, the financial markets had helped accelerate the offshoring of jobs and the concentration of wealth in a handful of cities and economic sectors, leaving huge swaths of the country drained of money, talent, and hope. Again, he phrases it as if, they've just lost their way, these corporations. I need to have a talk with them and tell them, even though you're not going to make as much money in the short term, and this is written into your charter that you need to make as much money as you can, and that's the only reason that you're here, why don't you just keep your factory in Detroit, paying these people $20 an hour, and not take advantage of these trade deals, which I've supported and haven't done anything to reform, the ones that were implemented before my term in office, and don't move your production to Mexico, where you have to pay much less in terms of labor and environmental standards and costs. This is the only way that Obama can phrase it. But again, globalization, Obama is kind of one of the chief cheerleaders of in the 2010s, and the principal rebrander of. But the way he's able to do it is he's able to throw little carrots to the left like this in paragraph 1 of page 548, where he says, I don't like this, and then goes on to explain why he couldn't do anything about it if he's not outright gaslighting you about the things that he did do to make you think that he did do something when he actually didn't do anything at all. And then he says what he wants to do. He says big, bold policies could make a dent in these problems, most of which had to do with rewriting the tax code, strengthening labor laws, and changing the rules of corporate governments. All three items were high on my to-do list. Aren't you happy that these items were high on his to-do list? Too bad he never got to them in 8 years. Big, bold policy. I follow this all the time. Rewriting the tax code. Did Obama rewrite the tax code? No, Obama, the one thing he did is he partially extended the Bush tax cuts. And so they didn't apply to everybody. The richest people didn't have their tax cuts extended in every aspect. But he didn't do anything to reform the tax code. He actually was advocating for reducing the corporate tax rate by the end of his term. He didn't do anything to reform the tax code. Strengthening labor laws, what labor laws did Obama pass? The Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, which applies to hardly anybody. I mean, that's a good thing, but that's not the problem with the economy and the outsourcing that he's talking about. Tom Perez was his labor secretary. He's a total sellout who he tried to tinker a little bit on the edges. I know he did stuff with federal contractors and this and that. There was a couple things that Obama did which was better than what McCain or Romney would have done, but he didn't do anything fundamentally to change, he wasn't a New Dealer, or he didn't do things like Roosevelt or even Truman were abdicating with labor laws, and changing the rules of corporate government. Is the rules of corporate governments different now than they were in 2007? The rules are exactly the same. The short-term profit making, which he was talking about the previous pair, that's still absolutely there for everybody, and the corporations are bigger than before and have more power than before, and one of the reasons is because you didn't do anything about it, and you put them in your administration, and you didn't prosecute them, and you made sure to bail them out, et cetera, et cetera. All three were high on my to-do list. He didn't do anything. He just says that so you can get to the next paragraph, which says, but when it came to regulating the financial markets to make the system more stable, the left's prescription missed the mark. And so then he's going to go on to, tell us why. He's like, listen, these are high on my to-do list, but this main thing, I'm going to tell you why I can't. He's got to play both sides. So that's here's a bone for you. It's really nonsense. It's just bone marrow and rot. And here's the rest of the hog for the Wall Street. And I'm going to explain to you why we can't do anything fundamentally. The evidence didn't show that limiting the size of U.S. banks would have prevented the recent crisis or the need for federal interventions once the system had begun to unravel. Okay, so he's like, even though these banks were too big to fail, the evidence didn't show that limiting the size of the banks would have done anything. And so, if they were small, I mean, what is he talking about? There was a bunch of businesses that went under during the financial crisis, including presumably credit unions and other small lenders, which are allowed to go under. But the ones that were bailed out were big. Now his argument is going to be that they weren't too big because even the medium-sized ones were too big. That's a stronger argument for too big to fail. I'll go ahead and read what he says. He says, J.P. Morgan's assets dwarfed those of Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers, but it was those smaller firms' highly leveraged bets on securitized subprime mortgages that had set off a panic. So he's like, look, Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers were too big to fail, and there's no way I'm going to do anything about them being too big because that would mean I have to take on a bunch of special interests and not just break up like the major 5 financial institutions, but maybe break up 20. And so like that's totally off the agenda. And because that size, like we're never going to do anything about. This is just saying that like the system is so unstable that even a medium-sized firm can bring down the entire economy because of how intertwined it is with the rest of the economy. This isn't an argument against Glass-Steagall like he's phrasing it as. It's an argument of like, listen, I'm not going to try to do too much, and it's even worse than you think. And so like we couldn't really solve it by like doing a little bit that I might have considered doing. But he's just rephrasing it. The last major U.S. financial crisis, he says, but it was those smaller firms that set off the panic. The last major U.S. financial crisis back in the 1980s hadn't involved big banks at all. Instead, the system had been rocked by a deluge of high-risk loans and thousands of small, poorly capitalized regional savings and loans associations in cities and towns across the country. Well, that's interesting. I think the savings and loans crisis was it in the end of the Reagan administration or the beginning of the first Bush administration? But yeah, no, that's true. It was a different crisis. But what's interesting about that crisis is hundreds of people went to prison for that smaller crisis. So the Republican administration, if I remember correctly, I want to say it was the first Bush administration, it says in the 1980s, maybe it was the Reagan administration, threw hundreds of people into prison for taking down the economy to a much lesser extent. And Obama's using that, I was using it as an excuse not to take on the major banks, but really it's an indictment of the Holder Memorandum, which was passed by Eric Holder when he was in the Clinton administration, and then implemented at its crux in the Obama administration, which said we can't prosecute anybody in any major financial institution because that might affect their share prices, and we don't want to hurt that. And so he brings up the savings and loan crisis in order to cover his butt in this instance for not taking action. But in reality, the Republican administrations were able to throw hundreds of people into prison and prosecute them for this much smaller fraud when Obama wasn't able to do anything for a much larger fraud. And it was its explicit policy not to do anything, the Holder Justice Department. Which again went right back to Wall Street after he came from Wall Street. He worked for Sullivan and Cromwell, I believe, which is a corporate law firm. He worked for the Clinton administration, came up with an idea that we can't prosecute any major bank, executives in banks, or that we shouldn't because there could be systemic risks, and then went back to work at a corporate law firm, and then worked for Obama, where he made sure not to prosecute anybody, and then got millions of dollars to go back to those corporate law firms. And Obama's like, I don't understand why I'm in the barrel, constantly being attacked. Again, that's the name of this part of the book, is he's just constantly being attacked unfairly. He says, given the scope of their operations, we thought it made sense for regulators to give banks like Citi or Bank of America extra scrutiny, but cutting their assets in half wouldn't change that. The fact that they would still be a risk to the system with only half their assets. Actually, that's a bigger indictment of the system and a stronger argument for taking strong action against these giant banks, that they're so big that even half of them would still be a systemic risk. Well, Obama's presupposition to all of this is he's like, that was unthinkable to cut in half, and doing more than that is just totally off the table. And he says, and since the banking sectors of most European and Asian countries were actually more concentrated than they were here, limiting the size of U.S. banks would put them at a big disadvantage in the international marketplace, all without eliminating the overall risk in the system. Okay, this is the real reason that Obama doesn't want to take action against the banks, because that would not be good for the banks, essentially is what he's like, this globalization that the banks have been pushing for has caused an even bigger concentration in Asia and Europe. I think it's actually probably untrue that the biggest banks in Asia and Europe are bigger than the ones in the U.S. It might be true that they're more concentrated there, but the U.S. has a bigger economy, so I think that this is probably misleading without looking into it too much. But either way, like even if Deutsche Bank is slightly bigger than Bank of America, the fact remains that a very small number of banks, probably like 10 or so, control most of the assets within the global economy. And Obama cannot take those on. That would be too much of a heavy lift. Teddy Roosevelt was known as a trust buster in the early 1900s, who was a Republican, and he broke up a bunch of the monopolies of that time run by the most powerful people, like Standard Oil, and he took on like all of the oil, not oil barons, but robber barons that had a stranglehold on the economy, and he was a Republican. Now we have a change president who's a Democrat that was elected, and he knows that he has all the people on his side, and he's just going out of his way not to do anything. So then Obama starts, bragging about all the good things that were in the Dodd and Frank financial reform bill, which there were some good things in the bill. Like it did partially regulate derivatives, which used to be completely unregulated and now are partially unregulated. And derivatives were one of the main reasons that when the subprime mortgages went down, it didn't just bring down the mortgage-backed securities, but it took down the entire financial institutions, is that the derivatives were pretty much betting on everything and connecting everything to one another. And so when one thing went down, brought the whole economy with it. So that's good. He talks about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau being passed, which he kind of takes credit for, which he shouldn't take credit for. It was Elizabeth Warren's idea, and she was the one that was pushing it. He even acknowledges here that Tim Geithner and Larry Summers were fighting against it the whole time. So his administration was against it. He was personally kind of agnostic to it, and Elizabeth Warren eventually got it through. Back when she was actually fighting for regular people, and before she was staying in the presidential race extra long and taking, I think, $10 million from a super PAC that she said she would never take money from a super PAC, and then it looks like she's about to lose. Then she takes $10 million from a super PAC to stay in through Super Tuesday to make sure that Joe Biden wins the presidency, who she'd previously called the senator from MDNA, I believe, which is like one of the major credit card companies. So she got into politics fighting the credit card companies, was an actual financial reformer, and she recognized that Joe Biden was her principal opposition. And by the end of it, she's so narcissistic, egotistical, and part of the system that she is taking money she said she wouldn't have taken a month earlier just to stay in a race that she has no hopes of winning at all and gets third place in her own state, just so that she can take enough votes from Bernie Sanders to make sure that Joe Biden is elected on Super Tuesday. When Obama himself goes out of his way to call up Pete Buttigieg and presumably Beto O'Rourke and Amy Klobuchar and put pressure on all the establishment Democrats the day before Super Tuesday to make sure that they all drop out and endorse Joe Biden, who had gotten it smoked in Iowa, New Hampshire, and Nevada, and it was totally dead on the campaign trail before Clyburn endorsed him, but still was about to get clobbered in Super Tuesday by Sanders. And the one thing that Obama, that apparently Elizabeth Warren too, who's turned to the dark side, and all the establishment hate, is like somebody that actually was going to institute change, because Obama wants to get credit for being the idealist here, but also get credit from the establishment for looking after and catering to their interests all the time. And so when an old socialist grandpa Bernie Sanders come along and he has more credibility and does more things against the fat cat Wall Streeters that Obama says that he want to take action against, but doesn't do anything about, that threatens Obama's legacy. And so he pulls out all the stops to make sure that actual change is undermined. And so Obama is turned from somebody that got elected by millions of young people hoping for hope and change to somebody that is going out of his way to put all the stops in to make sure that an actual reformer who would have got people real health care reform rather than just corporate giveaways to the health insurance, pharmaceutical, and other industries, which Obama says right in the book, which I've talked about, he went out of the way not to take on. He's like, we can't take on any special interests, so instead we're going to adopt the Republicans' Heritage Foundation plans and Mitt Romney's plans for health care reform, and we're going to make that our plan, and we're going to hopefully tinker around the edges a little bit it, and that's going to be our reform. Bernie Sanders is like, we're going to get everybody health care and we're going to take on these special interests. Obama doesn't like that because he wants to be viewed as somebody that tried his best and is a super idealist and wanted to help people, and not somebody that sold out and gave away all of his values to these special interests, which he's now catering to in a number of different ways. And what Warren did was particularly despicable also, but it's true that she did help get this one good thing in the Dodd Frank bill. However, the bill that Obama's bragging about here, Dodd Frank, which is named after Barney Frank and Chris Dodd. Do you know what those two people did? The reformers of the banks did right after they did this reform is they went and they joined board of directors or as executives for banks. So they went and they joined the board of directors for the banks, which they were supposed to be taking on and reforming. This is the type of corruption that Obama says there's a scandal-free and totally uncorrupt administration. This is a type of revolving door corruption that happens all the time, which Obama's not going to take on at all. Because again, Obama gave speeches to Wall Street right after this. He is praised by them all the time, and he catered to them, and he got donations from them for both of his campaigns, and he played politics well. But that's not corruption. This is not corruption. So when Dodd and Frank both cater to the banks, especially Dodd, who's unbelievably corrupt, and then go join those banks and are praised by them right afterwards, that's fine to Obama. He's not going to comment on that at all. He's going to brag about how much he changed the system. Do you think that if you change the system that much, they would be paying the people that change the system for you? I mean, one thing that Obama says is that it's extremely complex. He says the bulk of these proposals were highly technical, involving aspects of the financial system that were hidden from the public view. That's really true, and I try to look into it as much as I can, but it's a lot of confusing stuff, and unless you're really in deep and you understand the technicalities of all the different financial instruments and tinkering arounds of the 1,000-page-long bills, which are written in jargon, it's hard to know everything. But insofar as you do look into it, the more that I look into it, or the more that you listen to people that actually know what they're talking about, that aren't serving on bank boards, after they pass this legislation, the more clear it is how corrupt the entire system is, because those people that actually understand it are shouting from the rooftops, this is insane. Dodd, I know at one point was going out of the way. He had promised he was going out of the way to come back in and put in amendments that would undermine his own regulation, the Volcker rule, which I'm about to talk about. He says that one issue that did capture headlines involved a proposal by former Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker to prohibit FDIC-insured banks. Just quick aside, FDIC-insured banks, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation banks, that's if the bank goes under, you're still insured, I think, up to $100,000 per depositor. This is another way that the government subsidizes banks, and so this is a insurance policy paid for by the taxpayers to prop up banks, which I think is a good thing. You don't want these banks going under and then everybody loses all of their money. However, at the same time, let's not pretend when you're talking about China a few pages back that China is the one that subsidizes their corporation. We do it a million ways. We do it through tax cuts. We do it through this. We do it through government spending and military spending. We do it through not holding their executives into account. There's 100 ways which they're subsidized. But again, Obama won't acknowledge that there. But he says Paul Volcker wanted them to prohibit FDIC-insured banks from trading on their own accounts or operating their own hedge funds and private equity shops. According to Volcker, this short provision offered a simple way to restore some of the prudential boundaries that Glass-Steagall had placed around commercial banks. Yeah, no, pretty much everybody agreed. It was pretty simple. And then Obama actually describes here what Tim Geithner and Larry Summers thought about it. Tim and Larry, the top people Obama put in the administration, thought they were skeptical, arguing that it would be difficult to administer and might impinge on legitimate services the banks provide to their customers. To me, their positions sounded flimsy. One of the few times during our work that I felt they harbored more sympathy for the financial industry's perspective than the facts warranted. This is one of the few times that my Wall Street ghouls that I put into office to cater to every single special interest under the sun, catered to those interests. So he's acknowledging it here. He's like, I'm going to fight for it anyways, even if you think it's a bad idea. And Tim Geithner finally relents and he says, if it helps us get the bill passed, Tim said, we can find a way to make it work. And so he's just for Tim, it was a rare concession to political optics. And so for Tim, it's this is just, something that we're just throwing out there just to make it look like we're doing something. But in reality, this is a bad idea. In reality, most of the stuff they did was stuff they threw out to make it look like they were doing something that didn't do anything. This was something that actually would do something something, and that's a reason that Tim Geithner was opposed to it. And what actually happened with the Volcker rule is that it was put in there, and then it was constantly undermined to the point that like there's loophole after loophole after loophole, like on page 342, page 387. Like just deep in the bill that are thrown in there that it's like, okay, you only need to be capitalized by 3.5% of this if you have this, but there's an exemption for that. And I don't understand all of it because you can't, it's a full-time job to follow all of this. But when you read people that actually do follow it, they're like, oh yeah, no, this is Volcker rule is totally watered down and means nothing. And one thing that actually happened was Chris Dodd, who's the head of the bill, like went out of the way to like try to insert amendments that would undermine this rule, which he was nominally in favor for. So what they want is they want the credit of doing something without doing anything at all. That's the best of both worlds, and that's what Obama's trying to put here. But there was, I read that at one point there was literally like the actual progressives in Congress or in the Senate would actually like stand guard like in the chamber to make sure that Chris Dodd wouldn't come in the middle of the night to insert an amendment to undermine his own rule. That's how corrupt these people are, and they end up undermining it. Chuck Schumer went out of the way, who's the Senate Majority Leader now, who's like represents all the big banks in New York, went out of the way to try to get it watered down. And these are things that like aren't talked about in the same way that Trump tweets are today, because like it takes, like I said, it's a full-time job to follow all of this, but at the end of the day, you get a bill which has the Volcker rule in it, which doesn't really affect the banks at all, and then you have politicians bragging about how much things are changed, and then when the economy crashes in a couple of years from the same type of systemic risk that happened previously, people will lose even more faith in their public officials because they've been lied to by Obama and by his administration about the Volcker rule and a million other things like that, which were really just surface-level nothings. Most of Chapter 23 is going to talk about the BP oil spill off the Gulf, and Obama's going to like go through a bunch of reasons why he was unfairly attacked from that. And he says, I knew that the explosion would have serious implications for our agenda. A few weeks earlier, I had authorized the Department of Interior to allow for the sale of certain offshore leases, which would open up oil exploration. And so Obama's like, yes, I allowed this. But he's going to go on to say, like, it's like, even though my administration, like, we hadn't had enough time to redo the rules around the safety procedures, which led to the explosion, which led to the gigantic oil spill. And so I was blamed for that, even though I shouldn't have been, which he goes on to say later on. But again, he's like, oh yeah, no, I just opened up oil exploration. This is like the climate. He says earlier in the book how unfair it is that he's like not getting credit for climate change stuff. Like I said, if you're opening up all the exploration of offshore oil drilling and fracking and making pipelines around the world that you're bragging about, you don't get credit for doing climate change stuff, but he wants credit for that, and then he also doesn't want to be blamed for when his agenda, our energy agenda, leads to gigantic oil spills in the Gulf. Wow, I forgot this was here, but a paragraph later, Obama says, above all, he's saying why he decided to let them drill off the coast, my decision to allow new exploratory drilling was a last-ditch effort to salvage our climate change legislation. So he allowed drilling off the Gulf Coast in order to salvage climate change legislation, which by then was on life support. The previous fall, when GOP Senator Lindsey Graham had agreed to put together a bipartisan climate bill, he'd warned that we'd have to give up something in order to win enough Republicans. So Obama is like, okay, I need to work with Lindsey Graham, who, if you're alive today, you know he's completely insane in the pockets of every special interest and a total Trumper. And this is the guy that Obama was trying to work with to get a climate change bill passed, rather than mobilize the giant coalition that he had amalgamated of people hoping for change, principally environment. Obama was supported by environmentalists. He wasn't supported by offshore oil drilling supporters, but he goes out of his way to discard the environmentalists to work with the people who want fracking and offshore oil drilling and the like in order to try to get Lindsey Graham. And surprise, surprise, he didn't get Lindsey Graham support or any Republican support, and instead gave away the House for hardly doing anything, and then had oil spills like this, which he doesn't want to take any responsibility for either, because it wasn't his fault. So a little bit later, they finally get the BP well to stop leaking, and Obama's like, okay, I need to, show to the public things are okay. He says a picture from that trip, he takes like a little vacation near the Gulf or something, taken by Peter Sousa and released later by the White House, shows that me and Sasha splashing in water, a signal to Americans that it was safe to swim in the Gulf. And so Obama, if you know anything about Obama, He loves pictures of water to signify to Americans that everything's fine, even when the water is poisoned. Here's a picture, which I won't talk about too much, of poisonous water that is actually not the water in Flint, Michigan that he was trying to tell other people to drink, which is still unsafe to drink, which he just flew in, drank the water, and it wasn't really solved, and it's kind of the same thing with the Gulf. Obama is great at the optics. So page 583, Obama feels like he needs to defend his counterterrorism record against Dick Cheney. So Dick Cheney is criticizing him for not being hawkish enough against terrorists, and Obama's like, listen, like I've done plenty of stuff. He says that Cheney's assertion that my administration wasn't treating al-Qaeda as a military threat was hard to square with the additional battalions I'd deploy in Afghanistan. So he's like, I'm more hawkish than you were in Afghanistan, Dick Cheney, and I won a Nobel Peace Prize doing it. Or the scores of al-Qaeda operatives we were targeting with drone strikes, and I expanded the drone program. So take that, Dick Cheney. So this is like one of two places in the book Obama talks about drone programs, which is similar to his administration in that he never, or he very rarely discussed like his drone programs at all. He'd make jokes about like Predator drones blowing up the Jonas Brothers at White House Correspondents' dinners.
The Jonas Brothers are here. They're out there somewhere. Sasha and Malia are huge fans, but boys don't get any ideas. I have two words for you: Predator drones. You will never see it coming. You think I'm joking?
But the actual legal rationale and scaffolding and protocols for the drone program were almost never discussed by the Obama administration because the press corps pretty much never asked him about it. In fact, the biggest question I ever saw, most direct question I ever saw Obama answer was in like a Google Hangout with some kids, and one of the kids, like just on a whim, asked him about it, something that all of the New York Times and the Washington Post and CNN wasn't able to think of, and that's because they've accommodated themselves to the system, and so for them, antagonistic journalism means badgering Trump about politically incorrect tweets, or if it's Obama, maybe complaining about his beige suit. But in terms of like American militarism, we're not going to really question that too much because that's the knife that butters our bread as well. And so that's just how it goes. And so if we had an actual adversarial press that was actually interested in holding people in power into account rather than kind of licking the boots of Obama and the Democratic Party and the establishment and the military-industrial complex, and then just kind of focusing on like TMZ level, like surface level nothings and riling up your side in that way while all the major important decisions are agreed upon and therefore not scrutinized by the press. If we had that, then they would be asking him about a number of things with the drone program. Like there was a leak during the second half of the Obama administration. It's called the drone papers to The Intercept, which showed that during a 6-month period, 88%, I believe, of all the people that were killed in drone strikes were not the intended targets. And so like 9 out of 10 people almost that are being blown up are not the people that we actually, try to blow up. Like imagine if that was happening in the US, that Russia or Germany or China or whoever it was saw that there was like, these guys are, these are threats to China or whatever it is. And so they just blow them up extrajudiciously without comment. And then 9 other people are killed around them. Would that cause the US or people within the US to not view China or Afghanistan or whatever country was doing that very well and maybe inflame terrorism and extremism against that country? Yes, that's exactly what it is. And so Obama's bragging here to Dick Cheney that he's being extra hawkish is actually kind of like an acknowledgement, if you actually think about it, that Obama is accelerating the Cheney program as well as radicalizing the very terrorists that he claims to be undermining, which is why like the Middle East is not, are we more secure now than we were in 2002? Like, there was no ISIS before. All of Syria is fractured. Afghanistan is the same exact thing with the Taliban controlling almost the exact same amount of land as 20 years ago. Iraq is still a quagmire. The whole Middle East is smashed to bits, largely because of the invasion of Iraq, but also because of policies like this which aren't scrutinized by the press. And so 88% civilians are killed. And it's actually the policy of the Pentagon, of the military, to count every military-aged male in a drone strike as a terrorist. And so, despite that, there's still tons of civilian casualties, but they're counting people that they don't even know the identities of as a terrorist just because they were in the proximity and therefore killed as collateral damage. of people that they also still don't know are terrorists, but think might be terrorists. Like a lot of the terrorists, they don't even know the names of. They just have the cell phone records of. This was also, I think, an Intercept story that they would just blow up people based on their cell phones, and that's how they got the data for it. And then as well as tons of people around him. And so this is the Obama administration's drone program. And there's no scrutiny for it. He'd also do it with American citizens. So Anwar al-Awlaki was a Muslim cleric who kind of became radicalized and then would give speeches on YouTube, which other people would listen to, and they'd become anti-American. And Obama just decided at one of his Terror Tuesday meetings, we're going to need to blow up this guy as well. And there was no comment from it. It's like, is that a good precedent? Like, there are lots of bad people out there. There are murderers. There are rapists. There are bank, thieves. There are lots of bad people out there. Is it a good thing that a President Trump or a President Palin now has a precedent that you can just go out and drone bomb an American citizen without a trial? Like, is that a good thing? I mean, you could argue, okay, he's a bad person, but then that would also be an argument for torture, which Obama decided not to prosecute the torturers, but did say we shouldn't be torturing people. Well, why shouldn't we be torturing them? They're terrorists. Or why should they get trials or go not be held in Guantanamo Bay for 20 years? They're terrorists. The reason is because, like, you're supposed to be better than the terrorists, and you're supposed to have things called civil liberties and the rule of law, which dictates what happens in a civilized society, unlike the terrorists. But instead, Obama is acting as a terrorist president and blowing up people from the sky without comment while receiving his Nobel Peace Prize. And actually, coincidentally, Malala Yousafzai, when she visited the White House, mentioned this to Obama, that, hey, like, all these people in Pakistan, they're not very happy that you keep blowing all of them up with your drones. And Obama's like, I don't really want to hear it, little girl. This is for the photo shoot. But it's absolutely true. Like, you can't just blow people up and expect. And so blowing up tons of people that are collateral damage, doesn't even know the names of people that he's blown up, just has their cell phone numbers, radicalizing other ones, bragging to Dick Cheney that it's, that's just how it goes. And then also doing it to American citizens, including the son of Anwar al-Awlaki. And so, like, a couple weeks or months after he killed al-Awlaki, he killed his son also, whose name was Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, who was like a 10-year-old kid who was not radicalized at all. And he just blew him up, and the Obama administration didn't comment on it at all, except for to say, well, I guess he shouldn't have had such a bad dad, as if you can intergenerational guilt, you just blow up other Americans. And then Trump actually, during his term, blew up his sister also, who was like an 8-year-old girl or something else, as well. And this is the Obama administration, and this is all Obama has to say in a 700-page book about the whole drone program. He's mentioned it like in a couple of sentences, and it says a lot about the media and about U.S. political culture that something like this no comment at all. Imagine, like, I'm sitting here under the sky, sometimes there's like crows flying above my head and things, or the wind comes, or I hear a deer and I'm kind of scared. Imagine if, like, you're living in Yemen or Pakistan or Afghanistan or Somalia or Syria or Iraq or and there's one more. There was 7 countries that Obama was drone bombing, and it's just a regular thing that just up above, like, at any moment they could drone bomb your wedding. I think Obama drone bombed like 5 weddings or so, as well. A bunch of, like, they don't really know. There's a certain level of collateral damage, which is pretty high when 88% at least of the people that are killed are civilians. That is just okay. And so he's drone bombing weddings, he's drone bombing here, he's drone bombing there, and then also that has like a chilling effect. Like, imagine, like, anytime you go to the park, maybe Afghanistan drones would bomb you from the sky and blow up everybody that around you. That's not a good thing for reducing terrorism or anxiety within those countries. And Obama has nothing to say about it, despite being the peace-loving humanitarian idealist that he tries to paint himself as. He's a total fraud, and this is one of the biggest examples that he, like, can't even figure out how to mention it, but is able to talk for pages and pages about how great Larry Summers and Tim Geithner are. And so now, page 585, Obama needs to give Eric Holder his obligatory page-long mini-biography about his idealistic public service career and his upbringing. So he says, I could see why. So Eric was, tall and even-tempered. He'd grown up in Queens, New York, son of middle-class parents, attended my alma mater a decade before I got there. He'd played basketball, and he'd been to sit-ins, and in law school, he'd be interested in civil rights, and he was with the NAACP. And like me, he'd chosen public service rather than a job in a corporate law firm. He's like, wow, what an idealist. So he's like, look at this public servant. Look at me, the public servant idealist that's the president, and here's my attorney general, who's also, totally interested in just helping people and not interested in power at all. This is my administration. This is the picture Obama's trying to paint. Again, Eric Holder's career was start in the government, then eventually make it up to the Clinton administration, and then go join a corporate law firm. I think it was Covington and Burling, like I mentioned. Work there, make millions of dollars, go back to the government, work as Attorney General for Obama, get praised in long dialogues like this about your public service and how you didn't work in corporate law firms, and then go back and work in a corporate law firm making millions of dollars after you just shielded those same people and those same classes against the repercussions of their crimes while you were Attorney General by making sure that nobody went to prison for anything. That was except for poor people. So only the rich people were to go there. It's not a bad deal for Eric Holder, but really dishonest by Obama. But again, people don't know the biographies of his attorney general. And so 9 out of 10 people will be like, oh, wow, I didn't know about that about Eric. He played basketball and worked for the NAACP, and he participated in sit-ins. Like, wow. All right, so the next chapter, Obama just lost big in the midterm elections, and so he's reflecting on why that is. And of course he has to see it as, I tried to do too much, and this, I was too idealistic, and that came back to bite me in the butt. When in reality, like, you were idealistic in 2008 to a much greater extent, and then you went ahead and put all the Clinton administration and Bush administration people within your administration while protecting Wall Street and continuing the exact same role for the corrupt government and the establishment as before, thereby losing support from the population who thought you were going to actually change something, and then lost in the midterms. But he can't say that, so he has to say, I tried to do too much, and he has to phrase it as like, I'm not sorry for trying to do too much. And so that's what this is. He says, the truth was, I didn't regret paving the way for 20 million people to get health insurance. So that's what he did with Obamacare. He didn't work with the insurance companies, the hospitals, the pharmaceutical companies, the private healthcare industry to make sure their profits increase, and said that explicitly anything that would take them on is not going to be in my bill. And so now we have a continuation of the most inefficient system in the world, which doesn't get that many people that excited. He's talking about the individual mandate, which was like the least popular part of his insurance plan, but it did increase the number of people who were insured. He's like, okay, yeah, this is a great hope and change within a private system which is totally corrupt and leaves a ton of people underinsured, uninsured, with medical debts, bankrupt. This is the system. Nor did I regret the Recovery Act. The hard evidence showed the austerity in response to recession would have been disastrous. Again, he's like, okay, I didn't regret the Recovery Act. I think the Recovery Act was good, but it was $800 billion. I'm sitting here right now, and Trump, just through like one little video conference, is about to get $2,000 to each American, or almost got $2,000 to each American, in what would be the second $2-ish trillion bill, or $1.5 trillion, after another $2 trillion bill at the start of the pandemic. And that's from a Republican. And it's like, during times of crisis, you can actually get things if you push for it, because the population wants relief. So Trump would have, just in the last year, gotten 4 times the amount Obama was talking about in the Recovery Act. But Obama needs to phrase it as, I tried to do too much. And again, the Recovery Act had things in it like high-speed rail, which never even happened. And like a lot of it was giveaways to big corporations, which did stimulate the economy, but it doesn't get people that excited to vote for you in 2010. I didn't regret how he'd handled the financial crisis, given the choices we faced. And although he puts in parentheses, this is the one bone that you're going to get that's actually true. Although I did regret not coming up with a better plan to help stem the tides of foreclosures. I talked about this earlier, but the cram down, the bill that was being pushed and had enough support in Congress to actually stop the foreclosures and make sure that all these people weren't going underwater, you've already criticized that idea like twice previously, and it was your administration, Larry Summers and Tim Geithner, that went out of the way to lobby against it. They weren't even agnostic to it, in which case Congress would have passed it. They actually stopped it. And so he's like, I didn't come up with the idea. Actually, you blocked the idea, and it was a disaster. And so you give it 1/2 a sentence on page 594 of your book to acknowledge that, while painting yourself as the president that tried too hard to help people, and that's why you lost. And I sure as hell wasn't sorry that I'd proposed a climate change bill and pushed for immigration reform. I proposed a climate change bill, which I, while also doing an all-of-the-above energy strategy, expanding fracking, offshore drilling, pipelines, clean coal, and trying to get I was trying to, propose a climate change bill with Lindsey Graham. I'm not gonna apologize for it. Yeah, this is why you didn't get anything. This is why you didn't get anything passed, and then your base doesn't have support for you anymore to win the midterms. Is that your administration is being co-opted by Lindsey Graham. And then he says, as far as I was concerned, the election didn't prove that our agenda had been wrong. It just proved that, whether for lack of talent, cunning, charm, or good fortune, I'd failed to rally the nation, as FDR had once done, behind what I knew to be right. This is totally on an alley. FDR rallied the nation because he actually did stuff. He actually got major reforms passed. He didn't immediately pack his administration with robber barons and the establishment that had taken down the economy in 1929 and the Hoover administration. This is what Obama did. He just put in the exact same people, and now he wants to say the reason I didn't isn't because I wasn't as talented or cunning or charming as FDR. FDR wasn't that cunning or charming. He just knew how to mobilize people and mobilize his base for actual policies that were reformist, rather than not doing any of that and then losing his base and then saying that he tried too hard and wasn't cunning enough. I feel like Obama's really smart. I would like to think he has to know this, but there also is a certain amount of willful ignorance or ignorance that you have to internalize if you are still going to view yourself as a good person and believe the crap that you're putting down here for the public to digest. That would say that this is the reason, because the alternative is probably too hard to swallow. This 1.5 page segment here is kind of just a perfect encapsulation of the book. Obama is taking every side. So he says right here, I just hadn't been able to do what FDR had done quite well enough. So he's like, I should have done what FDR did. Then he's next paragraph, he says, Axe offered his own assessment that what had gone wrong, saying that in the rush to get things done, we neglected our promise to change Washington by sidelining special interests and increasing transparency and fiscal responsibility across the federal government. And so now he's saying, okay, we didn't take on enough special interests. Then Obama's like, oh yeah, no, absolutely, this is not. He says, but was this right? I wasn't sure. Yes, we'd been hurt by the sausage making around the ACA, as in working with all the special interests on the bills didn't help the ACA a lot, and fairly or not, we'd been tarnished by the bank bailouts. Obviously unfairly, or he wouldn't have said that. And so he says, I was trying to do what FDR did, and then he says, okay, yes, I worked with all the special interests on my major pieces of reform. And then he goes on to say, I could point to the scores of good government's initiatives we had introduced, whether it was limiting the hiring of former lobbyists, Again, I just mentioned Eric Holder, Tim Geithner, Larry Summers, who are just the top kind of people related to finance and the prosecution of the banks. Okay, maybe they weren't registered lobbyists, but they worked for all these companies and they're come from a certain class of people that protects their interests all the time. So the problem isn't that type of kind of Trump-like corruption, deal, $100,000 in a duffel bag in order to overthrow the government. It's just the, kind of banal, ordinary corruption, which is all over the administration. And then one paragraph later, he takes the third side of the same issue, which these are not compatible sides. You can't believe this, and this are all true. You can't believe everything is the reason all at once. It's either you took on the special interests and that was a problem, or you didn't take them on and that was a problem, or you worked too much with Republicans and that was a problem, or you didn't work enough with them. But he's all of this, I did everything at once and I didn't get credit for any of it. And so that was the fault of this was the fault of it. He says, politically though, no one seemed to care about our work to clean up the government any more than they credited. So he's clean up the government any more than they credited us for having bent over backwards to solicit Republican ideas on every single one of our legislative issues. Okay, so he's I bent backwards to work with Republicans on every single legislative issue, and I had tried to be the next FDR, but wasn't quite cunning enough. Did FDR bend over backwards to work with Republicans on every issue, or did he beat them over the head with the fact that, they had crashed the economy and that they were in the pockets of special interests and that he was going to be on the side of workers and he's not going to compromise with the Lindsey Grahams of his era? No, these are not compatible things, but Obama has to, he's just throwing throwing mud at the wall and hoping that some of it sticks, and it does stick for most people, as to this is why he lost, but none of it can be his fault. The only fault that he'll ever accept is that he tried too hard to reform a corrupt system, not that he accommodated himself to it and didn't try at all. And so then a few pages later, Obama needs to put a bow on this segment of the book and thread the needle of explaining to us how the same population that had just elected him overwhelmingly 2 years prior on a platform of hope and change had just rebuked him overwhelmingly 700 short days later, without it being anything that was his fault at all. It has to be something with the existential nature of humanity and our inner desires and biology and hundreds of thousands of years of evolution and tribalism and religion and the natures of the cosmos and things just out of his control, the powers that he can't impact at all. He says, except now I found myself asking whether those impulses of violence, greed, corruption, nationalism, racism, and religious intolerance, the all too human desire to beat back our own uncertainty and morality and sense of insignificance by subordinating others, were too strong for any democracy to permanently contain. Maybe there's nothing we can do about it, for they seem to lie in wait everywhere, ready to resurface whenever growth rates stalled or demographics changed or a charismatic leader chose to ride a wave of people's fears and resentments. So Obama really doesn't like charismatic leaders riding a populist wave into power. And as much as I might have wished otherwise, there was no Mahatma Gandhi around to tell me what I might do to hold such impulses back. So Obama was looking for the Mahatma Gandhi of his era. Was it Tim Geithner? Was it Larry Summers? Was it Defense Secretary Robert Gates? Was it General Petraeus? They all didn't seem quite like Mahatma Gandhi, and these were the people I chose to run my administration. Okay, so we made it to part 7 of the book, which is called On the High Wire, which is the last part of the book. There's only like 70 pages left. I'm really excited about it because this has taken me so much longer than I would have hoped for to get through this giant book with all the things that are wrong with it. I've missed most of the things that I want to talk about, believe it or not, even though I know this is many, many hours into it. However, this last 70 pages are maybe the most dense part of the book in terms of things that are wrong, because now he's talking about his Middle East policy. So the next thing Obama does is he starts running through his rendition of the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and also his interpretation of the current dynamics on the ground, which coincidentally are self-serving in that they justify his lack of, achieving a peace process insofar as that's actually something that he sought after, which it wasn't. But I'll get to all that in a minute. First, I think I'll actually just run down in 5 minutes or so kind of a really brief synopsis of the actual history of Israel-Palestine, because I think a lot of people view it as just a kind of a clash of civilizations, just like two peoples in constant strife, and we just need to work it out in the middle, and have both sides realize that you can't have everything, and then just work it out, kind of like it's a marriage counselor thing, but just on the level of countries and civilizations. In reality, that's not at all what the dynamics are, and the actual specifics of how we got to the situation illustrate that. And so in terms of the history, essentially prior to World War I, Palestine was controlled by the Ottoman Empire, as was much of the Middle East. And the Ottomans did, despite being corrupt in other ways, allow for a degree of kind of cultural autonomy and self-determination or self-governments for the regions and peoples within that empire. And so the people living there had historic roots there going back centuries, if not millennia, like deep roots in the ground. Now, in the late 19th century up through the early 20th century was kind of the inception of Zionism, which was initially a fringe movement, but a movement among Jewish people to have a homeland for the Jews, and that the impetus for that was that there was a lot of anti-Semitism around the world, and a lot of lynchings and mob violence and attacks against Jewish people, and so there became a movement to get a land for the Jews. And there was, I know they originally looked at like Argentina or some other places, but then they decided, okay, we want this place, and they called it Greater Israel, which included all of current Israel as well as parts of Egypt and I think Jordan and Syria, just kind of smack dab in the middle of the Middle East. And the guy who started that his name was Theodor Herzl, and there were others as well. And initially, it kind of, and the way that they started was they would just get like donations from European aristocrats, and they would get support from people within the West that supported their plight, and they would kind of buy up pieces of land within Palestine from the residents there, and then they would form very small communities throughout. And I'd say that phase goes through the start of World War I. And that continued until the end of World War I. At the end of World War I, the Allied countries, the victors of the war, decided to take the losing countries, specifically the Ottoman Empire, and disband them and divide the conquered regions among themselves to create a bunch of colonies, which they would now dominate and control. And one of those countries that was created was Palestine, or rather colonies. But that decision to just draw a bunch of zigzags throughout the Middle East is one of the reasons that the Middle East is so dysfunctional today. Like the people that live along the Afghanistan-Pakistan border do not recognize the distinction between those two countries, and never have. And same with a lot of the rest of the region, because they were just artificially put there just 100 years ago, not that long ago, by colonial powers, and then the subsequent exploitation of those regions while inflaming tensions and propping up, dictators and autocrats and anybody with the most ridiculous religious theology that you could imagine. As long as the oil keeps flowing, as Obama does in the case of Saudi Arabia, that didn't help either. But this was one of the root causes. So anyways, Palestine was created, and it was governed by the British. And, during that time period, Zionism continued and accelerated. And the leaders of the movement got more and more support from Western imperialist or Western countries or the British. There was something called the Balfour Agreement, which a bunch of British lords supported the establishment of an eventual Jewish state in Palestine or in Greater Palestine. And the money kept coming in, and the settlers kept expanding. And remember, there are people living in these regions, and so clashes with them occurred more and more, and there was more violence, and there started to become some refugees, because again, like, you can't, one of the slogans for the Zionism at the time was a land without a people for a people without a land. So they were the propaganda was, there are no people here, but there actually were people there. There was hundreds of thousands of people there, and you had to get rid of them if you were going to create a Jewish state. And so this was always the tension. And so anyways, that continued up until 1948. Then World War II happened, the Holocaust happened, and that justifiably greatly increased public awareness around the issues of anti-Semitism and garnered the political support for an actual creation of a Jewish state. And so in 1947, the UN passed a resolution which created two new countries in what was former British Palestine. Like, Britain gave up their claim to the land. They partitioned it into two different countries, or what was supposed to be two different countries. One was going to be Israel, which was going to be in about 56% of the former Palestine, and the other was going to be a Palestinian state, which was going to be in about 44% of the former Palestine. And so just like overnight, what was a cluster of dots, the ever expanding, colonial areas, became a country in the majority of Palestine. The Arabs in the region did not accept the legitimacy of that ruling, because they said that we have the right to self-determination. This is undemocratic. They went to war with Israel. Israel went to war with them. And also, a lot of the Zionists didn't accept this either, in terms of they wanted a Jewish state. And so about 40% of the residents of this new Israeli state, this new Jewish state, were Palestinian, were non-Jews, were Arabs, and that was a problem to them. That's what's called a demographic problem, and that's actually still a major problem for a one-state solution today. Israel would never allow for a one-state solution, because that would kind of flood the streets of Israel with non-Jews, which would be a demographic problem. And that was the case then too. They wanted a Jewish state, and so during this time, what was called the Nakba, or the catastrophe, happened, which is Israel, during this war, which went on until 1948, expelled about 700,000 Palestinians and cause them to be refugees and just kick them out of their land. And there was a lot of massacres, and maybe I'll put some of them on the screen right now. And if you look into the details of them, they're pretty horrific. They're pretty in line with other settler colonial countries. This is how you create countries of new people when there were people living there for hundreds of years. There's a lot of massacres to go around, and there's a lot of refugees and a lot of suffering and a lot of misery. And that was the case for Israel as well. And so just not overnight, but over the course of a year, in Israel's first year of existence, 700,000 refugees were created and kickoff of their land. And soon thereafterwards, another UN resolution was passed, UN 194, which said that the refugees have a right of return. And up until today, Israel still does not recognize the legitimacy of the right of return for refugees, which is absolutely something you're allowed to do. Like if you're kicked off your country from settlers, just arbitrarily, you're allowed to return under international law. Israel has been denying that law for 70 years. They're going to acknowledge it at some point, I'm sure, once all the Palestinians are dead, and it's maybe 2030 or something like that. So then after that, there was, again, still a big trend of Israel wanting to become more Jewish, and so there was I think hundreds of thousands over the course of like the next 3 years of Jewish people that immigrated to Israel, understandably after what just happened with the Holocaust, obviously, and so it became more Jewish. At the same time, the refugees were undermined. Israel continued to expand. It became more of a military power. 1967, Israel invades Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. And the reason they said they did this is because they thought that they were about to be destroyed. So they were doing it in self-defense, so they invade these other countries. And then surprise, surprise, they take over a bunch of land in the surrounding countries. And so the pretext, which was for the population, in order to convince them to go to war, that we're doing this in self-defense, we're about to be destroyed, this is an existential threat, we're surrounded by all these Arabs that want to go to war with us, so we have to attack them first. That's the same pretext that any country uses anytime they want to go to war. When U.S. wants to invade Iraq, we're doing it in self-defense. They're going to have a nuclear bomb, war on terror, self-defense. We're bombing all these countries. Germany invades Poland, self-defense. Like anytime anybody invades anything, they have to do it in self-defense. Otherwise, you're the aggressor, and it looks like you're just doing it to colonize and increase your power. And people don't like that. They like to think of themselves as the good guys, as reading Obama's book makes very, very clear. And so it's called the 6-Day War. Israel cleans house and destroys like the armies of all those countries. They take over the Sinai in Egypt, which is like bigger than all of Israel. They take over the Gaza and they take over the West Bank. They take over the Golan Heights, and Israel expands significantly. This is when you hear about the Palestinian problem. When you hear about the occupation, this is the occupation. Gaza and the West Bank, primarily the West Bank, is occupied territory, which was formerly in Jordan. So Israel, for right or wrong, for better or worse, Israel is acknowledged, like Israel, the state of Israel, as a legitimate state, given that the UN partitioned it. Now, the occupied territories were just invaded by, in 1967, and, just has Israel's soldiers there, and Israel controls it just by power, has never been recognized. That's why it's occupied territories. It's illegal under international law. So if you're going to have an international system, there's a bitter pill to swallow that pretty much all countries' foundings start with colonialism, and there's people that are displaced, and that just sucks in the terms of how the world works. But there is still laws that say you're not allowed to just invade other countries and gobble them up unless the international community recognizes it. And so land that's one of the good things about the UN is that land that's acquired via conquest is not legitimate. And so that's the occupied territories. Now, it's been 50 years at this point, 53 years, and the territories are still occupied, and they're growing ever smaller, as I'm about to talk about. But that's the primary problem. And Israel has held those territories the whole time. And so that's why it's known as the occupied territories. After that, there was another war with Egypt, where they had to give back the Sinai, and they signed the Camp David Accords with Carter. And Israel kept invading other countries, like they invaded Lebanon. I think they've invaded Lebanon 4 or 5 times in the last like 40 years. That just it keeps happening. But Egypt became an ally, and they became more friendly with Jordan and Syria and the neighboring countries. And also the U.S. started really pumping up Israel with a bunch of defense spending, or a bunch of military aid, because the U.S. again wants to control the whole region. We have bases all over the place, and Israel at that time had proven itself as a strong military that could be relied upon to take action in the region in order to maintain the global order. And then there was also kind of cultural tie. There's big pressure from kind of the Christian right and from fundamentalists to protect Israel for other reasons, which are big contradictions, because one of the main reasons they want it there is so that when the rapture happens, which is just around the corner, then all of the people in, most of the Jews are going to go to hell, but it's better for the Jews to be there to make sure that the Christians go up once Jesus comes back and kills everybody after the flying iron locusts with their, bronze armor and their stingers torture people after. I would recommend reading the book of Revelations if you haven't. It was a surprise. But anyways, those people think that Israel is going to be the place where the rapture happens, so they have to make sure that Muslims aren't there, but instead Jewish people are there. So since then, since 1967, there's been an international consensus that is developed, which says that, okay, this two-state solution, which we've been in favor of nominally since 1947, but obviously didn't happen right after the war, we support a two-state solution roughly around the June 1967 borders, meaning that Israel has no right to the occupied territory, and that's where the Palestinian state should be, in the West Bank, and then also Gaza, which is like roughly a third of the former Palestine is where the Palestinian state would be, which shows us already how much they've given up. Since then, the whole entire world has got on board. Like, there's UN resolutions pretty much every year calling for the end of the occupation and a two-state solution roughly around those borders, which are internationally recognized, which the U.S. blocks every single time. The U.S. blocks in the Security Council, and the U.S. and Israel and maybe like a couple random island nations in the Caribbean will vote against, and 100 and something countries, all of South America, all of Africa, all of Europe, all of Asia. Everybody votes in support of, but the U.S. is blocking. And the reason that Israel is blocking it is really simple. It's that they don't want a two-state solution. What they want is what's happening, which is a continued stalemate where the facade of a peace process, an ongoing peace process, is maintained, while at the same time they gobble up larger and larger portions of the West Bank and build settlements there and build over Palestinians there and take over the water resources there, which are strategically important, and tell the Palestinians live in smaller and smaller banter stands in the West Bank, and Gaza's totally decrepit and destroyed. So they can keep their little, scraps of land here. We'll get all the important stuff, and during the whole time, we'll placate the international community and the U.S. population and people who actually think that they're working towards a peace process with a peace process, when in reality it's just a way to. It's like, okay, here's the situation. Like, this is an oversimplification, but this is fundamentally the situation. It's like, okay, there's two people, they're arguing over how much of a pizza that they should each be able to get, and they're like negotiating about it. Like, okay, I'm bigger, I should get 2/3 of it, you're a third of, you weigh less than me. Like, oh, I think we should split it 50-50. And so they're negotiating like this. This would be the negotiation process. And one person the whole time while the negotiations are happening is eating the pizza, slice after slice after slice. This is what Israel is doing, and that's the principal reason that it's like they don't want, like, as long as, like, oh yeah, no, let's keep negotiating as I eat the entire pizza and leave you with crumbs at the end. And at the end, like, pretty soon it's going to be like the prospect for a two-state solution is going to be totally off the table, because the land is gone. The land is gone. The settlements have been built. And this is what Israel wants. And that's why when Netanyahu said a couple of months ago that he supports annexation, this is what this has all been building up to this whole time. And I won't go into too much of the details with the peace process, but it's nominally been negotiations with the PLO, which is just the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which was previously a terrorist organization. Insofar as terrorism is defined as people who are getting their land taken from them by an occupying power illegitimately are resisting, that's terrorism. And then they also targeted civilians, which is terror. But it's like, okay, we know what would happen. Like, if the U.S. got occupied, got invaded, and then the people that were taking over the land of the Americans, started calling them terrorists for, fighting back and defending their land as it gets gobbled up illegitimately. Like, okay, that's what, and Israel will call everybody terrorist. Hamas is terrorist, Hezbollah is terrorist, Arafat is a terrorist, the PLO is terrorist. And there's different ambiguities, and some of these organizations are not good at all, and they're fundamentalist as well. But that was the thing. But anyways, the peace process originally started in Oslo in 1994, where the PLO, which had been defined as like a terrorist organization, then was co-opted by Israel because the PLO was running out of fund. I shouldn't go into detail too much about this, but pretty much the PLO was running out of funding because they didn't support like Saddam Hussein, or they supported him during his invasion of Kuwait, and so the Arab countries which were funding the PLO, their funding dried out, and so Arafat ran cap in hand to Israel, which started funding him with the prerequisite that the facade of a peace process was going to commence with this puppet of Israel named Yasser Arafat and the PLO negotiating with Israel for this, and that's been going on for 25 years at this point. Nothing has happened, and Israel is gobbling up more and more of the West Bank. And so that's essentially the problem with Israel. And during that whole time, every few years, Israel decides to bomb Gaza, and it's also become more right-wing and authoritarian, and kind of racist as well against Palestinians, and it's not a good trend. All right, so that took a little longer than I'd hoped for, but hopefully going through that history might have been helpful for a few individuals, maybe. Otherwise, it was just a total waste of time, and I'm just sitting in the forest by myself. And so now that we've built the foundation, maybe we can evaluate some of the higher level claims that Obama makes about his role in the peace process, as well as his rendition of the history here. So the first thing I want to talk about, which he talks about, is he says that practically every U.S. president since Truman, then had tried to resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict with varying degrees of success. The historic Camp David Accords, brokered in 1978 by Jimmy Carter, achieved a long-lasting peace between Israel and Egypt and returned the Sinai to Egyptian control. Again, that's true. That specific thing is true, as in there was a Camp David's, and Jimmy Carter did win the Peace Prize for it. On the other, and it is also true that there are small fluctuations within U.S. policies with different administrations, but that's really fundamentally misleading, because the more important thing to remember is that those fluctuations are only allowed to be permitted within a certain boundary of universally held assumptions by pretty much every U.S. policymaker and president and administration. And that's really what dictates policy. And so those assumptions, like the number one thing is that the U.S., we need to look after our interests. And so our interests are to maintaining the world order, and specifically having the Middle East be kind of the energy well for the rest of the world, and so we need to have the hand on the spigot there and control the energy resources in the region, which need to be, the wealth of that region shouldn't be going back to secular nationalists that want to redistribute it to the population of those regions and those countries, but rather to U.S. corporations and to people tied to Western interests, so that we continue to control the supply. So within that framework, if a president like Carter, who was probably my favorite president in the last 50 years, not that I was alive for it, but if he wants to decide to, work to make the region more stable in the long term, which is what as I mentioned, what the Camp David Accord, having Egypt, having the Sinai returned to Egypt by Israel in return for kind of an armistice and an agreement between the two countries, so that so that tensions were reduced, which was a good thing in this case for U.S. interests, in that Egypt became incorporated into the Western orbit when previously it had been one of the non-aligned countries, or even had slight influence from the Soviets. And so that was a good thing for the U.S., but there was a pill to swallow for Israel, which was to give back the Sinai, which they had just taken over illegally, a few years prior, or 10 years prior. And so in that sense, it was a good thing that happened, but it was within the larger framework of U.S. interests. Now, that being said, that's really was the best thing that was done for the peace agreement since, in the last 50 years was that return. Since then, no major, like there's been no major, like the West Bank has just been gobbled up more and more. Gaza has been destroyed more and more. And tensions have increased more and more, and right-wing authoritarianism has risen more within Israel, and the situation hasn't fundamentally changed. And so even this type of piecemeal reform was kind of unique to the Carter administration, but hasn't been pursued since. All right, so this paragraph, Obama actually talks correctly about the conflict, in my opinion. He says that most importantly, he's talking about why the peace process has broken down, and he's leaving out a lot of stuff, but he says, most importantly, Israeli attitudes toward peace talks had hardened in part because peace no longer seemed so crucial to ensuring this country's safety and prosperity. The Israel of the 1960s that remained lodged in the public imagination with its communal kibbutz living and periodic rationing of basic supplies had been transformed into a modern economic powerhouse. It was no longer the plucky David surrounded by hostile Goliath. Thanks to tens of billions of dollars in U.S. military aid, the Israeli armed forces were now matchless in the regions. Terrorist bombings and attacks within Israel all but ceased, due in some measure to the fact that Israel had erected a wall more than 400 miles long between itself and Palestinian population centers in the West Bank, punctuated strategically by checkpoints to control the flow of Palestinian workers in and out of Israel. Every so often, rocket fire from Gaza still endangered the lives of those living in Israeli border towns. That rocket fire happens almost exclusively when Israel decides to bomb Gaza and invade and occupy Gaza. The blockade itself is an occupation, and so Israel controls everything going in and out of Gaza constantly. It's like the world's largest open air prison. People aren't allowed to go in and out. The water there is poison. It is like they don't have electricity for most of the day. I think they eat about 1,400 calories a day. It's one of the densest populations in the world. I forgot if I've said this already. It's one of the youngest populations in the world. It's like 51% children, and it's hopeless. According to the UN, unlivable by 2020. It's 2021 now, but what he's saying here is true in terms of like the urgency for peace has subsided since the 60s or since whenever, since Israel grew as a military power and was able to control what was happening in Israel proper, so that the Israelis don't see like the threat of terrorism isn't really there. There's just a couple rockets that will be exploded by the Iron Dome, and like I think like during the last invasion of Gaza in 2014, I think like one Israeli child was killed compared to like on the order of 1,000, Palestinians. And of course the one that's killed by rocket fire is just talked about over and over again and propagandized to make the Israelis think that they're, under siege and the like. But in reality, it's a very secure place, and they have overwhelming power to control things. And so when it's a silent suffering of millions of people in a densely packed area, starving, living in poverty, unable to leave, unable to get food, unable to get clean water and basic human rights, that's okay. It's out of sight, out of mind, which I think as an American, people might be able to understand. Like we know what's going on in Africa. We know, what's happening with the people making our shoes and stuff in sweatshops in Southeast Asia. We know there's lots of bad things. We know what it looks like to, eat McDonald's hamburgers, like how they come about it. But we don't like watching the PETA videos. We don't like thinking too much about what's happening in the sweatshops. We don't like thinking about, how our shiny jewelry comes from, child labor in wherever in the Congo, or like this is stuff everybody knows it, but because it's not right in front of us, people don't really want to act on it. And it's the same thing with Israel, and Obama's more or less acknowledged it, that since it became secure, the urgency for peace really wasn't there. And the other motivations, in my view, came to the forefront, which were always the motivations, which were expansion. And so regardless of the era, Israel continues to expand, especially since 1967. But what he doesn't say here is that the U.S. doesn't have that motivation either. Like I said, on the margins, if it can make like the regions as a whole more secure, and that advances U.S. interests, and you're allowed to make things a little bit better, but for the Palestinians, like Carter did, that's fine to do. But in terms of is there like a big urgency? Like, is the U.S. as urgent to like get come up with a two-state solution for Israel-Palestine as they would be to stop some nationalists from nationalizing U.S. oil corporations? No, like we've seen what happens when they try to do it. That's what Prime Minister Mossadegh tried to do in Iran in the 1950s, and immediately the U.S. comes in and overthrows their government for decades, and now that's why we have the Iran. And Obama mentions that, but it's like, this is like, if it was really within the U.S. interest, we have the power to do stuff. The reason that Israel is as strong as it is because we give them like $4.5 billion a year in military aid, more than any other country. And Obama acknowledged all this, but he also like he wants to conflate like the actual he wants to diminish the actual U.S. interest, which is economic interest, hegemonic interest, and kind of just maintaining the global order and global supply chains and power, which he's puts throughout there, but he diminishes because he doesn't want to be viewed as like the head, like the head of the U.S. empire. He wants to be viewed as an idealist who just happens to be the head of the empire, and then he'll elevate other concerns which are tangential and small in reality, like coming to a two-state solution. This is like, we can do it, we can not do it, but like these concerns are the ones that you don't want to mess with. And Obama isn't able to acknowledge that in the case of the U.S. Okay, and so here comes Obama the idealist, just as right on cue. He says that given everything that was already on my plate, so he's like making an excuse already for why he wasn't able to do stuff. Look at how much stuff I have to do. When I became president, it would have been tempting to just do my best to manage the status quo. It would have been tempting to do that, but instead, look what he did. Look how great Israel-Palestine was. Compare Israel to Palestine in 2008, and then remember in 2016 what it looked like. Big difference. Like, what is he talking about? It's worse than, like, he didn't do anything. He maintained, but again, people don't follow this stuff that closely, so he can say that he tried really hard to change things. So maintain the status quo and quash any outbreaks of renewed violence between Israeli and Palestinian factions, and otherwise leave the whole mess alone. That's what I could have done. But taking into account the broader foreign policy concerns, okay, that's a revealing sentence. The broader concerns are what I just mentioned a second ago. I decided I couldn't go that route. Israel remained a key U.S. ally, again, what I just mentioned for the reasons that I mentioned it, and even with the threats reduced, it still endured terrorist attacks that jeopardized not only its citizens but thousands of Americans who lived or traveled there. Okay, so that's the justification for the population. It's like, I had to do this. Again, I did it for the hegemonic reasons of control and power that I just ran through a second ago, is what Obama actually did. He codes that language and then says that he did it to stop terrorism against U.S. citizens in Israel. He just mentioned a half paragraph ago that there is very, very, very little terrorism in Israel. There's lots of violence and terrorism in the West Bank and especially in Gaza, but he's not going to mention that. But then he has to couch that into like a nationalist concern for U.S. citizens. So there's hardly any terrorism in Israel, as he just mentioned, and there's thousands. Keep in mind there are hundreds of millions of Americans, thousands of Americans in Israel that have that very, very small chance. So it's like, what is he talking about? It's like maybe one American would die in like his whole administration from terrorism in Israel. Well, one life is too many. Oh yeah, play that. Play that like that. You might be able to make that argument if instead if during your administration many tens of thousands of lives in places like Gaza were lost because of your policies and you weren't able to say a mumbling word about it. In fact, when Obama was inaugurated, like I mentioned, every few years Israel has to go back into Gaza to kick it around to show the population to stay in line and then also demonstrate that it's a military force. And so in 2008, after Obama was elected, but before he was inaugurated, December 2008, January 2009, Israel did its second to biggest invasion of Gaza, which was called Operation Cast Lead, which I forget exactly the details, but on the order of 2,000 Palestinians were killed. Schools, hospitals, everything that you could imagine bombed under the pretext of stopping terrorism, because again, that's a pretext for everything, stopping terrorism. And that allowed Israel to, and Obama didn't say a thing about it the whole time, but do you know when it stopped? It stopped the day before or the day of his inauguration, because Obama didn't want this hovering over the head. And the reason that Israel went in during that time is because it was during the transition phase. So Obama was able to say, I can't comment on this. Like, we will leave this to the administration, and therefore didn't have any, was able to brush it off his shoulders without taking responsibility for it. But he had to stop it before his inauguration because that would have been kind of like a little disaster. So Israel goes in, kicks it around, thousands of people die. They're dropping white phosphorus, which burns at like 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit on people. War crimes all over the place. human rights organizations realized it. I think Amnesty International wrote a report called like 21 days or 31 days or however long it was of death and destruction in Gaza, which went through the record. There was a report called the Goldberg Report or the Goldstein Report, I forget, which was written by like an Israeli military official that was like impartial, that went and did that, and it was totally overwhelming, and that was a big public relations nightmare, and Israel eventually put enough pressure on him that he retracted it years later. But no, everybody, like, it's right there to see, and Obama, had nothing to say about it at all. Now, when there's a possibility that one American citizen or like a handful might be at somewhat of a threat from terrorism, which is really people resisting an occupation that are slowly having their culture destroyed year after year illegally by U.S. weapons and support for Israel, then Obama will become the human rights activist that he tries to, paint himself as universally, when in reality it's very, very selective and only and usually only brought up when he's able to further American militarism, but rebrand it with the veneer of human rights. And here Obama starts talking about AIPAC, which is like the biggest, most notable or most well-known right-wing branch of the Israeli lobby, which is the American-Israeli Public Exchange Council, I think, which, the Democrats cater to also. Like, both parties cater to AIPAC all the time, but there's kind of been a fissure that's resulted, especially with Netanyahu coming to the U.S. during the second half of the Obama administration to criticize Obama's nuclear deal, and so there's kind of been a break with AIPAC, but Democrats will still go out of their way to support AIPAC, and like Hillary Clinton will give speech there that are the most hawkish things that you've ever imagined, and she'll write during her presidential run, like, one of the things that she wants to do is like go out of the way to make sure that she's increasing relations with the Netanyahu government. So there's a little bit of a tension there, but really both parties cater to it. But Obama says here, those who criticize Israeli policy too loudly risked being tagged as anti-Israel and possibly anti-Semitic and confronted with a well-founded opponent in the next election. And that's absolutely true. Like, defenders of Israel will equate criticism of a country occupying and killing people illegally against international law with criticism of Jews and being anti-Semitic. Like, this is like the what is there to say about this other than this is identity politics run amok? Again, okay, I'm not going to go into that too much, but like the idea that you can't, that identity is paramount, and so because this group was oppressed historically, that any criticism of people within that group or a country in this case engaged in widespread human rights abuses is anti whatever it is, in the same way that criticism of Hillary Clinton was anti-woman, or criticisms of Barack Obama from the left were based in anti-black racism. This is a propaganda tool that's been used more and more over the last few years by people on the left. But this is like the crux of it, the idea that like criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. Well, what can you say about that? Like, you're an anti-Semite. Like, how are you going to defend yourself? I'm not an anti-Semite. Yes, you are. That's exactly what an anti-Semite would say. Why are you bombing and destroying Gaza while engulfing the West Bank? Quiet anti-Semite. You're just saying that because you hate Jews. Well, the conversation ends right there, and it's a good weapon, and it's utilized by like the most repressive, powers and institutions within society to further their own interests. And Obama acknowledges it here in a half a sentence before continuing with his rendition of the events. Okay, so now we get to the part where Obama enters history and what he did for the peace process. And he says, the immediate question was how to coax Netanyahu and Abbas to the negotiating table. Netanyahu being the president of Israel, who Obama just spent a page heaping praise upon and giving his biography with subtle jabs at him, just like he does for every single person in power, whether it's George Bush or John McCain or Larry Summers or whoever it is. Everybody in power, Obama needs to give a long rendition of all their great characteristics with a couple subtle jabs if they disagree with him politically on things, without anything fundamental to critique about them, because Obama's a man of history, so he plays the game and he pays deference to other important powers. And Abbas to the negotiating table. Abbas being the head of the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, which is the Fatah party, the head of Fatah, which controls the PLO, to come up with answers. I relied on a talented group of diplomats, started with Hillary. I'm going to rely on Hillary to, run my peace process. I wonder if it's going to work. Do you know that Hillary Clinton, I don't think she's ever opposed a war. As in, like, the U.S. has been at war, like, she's been in public life since the 90s at least. We've been at war many, many times in the last 30 years. I can't think of a single time that Hillary Clinton opposed a war, and I can think of times where she's said hawkish things for wars that haven't even started yet. So a war, a military action, like she always, I can't think of a single time when she's opposed it. If she has, like, let me know. But every single war, like she was the one, as we're about to find out, that was pushing for the Libyan intervention. She was the one that was calling for regime change in Iraq, along with most of the other Democratic senators. She never criticized the drone program. She actually wanted Obama to be more hawkish in Syria and start a war in Syria back in 2013 when Obama crossed the red line. And that's like, again, Democrats don't attack each other, but Hillary Clinton came out of hiding to criticize Obama for not starting a war with Syria. This is Hillary Clinton, and she wants to start. She's going to be the head of the peace process. Hillary, who was well versed on the issues and already had relationships with many of the region's major players. Yeah, she knows all of the dictators and military officials within the region because that's the game that she plays. So Obama starts by saying, "We began by calling for a temporary freeze on Israel's construction of new settlements in the West Bank, a significant sticking point between the two parties, so that negotiations might proceed in earnest." And so Obama's like, okay, I'm the peacemaker here. I'm going to try to get rid of this sticking point. For some reason, the Palestinians keep sticking this idea that, like, the construction of new settlements in the land, which is their land, that construction being illegal, and making the possibility of any permanent Palestinian state, which we're nominally in favor for, this two-state solution, impossible, because once the land is gone and the new people live there and there are no Palestinians left, there is going to be no Palestinian state. There are going to only be refugees and suffering and a larger Israel, which coincidentally is the reason that Israel continues to construct there. And also, the U.S. continues to support Israel's construction, even though, like, I think every administration, both Bush administrations, Obama administration, Clinton administrations, will say things like they're in opposition to creation of new settlements. And the whole time that they'll do that, they'll also continue to give Israel billions of dollars in aid, military aid, which they use for the continued construction and occupation of that land. So that's like a wink and a nod to Israel to be like, hey, we're going to need you to stop constructing settlements here. And they continue to give them billions and billions of dollars. That's called diplomacy under the U.S. That's called the peace process. And that tells you, like, with individuals, like, actions speak louder than words, people might have heard of, but with politicians and countries, they speak much, much louder than words in terms of, oh yeah, the U.S. is in support of human rights and a two-state solution, and we don't want you to construct any more settlements. Here's some more money to go construct settlements, and we're not going to do anything as you continue to accelerate the construction of settlements. So Obama in the U.S., not just Obama, but the U.S. over the years has wanted to look like they're supportive of the process, and because of global public opinion, they have to take the position of, we don't support new settlements, or Obama's mealy-mouthed position, we support a temporary freeze on construction of new settlements. The settlements themselves are illegal, like every settlement that's ever been made there since 1967 are illegal, but Obama's position is a temporary freeze on construction of new settlements for just this peace process. So, like, okay, this is where the balance of power has shifted so far that this is like the big ass that he's trying to get. Obama talks more about the settlements. He says developers, meanwhile, continue to build tidy subdivisions in and around the West Bank and East Jerusalem, the disputed, predominantly Arab section of the city that Palestinians hoped to one day make their capital. All this was done with the blessing of politicians who either shared the religious convictions of the settler movement, which is insane if you think, like, again, the settlers that are settling there are disproportionately extremely religious and orthodox and fundamentalist in terms of their reading of the Torah and the Old Testament. So they literally think that they're getting this book, this land, because it says so in a 4,000-year-old book written by Stone Age peasants, that whatever, Yahweh granted David this land. And so therefore, the people that are currently living there and have been living there for thousands of years don't have a right to that anymore. Like, you can't make this stuff up. And these people are in alignment and to a large degree shaping U.S. policy in the modern era. Like, if you want to understand how insane this is, take the Old Testament, flip to a random page in the Old Testament, and read that page. And I think there's a better chance than not that there's going to be some animal sacrifices. There's likely to be some rape and pillaging, that Yahweh was justifying. There's going to be some very anti-scientific ideas about where germs come. There's going to be a lot of stuff in there. And these are people that literally believe all of that, and they're dictating U.S. policy today. And including like liberal, intelligent, intellectual, humanist presidents like Obama are kowtowing to these interests and not able to fundamentally take them on. That's the situation that we're in. He says, we knew that Netanyahu would probably, let me read it more. So for Palestinians, the explosion in settlements amounted to a slow motion annexation of their land that stood as a symbol of the Palestinian Authority's impotence. So for Palestinians, the taking over of their land looks like a slow motion annexation. Obama can't just say this amounts to a slow motion annexation, which is exactly what it is. Like when they're taking over the land and making it impossible for a Palestinian state to be there, and it's totally obvious that they're trying to incorporate this into Israel. In fact, the settlements are being built there at a faster rate than inside the West Bank than they are in Israel proper. So Israel has lots of open land that it could build settlements, but it wants to take over that land so badly because of the religious convictions of the ridiculous settlers, as well as the political ambitions of the country to expand, that they're going to the West Bank to kick out the people that are already there more. And Obama can't even say that. So he has to say, for Palestinians, it looks like this. And Obama has to play like, in the middle. He's like, okay, well, I'm the peacemaker. I'm the middle. This is what it looks like to them. This will look like to them. And, so I'm just trying to be the reasonable guy. He says, we knew that Netanyahu would probably resist the idea of a freeze, which is true, but also ridiculous that it's gone that far off the thing. The settlers have become a meaningful political force. Their movement well represented within Netanyahu's coalition government. True. And another indictment of where we're at with the Israel-Palestine conflict right now. Moreover, he would complain that the good faith gesture we'd been asking from the Palestinians in return, that Boston, the PLO, or the Palestinian Authority, take concrete steps to end incitements of violence inside the West Bank. Incitements of violence inside the West Bank. Here's the land that we're taking over, and for some reason, like the people that are getting displaced are inciting violence. And so we're asking them to, take a effort to reduce the violence in the West Bank as we continue to expand there, or we partially freeze it and then we stop the expansion. This is ridiculous. Like, if Obama was actually interested in trying to get peace, what he would do, like, the only reason Israel's able to do this is because the U.S. gives them money and political capital and diplomatic shielding for this type of thing. And Obama could end that overnight if he wanted to. It would be hard. I mean, he would have to take on his own domestic political forces and the AIPACs of the world and the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and the military-industrial complex and U.S. business interests, which views Israel kind of as, the business hub within the Middle East and creating stability and a good place to invest in. So he would have to take those things on. But if he was able to do it, or if he had the willingness to do it, then this problem could be immediately solved. You say, hey, stop building there. We're going to stop giving you money, and you need to come to the table. Then Israel wouldn't be able to do this. They're only able to do this because the U.S. is propping up. That's not on the agenda for Obama. And so instead he has to say all these nice things about Netanyahu and then try to paint a picture as if it's like anywhere close to equal at all. It's the overwhelming majority of the problem comes with Israel occupying the territory and expanding into the territory and the aid that the U.S. is giving to it. And that could be addressed if there was actual conviction or reason to do it. Obama doesn't have it, but he still wants to act like he tried to do something. So this is where you get paragraphs and passages like this from. Now Obama's talking about how he would talk with the Jewish organizations and the pro-Israeli organizations, and he said, periodically we'd invite the leaders of Jewish organizations or members of Congress to the White House for meetings with me and my team so that we could assure them of our ironclad commitment to Israel's security and the U.S.-Israel relationship. So again, Obama, the whole framework that Obama was trying to talk about before has to go into this. We have an ironclad, ironclad commitment to Israel's security. Again, what its security isn't defined. Israel, if it was actually interested in its security, would be much more secure. If it wasn't trying to hold a hostile population within its borders, insofar as that's a thing, illegally, thereby inflaming tensions of its neighbors and creating a universal condemnation of it on the global stage, while annexing this territory. Yes, that causes terrorism, and it also inflames tensions on the borders and leads to a lot of things, like an actual two-state settlement settlement would be good for peace, which is the reason that that dynamic is the reason that and it would be good for stability, and that increased stability is the reason that Carter was able to get the Camp David Accords through and get the Sinai returned, is because that dynamic's there also. Because once that land's returned, that's why Egypt is no longer at the throat of Israel. But Israel didn't like that because their goal was to expand and become bigger. And so that is like, if Israel's primary goal was security, then they would be pursuing a two-state solution. But Obama's, like the way Obama couches it is, he's assuming that, we need to maintain Israel's security with the assumption that they can annex whatever they want to, and we need to continue supporting them for that. And that the resistant to that occupation, stopping any violence that might come towards the Israeli side, that's what we need to have as our top priority. And I'm going to assure the AIPAC people and all the special interests of that, and the U.S.-Israel and the U.S.-Israel relationship. So he's like, okay, the fundamental relationship we can't challenge, and then we can try to, get some peace in between. Okay, and so pretty much Netanyahu accepts the settlement freeze for 10 months in the West Bank, but doesn't accept it in East Jerusalem. He's like, okay, we've got to keep expanding in East Jerusalem, so I'm not going to do that. And so Obama's like, okay, this is a great concession that I had. In reality, it's like the concession he was asking for was already nothing at all, and like the bare minimum, as I already talked about. And Netanyahu gave him half of that for 10 months. And then Abbas criticized it correctly, and then Obama says, Abbas insisted that the absence of a total freeze, he would not join any talks. Other Arab leaders quickly echoed these sentiments, spurred in part by editorializing from Al Jazeera, the Qatari-controlled media outlet that had become dominant news source in the region, having built its popularity by fanning the flames of anger and resentment among Arabs with the same algorithmic precision that Fox News deployed so skillfully with conservative white voters in the state. So Obama is comparing Al Jazeera, which is true, it's funded by Qatar, and there is a tension there, and you don't want to listen to what they have to say about Qatar or certain issues. But he's in reality, like, their coverage of the Palestinian conflict is infinitely better than even the liberal outlets in the U.S., like the New York Times or NBC, because the history that I just went through, it's pretty black and white, but the institutions in the U.S. and the mainstream media and the corporate media have to kowtow or just continue to kowtow based on their institutional dynamics to the powerful institutions in the U.S., which are greatly tied to them in terms of advertising and the like. And so Obama criticizing Al Jazeera for this is totally ridiculous, and conflating them with Fox News. Again, people don't It's silly. And so at the end of the Israel-Palestine discussion, Obama was able to broker a peace dinner with Abbas and Netanyahu, and everything, went fine. People were polite, but Obama at the end of it is reflecting and realizing that maybe no lasting change is going to come from this, just because of the intransigence and the self-interest of the politicians that are partaking in it, Netanyahu and Abbas, and they don't have the higher level values that humanists like Obama that are not interested in power but only in bettering the world have. And so Obama sits there reflecting at the end of the dinner on his high horse. He has a horse and it's 30,000 feet high, and so he looks down at the world from 30,000 feet atop a high horse, thumbing his nose at the people that are making peace impossible. And in doing so, like, it's a very big horse. It's bigger than the Trojan horse that took over Troy. And it is a Trojan horse, and it is a Trojan horse because this whole episode and others like it, which make up a large majority or a large portion of the book, are just a way of Obama to reflect blame from the actual situation and misdiagnose the situation and create false equivalencies which don't exist, like the idea that Netanyahu and Abbas are equally blocking the peace deal. Like, Abbas is corrupt, and he's corrupt in large part because the U.S. and Israel prop him up in order to kind of stifle the negotiations as well. But the idea that the PLO and the Palestinians are as culpable in the lack of a peace agreement as the Israelis, who are actively occupying and expanding their territory and have a vast disproportionate amount of casualties on their sides and are in universal condemnation on almost from the UN and from global public opinion. Obama's not able to say that, so he has to play both sides, and he has to end it with this type of crocodile tears. And he says, and I thought of I'll just read the whole little bit here. He says, I imagine them shaking hands. He's imagining the end of the dinner. imagining them shaking hands afterwards, like actors taking off their costumes and makeup backstage before returning to the world that they knew, a world in which Netanyahu could blame the absence of peace on Abbas's weakness while doing everything he could to keep him weak, and Abbas could publicly accuse Israel of war crimes. So he's accusing Israel of war crimes. He's like, Abbas is being ridiculous and accusing Israel of war crimes. Israel's been accused for war crimes by many high officials within the UN and by the entire world, or by anybody who watches the videos of them blowing up schools and dropping white phosphorus on children. But Abbas is going to be ridiculous like this, just like Netanyahu was, of war crimes while quietly negotiating business contracts with Israelis and Arab leaders. With the Israelis and Arab leaders could bemoan the injustices endured by Palestinians under occupation, while their own internal security forces ruthlessly fettered out dissenters and malcontents who might threaten their grip on power. Okay, again, Obama is obfuscating right here. Like, he's talking about maybe like the procedures within Hamas, which is not good for the Palestinians, but that's a separate issue that has nothing to do with the peace agreement, that has to do with more repression for the Palestinians itself. The peace agreement, which Obama's talking about, is blocked by Netanyahu, but he has to conflate it here, and in doing so, he obfuscates blame from himself, and he ends it. I thought of all the children, whether in Gaza or in Israeli settlements. So again, he's thinking of all the children. Well, if you're thinking of all the children, that, like I said, there are millions and millions of them in Gaza living in miserable poverty, and in Israeli settlements, I think one has died, from rocket attacks during after thousands were killed in the thing. So Obama says he thinks of all the children. Well, coincidentally, he mentions them as if they're in equal proportion, but the proportions are actually 1,000 to 1, almost literally those proportions, with the blame disproportionately on one side, which you're propping up and giving the weapons to. Or on the street corners of Cairo and Amman. He's thinking about all the children everywhere. Save the children. We would continue to grow up knowing mainly violence, coercion, fear, and nursing a hatred because deep down, none of the other leaders, not him, I'd met with, believed anything else was possible. These other leaders just weren't able to do it. And me as a president, I was helpful. I was kind of like a helpless child also. I'm the president of the United States giving billions of dollars to them, but I'm kind of like a helpless child like you, but I want to save the children. I'm kind of like the catcher in the rye. I'm grown up and in power now, but I just want to save the children because deep down that's what I am. So I want to catch these children in Israel, in Gaza. They're equal amounts in both places, and I want to save all of you, but I can't because of the world, and it's just not fair. And I'm Holden Caulfield, and I'm Barack Obama, and I'm the president, and it's not fair. So now we reach a part of the book where Obama's talents as a orator and scholar and poet and storyteller are going to have to be put to the test, to the extreme. He's been telling stories this whole book, but now the gulf between Obama the president and the things that he did versus the persona of Obama the humanitarian idealist, that gulf is going to be so wide that the web of stories and justifications that he has to construct in order to connect those two personas are very wide. So this is a part of the book where Obama starts talking about the Muslim world and specifically the Arab Spring. But before jumping into the details of all that, Obama, the idealist, gives his synopsis of the situation. And so he says, we bemoan the restrictions that were placed on women and girls, hindering their ability to go to school, work, or in some cases even drive a car. We noted the stalled growth and its disproportionate impact on the younger generations in Arabic-speaking nations. Most of all, Obama is worrying about the autocratic, repressive nature of nearly every Arab government. Not just the lack of true democracy, he's worrying about the lack of democracy, but also the fact that those who held power seemed entirely unaccountable to the people that they rule. So it seems. Even as conditions varied from country to country, most of these leaders maintained their grip through an old formula: restrictive political participation and expression, pervasive intimidation and surveillance at the hands of police or internal security forces, oftentimes subsidized by the U.S., dysfunctional judicial systems and insufficient due process protections, rigged elections, an entrenched military, heavily subsidized by the U.S. in most of these cases, heavy press censorship, and rampant corruption. Okay, yeah, that's accurate. Many of the regimes had been in place for decades, held together by nationalist appeals, okay, shared religious beliefs, okay, tribal bonds, okay, to a lesser extent, family ties, and webs of patronage. And one more thing. billions and billions of dollars of U.S. aid and diplomatic support and cover. It's like, you know what countries, like, okay, there are countries that are allies to the U.S., but they do bad things like this. So when they're criticized, it's phrased as, we worried about the autocratic repressive nature, as we give them billions and billions of dollars. Like, if you want to understand what happens in the international arena, what you do is you look at where the money goes, who's supporting who, diplomatic practices, UN vetoes, and things that actually substantively matter, who's buying weapons from who on the ground. And if you want to just make yourself feel good about your country, what you do is you read presidential biographies that say that we worried about these things. And so in the same way that Obama is concerned about the Palestinian problem, but wasn't able to do anything and kept giving billions and billions of dollars in that direction. The same goes for the other Arab nations also. It's like, okay, yeah, he worried about these restrictions. He's worrying about the crucifixions in Saudi Arabia. If that was actually like a top priority, then there would be things that he could do about it. In the same way that, regimes that are actually in opposition to the U.S., like Cuba, has been embargoed for like 50 years, more or less, or at least from the 60s up until like 2010 or 2014. And Iran, we don't like Iran. There's a lot of things going bad in Iran because they're unable to get imports. They don't get any aid from the U.S., and we make the life very difficult for them, to a lesser extent Russia and other countries like that as well, that are actually in opposition. The U.S. does lots of stuff about. We don't spend tens of billions of dollars buying their oil as we subsidize their regimes and sell them hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons, or $100 billion of weapons in the case of Saudi Arabia. But Obama is helpless to do anything about it. And he says, what to do with that knowledge? For there was a rub. For at least half a century, U.S. policy in the Middle East had focused narrowly on maintaining stability. And so Obama says that we need to maintain stability in the Middle East. That's what the U.S. has been working to do this whole time. And from a certain lens, that is what the U.S. has done. So as long as stability is defined as maintaining U.S. trade routes and supply chains and making sure that, regardless of what the people of the region want, that the wealth from the energy resources of the region are going to flow back to Western corporations and countries. We can sell our weapons to that region as much as possible, $100 billion to Saudi Arabia, as I mentioned, and that regardless of what the people want there, there's going to be U.S. bases all around the Middle East because that's just how it works. Insofar as that stability is what needs to be maintained, that's what the U.S. goal is to maintain stability. Now, if stability is defined as making sure that there's not wars breaking out there all the time and it's an extremely volatile region, as is clearly the case for the Middle East, that is obviously not our goal. It's not that U.S. policymakers are stupid when they spend tens of billions of dollars undermining that as they prop up autocracies like in Saudi Arabia, which spends billions of dollars itself exporting the most fundamentalist, unstabilizing religious beliefs in the world all across the Middle East, which is Wahhabism, which they do with madrasas. So they're creating religious schools and exporting that ideology throughout the Middle East, a country which chops off people's heads for sorcery, among many other things, doesn't let women drive, and so on and so forth. This is the stabilizing force that the U.S. is propping up. And so Obama wants us to believe that maintaining stability is in the U.S. interest. It's a really unstable region. Like Pakistan has nuclear weapons. They're sitting right on the border with India, which also has nuclear weapons, and there's disputed territory, and that's constantly almost inflamed. Israel obviously has a bunch of nuclear weapons. They're inflaming tensions with the Arabs of the region as they continue to occupy the West Bank and Gaza and the Golan Heights and invade Lebanon every few years. That's not stabilizing. The U.S. supports that. There's 100 things which are not stabilizing. Invading Iraq, constantly bombing the Middle East, not super stabilizing, but Obama wants you to believe that that's the goal of U.S. policy. And he does get most people to believe it as they write, profound reviews of his books in the New York Times and Washington Post. So the U.S. goal is to maintain stability, prevent disruptions in our oil supplies. Okay, there's the actual rub. Yep, that's okay. That is one. And keeping adversarial powers, first the Soviets, then the Iranians, from expanding their influence. Okay, and so keep the Iranians, which is one of the biggest countries in the Middle East, they can't have too much influence in that region. That's our region to have influence. We are thousands of miles away over an ocean, but the assumption, which we all need to hold, is that the world is ours to control. And so if the Iranians try to expand their influence, then that's not good. If the Saudis want to expand their influence, that's fine because the oil is flowing to them. But the Iranians, ever since the revolution, ever since they overthrew the government, which we imposed on them after we overthrew their government back in 1954, after they overthrew our Shah, we have to make sure that, they're not trying to do too much to increase their power in our region of the world or disrupt the oil supplies. This is actually the real reason, but Obama puts those three together like they're coherent at all. The real one is maintaining oil supplies and maintaining stability in the narrow sense of maintaining U.S. interests in the region. And Obama says, after 9/11, counterterrorism took center stage. In pursuing each of these goals, we'd made autocrats our allies. They were predictable, after all, yes they were, and committed to keeping a lid on things. They were committed to helping. They hosted our military bases and cooperated with us on counterterrorism efforts. And so the way Obama phrases this, first of all, it suggests that, these autocrats weren't our allies like this before 9/11, when in reality they were, and it was maintained throughout. Even though it was kind of a public relations disaster for the U.S. to try to justify how they're going to maintain or expand relations with Saudi Arabia to fight terrorism when 13 of the 19 hijackers were from Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden is from Saudi Arabia, the son of a really rich person from Saudi Arabia. The ideology that Saudi Arabia exports throughout the region, that type of extremist Sunni Wahhabist doctrine, which they spend billions of dollars building madrasas around the Middle East to expand, and is like the ideological pool from which Al-Qaeda and ISIS draw their support from. The same type of head-chopping ideology. That's what Obama wants you to think are our allies that were committed to keeping a lid on things. And it was kind of unfortunate for the Bush administration. It was difficult for them to justify why we had to go into Iraq when there were no hijackers from there and they had nothing to do with 9/11 or Al-Qaeda, but Saudi Arabia had everything to do. Well, that tells you what U.S. power is. And Obama's playing the same game here. He's like, this is what we had to do to fight terrorism. In reality, the reason that terrorism is so big is because every time there's an opportunity to choose between secular nationalism and extremist fundamentalism aligned with the United States, then they'll choose the latter. And then there's just different ways of justifying it. And so for constitutional scholar, Nobel Peace Prize winners, this is how you do it for Obama. But this is totally ridiculous. And then a helpful sentence, and he says, and of course, they did lots of business with U.S. companies. So this was just an afterthought for Obama. But he's going to put it in there so nobody can accuse him of omitting it. So, for Obama, it's like highest priority, counterterrorism, human rights, helping people, maintaining oil supplies, doing business with U.S. companies, letting our bases stay. But again, this is the idea. Like, this is the main reason. And then there's this also, which has something to do with it, but we're not going to go too much into that. And so then Obama introduces us to Samantha Powers with her obligatory, page-long mini biography. And he says here, this is quintessential Obama. So he says, Samantha was one of my closest friends in the White House. Much like Ben, she invoked my youthful idealism, the part of me still untouched by cynicism, cold calculation, or caution dressed up as wisdom. And so Obama, again, that's still at his core, so he makes sure to emphasize that. And I suspected it was precisely because she knew that side of me and understood what heartstrings to pull that at times she drove me nuts. I didn't actually see her much from day to day, and that was part of the problem. Whenever Samantha got time on my calendar, she felt obliged to remind me of everything wrong which I hadn't righted, which is Obama's, core concern. It's important to have these, humanitarian, kind of spiritual leaders within the White House to pull on Obama's heartstrings and remind him to do the right thing. In reality, Samantha Powers has made a career off of writing books about, what other countries have done badly. She wrote a book called A Problem from Hell, the genocide problem. So she'll talk about genocide. She'll talk about it in Kosovo. She'll talk about it in Rwanda. She'll anytime that it's doesn't really affect the U.S., she'll talk about genocide. I imagine she'll probably have talked about it in Cambodia and stuff, even though the U.S. actually propped up the Khmer Rouge before they didn't. But that's a separate story. But she has portrayed herself as just this idealist that just happens to be at the highest, crux of U.S. power atop stop the U.S. imperial machine. And it just so happens that like the U.S. is never part of any of these problems, and it's actually the solution. The solution to these, humanitarian disasters is for more militarism and interventions by the U.S., as we're about to find out, as she crocodile tears her way into justifying the failed state, or the creation of the failed state of Libya, which Obama's about to overthrow. But she's really dishonest. And so if you pay enough attention to Obama's ocean of deceit and misrepresentation and mischaracterization, a few waves of truth will break through the tide. And so he says, many of the veterans, so he's talking about, I, despite all the obstacles, was committed to changing U.S. policy in the Middle East. But it was hard because many of the veteran diplomats and experts they talked to were predictably skeptical of the need for any changes to U.S. policy, arguing that as unsavory as many of our Arab allies might be, the status quo served America's core interests, something that wasn't guaranteed if more populist governments took their place. Period. So that's it. And then Obama says, despite that, over time, though, my team was able to arrive at a coherent set of principles to guide a shift in strategy. Under the emerging plan, U.S. officials across agencies would be expected to deliver a consistent and coordinated message on the need for reform. They would develop specific recommendations for liberalizing political and civic life in various countries and offer a range of new incentives to encourage their adoption. So Obama's like, we have a new messaging about the need for reform. And in the meantime, here's hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons. Here's billions of dollars in aid, and, here, we'll keep buying your oil, and so we're going to keep doing everything. There's going to be no carrot, or there's going to be no sticks, and there's going to be a lot of carrots, but we're going to talk about how we need reforms, and we're going to have this diplomat, have this one person in this bureaucratic office, come up with an idea for how you should change things, and that's really going to do it. And so I did my best. And so Obama has totally accommodated himself to the veteran diplomats and experts that wanted to maintain America's core interests, which he talks about right here. All of the main policies that they want, they're going to continue. We're going to keep propping up these regimes, but we're going to change it without having any teeth attached to that change at all. But it's going to look good in my biography. And so now the demonstrations are about to start, and Obama starts talking about Egypt. And so he says, one of the tragedies of Mubarak's dictatorial regime or reign was that it had stunted the development of the institutions and traditions that might help Egypt effectively manage a transition to democracy, like strong political parties, an independent judiciary and media, impartial election monitors, broad-based civil associations, and an effective civil service and respect for minority rights. And so, this is one of the tragedies of the Mubarak regime. Mubarak is a tragic figure that has led Egypt down this. In reality, Egypt has been the second biggest recipient of U.S. aid for decades at this point. And so Obama paints it as a tragedy. We were explicitly propping him up. In fact, Egypt wasn't even a U.S. ally up until after the Camp David agreements, and Israel returned the Sinai, and in return for that, Egypt was incorporated into the new world, into the world order, into the U.S. orbit, and as a consequence, got billions and billions of dollars in aid to prop up a regime exactly like this. And now Obama's trying to get you to think that it was despite all of these things that the U.S. didn't want, restricted press, restrictions on democracy, all these different things, that we begrudgingly gave him these billions of dollars, when in reality it was because of those things, and as a result of those things, Mubarak was able to tilt his political preferences towards the West, despite any disagreements from the population, that we were giving him those things. And then Obama, and so the demonstrations start, and his younger advisors, his idealists, the Samantha Powers, are just all for the being on the side of activists and the people and the idealists, which Obama really is at heart. But then also his older advisors kind of want to maintain stability in the region and maintain hegemony. And so Obama is torn. And so he says, I shared both the hopes of my younger advisors and the fears of our older ones. Our best bet for a positive. So again, Obama is on both sides of the issue again, as he always is, in this way, but maintains the credibility of He maintains the credibility of an activist while maintaining the policies of an imperialist. So now Obama, he has to make a decision about which side is he on. Is he on the side of the revolutionaries, or is he on the side of the dictator? And so he says, the media became more focused on my administration's reaction to the crisis, and more specifically, whose side we were on. What a weird question for them to ask. So far, we'd issued little more than generic public statements in an effort to buy ourselves time. So Obama was like, okay, we were trying to buy ourselves time. So then the next page, Mubarak throws a couple of bones to the protesters, but doesn't commit to getting rid of the repressive laws that he instituted, or stepping down, or stopping, being a dictator. And so, there's a split within the Obama administration. And he says the more senior members saw Mubarak's concession as enough justification to stick with him, while younger staff members considered the move, much like Mubarak's sudden decision to appoint his chief of intelligence, Omar Suleiman, as vice president, as no more than a stalling tactic that would fail to placate the demonstrators. So at this point, essentially, there is a split within the Obama administration between the old guard who want Mubarak to stay in power and Obama not to say anything about it, and the new guard who want Mubarak to leave. And Obama is kind of trying to align himself with this because he's repressive, and thereby allow for a peaceful transition to power that will make sure that U.S. interests are maintained, and that the more democratic forces in the country, or even more sinister ones, which are still supported by the population, because again, extremism has expanded throughout the region in large part because the U.S. chooses to prop up dictators, which allows for the more violent and extremist factions within those societies to garner more support from that repression. Like the Muslim Brotherhood might be able to get to power, which is actually what happened later on in Egypt when President Mohamed Morsi was elected after he left. But Obama wants to align himself with the idealists, and so he's trying to. But really, what's happening is when there's a thing like this, first what the U.S.'s game plan is they ignore it, so they hope that the protests go away, and then if they don't go away, what the U.S. will do is try to okay, it's time for you to go. We need to get a new person in, but they'll support the dictator as long as possible, and then when it's totally clear that they're going to be gone, that's when they might offer a mealy-mouthed declaration that we think that he should go after waiting forever, and then trying to get somebody in that will serve U.S. interests in precisely the same way. The human rights concerns are the very bottom of the barrel, but that's what they have to, give to the public for public consumption. And I'll just add that this is a playbook that the U.S. does every single time one of their autocratic allies is overthrown by a popular movement. First, they'll ignore it, then they'll, begrudgingly say that they're in support of it while still trying to undermine it or hoping that it doesn't happen. And then when it's clear that the person is gone, they'll say, oh yeah, no, we were in support of it. And then they'll try to shove somebody else back in there to take over the power vacuum that caters to U.S. interests in the same way. And then if the democratic forces actually win out and somebody not aligned with the U.S. comes in, that's when the real problem starts. And that's when they really try to undermine the regime that they were supporting the entire time when it was an autocrat. So they did it in Indonesia in 2000 with Suharto, supported him the whole time. Then the popular uprising comes, and then they're nominally in favor of it once he's finally thrown out, even though it's against U.S. interests. They did it in Chile with Pinochet once he was finally thrown out after torturing and killing thousands and thousands of people while helping U.S. interests. They're like, okay, yeah, it's time for you to go, I guess. Since you have to go because the population just kicked you out, I guess we're in support of that because we're in support of democracy. Doing it now with Mubarak. They did it with Iran. Actually, with Iran, they never even said they were in favor of the popular uprising. But that's what it was. The population was like, we don't want this dictator in here anymore. They're overthrown. And in that case, the U.S. is just like, sorry, we need to continue supporting it. Haiti, they did it with Duvalier. When he's overthrown, prop up the dictator forever. He's finally overthrown and was like, okay, we're in support of democracy. Wink and a nod. Can we try to, keep the money flowing here? They did it in the 70s with Somoza when he was overthrown in Nicaragua. Support him as long as possible. Try to keep him in power. Then once it's clear that he's gone, try to support somebody else that will cater to U.S. interests. And in that case, the Sandinistas came in, who were not in favor of U.S. interests and were a popular movement that were reformist, and that was when it was a real problem. And so that in that case, then you have to elevate every bad thing that the Sandinistas do and any human rights violation or any violence that they do, which there was some, but it was nothing compared to what Somoza did, and it was especially nothing compared to what the Contras did in Nicaragua, which were terrorists that the U.S. was funding. They were literally terrorists. The World Court ruled that the U.S. was funding terrorism, unlawful use of force, in a World Court decision, and that's exactly what it was. They were just getting funded by the U.S. We had the Iran Iran-Contra program where we're selling the U.S. is selling weapons to Iran, a brutal regime, in order to get money to go back to the Contras to do terrorism. And this is U.S. policy. Like, support the dictator, then begrudgingly acknowledge that he's gone while trying to maintain U.S. hegemony, and then reinsert that hegemony if there's any type of popular reforms which actually threaten U.S. interest. And so now it's happening in Egypt. He's like, okay, the protests are totally overwhelming. It's totally clear Mubarak is going to have to go. And so Obama's like, he's tried to save face long enough for the regime, and he's like, let's prepare a statement. I said to my team, we're calling on Mubarak to step down now. Oh, now we're calling on it after it's totally clear that he's gone, and there's millions or hundreds of thousands of people in the street, and the whole world knows that he's gone, and we've been trying to keep him in power for decades and decades, and even these last weeks. And now it's time for him to go, because we want to be on the side of the good guys. Now let's work really hard to make sure that there's not a power vacuum that's filled by any nationalists that want to undermine the system, which we're the tippy top of, and the beneficiaries of. And so even this late stage face-saving statement is too much for some people in the Obama administration, a bunch of hawks, including the Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton. And so Obama says, Hillary was interviewed at a security conference in Munich and seemed to go out of her way to warn of the dangers in any rapid transition in Egypt. And so Obama's pretty mad about that. He gives her a call. He says, I can't have mixed messages out there, Hillary Clinton. And this is a person that you chose to be your top security official. Hillary has another quote, like right before the revolution. She says, I consider both Mr. and Mrs. Mubarak to be close personal friends. So she's close personal friends with Mr. and Mrs. Mubarak, the dictators of the region. This is like union representation, environmentalists, activists. These guys are kind of icky, but I like my Wall Street people and I like my dictators. And so I'm going to go out of my way to, even when it's totally clear they're going to be overthrown, to stand in the way of actual popular reforms and for the elitists and autocrats and authoritarians around the world, because I have very close ties to those, as I am Hillary Clinton. And so finally, Mubarak is forced to step down, and Obama gets to use that moment as a way to reinforce his credentials as an idealistic humanitarian on the side of the oppressed around the world against their autocratic, dictators, which Obama, wants no part of and actually helped overthrow. And so Obama says, in the White House, we watched the CNN broadcast footage of the crowd in Tahrir Square erupting in celebration. Many staffers were jubilant. Samantha sent me a message saying how proud she was to be a part of the administration. Walking down the colonnade on our way to my press statement to reporters, Ben couldn't wipe the smile off his face. It's pretty amazing, he said, being a part of history like that. Katie printed out a wire photo and left it on my desk. It showed a group of young protesters in Egypt Square hoisting a sign that read, "Yes, we can." So they're just like him. Yes, we can. Like, this is so dishonest. This is Obama did everything he could to continue U.S. policy, which was propping up Mubarak, and the reason that Egypt was in that situation the entire time, or one of the principal reasons. Like I said, the second biggest recipient of U.S. aid. And do you know what happened right after he was overthrown? The first thing that happened was there was an election, and the Muslim Brotherhood candidate won, Mohammed Morsi, and then he was almost immediately, I think within 2 years, overthrown by the military in a military coup, and then President Sisi, Fatwa al-Sisi, I think, was instated, and he's the current dictator there. And that entire time, and as soon as that happened, U.S. aid continued, U.S. support continued, and that continuation, it was a seamless transition from the Obama administration's support of Sisi to the Trump administration support, and Obama had nothing to say. And so it was and of course he had nothing to say because there was no popular revolution, and the U.S.'s core interests, were maintained. And so it was the best of both worlds. So Obama is going to take credit for overthrowing the government here, when in reality he did everything he could to maintain its power, and then has nothing to say about the arguably worse military dictatorship, which his administration went on to support for the second half of it. Obama is pretty good at taking both sides on every issue, but usually he breaks them up into different chapters or at least different pages. But this time he got a little sloppy, and so this time he's taken both sides within the same paragraph. And so he's talking about the other countries that had uprisings in the Arab Spring, which of course he's an idealist. He wants to do something to help the people, but he was hamstrung, and he was hamstrung for two reasons. So he's talking about Syria and Bahrain. He says, My team and I spent hours wrestling with how the United States could influence events inside Syria and Bahrain. Our options were painfully limited. Again, Obama, he just doesn't have the power to change anything. Syria was a longtime adversary of the United States, historically allied with Russia and Iran, as well as the support of Hezbollah. And without the economic, military, or diplomatic leverage we'd had in Egypt, the official condemnations of the Assad regime we made had no real effect, and Assad could count on Russia to veto any efforts and blah, blah, blah. That's true. The U.S. doesn't have leverage against Syria, and so it's going to be tough to do anything. And so, in that sense, his hands are clean. And then he says, with Bahrain, we had the opposite problem. And so, again, he can't do anything, but it's for a different reason. It's the opposite problem. The country was a longtime U.S. ally and hosted the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. The relationship allowed us to privately pressure Hamad. So, again, lots of private pressure. You're not hearing about it, but don't worry. Obama's been pressuring these dictators all the time. They're still there, and they've been there for decades, but we've been privately pressuring. And his ministers to partially answer the protesters' demand and to rein in the police violence. Still, Bahrain's ruling establishment viewed the protesters as an Iranian-influenced enemies who had to be contained. In concert with the Saudis and Emiratis, the Bahrain regime was going to force us to make a choice, and all were aware that when push came to shove, we couldn't afford to risk our strategic position in the Middle East by severing relations with 3 Gulf countries. And so Obama's like, listen, I want to help change everything. But some countries aren't our allies, like Syria. So we don't have the diplomatic, military, economic leverage that we need to get them to make a choice. But then there's other countries that are our allies. And so these countries, we can't do anything because we have the diplomatic, military, and economic connections with them that we can't risk. And so we want to help change the world. We just can't do it with countries that aren't our allies, and we also can't do it with countries that are our allies. But other than that, we're happy to help. And so we'll whisper things on the phone to their dictators and be like, can you please stop killing this many people in the streets? It really looks kind of bad. Yeah, this is in the same paragraph. And again, no comment on it from mainstream people, but he's like, he puts it right there. We can't do anything for anything if it undermines U.S. interests. And so essentially we have no power in anything. Actually, you do have power, but you have to be willing to take on the U.S. interests, which are propping up these corporations and the military-industrial complex and the oil companies and the fundamental assumptions that this world order has been built upon. Obama isn't interested in that, and so he, by writing paragraphs like this, which portray him as a hopeless, tragic victim that wants to do his best but just can't in some type of Shakespearean play drama, then he can maintain his idealistic credentials while maintaining the world order and painting himself as somebody without the ability to do anything about it, when in reality he could. And so then Obama does what I think is a pretty gross pivot, and so he just had finished explaining why he can't do anything for all these autocratic human rights violators that are U.S. allies, because they're U.S. allies and they have to maintain that. And then he immediately pivots to a long passage about the great things that he did in Libya. And so Libya is a country that you are allowed to criticize because it's not in the U.S. orbit, and therefore Obama's about to overthrow the government and create a failed state and pin that as a human rights victory. And so this is going to be something. So he runs through all the crimes of Gaddafi because you're allowed to talk about those because he's not an ally. And again, this bolsters his Samantha Power credentials as a imperialist humanitarian. And then at the end of running down Gaddafi's atrocities, Obama has a throwaway sentence, which is actually really revealing. And so he says, Gaddafi had more recently tried to wrap himself in a cloak of respectability by ending his support for international terrorism and dismantling his nascent nuclear program, which led Western countries, including the United States, to resume diplomatic relations. And so the order of operations here, or if you're keeping track, is the U.S. convinces Gaddafi to get rid of his nuclear program, and then the U.S. comes in and bombs Libya and overthrows his government. And pretty soon, Gaddafi is going to be sodomized by a sword. And so when you wonder why regimes like North Korea and Iran are reluctant to get rid of their nuclear programs as the U.S. constantly threatens them with intervention and a regime change and war, this would be the model. And this is, like I said, this is what John Bolton said in order to undermine peace talks with the North Koreans, is that we want them to follow the Libyan model. That model being, get rid of your nukes, and then we'll overthrow you, and then maybe you'll be sodomized by a sword. This isn't super appealing to these other countries, and the U.S. overthrows governments all the time. This one, Iraq, many other governments been overthrown by the U.S., and so that nuclear weapon is a deterrent, and U.S. analysts recognize it as a deterrent. It's hard to invade a country if they have nuclear weapons. The costs go up. If they don't have weapons, then we can just go in there and overthrow it really quickly. Well, what that does is create an incentive for other countries to get nuclear weapons if they want to be able to maintain their regime without being overthrown by the U.S. And so the U.S., in doing policies like this, is undermining global stability. And so Obama says that his top priority is nuclear nonproliferation. Well, this is one of the reasons that he wasn't able to do anything really effective on it, is that he maintained the world order, and in doing so made an incentive for any outside of the U.S. orbit regimes to get nuclear weapons in order to maintain their hegemony, which creates instability around the world. And so at this point, there's protests all around the Arab world, including in Libya, and Gaddafi is doing what the other dictators are doing, which is brutally repressing it, except for this is the one that Obama's picking out. And so Obama says Gaddafi was accusing the protesters of being fronts for al-Qaeda, which is a common U.S. theme, and whenever they want to attack anybody, Iraq is a front for al-Qaeda. These people are defending terrorists. You know that during the Obama administration, there was a bunch of, I think there were state laws passed that conflated animal rights activists that were like getting video footage of horrific brutality inside of slaughterhouses and then putting those online as terrorism. So there were terrorism. You can get charged as a terrorist for that. And so that is a common theme of governments, is conflating anything that would threaten their power as terrorism. There are eco-terrorists. Like if you turn a lever on a pipe and stop the flow of oil. Obama built a bunch of pipes around the world. You can be charged for eco-terrorism, and you go to prison for like decades for turning a lever on a pipe, because that's a lot of money flowing through there, and that's what really good. You can kill some poor people. You're probably not going to go to jail for it. But if you turn a lever on a pipe, or if you record some pigs being skinned alive or whatever it is, that's going to be a big problem. So anyways, Gaddafi does the same thing. He says that the protesters are terrorists, al-Qaeda terrorists, and Gaddafi unleashed a campaign of terror, declaring everything will burn. By the beginning of March, the death count had risen to 1,000. So Obama is really concerned about these 1,000 people. I don't know where his sources are for that. I know that he's going to pick the numbers on the high end in order to justify his intervention, just like presidents always do, or countries always do whenever they want to invade a country. Is like, this is going to be terrible. There's going to be a mushroom cloud if we don't go in to stop overthrow Saddam Hussein. Like, there's going to be a mushroom cloud. He has anthrax in this little thing there. Like, there's going to be, who knows how many people? That would be millions of people are going to die. Got to go stop. So Obama says 1,000. Maybe it was 1,000. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know that 1,000 is just half the amount of people that were killed in the West Bank during the month leading up to when Obama was inaugurated, and he didn't have a thing to say about it. And then that happened again in 2014 while Obama was the president, and he still didn't really do anything about it. And so Obama's 1,000-person concern is not very credible. He says right afterwards, but the Libyan leader was undeterred. Analysts forecast that once Gaddafi's forces reach once they reach Benghazi, tens of thousands of lives could be lost. Again, I don't know which analysts they are. I know that Obama's going to pick the high numbers. But even if it was tens of thousands, the idea that tens of thousands, like during the second half of the Obama administration, I think 70,000 people were killed in Yemen through attacks by Saudi Arabia, which were funded by the U.S. using U.S. missiles, and also getting active U.S. intelligence during that time, not to mention that I think hundreds of thousands of others were at risk and are still at risk in some cases of famine, and this is still ongoing, and another continuation of the Obama administration seamlessly transitioning into the Trump administration. No comment there by any Democrats or Republicans, because when the protocols are the same and when the policies are the same and they benefit business and they benefit the military, there are no comments on this. And so he's not going to comment on the 70,000 people that he could actually stop by stopping giving weapons to this regime and stopping giving them active intelligence to commit what I won't call genocide, because that's kind of hyperbolic, but mass massacres in Yemen, not to mention the drone strikes and the many, many other military interventions. Like tens of thousands, the idea that tens of thousands of people is something that we need to be concerned about. It is, but like you don't have the credibility to do that when I think over 1 million people have died in the Middle East as a result of the war on terror. Most of that was a war in Iraq, but also Afghanistan, the drone program, and bombings in Yemen and elsewhere that the U.S. is mostly in support of. And so now Obama's like, okay, 1,000 people has died, and maybe tens of thousands, which I think is inflated, could die unless we do something. And so in this way, he, just like Dick Cheney was trying to brand himself as a humanitarian to stop the mushroom cloud in Iraq, Obama Obama's going to brand himself as a humanitarian by stopping the gigantic massacres that are going to happen in Libya. He can't do anything about the other countries, but here comes the humanitarianism. Then he says, it was around this time that a chorus grew around, first among human rights organizations and a handful of columnists, then members of Congress and much of the media, demanding that the United States take military action to stop Gaddafi. In many ways, I consider this a sign of moral progress. Okay, the moral progress is going to come when the military, demands intervention in other countries. If you actually go back to the start of the war in Iraq, they were doing the same thing. Like Judith Miller columns, like everybody was beating the drum for it. They fired Phil Donahue on MSNBC because he was the one anti-war voice, and leaked emails from NBC executives said that the reason they had to get rid of him is they didn't want anybody saying anti-war messages while the other networks were waving the flag. So this is the oldest trick in the book, and the idea that Obama is thinks that this is a new thing, that the media is cheering on war. Like Trump, the media hates Trump, obviously. Trump drops the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan, and the NBC anchor Brian Williams literally says my heart is, he's quoting poets. He's like, my heart is filled with joy or whatever when I watch the awesome power and beauty of our exploding bombs. I just dropped a bomb bigger than any bomb other than a nuclear bomb on people, and it killed on the order of 100 people. And this is the most beautiful thing I've ever saw. So the idea that the media is not in support of war is totally ridiculous. Another thing to keep in mind is every single person that was killed by the mother of all bombs was classified as a terrorist. They drop it on the middle of nowhere, and it kills 100-something people. I guarantee you they don't know the names of all those people. And then they're all classified as a terrorist, and the media are like, oh, wow, great, we just killed, 200 terrorists a day or 100 terrorists. And that was the same policy for the Obama administration. Count every single military-age male as a terrorist, and count pretty much people reflexively, unless we know they weren't terrorists, as terrorists. In that way, look, we're killing all of these terrorists. In reality, you're creating many, many more terrorists by killing people that aren't terrorists and then calling them terrorists and not commenting on it. And those people had families and communities and neighbors, and when they're blown up by the mother of all bombs without comment from the U.S., that causes terrorism in the same way that this overthrow of Gaddafi is about to cause a failed state, and now Libya is a terrorist harbor and one of the biggest humanitarian catastrophes in the world. Obama doesn't talk about that. But here's a Brian Williams clip.
We see these beautiful pictures at night from the decks of these two U.S. Navy vessels in the eastern Mediterranean. I am tempted to quote the great Leonard Cohen, I'm guided by the beauty of our weapons. And they are beautiful pictures of fearsome armaments.
Oh, God. Okay, here comes the end of the chapter cheese. Obama says, he's like, there's so much conflict. The Europeans don't really want to go in, but he knows he needs to save these people, and it's like, what do I do? He says, I also knew that unless we took the lead, the European plan would likely go nowhere. Gaddafi's troops would lay siege to Benghazi. At best, a protracted conflict would ensue, perhaps even a full-blown civil war. Well, we don't want a civil war in Libya, do we? There's a civil war in Libya. There's two different factions that are claiming to be the authority in Libya. At best, a protracted conflict, full-blown civil war. At worst, tens of thousands or more would starve, tortured, or shot in the head. That would be the worst-case scenario. And at the moment, at least, I was perhaps the one person in the world who could keep that from happening. Obama is writing this as if he doesn't know what happened afterwards. That's exactly what happened, is the worst case scenario. In fact, the European, immediately afterwards, there was a gigantic refugee crisis because people were fleeing Libya because it had become a failed state. There was literally a slave trade going on in Libya right after this, because when you overthrow a regime without any plan afterwards, there's a giant power vacuum in there, and then, there's the slave trade, and then thousands and thousands of refugees, which caused a gigantic humanitarian crisis, which Obama isn't going to talk about here because he wants to be Rambo, the Nobel Peace Prize winning humanitarian. So now Obama's ordered the bombing of Libya and the overthrow of Gaddafi, and while this is happening, one U.S. plane malfunctions and the pilot is ejected and isn't found for a little bit, and so Obama is really, really concerned, and he says, the entire time I waited for another tap on the shoulder. All I could think about was the young officer I had sent to war, who was now possibly injured or captured or worse. I felt like I might burst. And so Obama is freaking out that one person might be in trouble. One American might be in trouble. Because he just cares so much about people. It's imagine, this is one person that might be in trouble. It's an American. Of course, he's again, he's the undertones of Americanism and patriotism and America first, as other political constituencies might call it, are right there with a rebranded Democratic Peace Prize winning veneer. But it's like, okay, yeah, let's take him at his word that he cares this much about one person. Like I said, thousands and thousands of people in Libya killed and displaced as a result of this. So imagine how he probably can't sleep a wink, and just a result of that, he drone bombed like many weddings, killing dozens of people at each one. Not people that had gone missing. They were literally drone bombed in weddings. Are you concerned about this at all? Palestine, like there's many people to be concerned about. Obama's concerned about one person, and it just so happens to reinforce Americanism and get him a tap. It's like this is the person you're allowed to be concerned about, because if you actually think or consider the people that your policies actually resulted in the deaths of, you wouldn't be able to justify those policies as a humanitarian, and it wouldn't look as good for you. So now Obama complains about some Republicans complaining about his choice to intervene in Libya, and I think he justifiably criticizes them for talking out of both sides of their mouth and not being sincere in their convictions, and rather just picking up random reasons to criticize Obama when they, on principle, they would support it if it was a Republican. But regardless, he says, they cast doubt on the legal basis for my decision, suggesting that I should have sought congressional authorization under the Wars Powers Act, a legitimate, long-standing question about presidential power, were it not coming from a party that had repeatedly given previous administrations carte blanche on foreign policy front, particularly when it came to waging a war. So he's like, okay, this is a legitimate question. I did it anyways. I just decided to start a war without going to Congress and overthrow a government. And so, yeah, it's a legitimate question. I did it anyways, but you guys are being hypocrites. Okay, yeah, no, that's all true. But guess what you just did? You just set up a precedent that if President Trump wants to assassinate a general in Iran, like he did at the start of the year, and almost start a war there, what are you going to say about it? Like that, oh yeah, Obama, like you shouldn't do it because you're Trump? That's what Obama is accusing the Republicans of, saying you shouldn't have done it because you're Obama. Well, that's what the only recourse that the Democrats or that the left would have once they accept the legal arguments or frameworks or precedent that Obama set with Libya. And what Obama did in Libya is actually overthrow a government. Trump only assassinated someone, which almost led to war, which would have been worse. But it's like the precedent is set up with Obama. Same with the whole entire intellectual architecture and legal basis and rationale for the drone programs. Like, oh yeah, no, that was Obama. So Trump is just able to expand it. They're like, okay, this guy's an authoritarian. They say he's controlled by Putin. They say all these different things. He's a maniac. He's a fascist. He's got, he's just able to drone people around the world because this Nobel Peace Prize winning president set up the architecture for him. And again, that has no comment because the consensus is there between both parties and between the establishment. Yeah, no, of course we can do this. And so the last chapter of the book, Obama needs to go out with a bang. And so he chooses to end it with what was the most universally applauded kind of action that his administration took in the first term, in terms of everybody gave him credit for it. Liberals gave him credit for it. Conservatives gave him credit for it. Hawks gave him credit for it. Doves gave him credit for it. Everybody loved it. I think his approval rating went up overnight by 8 points after the assassination of Osama bin Laden. So Obama's going to spend about 20 pages here going through all the details of that raid and the great benefits which it bestowed upon the country. I won't go too in-depth in terms of my opinion of the raid itself, because I know that I'm in the minority in this situation, which is not the case for most of the criticisms that I made of Obama in this book. Most of those things, the population agrees with me in terms of whatever, getting money out of politics, or making sure that, bankers are prosecuted and that we don't bail out the banks with no strings attached, and instead help regular people, and that the healthcare reforms were totally inadequate and we need a single payer system, or that we shouldn't continue to pack the administration with Clintonites and Bush administration officials and continue the same policies. These are things that Obama went out of the way to, kind of kick his base in the face and to shun what was the view of the public in favor of special interests and a minority fringe view, which he then rebranded in order to maintain power himself. In this case, the people of America tend to disagree with me on this, and they agree with Obama. Personally, I don't believe that whenever there's a bad guy or somebody that's sufficiently terrible, that any laws and norms and human rights code and things that we've established over hundreds of years in America and in the West and in the world, which elevate individual liberties to a point where they can't just people can't just be arbitrarily assassinated in this case at the behest of like the head of state, which is what they used to do in the Dark Ages and what they do in some countries still, which usually Americans, when that happens, will point to those countries and be like, this is why we're better than them, because we have human rights and we're advanced and we're civilized, and we're not just gonna succumb to nationalistic fervors whenever there's somebody we don't like and immediately suspend any due process for them. Well, in this case, the entire country was on board, and I understand why it was they were on board with it. Like it's an understandable kind of tribal instinct to go after somebody that is a terrible person. But it's like, once that precedent is set, then you can, the repercussions of it, flow down to the rest of society. And it's one of the reasons that Obama was able to, and the Bush administration was able to expand the framework of the war on terror, which allowed for, extrajudiciary killings and the drone program to be expanded, and people thrown in Guantanamo Bay without due process, and extraordinary renditions where the Bush administration would literally just kidnap people off the streets, throw them in a plane, fly them over to Syria or Egypt or one of our tyrannical allies, and have them tortured at our request, because we have... And then the reason they were able to do it is because these people were terrorists. These people are really bad people. We don't need to, they don't need their rights. And it's like, you need to understand, if you have these rights, they need to be universal, or else if they can be suspended arbitrarily whenever somebody's a really bad guy, or the government declares it like that, then they're not really there, and then that will flow down to the rest of the country too. In fact, by any metric, Osama bin Laden didn't do as many bad things as the Nazis did, as the top Nazi war criminals. And one of the foundational pieces of kind of Western justice or American justice that people will point back to, usually positively, is the Nuremberg trials. And so after World War II, I believe the British didn't even want to try the Nazi war criminals. They just wanted to hang them. But we pressed, and actually I think Stalin pressed, and as well as the U.S., ironically enough, for those people to have trials. And they said, sorry, we're going to actually show where our values are. Even the worst criminals in history, we're going to give them an opportunity to defend themselves at trial. And if they're not guilty, then what's the harm? I mean, if they are guilty, what's the harm in putting them to a trial? And they did, and a few of them got acquitted, actually. I was just reading about this. But most of them were hanged afterwards. And those people killed on the order of 30 million people. Osama bin Laden on the order of 3,000 people. And it set a precedent that, look, this is what we're going to do. This is what distinguishes us, among many other things, from the Nazis, who would have just killed people arbitrarily that they disliked. And so in this case, we have a Nobel Peace-winning law scholar getting support from the entire country in the suspension of those rights in a way that I think is pretty kind of gross and nationalistic, and the worst type of patriotic nationalist fervor that kind of engulfed the nation right after. Obama talks about reminiscently about after he assassinated, how all of the different countries, or not all the other different countries, all the different baseball games that were going on then, and the stadiums, once they heard about it, you might remember, were chanting USA, USA, and it's okay, yeah, no, this isn't a good look, honestly. We know it's Osama bin Laden, but there's war criminals here in the U.S. If you want to, I know the characteristics are different, but by certain metrics, Dick Cheney is a worse person than Osama bin Laden in terms of the number of people that he actually killed. And so, would it be a good look if, let's say Iran was to assassinate, Dick Cheney, and then be chanting, Iran, would that look it wouldn't look good, actually, and the Americans would understand it. And so personally, I didn't like the decision to assassinate bin Laden, and I understand that it might have been difficult to arrest him or to bring him to trial. But Obama, it's made clear in this chapter, he didn't even try; he just wanted to assassinate him. If it would have been the case where they tried to apprehend him and he immediately resisted or whatever, and they had to shoot him, that would have been more understandable. But it was pretty clear here that Obama was more interested in kind of spiking the political football and like getting a win for America than he was in terms of actually upholding the law or any type of precedent for due process when he had an opportunity to. But that's kind of an aside. I won't go into too many details about the raid itself, but I will just mention a few things that stood out to me. One is that Obama goes into amazing detail about the raid. Who knew what the plans are, how many people, how many helicopters, what happens if this happens, how the decision-making process was made. Every detail about the raid written here right by Obama, and it was actually known very soon after the raid. And the reason it was known is because it was leaked to the press by the administration immediately after the raid. Tons of details about like what was the name of the dog that was on one of the helicopters was leaked. All this information, which is classified information. It was probably like some of the most highly classified information in the government, like the secret about what we were doing in the raid of Osama bin Laden, and was immediately leaked to the press by the Obama administration without comment from the press and with a bunch of applause from the press itself as well as the population and both parties, and no pushback at all. In fact, I'm the first person to ever mention it in the world. Not literally, but like that. The reason that is that they're able to get away with leaking classified information is because the information is helpful for people in power, and and when people in power are in agreement of something, there's nobody to hold them accountable. And so those type of leaks are universally applauded, while leaks from Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning, Bill Binney, whenever there's a leak from like within the administration that has information which doesn't make the government look good and doesn't make war look super fun and nationalistic and make everybody think that the U.S. and the military is the best thing, like the Snowden NSA revelations, or like the video that Chelsea Manning leaked of like a Black Hawk helicopter in Iraq shooting Reuters journalists and civilians just indiscriminately. That information is kind of a thorn in the side of the government. That's the stuff that we need to keep classified. And when there are leaks, the leakers are going to be prosecuted to the full extent of the law and tried to be, thrown in solitary confinement for the rest of their life, as in the case of what the U.S. is trying to do to Julian Assange right now, with support from, with obviously the Trump administration doing it, as well as the Biden administration, in favor of it also, and MSNBC and Fox both in favor of it, because those are the leaks that are not helpful for the government. Interesting thing is that Obama, before the raid, is kind of like going over all his different options, and one of the ones he was considering was just blowing up the entire compound, but he decided against it for a few different reasons, and the main one is that kind of his humanitarian side, like shown through here. And he says that I was not going to authorize the killing of 30 or more people when we weren't even certain it was bin Laden in the compound. And so he's like, sorry, like we can't kill innocent people without being sure who the target is. I mean, as I mentioned, Obama's like done drone strikes, which killed dozens of people, or on the order of 30 people, numerous times throughout his administration, where the people that they were targeting were much below Osama bin Laden. And so this doesn't ring super true to me when he's blown up weddings numerous times without comment, and still didn't comment on it at all in the book. But in this case is like concerned about killing extra people. In this case, if he would have, what I think is that his much larger concern, he kind of mentions this, is that if bin Laden hadn't been there, then it would have looked really bad, because it would have been like the press would have actually paid attention, because it was around Osama bin Laden as the central figure, rather than just unknown people in Yemen and Pakistan, that you can kill all of them you want and nobody will talk about it. And so that would have hurt his presidency, along with killing those 30 people, which I'm sure he didn't want to do, but he does all the time. And so there are gives and takes that you have to make, but the political calculus here would have said it would have been a bad idea. Plus, as he mentions, you couldn't have identified the body in that instance. And so Obama decides not to do that. And so the last character that Obama introduces to us in the book is William McRaven, or General William McRaven, who is the head of JSOC, which is the Joint Special Operations Command, which is kind of the organization that oversees SEAL Team 6 and all these special ops missions, and he oversaw the raid on bin Laden. And so Obama needs to he needs to say lots of nice things about him here, And so he says in one sentence, in his mid-50s, with a friendly open face, a deadpan sense of humor, and a plain-spoken, can-do demeanor, he reminded me of a sandy-haired Tom Hanks, if Tom Hanks had been a career Navy SEAL. And so that's William McRaven. Why it stands out to me is because there was a book by Jeremy Scahill and a documentary also, I think it might be on Netflix, or it used to be, called Dirty Wars, where Scahill actually goes to all these countries where we're drone bombing people and raiding their houses in the middle of the night and killing a bunch of civilians, and talks to the people there. And one of the stories that he talks about is a JSOC mission. I think it was maybe a SEAL Team 6 mission, although I don't remember, that went awry, where pretty much the U.S. commandos shot a bunch of civilians that were the wrong people, and then after they realized they were the wrong people, they tried to cover it up, so they dug the bullets out of the dead bodies of those people and try to act like it didn't happen. Eventually it became exposed, and it looked really bad for the U.S. after they tried to cover it up. And so then William McRaven has to come back and comes back to this little village in, I want to say, Pakistan, in the middle of nowhere, and with a goat, and sacrifices a goat to these people to say, sorry that the U.S. did that, because it was I don't know, in their tribal society, that was one of the symbols of forgiveness, was sacrificing a goat. And so that's what William McRaven did, and that's what I first heard about it. You're not going to hear about that from Obama, though. For Obama, he's a sandy-haired Tom Hanks as a Navy SEAL, which is, part of the story, but it's just the negative parts of any of the people that he's trying to portray as heroes, which is his administration, and he wants to tie his legacy to. You're never going to hear about that from Obama or from any of the mainstream that talks about these people as, the best people in America. And so that is the end of the book. We got through it. It took longer than I thought it would. The book was longer than it probably had to be, mostly because of hot air surrounding just patriotic language and aspirational nothingness that Obama loves filtering into every chapter, as well as just mini biographies about the details of every single powerful person which he interacted with, life and their high school basketball team and what they did in college and this and that, which is not relevant information. But when you're trying to narrativize your own life as a person of history, you have to pay deference to the other people, which are also powerful within that class. But the book itself, I won't go into any more detail on, but I think it's suffice it to say, it's extremely dishonest, it's extremely misleading, and it's extremely self-serving. And it was written with a type of kind of passive-aggressive narcissism, which was feigning modesty, but really just, bolstering his own account of his own life and his own ideals the entire time, while justifying the lack of actual progress that was made, if not misrepresenting it. And so that's what I think about it, if you didn't see the last 8 hours. If you made it this far, you might as well subscribe to the channel, because this took 8 hours. I appreciate you hanging in here with me.